Chapter 183 Black Dragon Caution, Demolition Contract Gulp, Gulp. Seeing Zhou Hua finish the liquor, Zhou Shang's eyes widened and he was speechless. Woo, 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 bang. Zhou Hua put down his wine glass fiercely and couldn't stop coughing twice. Ahem, huh, gunpowder is like wine. The more you drink, the more you have, and the more comfortable you feel. He said this in a self-deprecating voice, as if what he just drank was not a seasoning wine but real wine. Listen to this. Zhu Zhang poured wine again and wanted to take out the bullet of Zhou Hua. No? I'm just pretending. Are you really so decisive? You're not afraid of burning my intestines and stomach. He really lost his composure. Today's incident was too sudden and he couldn't calm down, but he only lost his composure for a moment before returning to normal. After all, he didn't believe that Qin Jiang would continue to do such things. Really do that. There would be no need to do this just now. Besides, people who can make it in life won't be so stupid, and won't do things in a naive way. Really, as Zhu Zhang poured the wine without adding gunpowder and drank it himself, Zhou Hua looked at Qin Jiang and said in a hoarse voice, "We can talk now, right? Tell me what you want. Time is running out." He returned Qin Jiang's words word for word, just to warn him. When he came up, he did ask his subordinates to be ready to take action at any time, and if things really got to that point, no one would be able to stop it. He admitted that he had a large family and a great business that he could not give up, but he did not believe that Qin Jiang was willing to give up such a good situation. Qin Jiang waved calmly. Bang. Zhu Zhang placed Zhou Shang's phone on the table and started recording and it started playing the conversation between Li Hao and Abeo, even mentioning the other person's name several times. As Zhou Hua's expression changed slightly after hearing this, and he looked at Zhou Shang in disbelief. When had his brother become so stupid that he could have such a targeted conversation and even record it? What, leaving evidence for yourself? But he thought again and realized something was wrong. He knew his brother well, and although he was impulsive and naive, that didn't mean he was stupid, and he would never do anything that would leave a handle. Moreover, he listened carefully and found that Li Hao's tone and voice were a little different in the conversation. "It's not my brother, it's someone with a very similar voice." Zhou Hua quickly made the correct judgment, but instead of feeling relieved, he was even more horrified, because this meant that in such a short period of time, Qin Jiang not only attacked Buckingham, captured Zhou Shang and cracked his phone, but also contacted Abeo and imitated his voice to ask questions. The most important part of the conversation was to get Abeo to go to Liujia village. There, it was his secret base. How could Qin Jiang know about it? Did Zhou Shang tell him because he couldn't stand it? No. He guessed. That's not right either. Or maybe Qin Jiang found out secretly. For a while Zhou Hua kept speculating on various possibilities. No matter which one represents how terrifying Qin Jiang is, it also represents that Qin Jiang is unfathomable. He even suspected that Qin Jiang had been targeting Buckingham and secretly investigating him. So, what did he find out? Only Liujia village. Will more secrets be discovered? It is much easier for colleagues to find out each other's information than other people. Etc. Liujia village. Not good. Zhou Hua's face turned pale and he subconsciously reached for his phone on the table, but Zhu Zhang got there first. Alas, you were not sensible. Zhu Zhang looked at Zhou Hua jokingly. This is now Black Dragon's territory. You don't act wild. Zhou Hua's expression fluctuated. He was worried that Abeo would be caught and even more worried that the items hidden in the underground space of Liujia village would be discovered. If that happened, the loss to Huasheng would be enormous. He was very worried. He guessed that Qin Jiang might have guessed that there was something wrong with Liujia village, but he believed that the real secret passage of Liujia village would not be easily exposed. He was afraid that it would be indirectly revealed by Abeo today, and his own mobile phone was smashed, and his brother's mobile phone was controlled by the other party. Crack. Zhou Hua clenched his fists and looked at Qin Jiang. Draw a line, I'll follow. Qin Jiang still sat there calmly. Boom. Boom. There was a knock on the door. I saw the Black Dragon staff come in with 2 contracts, respectfully placed them on the table, then respectfully closed the door and left. Qin Jiang pointed at the contract. Sign it and everything will be over for today. Contract? What contract? Zhou Hua looked down at the contract on the table. Just see, contract cover. Renovation and demolition agreement. Open frowny face. Since our company, Huasheng Group, is planning to renovate its Buckingham location due to business needs, we have hired Black Dragon Company Limited to carry out the demolition work. The cost is 200,000. Zhou Hua's expression became extremely complicated when he looked at the contents of the contract, and even his gaze towards Qin Jiang changed. Shameless, it's so shameless. He clearly led hundreds of people to break into Buckingham Palace, smashed it up beyond recognition, and now he has come up with a demolition contract. He signed this contract, Buckingham would have to bear the losses himself, which was roughly estimated to be 1 million yuan, and if outsiders knew about the signing of the contract, it would be absolutely embarrassing for Buckingham. Even after being beaten and smashed, you still have to pay them back. On the contrary, Heilong can easily transform today's smashing and looting incident into a demolition incident. Even if the outside world does not approve, the behavior can only be defined in the economic field at most. It's just fucking outrageous. Besides, why should Qin Jiang be so cautious in doing things? It is obvious that both parties can just not make the settlement public, but Qin Jiang made a contract. He doesn't know what to say. Is the other party cautious or sick? What? You can clean yourself up by signing a contract. Will the outside world believe it? Who can believe it? Taking off your pants to fart, what a waste of time. Contract, sign or not, he did not hesitate for long. If he did not sign the contract, he would have to delay. Although he did not know why Qin Jiang was so confident, Hua Sheng could not delay any longer. He nodded and said, "Okay. I'll sign the contract." Qin Jiang nodded. "Don't worry. Since the Black Dragon demolition service wasn't thorough this time, it's considered a financial dispute, and the demolition fees will be waived." Qin Jiang didn't intend to have any financial dealings with Hua Sheng. Sometimes it's always good to be cautious. Besides, a mere 200,000 yuan is completely unnecessary, right? Zhou Hua, benefit, what? I also want to thank you. He really wanted to say that there was no need for exemption, but he thought that doing so would also save some face for Washington, so he didn't say anything. Immediately after he signed the contract, the Black Dragon personnel brought it to Indonesia and asked him to put his fingerprints under his incredulous gaze. He even saw the word Buckingham on the red seal, which clearly meant it was a Buckingham item. So, could it be that this contract was also signed in Buckingham? Be cautious, or be frugal. Opposite, Zhu Zhang ignored his thoughts and signed the contract on behalf of Heilong. He handed one of the two copies to Zhou Hua and said, "One copy for each person. The contract is effective. I've written in the supplementary agreement that the fees will be waived, and the demolition of Buckingham will come to an end today." After saying that, Zhu Zhang picked up the intercom. "Hello, everyone, stop the demolition." Moment, there were bursts of voices coming from the intercom. Receive. Chapter 184. Qin Jiang takes action, and the turmoil downstairs opposite Zhou Hua's expression became even uglier, but he didn't say anything more. He looked at Qin Jiang and said, "Today's matter, today?" Qin Jiang stood up and blew a puff of smoke at Zhou Hua, making him unable to open his eyes. Then he slowly stood up and walked out. Xu Zhang and Sijio followed him on both sides, and Zhao Shanha and others followed behind. When they reached the door, Qin Jiang looked at Zhou Sheng, who was being held up. The Zhou Sheng barely opened his eyes and looked at Qin Jiang, with anger flashing in his eyes. He was humiliated in this way, suffering great damage both physically and mentally, and Qin Jiang even humiliated his brother in front of him and forced his brother to drink gunpowder wine. This, for Zhou Sheng, it was like touching a reverse scale. However, he knew that things had come to this point. His brother had paid such a heavy price today, and it was impossible for him to cause trouble again. He could only lower his head to hide his cold eyes, pretending not to be able to raise his head, and muttered to himself, "Qin Jiang, just wait for me. Sooner or later I will kill you. Sooner or later I will make you pay 1,000 times the price. Sooner or later I will, I'm so angry. I'm so angry." Just as Zhou Sheng was cursing madly in his heart, he suddenly saw his brother Zhou Hua's face change drastically and subconsciously looked in the direction his brother was looking. Just see, Qin Jiang stopped in front of him and stretched out a hand. One side, Wang Tao took out a black glove and handed it to Qin Jiang, who took it and put it on his right hand. The next moment, Zhou Sheng's face changed drastically and he opened his mouth to say something, but before he could say it, he couldn't. Qin Jiang had already moved, without even turning around, and swung his right hand in a circle, striking Zhou Sheng from behind fiercely. Bang! The huge slap with the sound of air whistling hit Zhou Sheng's face, deforming his face. Bang! The huge force made the two Black Dragon members unable to hold Zhou Sheng back, and he flew backwards and fell to the ground, knocking over the teacups on the table and spilling the wine on him. But Zhou Sheng didn't care about the wine at all. The pain on his face made him open his mouth to scream, but the speed at which his face was swelling made it impossible for him to open his mouth wide, and he could only groan. Cough cough, it hurts, ahead. Qin Jiang took off his gloves slowly without even looking behind him and handed them to Wang Tao, saying calmly, "Today, it's over. Listen to this. Zhou Hua's expression changed several times without saying anything. Looking at Qin Jiang, who was about to leave, he said, "Qin Jiang, the martial arts world is no longer what it used to be. Fighting and killing are not the solution. Money is king. No one will follow you if you don't have money. Your night market may be big, but it's hard to support so many brothers. Loyalty cannot last long. Only interests can last forever." Black Dragon Night Market, Zhou Hua had investigated. With annual turnover exceeding 100 million. Net revenue should be able to sustain 30 to 40 million. However, Black Dragon was too large, with 100 to 200 regular employees, plus salaries for peripheral staff, and other basic costs to maintain. This meant that monthly net expenses alone were around 1 to 2 million. 1 year, the remaining amount is only about 10 or 20 million. Is that a lot? Seems like a lot, but how long can Heilong Night Market maintain its current status? If the business deviates, profits will be wiped out in a short period of time, and it will fall into trouble. As for Heilong's milk tea chain, he is not optimistic about its prospects. Ahead, Qin Jiang was extremely calm. He knew exactly what Zhou Hua meant. He was simply warning him that Heilong had too few ways to make money and couldn't rely entirely on the night market. So, how to expand your money-making channels? It's nothing more than cooperating with him, laundering money for Huasheng, and thus opening up a new way for Heilong to make money. It seems, Qin Jiang murmured, Zhou Hua still intends to cooperate with me. That's right. He must be having a hard time laundering money. The collapse of several night markets and the tightening of public security have made it impossible for him to launder money on a large scale. Brotherhood is important to him, but profit is equally important. Qin Jiang left without thinking too much. Today is not the time to cooperate, nor is it the time to kill Huasheng directly. The revenge of Sijou is not over yet. Riri Zhu Zhang, Sijou and others followed, and the rest of Zhao Shanha and others also left. Before leaving the box, Zhu Zhang pointed at the pistol on the table, and immediately one of his younger brothers understood and picked up the bottle of wine and poured the wine on the pistol and dagger before leaving the box. See this. Zhou Hua's eyes narrowed slightly. He had considered doing something dirty. The pistol and dagger Qin Jiang had held must have his fingerprints on them, which could be used, but now, outside, Qin Jiang and others got on the elevator, and the other Black Dragon staff quickly went down the stairs. Only then did the service person Zhu Buckingham breathe a sigh of relief. Zhou Hua immediately induced vomiting with his hands. After a moment, he came out and saw the vice president coming up and kicked him, cursing, "Stop pretending to be asleep. Get up, Flap." The vice president got up from the ground and said, "I will fight you to the death. If you want to hurt President Shang, step over me." Zhou Hua, *M, he admitted that years of stable life had made his subordinates only know how to enjoy themselves and had lost the courage to fight. The vice president is not the only one. Today's incident represents a problem for Huasheng. Regardless of the reason for his decision or other reasons, it is not a good sign, because Huasheng's main income is still informal. Arrange for someone to take my brother to the hospital. Zhou Hua directly ordered, count the people in Buckingham and find out the losses. The vice president nodded awkwardly, "I understand." He pushed the door open and entered the private room. He saw a fathead fish struggling to get up from the ground. What the hell? Zhou Shang looked at the indifferent vice president. "Manager, you, Zhou Shang, fuck." A long time, the vice president gasped when he confirmed that it was Zhou Shang on the ground, and became even more aware of Qin Jiang's ruthlessness. Outside, countless car owners are looking forward to it, and the Huasheng team is watching the time and ready to rush out. Didi. After much anticipation, several security vehicles arrived and stopped in front of Buckingham, and many security officers got out. Ingnan hurriedly stopped the Huasheng men from charging forward. The other car owners could not help but exclaim, "Oh my goodness, the person in charge is here. This has gotten really serious and I don't know how to solve it." Who knows? Even if Qin Jiang has a strong background, he will suffer a great loss if he leads his men to attack Huasheng. The security guards arrived at the entrance, and the team leader asked, "What's going on? Don't you know that so many cars are stuck here, causing traffic paralysis? And, what are you all doing here? What's going on? Stop pretending to be social." Ingnan said, "Here's what happened, we're employees of Huasheng. We just got word that someone brought a few hundred people to smash and destroy Buckingham, so we came to check out the situation. They're simply social elements. Look, they blocked off Buckingham, not letting anyone in or out. Who knows what's going on inside? My husband, the president of Huasheng, just went in and we don't know if he's dead or alive. My husband is an honest businessman. You must save him. Why is it so difficult to run a business? She put all the blame on Heilong. Listen to this, many onlookers scoffed at Ingnan's words. If Huasheng was a serious businessman, how could there be any non-serious ones in Songjiang? At the same time, they were also eager to see how Qin Jiang would respond. Right at this moment, Buckingham Hall central lift opens on the first floor. Bite. Chapter 185. He said you believe it. Songjiang is dark. Bite. The elevator door opened. Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, Sijou and others walked out of the elevator, with a large number of Black Dragon personnel standing on both sides and following them. At the same time, a large number of Black Dragon personnel were constantly pouring down from the stairs of Buckingham. Zhu Zhang shouted to put everything away. Don't leave anything behind. You guys are responsible for checking and making sure nothing is left behind. Clear. Wang Tao and others nodded and accepted the order. It was nothing more than taking away everything they brought, baseball bats, black umbrellas, and the like, and destroying some things to minimize their traces in this incident. It was already engraved in Black Dragon's memory, and his subordinates were already doing it without any instructions. They just did a few simple checks. Ahead, Qin Jiang has led his men slowly out of Buckingham. Outside, everyone turned their eyes to Qin Jiang, the man who had led the crowd to smash the top entertainment venue in the North District into pieces today. At this moment, with the Black Dragon personnel constantly pouring out behind him and the broken Buckingham behind him, Qin Jiang looked so majestic that he seemed to be glowing in the dark night, so dazzling that others could hardly see his face clearly. Later, Wang Tao and others couldn't help but straighten their chests and raise their heads, as if they had won a battle. At the same time, Ingnan and other old men from Huasheng also saw Qin Jiang coming down. They kept searching the crowd but did not see Zhou Hua and Zhou Sheng. Their faces turned pale and they became extremely anxious, but they did not dare to act rashly because of the security guards on the side. I can only say madly to the security, it was these people, led by Qin Jiang. He was the one who led the charge. Our chairman Zhou Hua is also inside and hasn't come out yet. Could it be that you guys should hurry up and bring people in to rescue him? What are you still standing there for? Are you still asking questions? Isn't it all obvious? Ingnan pulled out her phone to call Zhou Hua, but the call went unanswered, leaving her visibly upset. Qin Jiang had smashed Zhou Hua's phone to prevent eavesdropping. At this time, Qin Jiang slowly led his men out of Buckingham, and all eyes were focused on him along the way. Soon, a large number of people came to the opposite side of Huasheng's group. Ingnan stepped forward and said urgently, Qin Jiang, where is Brother Hua? What did you do to Brother Hua? Speak. She didn't care about Zhou Sheng's life or death, or whose son it was, but she cared about Zhou Hua because he was her true love. He rushed towards Qin Jiang, but was stopped by two Black Dragon members in front of him. Qin Jiang didn't even look at Ingnan. His eyes fell on the security guard, and the other party was also looking at him. Tread, the security captain stepped forward to stop Ingnan from going crazy, and Ingnan managed to calm down. Then he looked at Qin Jiang and asked, what's going on? Why did you bring so many people here? Qin Jiang said calmly, a project? Captain, what project? Qin Jiang, demolition project. Captain, what demolition project? Can you explain it more clearly? I don't understand. Zhu Zhang took over the conversation and said, since Buckingham is undergoing renovations and upgrades, they specifically hired Black Dragon Company to carry out the demolition. As soon as Black Dragon received the project, they came to work. The hundreds of people following them are all Black Dragon employees. They came to Buckingham today to carry out the demolition work. As you can see, Buckingham is almost completely demolished. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent, and everyone looked at Qin Jiang and others in disbelief. Demolition project? No. Just be funny, bringing hundreds of people to demolish the project. Isn't this a complete lie? Who uses baseball bats and black umbrellas in demolition work? It's because large machinery is not very useful, and there won't be hundreds of people coming at once. This, can you afford the wages? Isn't this pure nonsense? Who can believe it, you fart? Mr. Huasheng rushed out and retorted, what do you mean by demolition project? You should also use logic when speaking. Our Buckingham was just renovated not long ago, how could it be upgraded? Even if it was upgraded, why would you be the one to demolish it? You are making such excuses in the face of public security. I think you are clearly making fun of public security and you must be severely punished. Other Huasheng elders spoke out. Yes, severe punishment. Must be severely punished. The most ridiculous thing in the world. Now, the security captain also frowned, clearly speechless and unconvinced by Heilong's words. He looked at Qin Jiang and said, "You said you were the ones carrying out the demolition work, but do you have any evidence?" "Who can prove it? Evidence?" Qin Jiang waved his hand. Immediately Wang Tao stepped out and held up the contract in front of the police officer. "This is the demolition contract Buckingham signed with us. It's signed and sealed by Buckingham CEO Zhou Hua. Is that enough evidence?" Brush. The security captain looked over and saw that the contract clearly stated the demolition project and the parties involved. Although it still seemed outrageous, he nodded, thinking that he was receiving orders from his superiors. Yes. Since there is a contract, this is not a gang fight, but a financial dispute. Any problems you have can be resolved through legal means. If a solution is not possible and you believe you have suffered any losses, you can sue in court. If you have any objections, you can report them to your superiors. Finished. He said to Qin Jiang, "Once you finish the demolition work here, take your people away immediately. If you gather in such large numbers in the future, you must report it and you are not allowed to stay here any longer. Disband." He waved his hand and prepared to withdraw. "What? Hideo, Sigma," surprised face, Huasheng elder, Sigma degree, _, "Oh, are you kidding me? He made up such a false lie and then produced a fake contract and you believed it. No, when did the sky in Songjiang become so dark?" Ingnan rushed out and shouted, "We can't leave, how can we let them go? The contract is fake, my husband would never sign such a contract. It's totally unreasonable and problematic, my husband must have been forced into this. You need to investigate thoroughly and find out what happened there." Other Huasheng elders also gathered around and shouted for the public security to take action and for Black Dragon to give an explanation. They blocked Black Dragon's way out and kept shouting and yelling, "Qin Jiang, what on earth did you do to Brother Hua? I won't let you go until we have a clear explanation today. We need to know what's going on inside. Brother Hua, rescue Brother Hua." For a while, the onlookers were stunned by the chaos. Now, Qin Jiang looked calmly at the Huasheng personnel who were shouting in front of him, while the Black Dragon personnel behind him were ready to go. Some people have already taken out their photography equipment to prepare for filming, while others are silently reciting the Black Dragon criminal law to prepare. Mainly it is the application of self-defense. In an instant, the atmosphere was tense, and a war was about to break out. The security captain's face turned cold and he ordered the security personnel to enforce the law on the spot and not allow any conflict to occur. Right at this moment. The elevator in Buckingham's first floor lobby opened again. Just see. A figure walked out of Buckingham and shouted, "Stop it all." Chapter 186. The dust has settled. Qin Jiang leaves gracefully. Zhou Hua is strange. This sound, it was like a bolt from the blue in everyone's ears. Wow. The old men in Washington who were shouting wildly stopped and looked at Buckingham. Just see. A middle-aged man walked out of Buckingham slowly, his face calm and composed. It was Zhou Hua. Brother Hua. Ingnan rushed to Zhou Hua and kept checking him, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Zhou Hua was not hurt. The old men in Huasheng also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Hua was the backbone of Huasheng. If anything happened to Zhou Hua, Huasheng would fall apart. At this critical moment, they would definitely become the target of erosion by other forces, and then they would all be in trouble. The security captain looked at Zhou Hua and said, "Who are you?" Zhou Hua said in a hoarse voice, "Zhou Hua, the person in charge of Huasheng, and also the owner of the entertainment venue." The security captain asked, "Heilong said that he came to carry out the demolition project with a contract signed by you. Is it true?" Zhou Hua, real. What? Both Ingnan and the other elderly people in Huasheng were stunned. Was the contract really signed by Zhou Hua? Brother Hua was coerced by force? No way. Now that he's out, not to mention the presence of Huasheng's men, even if it's the public security, how could Qin Jiang dare to use force in front of him? So what's going on? They were about to say something, but when they saw Brother Hua's gaze, they all stopped talking and shut up. After a moment of surprise, Ingnan turned his attention back to Zhou Hua's voice. He seemed to hear something wrong with his voice. Could it be that Hua had just been on top of it, 1v for hundreds? A battle of words. Security captain, is there anyone injured inside? Zhou Hua shook his head, no. The demolition project was agreed upon in advance, but some people just didn't understand and made some noise. Everything is normal now. The security captain said, since the contract between the two parties is valid and there are no casualties, any further disputes will be financial disputes and should be resolved through negotiation. If a solution cannot be reached through negotiation, then a lawsuit will be filed. You should also disperse quickly. Do not stay here and gather to avoid causing a disturbance. After saying that, he led his men to withdraw. Didi. Several security vehicles sped away. Zhou Hua's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this. How deep is Qin Zhang's background? The security came just to go through the motions and didn't even go in to check before leaving. What does it represent? Thinking of this, Zhou Hua looked at Qin Zhang with a more complicated expression. Who was this guy connected to? Could it really be that? His eyes couldn't help but fall on Bai Lu, who was standing behind Qin Zhang in the crowd and looked like a little leopard. Walk. Qin Zhang waved his hand. Bang. Zhang Qi opened the car door and let Qin Zhang in. Bang. 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 The truck door opened again, and Zhao Shanha shouted, Superior. Crash. A large number of Black Dragon personnel boarded the truck again. Boom. The convoy sped away from Buckingham, coming and going in a hurry, but the devastated Buckingham made many onlookers feel it was unreal. Don't talk about them, even the elderly people in Washington feel it is unreal. Brother Hua, what's going on? What's going on with the demolition contract? Brother Hua, they really need an explanation. Zhou Hua gave the order without explanation. Cut off contact with Abeo and tell him not to reveal anything. His family, Huasheng, will take care of him. Ingnan, Brother Hua, you mean Abeo? No way, he's so cautious, how could he? Zhou Hua, don't ask too many questions. Tell Liujia village to be on high alert and move the items as soon as the news blows over, as well as, he didn't finish his words. The vice president and several service staff were seen helping a fathead fish out of Buckingham. Old man Huasheng was surprised. Who the hell is this? You're too dumb to even walk? Who did this? It's so cruel? Black Dragon. Damn it, wait, he is. Mr. Shang. As soon as these words were spoken, the old men of Huasheng were all stunned. They looked at the young man who had difficulty standing up, whose face was as swollen as a fathead fish and whose body could not stand steadily. They could not associate him with the unruly Zhou Shang in their impression. However, the other party's clothes and general facial features, as well as the fact that he was supported by the vice president, indicated that he was Zhou Shang. Zhou Shang, he was beaten so badly. The main reason why Qin Zhang dared to take such a ruthless approach was to make his brother Hua admit defeat and sign a demolition contract. It's just fucking outrageous. Zhou Hua couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw his brother's look. Just as he was about to say something, his face changed slightly and he quickly turned around and walked towards Buckingham. Later, the Huasheng elders were puzzled. Brother Hua, why on earth? Outside, the vice president put Zhou Shang in the car and ordered someone to send him to the hospital, then immediately ran to Buckingham. He had lost face today and had to go back immediately to make amends, otherwise his position would be in jeopardy. Countless onlookers watched Qin Zhang lead the troops away and Zhou Hua lead his men into Buckingham Palace. They were speechless for a long time, their eyes filled with horror. It was obvious that a series of events had just happened that shattered their understanding. No? If I'm not mistaken, that person who didn't look like a human just now couldn't be Zhou Shang, right? That's him. I recognized him right away. Bow-legged, bald, and with a birthmark on his arm. Qin Zhang is too fierce. He beat Zhou Shang so badly that he almost looked unrecognizable, and yet he managed to make Zhou Hua surrender. Today I have broadened my horizons. Originally, they thought that today would be a fierce battle, Qin Zhang versus Buckingham, but they never expected that Qin Zhang led his men to kill Buckingham in a short time and beat Zhou Shang beyond recognition. Zhou Hua and his men did not dare to rush forward and could only go to the meeting alone. They were also forced to sign a demolition contract. Even when the public security comes, you have to bow your head and admit it. Buckingham was smashed and destroyed, his second-in-command was beaten half to death, and this is the result. It was completely different from what they had guessed, a fight between dragons and tigers. It was simply the Black Dragon completely crushing Huasheng. Main, the Black Dragon escaped without any injury. The sky in Songjiang is so dark. Soon the onlookers left one after another, and the paralyzed traffic quickly returned to normal. At the same time, the news about Buckingham spread rapidly in all directions. Buckingham Lane. Zhou Hua rushed in hurriedly with a painful look on his face. Rear Yingnan and Huasheng followed anxiously and kept asking, "Brother Hua, it's broken, what happened, husband, please say something." Yes, Zhou Hua didn't even turn his head. He gritted his teeth and ran forward quickly, but he didn't dare to move too fast. Yingnan caught up with Zhou Hua and grabbed his arm. "Hubby, what's going on? Let's face it together. I'm not afraid of death." Zhou Hua turned around with a flushed face, and Yingnan was shocked. "Hubby, are you okay? Don't scare me." Zhou Hua forcibly broke free from her arm and stopped moving forward. Instead, he pushed open the door of the box next to him and quickly rushed in to close it. The next moment, there were bursts of voices coming from inside. Puff, puff, puff. At the same time, a suppressed, hoarse, and angry voice rang out, "Paper." Chapter 187. Zhou Hua's plan. Will you speechless paper? What paper? No way. Puff, puff. Hearing the sounds coming from the box, old man Huasheng looked strange and subconsciously held his breath. Yingnan also had an ugly expression on his face, but upon seeing the expressions of the others, he couldn't help but yell, "Get the paper! Clear the area!" Soon the crowd outside the box dispersed, and a waiter handed a piece of paper to Yingnan. Yingnan carefully pushed open the box, and a smell rushed straight to his head. She subconsciously dry heaved twice. Bang! A weak hand snatched the paper from her hand, quickly closed the box door and locked it immediately. 20 minutes later, Buckingham. On the top floor, Zhou Hua, looking pale, sat in the boss chair, with Yingnan and several Huasheng elders sitting next to him. The deputy chief was reporting the situation. Preliminary estimates indicate that Buckingham injured around 30 or 40 people. It wasn't a serious incident, just punches and kicks. Apparently, Qin Jian didn't dare go too far. As soon as these words were spoken, old man Huasheng was very angry. He hasn't done anything completely yet, but he's already led his men to kill Buckingham. If that's not the end, then what is? What do you do for a living? I asked you to be the vice president of Buckingham and guard the company's property like this. If you can't do it, give up your position immediately. Several elderly people in Washington started to make trouble. Not only was he angry about what happened today, he was also worried about his job as vice president. Buckingham was the core industry of Washington, with an alarming amount of monthly turnover. The position of vice president was naturally important and lucrative, so who among the old people in Washington wouldn't be worried about it? The vice president was furious. The enemy is outnumbered. Xinjiang has hundreds of men, and I only have a few. How can we stop them? Besides, my enemies are already weak, so I've made it safe underground. The only businesses above ground have been harmed this time. Preliminary estimates put the losses at just over 1 million yuan. More than 1 million, is that a lot? It's nothing to Washington. To put it bluntly, Zhou Sheng signs more than this number of orders in Buckingham every month. You can earn it back by exchanging some fake liquor, or by finding a rich man in the underground. Old man Huasheng, the money is not much, but what about the face? Today, Xinjiang kid stepped on my neck and shit on me. Demolition contract. How ironic. After today, outsiders might laugh at Huasheng. What else does the vice president have to say? All right. Zhou Hua waved his hand to stop the quarrel. Now that things have come to this, it's Xiao Sheng's fault for not handling things properly. He did something like that and left something behind. Besides, Huasheng is at a critical juncture right now. A few big fish have just been hooked. If they fight the black dragon fish to the death, the public security will not be able to calm down for a while, and it will easily scare those big fish away. Besides, Xinjiang has a complicated background and is difficult to deal with. Listen to this. Several Huasheng elders also had gloomy expressions. They were not stupid and naturally saw from today's events that Xinjiang had a strong background, otherwise it would not have ended in such a dramatic way. As Zhou Hua continued, what you need to do next is to be cautious and avoid causing trouble. Catch those big fish first. Don't worry about reputation or fame. The battle in the martial arts world isn't about the moment, it's about the whole life. In a few years, when Huasheng reaches new heights and the black dragon sinks into the river, who will care about what happened to Buckingham today? Elder Huasheng, then the external channels. Zhou Hua, I'll take care of the channels. You just focus on getting the money. I'll make sure it's spent honestly. By then, you'll all be wealthy and famous. The expressions of several elderly people in Huasheng relaxed, then they left after Zhou Hua waved his hand. Zhou Hua looked at the vice president standing below with a nervous look on his face. The vice president lowered his head and said, "Brother Hua, it's all my fault. Why don't you just hit me, Zhou Hua? You're not to blame for what happened today. You've done your best. Don't worry, your position as vice president won't be in jeopardy. Go down and get Buckingham up and running as soon as possible." Vice President, thank you, Brother Hua. I promise to do a good job. He thanked me profusely before leaving quickly. Yingnan, Brother Hua, he's no longer fit to lead Buckingham. Why, Zhou Hua, Washington cannot continue to be turbulent. It needs to stabilize as soon as possible and eat those big fish first. As for the future, let's talk about it later. Said. He pulled a document from a drawer. Sign it, brush. Yingnan saw that the document was a property, an overseas property transfer agreement. This, Zhou Hua handed the contract to Yingnan, then stood up, picked up a pack of toilet paper, and headed to the bathroom, walking faster and faster. Card pool, Wu Yu braked and stopped by the roadside to answer the phone. He was shocked when he heard the message coming in. What did you say? Is it over? Zhou Hua went to the meeting alone and reached a demolition agreement with Qin Jiang. The public security has already evacuated the traffic. Zhou Shang was beaten beyond recognition and sent to the hospital. Buckingham Palace was completely smashed to pieces. Is this true? Bang! After hanging up the phone, Wu Yu was silent for a long time. Obviously, the result was completely beyond his expectations. First of all, he didn't expect Qin Jiang to act so quickly. He had solved the problem and smashed Buckingham before he arrived. Secondly, he didn't expect that Zhou Hua would choose to reconcile even after Qin Jiang beat Zhou Sheng to a pulp. What demolition project contract to sign? In the end, the public security did not conduct a strict inspection but directly evacuated the traffic. It represents so many things, Wu Yu murmured. Qin Jiang, what means did you use to force Washing to this point? Who is behind you? You can even cover up such a big thing, could it be? Bai Lu's figure appeared in his mind. Shake your head. He didn't think about it any further. Since things didn't turn out to be the worst, then it would be the best. After all, Qin Jiang has basically secured a spot in the top 10 young entrepreneurs. He will be selected at the end of the year and receive the award early next year. By then, the vocational university will be able to appear on the same page as those top universities. This will definitely be a historic moment for the vocational university, and its chances of being promoted to a university will be more certain. Buzz, yesterday is gone forever. Yeah, happiness is more valuable than anything else. The phone in his pocket kept vibrating, so Wu Yu picked up the phone to check it out. The caller ID showed Qin Jiang. Wu Yu's mouth twitched. Damn, I just called you and you refused to answer, and now you're calling me back after the call. Snap, he picked up the phone. There was nothing he could do since Qin Jiang was the one he focused on and he could only pamper his own student. Hello, it's me, old Wu. Just called me. Wu Yu nodded, his brain racing as he said, shouldn't this remind you that the final exams are coming up soon? Don't forget. As an outstanding student representative of a vocational college, failing a course is not a good thing and must be taken seriously. I'll have Director Wang contact you later. Nothing, I'll hang up. Chapter 188 Final Exam, Fear of All Parties, and Orders. Final Exam. Qin Jiang was stunned after hanging up the phone. Look at the date displayed on the phone, December 25, 2010, only 6 days left until New Year's Day. There are only a few days left until winter vacation. That's really fast. Qin Jiang couldn't help but mutter, it's been over 3 months since I was reborn, and a semester is about to end. After final exams, winter vacation is just around the corner, and the Heilong night market will also enter a period of stability. Considering Songjiang's popularity in 2010, there won't be many tourists. Even if the Heilong night market continues to attract a lot of people, it won't reach new highs. As long as it can maintain its momentum and not fall too much, it'll be fine. Next year will be the peak period, and that's also when Songjiang's city that never sleeps will emerge. Qin Jiang couldn't help but look at a certain location, that is the location of Lianhua Township, Mu County, which is under Songjiang. It is also his hometown. He has never been back after his rebirth. Happy New Year, he wants to go back to see his parents. He doesn't want to make his parents worry in this life like he did in his previous life. After being reborn, he wants to make his brothers and his parents happy. As for those relatives, TSK, just take things as they come. Brother Jiang. Zhu Zhang said to Qin Jiang, all departments have completed their investigations. Only a dozen of our people were injured this time. They all had skin injuries, and 2 others sprained their ankles on the stairs after rushing too fast. They've all been sent for treatment. This time the Black Dragon won a complete victory over Buckingham. Not only was the Black Dragon brothers too powerful, but they also realized that Buckingham was not worthy of his reputation. There were only a few of them who could really fight. Those who could fight were frightened by the large number of black dragons and dared not confront them head-on, so they suffered such a great victory. Qin Jiang was not surprised. The Black Dragon had the right time, place, and people. If he couldn't achieve great results, would he be a waste? At Qin Jiang, were your hands and feet clean when you left? Xu Zhang, brother Jiang, don't worry. All the cameras are destroyed, and the 2 monitoring rooms are also fully secured. There won't be any trace of us in there. Everything is fine. Finished. He looked at Qin Jiang with a strange look, not understanding why brother Jiang was so cautious. It is clear that the cooperation with the authorities is legal and compliant, but they still do not leave any evidence after doing it. Once. That's being extremely cautious. Qin Jiang didn't take it seriously. With his memories from his previous life, he knew that it was always better to be cautious about many things. Qin Jiang, how is the investigation going? Zhu Zhang, we found a few suspicious locations. Brother Jiang instructed us not to alert the enemy and simply marked a few. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. On it was a rough map of Buckingham, with some suspicious locations marked at the elevators. At the same time, he took out a piece of paper and said, brothers outside have found that when we attacked Buckingham, some people rushed out from these locations. Some of them were very panicked. It seems that they are the people brother Jiang mentioned who were transferred. They are moving very quickly. There are cars waiting outside. Once they come out, they will all disperse. It's very concealed. The brothers under him can only get a general look. Qin Jiang looked at the suspicious places on the map and didn't pay much attention to them. He vaguely remembered these places. In the previous life, there was a special news report after the destruction of Washington. It described how Buckingham set up an underground casino, avoided the eyes and ears of others, and how he moved when he encountered danger. That's right, there's a casino underground in Buckingham. It's very large, the daily turnover is very high and the annual profit is very optimistic. This is why Washington needs so many money laundering channels. Buckingham cannot launder so much dirty money by himself. Therefore, Buckingham targeted many cash transaction businesses and began various money laundering operations. After years of development, it has become an integrated industry, so it is cautious when being targeted. This time, Qin Jiang led his men to Buckingham, catching the other side completely off guard and causing a certain amount of panic. The people in the underground casino would have to move in a hurry, and Qin Jiang sent people to various hidden locations outside in advance to observe with binoculars to see which areas people had moved to, and finally locked on several locations. Qin Jiang took over 2 pieces of paper which were neither important nor unimportant to him. It was not important because he knew the approximate location in advance, but it was important because he had to give a reasonable explanation to Wang Feng. You can't just tell Wang Feng about Buckingham's locations without doing anything for no reason. That will only make him suspicious. Sometimes being too mysterious and unknown is not a good thing. It has to be within a reasonable range. To put it bluntly, he led his men into Buckingham and searched for various locations just to act as a pretext for Wang Feng and the people behind him. His goal was just 2 words: revenge. He wanted to make everyone aware of the fate of those who offended the Qin Jiang brothers. Qin Jiang drew 2 more circles on the Buckingham structure diagram, then took a photo with his mobile phone and sent an MMS to Wang Feng. As for drawing the paper outside and putting it away directly, some things cannot be given away all at once, not to mention that it's useless to give it to them. After all, it's not the time to close the net and take over Washington. It's just that cooperation now seems too relaxed, and sometimes being relaxed is not a good thing. Difficulty is king. As for Washington, it must be destroyed, but we have to wait until we get evidence of money laundering. This is why Wang Feng and others are looking for me. Zhu Zhang, brother Jiang, what should we do next? Qin Jiang, prepare for the final exam. What? How is that possible? Qin Jiang captured Buckingham, beat Zhou Shang half to death, and then just walked away without caring about public security? Yi Zhe stood in the room and jumped up and down and oh? Why would he? Why on earth? This moment his voice was filled with fear. Obviously, what Qin Jiang did today has shattered his cognition and made him begin to doubt his life. He even wondered if he could stop Qin Jiang if his target was him. The result is unstoppable. After all, Zhou Shang, who was more powerful than himself, was beaten half to death for opposing Qin Jiang. Buckingham even smashed his back and forced Zhou Hua and Qin Jiang to sign an extremely humiliating demolition agreement. Bang! He sat slumped in his chair for a long time without saying a word. Villa area Uncle Long was also speechless for a long time after receiving the complete news, and there were two old men following him who were also speechless. One side, the young man who loved to shout was completely speechless. There was no way Qin Jiang had been too awesome, too domineering, too decisive today. Not only had he taken down Buckingham and beaten Zhou Shang nearly to death, but most importantly, he had escaped unscathed. A long time, Uncle Long sighed. Every generation has its own talents, and the old ones are replaced by the new ones. I'm getting old. The old men on both sides couldn't help but sigh, their eyes full of fear towards Qin Jiang. Zhou Hua is extraordinary. Uncle Long murmured, a real man can bend and stretch, but how many can truly do so? The fact that he surrendered in such a situation not only proves Qin Jiang's awesomeness, but also proves that Zhou Hua is a scheming man. He did not look down on Hua Shang's actions today but rather admired them very much. If he asked himself, if Qin Jiang had hit them today, they might have been even more unbearable and unable to resist, maybe, can defeat them. Think of this, Uncle Long couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart and gave a serious order, inform everyone, no one should mess with Qin Jiang from now on. If anyone dares to disobey, don't blame me for being rude and personally punishing him. All the old people nodded in agreement. At the same time, other underworld leaders also made the decision, spread the word. Our people must never set foot in the university town again, and we must not provoke the Black Dragon. Whoever provokes the Black Dragon Qin Jiang, I will sink him into the river without Qin Jiang having to do anything. Chapter 189. Wang Feng is speechless. Qin Jiang returns to school. Inside the office, Wang Feng sat on a chair, with his subordinates in front of him reporting the situation. Team leader, according to our preliminary investigation, Buckingham Palace was indeed vandalized, and the estimated losses are in the millions. However, it is unclear why Zhou Hua signed a demolition agreement with Qin Jiang to justify everything. This is the investigation report of this incident. Said, submit a document. Wang Feng looked at the document that recorded Qin Jiang's rapid victory over Buckingham, which even mentioned Buckingham's resistance. He then saw the Black Dragon personnel immediately destroy all the cameras, as well as the completely ridiculous demolition agreement. His mouth twitched. This Qin Jiang, he's still so cautious. He really doesn't want to take any risks. Wait, are there any casualties inside? The subordinate shook his head. There were no casualties. Most of the security guards only had minor injuries. The conflict was not as intense as the outside world reported. It was basically a situation where the Black Dragon was crushing us. The only serious injury is that Zhou Shang has been sent to the hospital. He doesn't have any major injuries, but his face is incredibly swollen and he needs to recuperate for a while. Wang Feng didn't care. As long as ordinary people are safe, it's fine. As for Zhou Shangben, he is one of the ultimate targets this time. Such a person will be brought to justice sooner or later, and his fate is self-evident as long as there is evidence. So, getting hurt or not doesn't matter at all. If such a small matter is investigated, who will cooperate with the public security in the future? I am afraid that if it gets out, the public security in other provinces will laugh at me. Tell the people inside not to expose themselves. Wang Feng ordered, don't put all your eggs in one basket. That's right, they have their people in Buckingham, but individuals are too insignificant, and Zhou Hua is very cautious in his work, so the underground casino does not allow non-core people to access it. Even if they created several opportunities for that person to make meritorious deeds, he could only be promoted to a small foreman. And it was already obvious that we couldn't continue. People inside said that based on the current development, it would take him at least 2 years to get involved in underground casinos, and it is even more unknown how long it would take to fully understand the casinos and obtain evidence of money laundering. Therefore, that's why they set their sights on Qin Jiang, but as the captain of the investigation team, Wang Feng naturally knew that one cannot rely on one person for everything, otherwise if something goes wrong with that person, it will be easy to lose everything and have to bet on many sides. The subordinate continued to report, also, while our men were eating, they spotted several Black Dragon members coming down from several nearby floors. We couldn't find out what they were doing, and as instructed, we didn't do anything about it. Listen to this, Wang Feng frowned slightly. Could it be? If that's the case, this young man is no ordinary person. No wonder he has achieved so much at such a young age. No wonder he can. A long time, he waved his hand and said, go down and continue to keep an eye on Buckingham, but let our people relax a little and see how Buckingham reacts first. Subordinate, understood. Wait for the subordinates to leave for a few minutes. Byte. Wang Feng received a MMS notification tone on his phone. He took it out and saw that it was the internal drawings of Buckingham sent to him by Qin Jiang, along with several highlighted places. Brush. Wang Feng took out a notebook from the drawer, opened it and turned to a page with a drawing on it. It was similar to the one Qin Jiang sent him, except that there were only 2 marked positions on the drawing in the notebook, which completely overlapped in the MMS sent by Qin Jiang. To be clear, the insiders spent a lot of effort to get these 2 positions, but now Qin Jiang found them out easily. And there are also many insiders who have no idea where to go. For example, his gaze fell on a certain circle. On the internal architectural diagram, it was clearly a wall, a dead wall. But the circle meant that the wall itself had a problem. Wang Feng nodded involuntarily. It's true that cooperating with Qin Jiang is the right decision. Relying on insiders might take forever to find out, but Qin Jiang will figure it out in one go, and he won't disturb Zhou Hua inside. We can also prepare for what's next. What we need to do now is to paralyze Huasheng and make him relax. The next step is to find evidence of his money laundering and to find out how many exits the underground casino has. Besides, we need to find out who is at fault so we can strike with lightning speed. After saying that, he sorted out various matters and made documents, then walked out of the office to report to his leader. Boom, the Xinjiang motorcade returned to the Jida Heilong night market under the attention of the public, attracting countless onlookers. Although Qin Jiang did not ride in a $1 million luxury car this time, he was more imposing with the help of hundreds of people who got off the truck, which made people feel frightened at the sight of him. Qin Jiang then returned to the Black Dragon Company under the salute of security, and Wang Tao and others led the personnel to their respective positions. Soon, the Black Dragon restored order and everything seemed as if nothing had happened. But after today's battle, the Black Dragon staff have reached their peak in terms of momentum and cohesion, and they are even more full of admiration when looking at the top floor of the Black Dragon Company. It's their brother Jiang. Not only did he lead them to make money, but he also led them to establish their status, and forcibly brought down the old established force. Washington. It can be said that who isn't wild when young? Today, I'm full of vigor and vitality. Kill through old Huasheng. The Black Dragon is unstoppable, mighty and domineering. Meanwhile, as time passed, news from Buckingham spread to the night market, causing another stir. Goodness me, I knew it would be a big deal if this many people were mobilized, but I didn't expect it to be this big. Huasheng versus Black Dragon. Black Dragon wins. Is Huasheng weak or is Black Dragon too strong? Black Dragon will probably become even more powerful from now on. Even Zhou Hua has surrendered. Who will dare to offend Black Dragon in the future? For a while, they looked at the Black Dragon management staff and became more cautious and obedient, suppressing all the evil thoughts in their minds that nowadays, people who have been setting up stalls for a long time will have some ulterior motives, especially since there are many tricks involved in making food, and the profits can be big or small. Everyone has thought about making more money with inferior ingredients, and some vendors have even planned to bribe the Black Dragon management department staff to secretly get some inferior ingredients. Now, all these thoughts have been driven away. When Wang Tao passed by, they all spoke, "Hey, Mr. Tao, look, these are all fresh ingredients from the transportation department. There's absolutely no inferior stuff. Boss Tao, I'm used to making grilled cold noodles with disposable gloves. Look, it's even faster. Wearing a mask is hygienic. I will wear it every day from now on. I wear it even when I go home now." Wang Tao nodded. The winter vacation is about to start and the customer flow of Heilong night market will shift from students to tourists, so the issue of food ingredients is very important. Word of mouth is also more important. Brother Jiang once said, "What Heilong does is reputation, and we want to make the name of Heilong famous." In the future, no matter what is labeled with the Heilong label, it must give people the feeling that it is good value for money, fair and honest, and will not go wrong. In this way, only then can you go smoothly step by step, previous life, Qin Jiang knew very well how much traffic word of mouth could bring and how much hidden value it could increase. Accompanying message. Chapter 190, Shock continues, tea preparation, letter from Mengyu family guard the yard. Ye Jikai got the news very late. He was just an ordinary principal and his connections all depended on his elder brother. At present, the school has just been upgraded to a university and the new network has not been opened yet, so it is almost difficult to get news outside the university town. Furthermore, he didn't dare to ask openly. What he was afraid of was that Qin Jiang would notice him and take him down before Buckingham. Bang! Ye Jikai hung up the phone and murmured, "It seems I can't redeem myself from the loss of face. I've suffered. Who the hell is he hooking up with, and who's behind this? He's still alright despite making such a big fuss. Thank goodness I let Xiaozi go back home. No way. I'll try to avoid him from now on, so he doesn't do anything to me if he doesn't like me. Damn, why is he getting more and more awesome?" After that, Ye Jikai stopped working for a long time and gave remote commands from home. It's the end of the semester anyway. The most important thing for the school at present is construction, development, and increasing the school's land area. Time passes, the guardhouse is under continuous construction, the Heilong night market is in full swing, and the two major tea brands are in full swing. The top floor of Black Dragon Company, Qin Jiang sat upright on the sofa chair. Ahead, the executive vice president of the student union stood in front of Qin Jiang very stiffly and respectfully, saying, "President, the class placement for today's final exams has been completed, and everything is ready." Said. He was about to hand the document form to Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang waved his hand. "You don't have to show it to me. Just decide for yourself." He didn't bother to deal with the mess in the school. If Wu Yu hadn't asked him to be the president, he wouldn't have bothered to take the position. As soon as he took office, he pushed all the things to the executive vice president. Opposite, the executive vice president took back the documents. At first, he was a little unwilling to accept that Qin Jiang took away the chairmanship. After all, not only did the chairmanship have real power, but it would also be a prominent feature in his resume and file, which might be helpful for his future. However, Qin Jiang's reputation in the school made him dare not say anything, but as time went by, Heilong grew rapidly and in a short period of time became a large company with hundreds of employees. This let him change his mindset and have new ideas. Now, Qin Jiang seemed to read his mind and said, "After New Year's Day, you will be assigned a position in the night market management department at Heilongjiang. You will still handle school affairs and can also assist the security department in training new personnel." As soon as these words were spoken, the vice president's face was filled with ecstasy. He didn't know what to say. That's right. He had long planned to join Black Dragon. Anyone could see that Black Dragon Company had a bright future. Now was a good time to get on board. If you wait any longer because the Black Dragon is overcrowded and the younger students have all reached high positions, it will be too late. Unexpectedly, Qin Jiang took the initiative to speak. He immediately lowered his head. "Brother Jiang, I don't have much to say, just one sentence. From now on, I'll do whatever you say." Qin Jiang is not the kind of person who just makes people work without giving them any benefits. He needs benefits and a big stick to win people's hearts. The stick was shown to everyone when Buckingham was broken, and the next thing to do is to give benefits. Vice President, by the way, Brother Jiang, Director Wang called me and said he would arrange for some teachers to teach you key courses. Obviously, the key points he was referring to were for the upcoming final exam. Highlighting key points is not unfamiliar to college students, and many teachers will highlight key points for students before the final exam, but for someone like Qin Jiang to ask the principal to personally arrange for the teachers to highlight the key points is just outrageous. One-sided. Zhu Zhang and Si Zhou couldn't help but look strange. Hearing this, Qin Jiang directly refused. "Tell him not to." Qin Jiang was not pretending to be upright. These things would not be a big deal even if they happened 10 years later. The school set the questions for the final exam and had the right to guarantee that students would pass, but Qin Jiang doesn't need it. Having lived two lives not only gives him advanced information, but also improves his memory. In addition, Qin Jiang had good learning ability in his previous life, but he just didn't focus on studying, and he still got into college. Zhu Zhang, needless to say, he has a very useful brain, is always good at studying, and has a very high concentration level. The three of them were able to go to college based on their own abilities, and even in his previous life, Qin Jiang had never failed in exam. 10 minutes later, the vice president left happily, but his reply made Director Wang very upset. He paced back and forth in the office, Although he didn't fail the first 2 exams, he has been busy with the company this semester and has no time to review. If he fails, I won't be able to complete the principal's instructions. What should I do? What should I do? Why is it so difficult for me? Top floor is Zhu Zhang, brother Jiang. This is the current progress of the 2 major tea brands. The decoration is basically the same. It has been decided to open collectively on New Year's Day. The operations department is running at full capacity. Advertising is being displayed on taxi drivers and buses across the city. Online forums are going all out in discussions, many posts are trending, and the level of discussion is very high. Even the TV station will be running ads tomorrow, offline. After listening to the report, Qin Jiang looked satisfied. The explosive popularity of tea beverage brands is an inevitable trend, but we didn't engage in similar industries in our previous life, so it is already very good to have the current momentum. In 2010, such promotion was rare in second-tier cities, at least not for tea beverage brands these days. Many university campuses are discussing 2 major tea brands, and Liuzi Yuang is even more well-known. Buckingham inside the office, Zhou Hua sat in the boss chair and signed documents, and a human-shaped pufferfish sat on the sofa opposite him. It was Zhou Sheng who was sent back from the hospital. His head was wrapped in white cloth like a dumpling and only his eyes could be seen. His eyes were full of hatred and anger. Snap. After signing, Zhou Hua put down his pen and looked at Zhou Sheng, saying, I know you're unwilling to accept this, but you have to admit defeat. After all, it was you who provoked the people who caused Washington to this point. Don't you think that's stupid? How many times have I told you that the Jianghu isn't about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships and worldly wisdom. Qin Jiang has an extraordinary background, and now is a critical moment. You must not provoke him. Crack. Crack. Zhou Sheng gritted his teeth for a long time before squeezing out a word, okay. Zhou Hua didn't care. From today on, you will not leave Buckingham and will be responsible for the decoration. Remember, don't delay project payments in the future. Last time you delayed payment, they came to your house to collect it. How shameful. What? Zhou Sheng stood up with his eyes wide open. That old guy came to ask for it? He dared to bully me, he dared to. Zhou Hua, shut up. You owe them money and you don't let them pay? Don't think about all the money. It's not easy for them to work hard to earn money. Have you forgotten the past? A few minutes later, Zhou Sheng walked out of the office, wrapped in white gauze, his eyes flashing with resentment. Qin Jiang can't be touched. How dare you, a small contractor, challenge me? The other side, Meng Yu was chatting and bragging with Wang Tao and others when he was startled to receive a text message from the family's old butler. The content is very brief. Frowny face. Master, something's happened to the family. Return quickly. Chapter 191. Meng Yu leaves, Xianglu talks, and the car comes back. Master, there's something going on with the family. Return quickly. Meng Yu looked at the message with a puzzled look on his face. He had to know that he was not valued in the family. Even if something happens to the foreign family, he will not be allowed to participate. Not to mention the decision-making power, even the right to participate is deprived. What's more, he is in the country now, and his family is in the process of power transition. Even if something happens, shouldn't he keep it secret from me? Shouldn't I just give him something after everything is settled? Why would the old butler send me a message personally? Meng Yu muttered to himself. And what does it mean to be called the eldest young master? The old butler rarely pays attention to me at home. Even if he does, he only calls me the 9th young master. The title of eldest young master is reserved for the eldest son and grandson, representing the legitimate right of succession. Did the butler send it to the wrong person in a hurry, or did he make a typo? Meng Yu replied, I'm in China and it's not convenient. Please let me know if you have anything. His replies were measured, so he could save face even if the butler sent it to the wrong person or made a typo. He also had no intention of getting involved in the fight for family interests. He had known since childhood that he had no right to compete for the title of heir and that wishing on his part would only bring disaster. Besides, even if there is a change of power, it is the father's business, and his father is a fool, so it is impossible. Butler Ran quickly replied, Master Meng Yu, you must return immediately. This is the old man's order. See this? Meng Yu's eyes widened in confusion, but since it was the old man's order, he didn't dare to resist. After saying goodbye to Qin Jiang, he booked a plane ticket to fly to the Meng family abroad. He had no idea that a power struggle and huge benefits were about to fall upon him. The top floor of Black Dragon Company. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Qin Jiang watched Meng Yu leave with a calm expression. He knew that the Meng family's affairs had been exposed, and the old man had carried out drastic reforms on the Meng family, eliminating all non-biological descendants. Of course, this kind of radical reform would also bring many sequelae and cause great losses to the Meng family. After all, many of the second and third generations of the Meng family have already come to power. With Mr. Meng's skills, it is easy to eliminate a few of them, but eliminating all of them is not a simple task. Meng family, it is obvious that the turmoil will last for a long time, but no matter what, Meng Yu will become the only legal heir of the Meng family, and his identity will change. So, Qin Jiang murmured, my investment will pay off, and with the size of the Meng family, I can certainly use some of it in the future. That's right, just one or two. The Meng family has a long history and profound heritage, with a scale of hundreds of billions and a large amount of investment mainly in industrial industries, but that is only for the present. The development in the next decade or so will depend on the domestic market. Hundreds of billions. It really is nothing, not to mention, the market value of catering and milk tea brands alone is over 10 billion, not to mention those technology and internet companies. The market capitalization is in the hundreds of billions or even trillions. The most important thing is that the Meng family's main business is abroad, and they don't have much business in China. Even if they want to borrow too much profit, it is out of reach. Shake your head. Qin Jiang did not continue thinking but lowered his head to read the book, or to be more precise, the study materials. Even if his memory had improved in this life, it did not mean that he could take the exam without reading. Same, not only Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, Sijou, and Heilong, many other people are reading books. As the saying goes, sharpen your sword before the battle. Even if it's not fast, it will be bright. Maybe reading some books can improve your scores. The reason they worked so hard was that Qin Jiang ordered that every black dragon who passed the exam would be rewarded with 1,000 yuan, and it would be counted as merit. Card pool. A brand new car stopped in front of the Heilong night market, and Chang Lu got out of the car with an excited look on his face. Opposite, Cheng Yu opened his mouth wide when he saw this. Brother, you've upgraded your weapon. No. You wouldn't tamper with the Black Dragon building, would you? You wouldn't cut corners. Chang Lu, shut up. In your heart, your brother is just like that. Don't worry, there will be absolutely no problem with me contracting the Black Dragon construction project. I will personally check the materials and construction. Yesterday, someone from Heilongjiang came to inspect my work and said I was one of the best contractors. They paid me the money that same day. Cheng Yu, then your car, Cheng Lu, I bought it with a loan. Since I took over the contract with Black Dragon Construction, many companies have come to me for contracts. My company is also expanding and we need to look good. The cars look brand new, but they're actually shabby, a northeastern term for a bad car. We do this for the sake of appearance, so we appear capable and can get more work. Listen to this. Cheng Yu nodded confusedly. Cheng Lu, where's Qin Chang? Cheng Yu, brother, you are not. Cheng Lu, what are you thinking about in your little head? I'm not that old anymore, and besides, I have someone I like. I'm telling you that she's very good and you should get along well with her in the future. I don't care what kind of relationship you have. Just treat her more often and don't let her pay for everything. Said. He took out 10,000 yuan from his bag and handed it to Cheng Yu. Spend it first, and come back to me if it's not enough. Girls should dress up more and buy more cosmetics. Cheng Yu, too much, I can't spend it all. Cheng Lu, no need to return it. Cheng Yu, can you give me a little more? Cheng Lu, downstairs. Zhang Qi cleaned the Mercedes-Benz C in the biting cold wind. After handling the accident, the car was sent to the 4S shop and he picked it up today. Although the Mercedes-Benz C is as new as ever, but Zhang Qi still felt distressed. He saw with his own eyes that the rear end of this $1 million luxury car was badly hit. Not only did the value of the Mercedes-Benz C drop a lot, he also didn't want the car his eldest brother was riding in to be in a car accident. He discussed with Zhu Zhang whether he should replace Zhang Ji's car. Zhu Zhang also had this idea but not immediately. Most of Heilong's funds were invested in the two major tea brands, and there might be problems with the capital chain if he wanted to buy a luxury car. Ultimately, everything will have to wait until the two major tea brands enter a stable period and the Heilong night market absorbs the tourist flow. Qin Jiang also agrees with this. It is necessary to show off appropriately. There is no need to change the car if it is not an urgent need. 10 minutes later, Zhang finished wiping and waxing the car, and then the phone in his pocket rang. He answered it immediately, smashed it. Mom, are you going home for New Year's Day? No, I'm a bit busy at work. You said you were looking for an internship, but what kind of internship was it, and what did you do? It's just a normal unit. Zhang Qi didn't say much about his time in Heilongjiang, not because he felt he couldn't say it, but because he planned to make a name for himself first. Children from Northeast China often have the mentality of speaking about it after they have achieved success. He changed the subject and said, "By the way, Mom, how's Dad? Is he still unhappy?" "Very good, I came back in the evening to drink some wine and sing some songs, and the project payment has been returned. I heard they got a new project these days, and they're bringing all your uncles from your hometown over to work on it. Life is really getting better and better for our Zhang family. Your dad told you yesterday not to continue your internship and come back to work with us. You can earn tens of thousands of dollars on a single project. I'm not going back." Chapter 192, Hot Pot City Bragging Guy, Xinjiang is nothing. December 28th. The final exams for vocational colleges have begun. Examination room 333. More than 20 candidates sat there with solemn and nervous expressions. Not only were they nervous about the upcoming exam, they also couldn't help but look towards the first row, where a figure stood straight. It's Qin Zhang. Qin Zhang's position in office is not just about being called a big brother, but someone who is looked up to by everyone. Even more nervous than the students taking the exam were the two invigilators. They exchanged glances. What's going on? Why am I so unlucky to have to deal with this? Of all the exam halls out there, I just had to run into him. I've been a teacher diligently for all these years and haven't done anything bad. Why is God making things so difficult for me? You said he copied it, so we should not care. It's not okay to ignore it, and it's even more annoying if you intervene. For a while, the two invigilators were extremely conflicted, and they obviously thought that a student like Qin Zhang would most likely fail the exam. Even if you pass the first two exams, you can still talk about it. Who knows how much water is in it? At that time, Qin Zhang was not particularly impressive, and he just had a certain status in the school. However, this semester, Qin Zhang's status changed dramatically, from a campus gangster to the CEO of a social company. With a net worth of over 100 million, the night market valuation had already exceeded 100 million. He was on close terms with the principal, and it was said that he would drown people in the river at any time. Lawless and arrogant to the extreme. They were afraid that Qin Zhang would blatantly cheat during the exam. In spite of, it violates campus regulations and also violates teacher ethics. Let's not talk about whether the principal will allow it. Let's just say whether Qin Zhang will drown him twice in anger. Finally, the exam began with the two invigilators feeling extremely nervous, but Qin Zhang did not cheat from beginning to end. It's not that he is very good at studying, but it's no problem for him to pass. Besides, if he is just a few points short, I'm sure the teacher will give him some points for friendship and social skills. 2 days later, the final exam was over and Qin Zhang walked out of the examination room. Xu Zhang, Sijio, and others were already waiting outside. Qin Zhang got in the car. Boom. The convoy drove out of Vocational University. Xu Zhang, Brother Zhang, what are you planning to eat? Qin Zhang, hot pot. Zhang Qi in front said, Brother Zhang, there's a new hot pot restaurant that's quite large near the university town. It's well received. People say you'll never forget the hot pot you've had there once. Xu Zhang, then let's go there. Zhang Qi, okay. Hot Pot City. The city actually has only 2 floors, but it covers a large area and has reception desks on both sides of the entrance. Qin Zhang's convoy stopped in front of the Hot Pot City. Zhang Qi got out of the car and opened the door. Qin Zhang slowly walked out from inside, and then took Xu Zhang, Sijio, Zhang Qi and other Black Dragon personnel to the Hot Pot City. It was extremely noisy and lively. The first floor was full of people, most of whom were students. Now that the holidays were about to begin, many students would choose to gather before the holidays. When Qin Zhang and the others first entered, they did not cause a sensation. Many people were eating and chatting and did not pay attention. The greeter at the door said, Gentlemen, there are no empty tables downstairs. We can go to the second floor. Afterwards, he led Qin Zhang and the others upstairs and finally arranged them in a seat near a window on the second floor. There was a private room inside. The so-called private room was actually just a half-person high enclosure. As long as you stood up, you could see what was going on inside. Qin Jiang and others sat down and ordered their dishes. Immediately then I heard a burst of voices coming from the box. I'm not bragging, I climbed Mount Everest a few days ago. I hired Sherpas to lead a professional team to the summit. The equipment alone cost over $1 million, and the rest of the expenses were much more. You know Mount Everest, the highest peak in the world. The view up there is amazing. I'll take you there when I have time. What's with that look? You don't believe it, I'm not going to brag. I opened 300 bathhouses in my hometown when I was 16, and I became rich right away. Guess how much I earn? 8 or 900 million. The noise inside was quite loud in Xinjiang and the others heard it clearly, and they all burst into laughter. Apparently someone inside was bragging. In northeast China, it is generally assumed that if you say, I'm not bragging to you, then the rest of the sentence is bragging. Even people at the table further away could hear it and grinned. What? Everyone in the county goes to his bathhouse to take a bath. He makes 700 to 800 million a year. Zimbabwe? Mount Everest? I didn't hire a professional team or Sherpas 3 years ago. I didn't spend a penny on my own and I didn't go. Ha ha, brother, you are honest. Come and drink. In the box, the slightly fat man was sitting there talking non-stop, while the other people had different expressions. The slightly fat man saw that no one believed his bragging, especially the pretty girl opposite him who showed an impatient look, which made him extremely angry. He treated everyone to this meal just to pursue the girl opposite him, who was his goddess, the fifth of the top 10 campus beauties in North District, Wang Yuning. He couldn't help but say, you guys have seen Hot Pot City, it's my family's property, and I'm the legal representative. You know the legal representative, right? It's only when I'm in school that third uncle manages it. These are just a drop in the bucket of my family's property. Listen to this, only a few people reacted. And no matter how much they brag about it, the Hot Pot restaurant is right here, with a daily turnover of tens of thousands and a considerable profit. If it is really his family business, the slightly chubby boy can barely be considered the second generation. Moreover, from what the slightly chubby boy said, it seems that his family has more than just this business, they also have other businesses. Now, even Wang Yuning changed her mind when she looked at the slightly plump man. There were many boys chasing him, but there were not many rich second generations. She would be happy to see more rich second generations bootlickers. She would investigate later to see if he was really a hidden bachelor. She couldn't help but smile at the slightly plump man, holding her chin and looking at him with a hint of admiration in her eyes. This glance almost made the slightly fat man lose his soul, his heart pounding, his heart speeding up and his bragging rhythm even faster. What about growing watermelons in greenhouses in the county town in winter? Why open hundreds of coffee shops in the county? What's happening in the county? It confused several people. Finally, someone couldn't help but sneer, no, you're so awesome, why do you come to the North District to attend a crappy junior college? Slightly overweight man, I came here to exercise. You are the most awesome person in the university town. You are awesome, but can you be as awesome as Qin Jiang? The slightly plump man was stunned and swallowed his saliva subconsciously. He naturally knew who Qin Jiang was and he couldn't afford to offend him, but seeing Wang Yuning's adoring gaze in return, he couldn't help but slam his hand on the table. It's not that I'm bragging about Qin Jiang to you guys, it's just that I've been too low-key these past few years and haven't bothered to show off. Otherwise, Qin Jiang, that little black dragon of his, wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my shoes. I'd crush him to death with ease. He silently thought, I'm graduating soon, and I'll be going out for an internship in the second half of the year. I won't be staying in Songjiang then. If I act cool today, maybe I'll win the girl. Besides, bragging isn't illegal. Just as he was about to accept Wang Yuning's admiring gaze, he suddenly heard a slamming of the table outside. Bang! Fuck! I want to see which little bastard is so arrogant that he dares to offend Brother Jiang. Chapter 193 Endless Fear. Drawing a clear line. Bang! The loud slapping sound on the table attracted the attention of many guests on the second floor, and they all looked towards where Qin Jiang was. Then a fierce-looking man, Jia Shanhe, slammed the table and looked towards the box with anger. Same, the sound of slamming the table also stunned the slightly fat man who was bragging in the box and the others. After all, the distance was too close and the sound was a bit deafening. They all stood up subconsciously and looked towards the source of the sound. They saw 7 people sitting outside the box closest to the table, and one of them slammed the table and stood up. The 7 people sitting upright looked very imposing, especially the young man with a stern face sitting in the center, who gave people a very imposing look. On his left was a young man with pigtails, and on his right was a burly man who was a head taller than the others. Together with the other younger brothers such as Zhang Qi and Zhao Shanhe, who stood up and slammed the table, they looked even more different. Take a look. It's not something to be trifled with. A few people stood up and saw Qin Jiang and others. Although they did not recognize them, they subconsciously did not dare to speak. Wang Yuning's expression changed slightly. She recognized Qin Jiang's identity at a glance. She was selected as one of the top 10 school beauties at the Black Dragon Night Market and received a prize of tens of thousands of yuan. It can be said that she was able to maintain her high and cool status as the school belle this semester thanks to the support of tens of thousands of school belle bonuses. The slightly fat man's expression also changed slightly. It was not that he recognized Qin Jiang's identity, but he was also frightened by the aura of several people. It was obvious that they were not good people. Maybe he is some big gangster. No, the slightly plump man muttered, didn't they say that all the hooligans in the university town were expelled? Why is there someone nearby? He obviously isn't a good person. And what did he just say? Did he think I was too loud and boastful? Did he want me to shut up? Obviously, he didn't hear clearly what Zhao Shanhe said just now, and thought that he was bragging too loudly and disturbed the other party. According to his previous style of doing things, he would have just surrendered and sat down, but today, he had just finished bragging. If you let yourself be frightened by just one sentence from the other party, wouldn't you be publicly slapped in the face? And most importantly, let Wang Yuning look down on you. Brush. He looked at Wang Yuning, and seeing that her expression was not right, he gritted his teeth and said to Zhao Shanhe, "What are you shouting about? Do you have any manners? Do you know not to make loud noises in public? Believe it or not, I'll have you kicked out. Just eat your food properly. Don't try to be a gangster. I'm telling you, gangsterism won't work in a university town. You don't look that old, so sit down and eat. If you start causing trouble, I can just call someone and have you arrested." He tried to take over the show and see if he could subdue the other party. If he couldn't, he planned to let the hot pot restaurant handle it. He was bragging a lot today, but there was one thing he wasn't bragging about. He really is the legal representative of Hot Pot City. Haha, Zhao Shanhe was so angry that he laughed. Okay, kid, you are very brave. You dare to mock Brother Jiang in front of him. You are the first one in the university town. Come out, come out. He waved his hand with a cold face to signal the slightly fat man to come out. The whole audience was in an uproar when these words were spoken. He was not shocked by Zhao Shanhe asking people to come out, but was shocked by the meaning of Zhao Shanhe's words, mocking Brother Jiang in front of him. Who was Brother Jiang? Why does he look so familiar, etc. Brother Jiang, the young man with pigtails, and the bald strong man, could it be? In an instant, the eyes of many guests looking at Qin Jiang changed. How could they not recognize that the person sitting in front of them and eating hot pot was none other than the big boss of the North District, Qin Jiang? Several young men in the box also guessed Qin Jiang's identity. Their faces changed drastically and their bodies trembled a little. Only the slightly plump young man didn't react. He was completely focused on Wang Yuning's reaction, and he didn't even hear clearly what Zhao Shanhe said, but he naturally saw Zhao Shanhe's gesture to let him go out. I couldn't help but say, "Why are you going out? If there's anything, just solve it here. Don't think you're awesome just because you have more people. The whole Hot Pot City belongs to me, so what can you do if I just go out?" He raised his neck and shouted, thinking that there were dozens of service staff in the hot pot restaurant, so even if these people in front of him made trouble, they would be able to control it and nothing would happen. But his words brought silence to the room. For a while, the guests looked at the slightly plump man in disbelief. No, is this boy so brave? He was shouting in front of Qin Jiang. He was saying that Hot Pot City was his? Regardless of whether it was true or not, even if it was his, how could a mere Hot Pot City dare to act so arrogantly in front of Qin Jiang? I couldn't help but exclaim, are all young people so brave nowadays? Is he tired of living, or is he crazy? That's Qin Jiang. Even the mighty Buckingham brought people to smash up the Black Dragon boss, and he remained unscathed. Isn't he afraid that his hot pot restaurant will also be smashed up? Damn. I need to stay away, or I'll get covered in blood. I just bought a meter's Banhui. Many people left their seats and dodged to the back, fearing that they would be splashed with blood and become innocent victims. It's like this even when watching the fun from outside. Several young men in the box turned even paler, feeling as if a disaster was about to happen, their bodies trembling. One of them ran out of the box and frantically nodded and bowed to Qin Jiang, explaining, "Brother Jiang, it has nothing to do with me. I don't know him, really, he's such an idiot. I swear from now on I won't even look at him, even if I think about having dinner with him." Seriously, Brother Jiang, I was wrong. Even his tone was a little tearful. A slightly overweight man, Sigma, surprised face, "What's going on? Why did you run out to apologize to Cuckoo? Why are you so eager to cut off ties with me? I used to think you were a brother with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, but you were so cowardly." Before he could continue thinking, several other young men also rushed out of the box, trembling with fear for Qin Jiang. "I didn't know him at all. He insisted on bringing me here for dinner, and I only ate a few bites. His crime doesn't deserve the death penalty. It's fine if he's just bragging, but he actually dared to involve Brother Jiang. It's his own fault and it has nothing to do with me. With his appearance, he is not worthy of being called Brother Jiang. I wanted to join him a long time ago." They were frantically drawing a line between themselves and the other, fearing that Qin Jiang would think they were in the same group as the slightly plump man. What awaits them is an unimaginable disaster, and they may even have to spend the new year at the bottom of the river. Wang Yuning also walked out of the private room and stood in front of Qin Jiang, showing what she thought was a very sweet smile. "Hello, President Qin, I am Wang Yuning from school. Fate really does exist in this world. Not long ago, you gave me the Top 10 Campus Beauties Award, and now we're meeting here again. I don't even know him, but he insisted on treating me to a meal. I was wondering what excuse to make to leave. What I hate most in my life is bragging." She rubbed her belly and looked cute. "Come to think of it, I didn't even eat a few bites just listening to him bragging. I'm so hungry. What did you guys order?" "Let me see," said, pretending to be very natural and carefree. She sat next to Qin Jiang. Chapter 194. The Fat Man Who Frightened and Cried. Qin Jiang, there's something in the hot pot now. Wang Yuning understood very clearly that it didn't matter whether the slightly fat man was bragging or not. Even if he wasn't bragging, he was just an ordinary second-generation rich man. It was not known how much property he would inherit in the future. Qin Jiang is different. He is a first-generation rich man. At a young age, he is in charge of a large company with thousands of employees. He earns over 100 million yuan a year. He is also a big boss in the North District and has a very high social status, not to mention the appearance. Qin Jiang's appearance, well, he has a unique charm. Qin Jiang is much better than the slightly fat man in every aspect, so there is no need to choose Qin Jiang as he is more suitable for her. She was planning to pursue Qin Jiang in her heart. Since God arranged for me to meet him today, it proves that we are destined to be together. How can I not seize it? Why be afraid of pursuing someone? With my appearance, the chances of success are very high. It will definitely work. By then, she'll be the eldest sister-in-law, respected by thousands of people, and perhaps she can control thousands more people by controlling Qin Jiang. While having a sweet dream, bang, it was Zhu Zheng who blocked her path with a fan. He looked at Wang Yuning and said disdainfully, "You can leave now. Hurry up and leave. The stairs are right in front of you." Wang Yuning, "No, why are you stopping me? I'm your future sister-in-law." She really wanted to push away Zhu Zheng's folding fan and sit down directly, but she felt a little scared when she saw Zhu Zheng's cold eyes. She knew that Zhu Zheng held a high position in Qin Jiang's heart, and that quarreling with him would only backfire. Think of this. Wang Yuning suddenly smiled and looked at Zhu Zhang. "Okay, Mr. Zhu, I'm planning to leave to learn dancing. See you another day when I have time. Bye." She waved at Qin Jiang, showing what she thought was a dashing figure, and turned toward the stairs. Inwardly, she kept muttering, "Zhu Zhang, I'll remember you. When I take over, you'll be in trouble. I'll teach you a lesson about listening to rumors." See this? Everyone on the second floor looked at Qin Jiang with envy. It was true that having ability and status made one awesome. Even the school beauties took the initiative to seduce him. Just now, everyone could see that Wang Yuning had intentions towards Qin Jiang, but not jealous either. There is no way the gap between the two sides is too big. In the box, the only remaining slightly plump man also saw Wang Yuning's flattering attitude towards Qin Jiang, which made him very uncomfortable. He tried his best to show his courtesy, but the other party had no good attitude. The man sat there and Wang Yuning took the initiative to show his courtesy without saying a word. It would be strange if it wasn't uncomfortable. This thought only appeared for a moment and then disappeared. because he heard Wang Yuyan calling the young man Mr. Qin, as well as the attitude of the people who rushed out of the box just now, and the way those people outside looked at him. He felt uneasy in his heart. Could it be? He scanned Zhu Zhang and Si Zhou, and his heart skipped a beat when he saw their iconic features such as pigtails, bald heads, tall statures, and black suits. Even though he was stupid, he knew that the young man sitting in the middle with a stern face was Qin Jiang, the boss of the North District, and he had just treated him as the other party who kept slandering and bragging. An impure old man drinks heading Hong. Is he looking for death? Damn it. How could I be so unlucky that I could even brag right in front of the person who actually did it? Zhao Shanha pointed at the slightly overweight man with a panicked and fearful face and said, I told you to come out, didn't you hear me? Slightly overweight man, oh winky face, I won't go out, I'm wrong. He immediately admitted his mistake. He was in a pretentious state. He had heard the nonsense before. Offended Qin Jiang, drowned in the river that night. Qin Jiang, sink into the river. He doesn't want to be drowned in the river. Zhao Shanha, you're not coming out, right? I'll go in. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed into the box. Seeing this, the slightly fat man was so frightened that he quickly blocked the passage with a table and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Don't come over here, I was wrong. I was just joking. I didn't mean to be disrespectful to Brother Jiang. Really, save me, please come and save me. The slightly overweight man looked outside at his brothers for help and asked a soul-searching question. Wang Bing, I treat you as my brother. We went for a massage together yesterday. Wang Bing lowered his head. I'm sorry. Brotherhood is thicker than blood. I will pretend to be deaf when my brother is in trouble. The slightly chubby man looked at his other brother and said, Lao Sun, the two of us living in the same dormitory are like a family. Old Sun closed his eyes and did not answer. My brother and I are one family. When my brother gets beaten, I pretend to be blind. The slightly fat man looked at the third person. You follow me around every day to eat, and you just watch. The third person bowed his head. I won't help my brother when he's in trouble, but I will definitely take advantage of his glory. The fourth person is hiding at the back. I am a very loyal person. You can hit my brothers, but you can't hit me. Fifth person, well, just ran away. Being brothers is in the heart. If one of them disappears beforehand, sixth person, before he could even open his mouth, he said directly, Who do you think you are? You dare to shout at Brother Jiang? I can't stand it when you say bad things about Brother Jiang in the dormitory. Today, I can't stand it even more. Don't think I don't know your little tricks. Hikaka said all kinds of bad things about him. He relies on 5 things to make a living: betrayal, selling out his brothers, being a traitor, framing others, and taking care of his sister-in-law. 6 people, 6 similar attitudes are being played out. Brothers are loyal to each other, and everyone watches the show when one person gets beaten. Seeing this, the slightly fat man was very desperate. He looked at Zhao Shanha, who was approaching step by step, and stared at the table. Please spare me, I know I was wrong. I apologize to Brother Jiang. I'll treat you all to a meal, okay? Zhao Shanha, weren't you very arrogant just now? How dare you say that Brother Jiang is nothing? Fat man, consider me your father, can you please? 2 waiters came with a cart to serve the dishes and were also shocked when they saw this scene. Because there were too many people today, many waiters were busy on the first floor and only came up from the second floor occasionally. They thought they heard the noise and thought it was just drinking and bragging, but they didn't expect that a fight would really break out. The slightly overweight man looked at the waiter as if he had seen a life-saving straw and shouted frantically, I am the legal person here, go call my third uncle, your boss, and ask him to save me. Hurry up, human lives are at stake. Tut. The slightly plump man burst into tears in front of everyone, tears streaming down his face like crazy. Swish. Swish, 2 waiters rushed downstairs quickly. This, Qin Jiang and others looked calm and didn't care at all. They knew that Zhao Shanha was just trying to scare the other party. If he really hit someone based on a few words, he would be held legally responsible. Zhang Qi pushed the cart halfway through the waiter's push and put all kinds of meat on the table. Sijo Kuka poured the hot pot, quickly picked up a large piece of meat with chopsticks and put it into his mouth, nodding his head. Brother Jiang, please eat quickly, it tastes really good. Qin Jiang nodded calmly and picked up the meat to eat. Zhu Zhang and others on both sides also made sounds of satisfaction and praise after taking the first bite. TSK, spicy, strong, and refreshing. No wonder it's so popular, it tastes good, awesome. Really awesome. Authentic hot pot flavor. Only Qin Jiang chewed some meat and his expression gradually turned silent and cold. There's something in the hot pot. Chapter 195. Let Lu Yong come, the boss's ambition. Bang. Qin Jiang put down his chopsticks, his face gloomy. Zhu Zhang was the first to notice something was wrong and looked at Qin Jiang and asked, "Brother Jiang, what's wrong?" Sijou picked up a large piece of meat with his chopsticks and was about to show off when Qin Jiang stopped him. "Stop eating, brush." Zhang Qi and others also put down their chopsticks and looked at Qin Jiang. "Qin Jiang, there's something inside." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu Zhang and others were stunned for a moment, then they all reacted and looked at the hot pot in front of them with disbelief. "Put something in it." It's not an unfamiliar word in Northeast China. It was very popular in the early 2000s and became a kind of synonym. If something tasted particularly good, people would speculate what was inside it. Then, malatang, noodles, these are all severely affected areas. It disappeared only after the subsequent severe crackdown on public security. It has been a long time since then and no one dared to continue doing this. Nowadays, people rarely make any associations with it, and at most think that the boss's secret recipe of seasoning is awesome. Damn! Xu Zhang cursed, "Is this boss crazy? This is near the university town, how dare he do this? Whoever gave him the courage wouldn't be afraid of causing problems for the students. Even adding some gutter oil would be worse than this." Zhang Qi and others were also very angry. Qin Jiang was equally angry. Although he was a big shot in society in his previous life, he also had his own bottom line and knew what he absolutely could not do in China. Some things are minefields and no one can touch them. Besides, Qin Jiang's conscience would not allow him to do such a thing. In his previous life, Sijou died at the hands of those people. Qin Jiang joined forces with the public security to wipe out several important layers. It was because of this achievement that Qin Jiang's reputation was not so bad. Boom. Boom. Qin Jiang tapped his fingers on the table and looked at Zhu Zhang. "Call Lao Lu and ask him to bring someone over." Zhu Zhang understood. He called the security officer Lu. The hot pot city was very close to the university town and was also in his area. Besides, this matter was also a big achievement, because everyone's attention was focused on Zhao Shanha and the slightly plump man, and the slightly plump man was screaming. The other people on the second floor did not notice the conversation between Qin Jiang and others. At the stairs, Wang Yuning stood there secretly watching the situation on the second floor. She had finally gotten so close to Qin Jiang and had finally had the opportunity to get promoted. How could she be willing to leave, especially when she saw the slightly fat man trembling with fear and avoiding the man, and then looked at the domineering Qin Jiang? She couldn't help but feel amorous. Who wouldn't like a man like this, even if it's acceptable if someone likes to hit people or has some minor quirks? But what should I do? Wang Yuning pondered. You have to be a good person to pursue a man. It's impossible to win him over with just beauty. I can't act aloof, or I'll just ignore him. After all, he has no shortage of women. If I rush it, I'll look cheap. I need to find an opportunity to get in touch with him first. I need the opportunity to spend time with him before I can develop feelings for him. The opportunity to spend time with him, the opportunity to spend time with him. She kept repeating these 4 words. Sudden, she remembered a forum post she had seen, titled, "How to Hook Up with a Domineering CEO." She clicked on it without hesitation, but she hadn't used it in over a year and had almost forgotten about it. Now, she suddenly remembered one of the methods to create a chance for a relationship: work for the other person, not just a normal job, as that would seem too ulterior motive. There has to be a method, like accidentally damaging the other person's car and being unable to compensate, so the only option is to work to compensate. Is she pretending to be aloof to create a contrasting attraction? Car. Wang Yuning immediately went to the windowsill and looked outside. A smile appeared on her face when she saw Qin Jiang's luxurious Mercedes-Benz C. Downstairs, the boss is calling out from the kitchen. "Hurry up, get busy. Why are you taking so long to prepare the ingredients? Cut. Cut quickly. Those tables are full of students. Just use the synthetic meat." What the hell do they know, chef? Hurry up and mix the hot pot ingredients. This is all yours, so make sure it's strong enough, okay? There were bursts of busy sounds coming from the kitchen. "Boss, we are almost there. These students are really good at eating. I'm so tired that I'm seeing stars. I only make 1,500 yuan a month. Why am I so exhausted?" Corner location, the head chef said without even turning his head. "Don't worry, the ingredients are strong enough to make them all confused." As he spoke, he took out a secret small bag from his arms and quickly poured the ingredients in the bag into the hot pot. Ingredients. Listen to this. The boss showed a look of satisfaction on his face. The hot pot city is all his hard work, and it is also his only chance to live a good life. At first, he also planned to use good ingredients, but the taste of good ingredients is basically the same, which resulted in no business at all during the trial operation period of the hot pot city. He was so worried that he couldn't sleep for nights, until he heard about the special secret recipe from his friend. He didn't dare to try it at first, after all, it was illegal. But he had no other choice but to muster up the courage to try it. Just for a moment, the hot pot city's business is on the rise, the flow of people is increasing rapidly, it can be said that all the customers are repeat customers, and the turnover is increasing. Seeing the real money in his hands, the boss is getting bolder and bolder. At first, he only dared to put in a few, but later the boss was blinded by money and even spent a lot of money to let the chef prepare an exclusive secret recipe. Now, listening to the bustling noise outside, the boss couldn't help but mutter, based on the current popularity, maybe I can open a chain store next year. Then I can join a franchise, open a chain, or even create my own brand and patent the secret recipe. Tisk, think about it, life will be beautiful. He kept fantasizing about a better life in the future. The waiter's anxious voice came from behind. Boss, something terrible has happened. There's a commotion on the second floor. A waiter quickly rushed to the kitchen. See this? The boss's face immediately darkened and he scolded the waiter. I've told you so many times, you're not allowed to step into the kitchen. Who let you in? Get out. $200 will be deducted from your salary this month. If you get hurt again, you'll be kicked out. Whoa, the main reason the waitress was crying after being scolded was because she felt bad about her salary, $200. It was enough for her to work 4 days. Why are you crying? Get out of here right now and tell me, what's wrong? The boss didn't care about the waiter's psychology at all. Anyway, it's hard to find a three-legged frog these days, and there are many people who want to work. Now is not an era of shortage of service personnel. The waitress stopped crying and said to the boss with a sob, there seems to be a fight on the second floor, and someone told you to go over there immediately, saying you are his third uncle and that human lives are at stake. Someone blocked him in the box, and he seemed to be saying that he was a legal representative. She was a little confused. The boss looked gloomy. Corporation, call him third uncle. He knew who it was? The son of a classmate from the same village came to seek refuge with him, and he just put the ingredients in the hot pot and tricked the other party into becoming the legal person, giving him 2,000 yuan a month. To prevent accidents and stay safe. After all, money is valuable, but reputation is more valuable. If you go to jail, your classmates don't matter. Chapter 196. The boss was frightened. Xinjiang, did I allow you to leave? Damn it! The boss started cursing. I asked him to be the legal representative, but he's so arrogant. He takes my money every month for nothing, treats me for dinner for no reason, and even causes trouble. Who gave him the courage? As he spoke, he walked out. He couldn't just ignore it. The most important thing was that someone causing trouble would affect business. He shouted to several male waiters, come with me and take a look. Just went upstairs, then I heard a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Don't come over here. Don't come over here, I'm my mother's only son. I don't want to die or be drowned in the river. Tread. When the boss came to the second floor, all he saw was a large group of customers hiding in the corner watching the fun. The boss frowned in confusion. We're just here to watch the fun. Do you have to hide so far away? What, afraid of being affected by the disaster? Immediately, the boss looked towards the private room and saw a slightly overweight man hiding in the room, holding onto the table tightly to prevent Zhao Shanhe from approaching. He was extremely frightened, his body trembling, tears on his face, and it was obvious that he was very scared and had no dignity at all. Grass, the boss was speechless. You coward, bragging to me that you were doing well in your hometown and bragging every day. That's the result, what? A few people didn't even have any weapons, but they scared you like this? Back then, I didn't even frown when someone pointed a knife at me. If it were me today, I would fight him. Shake your head. The boss didn't think any further. He needed to stop it as soon as possible, otherwise it would affect business and table turnover rate. I couldn't help but step forward and shout, what are you doing? Who told you to cause this trouble? Who's going to compensate for the loss of business? You're so young and don't learn your lesson. However, he found that shouting had no effect at all, and the people opposite him didn't even look at him. Only the slightly plump man shouted as if he saw a savior, Uncle San, save me. I don't want to die yet, please save me, Wowo. At the same time, he looked at Zhao Shanhe and said, please don't come over here. He is my third uncle. If you really can't help, you can go find him. I am just a 20-year-old kid. I don't know anything. I can't restrain my words. Zhao Shanhe, degree V, I was just standing here without moving, and you were screaming across from me, and it made my head hurt, boss, no? You are such a coward, who scared you so much? You could even say something as ridiculous as childish talk, but he couldn't help but mutter, what a coward. I'll help him sort it out later. I think I can lower his salary later. He looked at Qin Jiang and the others who still didn't take him seriously, and his expression was slightly cold. Didn't you hear me telling you to stop? Do you know where this place is? Do you know who is protecting us? Bang, Zhao Shanhe looked at his boss with a joking expression. Oh. Who's protecting you? Tell me. Boss, I'll scare you to death if I tell you this, listen carefully. Hot Pot City is under the protection of Black Dragon Hall Master Zhao Shanhe. Black Dragon knows this, right? Boss Qin Jiang knows this, right? Zhao Shanhe, the top gangster in the North District, is his subordinate. If you dare to cause trouble here again, I'll call someone to have you all drowned in the river. Zhao Shanhe, equals smiley face, what? I sat up in shock from my dying illness and found that my eldest brother was actually myself. Don't talk about Zhao Shanhe. The other diners also stared with wide eyes in disbelief. What's going on with Flood's Dragon King Temple? No. It clearly looked wrong. If Zhao Shanhe had really protected him, he wouldn't have asked that question just now. So, this boss is using the tiger's skin to make a big banner. How can you be so arrogant to pull the tiger skin in front of the real owner? I really don't know whether to say that the boss is lucky or unlucky. Now, the boss was pleased to see the others' shocked looks. This is exactly the effect we want. He wasn't bragging. His business was so booming that he was afraid of being targeted. Just recently, a young man came and said he was Black Dragon Zhao Shanhe's man. He promised that as long as he gave him money, he would be fine. He spends money to ward off disaster. These days, some people who wanted to cause trouble after drinking were also calmed down. Those people didn't take public security seriously, but when they heard about Black Dragon, they were scared to death and didn't dare to continue causing trouble. I've been able to intimidate these people today, and as long as the news gets out, there will be peace in Hot Pot City. The boss murmured, 800 a month, not expensive. Very cheap. Just when he was getting carried away, suddenly, he saw that Qin Jiang and the others didn't have any fear on their faces. Instead, they looked at him as if he were a fool. At the same time, Zhao Shanhe looked at Qin Jiang and said, Brother Jiang, I promise you I won't take a single cent from him. Hot Pot City has nothing to do with us. I understand the rules of Black Dragon. Charging is illegal. Qin Jiang nodded. He knew Zhao Shanhe's character well, knew the rules and had a sense of propriety, otherwise he wouldn't have been put in charge of security. Now we have to see whether the hot pot restaurant owner is just trying to cover up his mistake or if there is something fishy going on. He looked at the owner of the hot pot restaurant. He gulped. The hot pot restaurant owner swallowed his saliva, and Zhao Shanhe's words kept echoing in his mind. He definitely didn't take a penny from himself. He has absolutely nothing to do with Hot Pot City. What do these words mean? They mean that the other person seems, probably, should, or perhaps is Zhao Shanhe, the real Zhao. So, he looked at Qin Jiang and the others. Who were these people? Brother Jiang? Someone who could make Zhao Shanhe call him Brother Jiang, only, Qin Jiang. This means that the person sitting in front of him with cold eyes looking at him is the Songjiang boss, Xinjiang Benjiang Ga. The hot pot restaurant owner was so frightened that he almost fainted and his steps were a little unsteady. Bang! Bang! I barely managed to steady myself on the table, with only 2 words in my mind, it's over. Showing off one sword in front of Guangong, he is useless. If nothing unexpected happens, he will have an accident today. At the same time, he also understood why the slightly overweight man was so scared. How could he not be scared? This Jiang Gu even dared to smash Buckingham, and he was still short of a small hot pot restaurant. He took 2 deep breaths and calmed himself down. It's okay, it will be okay, I can make it through this. He looked at Qin Jiang and gave what he thought was his most benevolent smile. Look, there's a huge flood hitting the Dragon King Temple. It's a real honor to have Brother Jiang come to my humble shop. I'll pay for your consumption today. He pointed at the slightly plump man and said, I don't know this person. If he wants to offend Brother Jiang, he's asking for trouble. This is all his fault. To express my apology, I will pay double the protection fee every month from now on. You guys go ahead and do your work, I'll go down and take a look. After saying that, he felt extremely painful and tried to leave at the same time, but he also stared at Qin Jiang and waited for his reaction. In front of such a person, even a middle-aged boss like him was frightened. Slightly overweight men, Sigma degree, Uncle San. You can't just ignore me. My dad is your childhood friend, and I'm your nephew. I've always treated you as my real dad. I don't want to die. Under everyone's gaze, just see, Qin Jiang took the wet wipes Zhang Qi handed him and slowly wiped his hands. His tone was cold and indifferent. Some people deserve to die. As soon as the words fell downstairs, there were bursts of sounds of security vehicles at DD. Chapter 197 Lu Yong, Who to Arrest? Take them all away downstairs. Lu Yong led the team out of the car and rushed into the hot pot restaurant and went straight to the kitchen. In the surprised eyes of many people, bang, Lu Yong kicked open the kitchen door. Everyone inside was stunned when they saw the security officers rushing in. Only the head chef's face changed drastically and he ran to the bathroom without caring about anything else. Stop. Several security officers rushed towards the chef and pinned him to the ground with a single grappling move. The chef struggled desperately but he couldn't break free. What are you doing? Why are you arresting me? Let me go. Let me go, it hurts so much. Your unauthorized trespassing is illegal. I'm going to sue you. Believe it or not, I'm going to. He stopped mid-sentence. Lu Yong had already taken a package from his arms and opened it in front of him. Looking at the contents, Lu Yong's face was also filled with anger as he asked, "What is this?" "Chef, this, I don't know, this is the seasoning, the boss asked me to add it, I don't know anything." He wanted to put the blame entirely on his boss. Lu Yong's face was icy. "You are a chef, and you don't know what it means? Good. You will know when you go back." The chef's face was ashen as death. He said, "It's over. I'm afraid I won't be able to celebrate the new year at home this year." At this time, several security guards shouted, "What's going on here? What the hell? So much? Where did he get it? Lu Suo, come and see." Brush. Lu Yong rushed out to check and found 2 large sacks filled with shells in the corner of the storage room. He picked them up and found that they were very heavy, extremely heavy as grass. Lu Yong's expression was extremely complicated. So many shell companies were already considered a major case. Since he was able to get so many, there might be an industrial chain behind them. It would definitely be a great achievement to follow the clues and catch the big fish. At the same time, who knows how long this industry chain has been developing, and how many people have been harmed by it without knowing it. Thinking of this, his face became even colder. Several security guards were extremely angry. Damn it, what is he going to do with all this? Is he going to be the boss and make it big and strong? Don't you understand that this is illegal? Such unscrupulous businesses deserve to be at large and must be severely punished. Fuck. Hotpot City has been open for a long time. How many people has he cheated? Call. Lu Yong gave the order directly. Seal up all the items and take them away. Take them away as well. Follow me upstairs to catch the culprit. Immediately, several security officers received orders to seal the items and take the chef and other staff away. As for how many people were involved in the investigation, it would be clear later. For a moment, everyone in the kitchen was in chaos. Many people who were dining on the first floor looked at each other in bewilderment when they saw the security officers escort all the kitchen staff out. What's going on? What's going on? What crime have they committed to arrest so many people? It seems like a big deal, but what bad things can a chef do? I wonder if he's offended anyone. What's going on? I'm really curious. Before I could even ask, the security guard shouted, "Everyone, stop eating hot pot and leave immediately. We'll discuss the details later." After receiving notification from the security guard, they didn't say anything. There may be many people or even an entire industry chain involved in this matter. If we tell them out loud, it will easily alert the enemy. So let these people leave first and stop eating hot pot. We can only report it after they have investigated thoroughly and caught the person behind the scenes. At the same time, Lu Yong led his men upstairs. Just went upstairs, I saw a large group of diners hiding on one side to watch the fun. Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and others were sitting in front of the box opposite. In front of them was a middle-aged man with a fawning face and a slightly fat young man who was trembling all over. The atmosphere is a bit weird. The arrival of Lu Yong and the others also confused the people on the second floor. They couldn't help but whispered in confusion, "Why are the police here?" Could it be that someone heard too much noise on the second floor and called the police? No way. The first and second floors are very soundproof, and I can't hear anything downstairs. Could it be that the little fat guy reported, they targeted the slightly overweight man, who was the most frightened person in the room and the most likely to call the police? Now, the owner of the hot pot restaurant was also stunned and looked at the slightly plump man with an angry face. Damn it, why did you report to the police at this critical moment? Aren't you afraid of completely offending Qin Jiang? Madness, hopeless. The slightly plump man had an innocent look on his face. He was so frightened that he didn't even know where his cell phone was. Then, in full view of everyone, Lu Yong led his team to rush in front of Qin Jiang and others and asked, "Who are you arresting?" He was asking who the boss was. Qin Jiang blew out a smoke ring and pointed at the hot pot restaurant owner. "Him. You guys deal with him." Hot pot restaurant owner, oh winky face, what the hell is wrong with me? Why do I have this bad feeling, like something bad is about to happen? The next moment, he stared in disbelief and the onlookers watched in astonishment. Lu Yong waved his hand and said, "Take him away." Swish. Swish, several security guards came up and pinned the boss to the ground and handcuffed him, who hadn't reacted at all. "Don't move! Don't move! Why are you arresting me?" The hot pot restaurant owner was pinned to the ground with a panicked look on his face. "Lu Yong, what are you doing? You know it yourself. We have all the chefs on the first floor under our control." As soon as these words were spoken, the hot pot restaurant owner's eyes suddenly lost their expression, and he kept muttering, "How is it possible? How is it possible? If you don't mention the ingredients, how could it be discovered? How long has it been? This shouldn't be the case. Etc. Why did they come at such a coincidence? Why today? Qin Jiang couldn't have called these police officers here, right? The fat guy offended them, so they were too lazy to do it themselves and decided to deal with him, and I was completely caught in the crossfire. That's the only way it makes sense. This is too outrageous. The police came to arrest me just for such a small thing. For a while, the hot pot restaurant owner thought about it and looked at Qin Jiang. He didn't dare to hate him. He was afraid of being drowned in the river. He looked at the fat man again and put all his hatred on him. If the other party hadn't provoked Qin Jiang, how could Qin Jiang let the public security come? How could they see the kitchen problems if the public security hadn't come? If there were no kitchen problems, the hot pot city would have taken off and he wouldn't have been arrested. It was all the little fat guy's fault. He wished he could take 10 pounds of regret medicine. If he had known that the little fat guy was so capable of causing trouble, he should not have had anything to do with him. Brush, he desperately shouted, "I'm not the owner of the hot pot restaurant, he is. He's the legal representative, you have to arrest him. I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, you can look at the business license. You can check it out. It's all his fault. He provoked Brother Jiang. It has nothing to do with me. How could I have the guts to provoke Brother Jiang? I really don't have the courage." Lu Yong was stunned. What's the connection? What's the relationship with Brother Jiang? But he also heard that the key point was that the fat guy was the legal representative, so he immediately waved his hand and said, "Take him away too." Chapter 198. It's dark again. Wang Yuning splashes water on the cart. Trample. Two security guards went up to catch the slightly plump young man. Fat guy, equals. What's the point of this? Why are you here to arrest me? I'm just bragging. Isn't this against the law? Security, if you are running, you are suspected of escaping. The slightly overweight man was stunned on the spot. Two security guards rushed in, grabbed him and took him out of the box. Then Lu Yong nodded and waved to Qin Jiang to walk. He wanted to go back immediately to investigate the matter and uncover the industrial chain behind it. This would not only ensure the safety of the people but also earn him merit by the end of the year. At the same time, he was very grateful to Qin Jiang. Heilung had been very disciplined in the university town and had not caused him any trouble. Instead, he got some credit. It seems, Lu Yong murmured, "I'm going to ask the higher-ups for credit for him." Enthusiastic citizens and good organizations must be rewarded. Seeing that he was about to be taken away, the hot pot restaurant owner looked at Qin Jiang as if he was looking at a life-saving straw. "Brother Jiang, please forgive me. This has nothing to do with me today. T to the power of T, it's all his fault, and I pay every month. His nickname is San Luzi, and he says he's here on behalf of Brother Shan. I pay, so you have to protect me." "Zhao Shanhe, shut up." Lu Yong did not listen to the hot pot restaurant owner. He did not believe that Qin Jiang's men would collect protection fees. He knew very well how strict this person was with the law. To put it bluntly, the people from the Black Dragon Company knew the law better than many public security officers and could explain it clearly. Furthermore, this little money is nothing to Black Dragon. Halala. Lu Yong led the team downstairs slowly, and the miserable voice of the hot pot restaurant owner begging for mercy kept coming from the stairs. Bang! Qin Jiang also stood up and said, "Let's go and eat at another place." He then led Zhu Zhang, Seijiu and others downstairs quickly. Qin Jiang, who was the third donkey? Zhao Shanhe, I haven't heard of it. I'll have someone check it out now. Zhang Qi, I've heard he's a drifter from the university town who makes a living by stealing and robbing. I heard he plays cards and beats his wife when he has nothing to do. He just got out of there not long ago. Qin Jiang, no one is allowed to act under the Black Dragon flag. Zhao Shanhe, understood. He immediately took out his cell phone and sent a message to someone to look for San Luzi, saying that it wouldn't be difficult to find him given his name. Soon Qin Jiang and others also walked down the stairs, second floor. Only after Qin Jiang and others came downstairs did everyone come to their senses, and they were still shocked when they looked at the stairs. They didn't know the reason behind it, and they didn't know that the hot pot restaurant owner was arrested for putting something in the hot pot in their eyes. It was because the slightly fat man had offended Qin Jiang by bragging, and because the owner of the hot pot restaurant was the other man's third uncle, so Qin Jiang called the police to arrest them all with just one word. Although I've heard that Brother Jiang is awesome, I never thought he was so awesome that he was arrested just for a single sentence. Looks like they'll probably all be sentenced. I guess I need to stop drinking and bragging. The people upstairs are shocked, the same is true downstairs. The diners watched as the security team took away all the kitchen staff and then brought the boss downstairs. Their eyes widened when they heard the news from the people coming down from the second floor. Then the security guard shouted, "What are you all doing here? Get out! This place is about to be sealed off." Seal, just because of bragging, people were arrested. The store was sealed. This is completely out of the ordinary. This moment, all the guests downstairs and upstairs sighed in their hearts. The sky in Songjiang is dark again. Let me explain this in two ways. While various things were happening upstairs, Wang Yuning quickly went downstairs and found a paint store on the street to buy a bucket of white paint and a roller brush. This way, I can buy paint and say I'm going to paint the school dormitories. It's a legitimate reason. She ran quickly towards the hot pot restaurant with the paint and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Qin Jiang's convoy had not left. That he immediately pretended nothing had happened and walked away, his eyes constantly searching for something as Qin Jiang ran towards C. Finally, he saw a raised brick. It wasn't particularly prominent, but it was better than nothing. He also saw several security cars parked in front of the hot pot restaurant and wondered, why are there security cars here? Did someone report it? It's very likely. It makes sense that Qin Jiang would report him to the police after scaring him like that. Shake your head. She didn't think much about these things. She knew that Qin Jiang had a strong background and nothing would happen to him. What she had to do now was to carry out the plan perfectly. As soon as she arrived at the front of the hot pot restaurant and looked at it, she was surprised to find that the waiter was not standing at the door. She had planned to do it in front of the waiter so that there would be witnesses. But now that the waiter was not there, it would be difficult to explain if she did it. These service staff are neglecting their duties. Wang Yuning cursed inwardly, they're not guarding the door. People like them are only fit to be service staff their whole lives. They have no future. She was cursing inwardly and thinking about how to lure the waiter out. Bang! The hot pot gate was pushed open from the inside, and a large number of service staff poured out along with many customers. Although the scene seemed abnormal, Wang Yuning didn't care about it and quickly walked to the front of the sea and deliberately kicked the slightly protruding brick. Oops, she screamed and the paint bucket in her hand flew out, with the lid popping off. Crash, a lot of white paint spilled all over the Mercedes-Benz C. Bang, the paint bucket fell on the hood of the car with a dull sound, leaving a small hole on the hood. This sound, the service staff and guests who just rushed out, including the kitchen staff who were escorted for security, were frightened. They all turned their attention to the Mercedes-Benz C, their eyes widening as they saw the body of the Mercedes-Benz C that was soaked. Halala. A large number of people continued to pour out of the hot pot restaurant, including service staff, customers, and people being escorted, but after coming out, all of them looked at the Mercedes-Benz C car and stood there in a daze. Luxury car, paint, beauty, the three elements represent a lot of things. At the same time, many people also recognized the Mercedes-Benz C-Class and Wang Yuning. Hey man, isn't this Qin Zhang's car? Who is so bold as to splash paint on it? It was Wang Yuning, one of the top 10 campus beauties. Why would she throw water on Qin Zhang's car? Is there some kind of love-hate relationship involved? No. I just came out and saw with my own eyes that it was Wang Yuning who was knocked down by a brick and caused the paint to spill on the car. I was just saying, I see, Wang Yuning didn't care about what people said. She had already started the first step of her plan and would move on to the second step. Bang, Lu Yong's voice came from inside. What are you all doing here? Get out and disperse, brush. The crowd dispersed immediately, and Lu Yong led his men to escort the hot pot restaurant owner and the slightly plump man out. See this, Wang Yuning was also stunned for a moment. What's going on? Why was he arrested? Just for bragging? He just said a few bad things about Qin Zhang. Is Qin Zhang really that powerful? Then if I could capture Qin Zhang myself, I would also be that powerful. While she was fantasizing, she heard movement again. Several Black Dragon personnel rushed out first to clear the way, and then they saw. Chapter 199. Qin Zhang, be my secretary? Take her with you. Just see, Qin Zhang walked out surrounded by a crowd with a cold expression. Obviously, he was still very annoyed about the Hot Pot City incident. Even in his previous life, he had never touched such a thing. In China, what can be touched and what cannot be touched is a fixed thing, not to mention that something is harmful to the country and the people. That now Zhang Qi's eyes narrowed as he stared intently at the Mercedes-Benz C, or more precisely, at the white paint on it grass. Who the hell did this? He couldn't help but roar in anger. He had always been driving the Mercedes-Benz C, and he thought it was Qin Zhang's car. It was a matter of face. The damage caused by the car accident last time made him extremely angry. He had finally repaired it and then had paint splashed on it. This, how can I accept this? My eyes are spitting fire. At the same time, Zhao Shanha and others also had cold expressions. Anyone who dared to throw paint on Brother Zhang's car would be slapping Brother Zhang in the face. They scanned the entire room, and everyone subconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to look at each other, and took 2 steps back. It's obvious that he's trying to draw a line and say it has nothing to do with him. Even Lu Yong and others did not get into the car but were watching the situation. Throwing paint on a car is also considered a public security case. When the atmosphere was extremely silent, Wang Yuning took a deep breath and walked up to Qin Zhang in full view of everyone. I did it, brush. Everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Yuning, but she didn't look nervous at all. As one of the top 10 campus beauties, she was already accustomed to being stared at and very much enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. Someone whispered, is she crazy? Doesn't she know that it's Qin Zhang's car? She even dared to splash paint on it. Such a beautiful girl, I didn't expect. She's not a normal person. TSK, it's going to be a good show. Noticing that Qin Zhang and the others also looked unhappy, Wang Yuning hurriedly said, I didn't mean it. She pointed to a raised brick on the ground and said, I was going to buy some paint to paint the dorm walls. You see, I even bought a roller brush. But when I passed by this place, I tripped over a raised brick and spilled the paint all over the car. Then she looked at Qin Zhang and said, although I didn't do it on purpose, since it's my fault, I must take responsibility. I'll pay you whatever it costs to repair your car. Even if I can't afford it, I can still work for you. I can be your secretary. I'll leave when my salary can pay off the debt. I, Wang Yuning, am definitely not someone who owes money. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience fell silent, and then there was an uproar. No wonder someone dared to throw paint on Qin Zhang's car. It turned out to be an accident. No one would have the courage to do that, but Wang Yuning, the top 3 of the top 10 campus beauties in the North District, I want to be Qin Zhang's secretary. Is this secretary serious? Why does it always feel a little off? Some people also praised Wang Yuning more. She's worthy of being one of the top 10 campus beauties. Not only is she kind, but she's also so responsible. If I had tried to do that, she would have run away long ago. This kind of luxury car is very expensive to repair, and Wang Yuning hasn't shirked her responsibility at all. Isn't she a kind person? But if she becomes Qin Zhang's secretary, wouldn't that be like walking into a tiger's mouth? Wouldn't that be 10,000? That would make me a big sister-in-law, awesome. For a moment, I didn't know whether to envy Qin Zhang or Wang Yuning. I envied Qin Zhang for being powerful and rich, and that beautiful women could come to him directly without having to work hard to find a partner. I envied Wang Yuning for being able to get Qin Zhang first and become Black Dragon's sister-in-law. Some girls' eyes lit up a little, thinking that if Wang Yuyan succeeded, they might follow her example. Swish. Swish, many girls fixed their eyes on Heilong and other people, and naturally the most of them were on Zhu Zhang. After all, he was the second in command of the team, second only to Qin Zhang next to Zhao Shanha and others, who also hold real power within the team and have bright futures. As for 49, because of his unusual physique, few dared to target him. Of course, there were some who didn't. A girl behind him looked at Sijou with admiration. That's him. He has a high status and few people are vying for him. If I use a little trick, I might be able to succeed. Those women are stupid, and it's a good thing they're strong. As the saying goes, if you want to look great in public, you'll have to suffer at night. Lu Yong was just there to watch the fun. With his experience, he could naturally see that Wang Yuning did it on purpose, and the accidental splashing of paint was just an excuse, just to get in touch with Qin Zhang. Purpose, it goes without saying that we must capture Qin Zhang. He didn't mean to give any reminder. As long as the victim agreed, this kind of thing would be an economic dispute. As for whether Qin Zhang could tell whether the other party did it on purpose, Lu Yong had no doubt at all. In his eyes, Qin Zhang was an equal, and even more mature than him in some aspects. Now, Wang Yuning listened to the discussions around her, secretly delighted, thinking she had already achieved most of her goal. She put in an extra effort, pretending to be pitiful, and pulled out over 300 yuan from her pocket. This is all I have left for living expenses. I'll keep 20 for some plain noodles, and give you the rest. If it's not enough, you can deduct it from my salary. From now on, I'll do whatever you ask me to do. I promise to pay you back. I won't default on my debt. Then he handed over 300 yuan. I thought to myself, I'm not going to take you down with this trick. As long as I have the chance to have deep contact with you, I won't believe you'll take my bait if I wear lace pants every day. By then, this scene, many people felt pity for her. What a good girl, but she only left a few $dozen for her meal. Zhao Shanha and others couldn't help but look at Brother Jiang, waiting for his reaction. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Zhang looked at Wang Yuning with indifference, and was even more disdainful of her actions. It's quite unusual that he actually encountered a scene that was so common in short videos in his previous life. He had never paid attention to women in this life, let alone a scheming woman like Wang Yuning. Having such a person around was like a time bomb. Just see, Qin Zhang didn't even look at Wang Yuning, but looked at Lu Yong and said, "Take her away too." Lu Yong nodded and waved his hand. Immediately, 2 security guards rushed over and grabbed Wang Yuning, who was completely bewildered. No? Why are you arresting me? Just take me away, Lu Yong. You are suspected of intentionally damaging other people's property. Please come back with us for investigation. Wang Yuning, I didn't mean to. Lu Yong, we need to investigate whether this was intentional or not. Brush. Wang Yuning looked at Qin Zhang. Qin Zhang, I really didn't mean it. What do you mean? I'm about to work to pay you back. How could you do this? Let them be captured. Let me go. Qin Zhang didn't even look at him as he got into another car and ordered, take the car in for damage assessment. Follow the normal procedures. If she needs compensation, pay it. If she can't, let her go to jail. Everyone should take responsibility for their own mistakes. Don't expect society to pay for them. Walk, boom, the convoy quickly left the hot pot city. Chapter 200, Wang Yuning is arrested and the 3 donkeys are rampant. Original place, only Wang Yuning was left standing there in a daze, murmured, why? Why on earth? He didn't even look at me? Is it because I'm not charming enough? I took the initiative to ask for it, but not only did he not agree, he even asked me to pay him money, but I don't have any money. How can I compensate? Why is God targeting me so much? Lu Yong didn't care about her psychology at all. This kind of immature person needs to be taught a lesson before she can realize her mistakes. Otherwise, you let her go. She will just continue to do it. Take away. Wang Yuning was also taken into the security car. The slightly plump man inside witnessed the entire scene. When he saw Wang Yuning come in, he couldn't help but comfort her. Yuning, Qin Jiang doesn't like you at all. I'm the only one who truly loves you. Give me a chance. I'll find a way to pay you back. Can you be my secretary in the future? Wang Yuning, get lost. The slightly overweight man said, I don't believe you have no feelings for me at all. I am really the legal person of the hot pot restaurant. If you become my secretary, I won't let you work during the day, only at night. Wang Yuning, if you keep talking, I'll sue you for harassment. Slightly plump man, he was extremely annoyed. Why did you rush to be Qin Jiang's secretary? I begged you desperately but you refused. What? How is he better than me, besides being more handsome, richer, more prestigious than me? What else is he? The hot pot restaurant owner was speechless when he saw the chubby man still paying attention to the beauty. Young people are so stupid. They think that there will be no problem if they take the man back and ask him. Not to mention whether Qin Jiang will continue to retaliate. Your legal person status alone can make you useless. Do you really think you can get 2,000 yuan for free? Take the blame for me. The crowd watching the sealed hot pot restaurant and Qin Jiang's dashing departure couldn't help but sigh. That's awesome. Just because he dared to say something bad in front of Brother Jiang, he shut down his hot pot restaurant. The kitchen staff were so innocent, yet they were also arrested just for working at the hot pot restaurant. From now on, I must be careful not to let my words cause harm to others. Otherwise, I won't be able to find a place to cry. They firmly believe that the current situation of the hot pot city is caused by the slightly fat man who claims to be the legal representative offending Qin Jiang. Even if the public security department had completed the arrest of the entire industry chain 3 days later, no one would have believed the report to the hot pot city. Instead, more bizarre rumors are circulating. No one can do anything about it. It is difficult to stop the silent mouth, and people tend to trust the truth they want to believe. It also made Qin Jiang more famous. Same those girls' dreams of Qin Jiang were shattered again. The top 10 school beauties took the initiative to chase after him, but not only did she fail, she was actually jailed. Who dares to try it? Even if she had some ambition, she turned her attention to other people, including Sijou. But when she planned to meet Sijou by chance, she saw Sijou turned around and didn't see her at all. He almost kicked her to death and said to her, "Whose little potato is this? Don't get under my feet. I'll step on you to death again." It's just fucking outrageous. The other side, under Zhao Shanha's order, a large number of Black Dragon security personnel were dispatched to search for the target. The three donkeys, a mahjong parlor. A skinny man was playing cards with one foot on a stool, holding a cigarette sideways in his mouth. It was Sanluzi. 2 cakes, bump. Sanzhou. Who? The three donkeys were very happy. They pushed their cards aside and waved excitedly to the others. Give me money quickly." Several people on the opposite side took out money one after another, and 2 young men stood behind the 3 donkeys and cheered, "Third brother is awesome. It has to be the third brother, he's always right." Listen to this, Sanluzi nodded with great enjoyment. The 2 young men behind him were his new brothers, and he was now very proud of himself. Bang, he took out a 50 yuan bill and handed it to his younger brother. "Go buy 2 boxes of huazi, the soft ones, and with the remaining money, buy me a rice bowl with a chicken drumstick. I'm lucky today, I want to play all night." "Little brother, $50, 1 huazi is not enough, you want something softer, I'll use the remaining money to buy you a rice bowl." "What, just spend your family's money." But the younger brother took the money without saying a word and turned to leave. Not long after, he returned with a steamed bun and a deluxe rice bowl, handed them to Sanluzi, and gave him another 50 yuan. "Third brother, here's the remaining money." Sanluzi accepted the huazi and the rice bowl with great satisfaction, and waved his hand generously. "Consider it your errand fee." "Little brother." "Thank you, third brother, for my matter." Sanluzi's face turned serious. "I will definitely do it for you." "Why are you worried about your third brother?" The younger brother hurriedly said, No. Third brother has connections all over the place, so it's only a matter of a word for me to join." One side, another younger brother also complimented him. "That's right, third brother, what kind of connections are there?" "That's," Sanluzi coughed, "ahem, stop talking and keep a low profile out there, okay? The younger brother nodded and bowed. Third brother, this is a lesson. This scene made the opposing players very envious. I can't help but say, Sanluzzi, you've become really capable lately, smoking cigarettes and recruiting followers. Where did you make your fortune? Yes. If you have any way, please show us, friends, let's talk. To be clear, Sanluzzi used to have a rough life. Not only was it hard to get food, but he could only afford to eat cheaply. He would pick up other people's cigarette butts when smoking and even played mahjong with a 50-cent bet, and now he eats chicken legs for every meal, smokes cigarettes, and even plays big on mahjong, and it's obvious that he's getting rich. Envy of everyone. The three donkeys were very proud. Everything it all started when he recently went to a newly opened hot pot restaurant to eat at a good place. Back in the day, some bad guys in northeast China would go to newly opened restaurants and not pay for their meals. These new restaurants, generally feeling unlucky or fearing constant trouble from the thugs, would not report them to the police, and they would also choose not to have a second meal. It was a kind of unspoken rule. Result, while eating, he overheard the owner of the hot pot restaurant saying that he was afraid that thugs would come and cause trouble, so he wanted to find a backer. He immediately had an idea and pretended to be He Lung's man, and flattered the hot pot restaurant owner to make him pay protection fees. Naturally, the other party had also heard of He Lung, and they hit it off immediately. By coincidence, the hot pot restaurant owner saw Black Dragon's people nodding and greeting him. He later guessed that they had made a mistake, but the hot pot restaurant owner was certain of it. Afterwards, he attacked Zhao Shanha's flagpole and collected protection fees from many restaurants, thereby attracting many flatterers. The protection fees paid by these restaurant owners and the gifts from those who flattered him allowed him to live an extremely comfortable life. Tsk tisk, the three donkeys murmured, it's fun to keep going this way, but it's also dangerous. I've applied to join the Black Dragon for a long time and haven't received any response. I guess I have to find a way to spend some money. If it really doesn't work out, I'll make a killing after New Year's Day and then leave Songjiang to avoid the limelight. He was thinking. There was a sudden break sound in front of the door. Chapter 201, The Black Dragon is captured and the three donkeys escape. Card pool. An off-road vehicle was parked directly in front of the mahjong hall. Bang! Bang! The car door opened and several young men in black suits rushed out. The leader was Li Hao. He led several young men and rushed directly into the mahjong hall. At the door, several lookouts shouted, "What are you doing? Stop! No outsiders are allowed in here. I was talking to you, didn't you hear me?" Li Hao said coldly, "Where's the third donkey?" "Fuck! You can call me third donkey? You should call me third brother. Who are you guys?" When Li Hao heard what he said, he guessed that Sanluzzi must be inside and immediately pushed him aside without any further ado. "Black Dragon, get out of here, brush." Several thugs who were on the lookout were pushed to the ground, but they didn't care about the pain in their bodies and their expressions changed wildly. What a Black Dragon service, they were Black Dragon's men, and only now did they notice that these people were all wearing black suits. The few thugs who were on guard looked at each other and saw fear and panic in each other's eyes. They were so scared that they didn't dare to stay at the door, let alone continue to stop them. They just ran out. Bang! Li Hao kicked open the door of the mahjong parlor and shouted, "Third donkey, get out of here." The sound startled everyone playing mahjong inside, and many dropped their tiles. Many thought the police were coming to arrest them, so they tried to run away. Some tried to steal money, and some pretended to be idle, a term used in northeast China to describe watching the fun. The mahjong parlor owner was furious. "Damn it, what are those guys doing at the door? They didn't even inform us before people came in. Damn! They're being paid for nothing." When some of the younger brothers heard someone calling their eldest brother, they immediately stepped forward and shouted, "Who the hell is this? How dare you bring trouble upon third brother? Do you know who the third brother is? He's from the Black Dragon. You all know the Black Dragon, right? They have over 1,000 members, all dressed in black. They're the largest gang in the North District." He stopped talking mid-sentence. He was shocked to find that the other young men were wearing black formal suits. Could it be? Gulp, he swallowed and didn't dare to speak anymore. Other mahjong players also realized that these people who came in were not security personnel, but were very similar to the legendary Black Dragon. The reason why it is difficult to confirm is that although He Lung is very famous in the North District, people rarely leave the university town. and even rarely leave the Halong Night Market and Vocational University. Therefore, many people have only heard of or seen Halong and are not very clear about the details. The three donkeys on the opposite side who were feeling so proud of themselves were extremely angry when they heard someone dare to call him by his name. Three donkeys, he hates nicknames the most. Who the hell likes to be called a donkey? He had no choice before, but now he has made it, having used the title of Black Dragon to be the big brother for a few days. How could he allow people to call him such an insulting name? But he was startled when he saw several people rushing in. Since they were called Black Dragon, he naturally knew Black Dragon's clothes. It could be said that he was very familiar with them, that he even went to the Halong Night Market specifically to see what those people were wearing, and made a few sets of clothes based on the patterns. Of course, he only dared to wear those clothes when collecting protection fees, and he didn't dare to show off in public for fear of being discovered. Therefore, he immediately determined that the people opposite him were Black Dragon's men, and he couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. Why would someone from the Black Dragon suddenly come to me? Could it be that they received my application and agreed to let me join? No, I'm just a nobody and no one wants the money I give away. Even if they agree, I won't make such a big fuss. Then why are you here? To find your purpose. Now that he looked at Li Hao and the others with unfriendly eyes and felt a sense of foreboding. He subconsciously asked, "What do you want me to do?" "Do what?" Li Hao said coldly, "Third donkey, you're quite courageous. You even dare to use the Black Dragon flagpole to collect protection fees. Who are you relying on? Who gave you the courage?" As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place was silent and everyone looked at the three donkeys in disbelief. He's showing off outside using the name Black Dragon, even collecting protection money. How dare he be so arrogant? Isn't he afraid of being drowned in the river? Especially the few younger brothers who had been praising San Luzi just now felt endlessly insulted. During this period of time, they almost treated San Luzi as their father just to see if he could join the Black Dragon. It turned out that the other party was fake and was not even from the Black Dragon team, yet they dared to brag to them like that. How outrageous. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck, it's over. The three donkeys felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was spinning. Their pretentiousness turned into endless fear and confusion. How did Black Dragon know this? I clearly told those restaurants not to tell anyone. He dared to collect protection fees and it was investigated. Halong never did this, so there would be no conflict. In addition, with the Black Dragon protecting the area near the university town, no other gangsters would dare to cause trouble there. Moreover, each restaurant only charges very little. Normally, no boss would spend a lot of effort to verify for a few $100s, let alone report it. Now what is the problem? In an instant, his mind went from fear, panic, confusion, and finally to the instinct for survival. Escape. He cannot be caught by the Black Dragon, otherwise unimaginable disaster will be waiting for him. He is still young and does not want to die. All this seemed to take a long time, but in fact it only took 1 second after Li Hao and his men rushed in and talked to San Luzi. Just see, the three donkeys shouted, "Look, there's a flying saucer." Then he turned over and jumped up from the chair, running backwards like a monkey. Several Black Dragon personnel were about to rush out to arrest people, but Li Hao waved his hand to stop them. "Just see." Li Hao said calmly, "I want to take San Luzi away tonight. If I want him to escape, I have no choice but to find you. By the way, San Luzi is the person Brother Jiang personally asked to find. You can handle it yourselves." After saying that, Li Hao pulled a stool and sat down casually, and several Black Dragon members behind him followed suit. "What, is San Luzi the person Qin Jiang specifically asked for? So if they let San Luzi escape from the Mahjong Hall today, then let's not talk about whether Qin Jiang will cause trouble for them after he knows about it." Just looking at Li Hao in front of them, he will definitely not let them go. Who are they? They are just people who wander on the fringes of society, not even gangsters. If they are really targeted by Li Hao, they will be finished. The most panicked ones were the Mahjong parlor owner and several of San Luzi's younger brothers. The Mahjong parlor owner could run away, but he couldn't escape the temple. Just the Li Hao in front of him might make it difficult for him to run his shop. Those San Luzi's younger brothers were even more afraid of being implicated. If Halong thought they were in cahoots with San Luzi, they would never be able to clear themselves of the blame even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Brush, the Mahjong Hall owner, several of his younger brothers, and the friend all looked at the three donkeys who were running for their lives, and the same thought came into their minds: they must not let them escape today. The next moment, they looked at each other, and then rushed towards the three fleeing donkeys without hesitation. Chapter 202. The three donkeys were caught and dealt with directly for a while. The whole mahjong parlor was in chaos. The mahjong parlor owner rushed out with a stool in his hand. Stop right there, Sanluzi. If you dare to run errands again, I'll give you a discount. Several younger brothers dare to lie to me. I will tell you that you are not worthy of joining the Black Dragon. Stop. Other mahjong friends, catch him. Don't let him get away. Dare to fight the Black Dragon, cheat and seek death. If you follow Black Dragon's eldest brother obediently today, I will go to the riverside to burn paper for you on this day next year. 3 donkeys, Sigma degree, go to the riverside and burn paper for me. How could you say that? Why don't you die? He didn't dare to hesitate and rushed out of the back door of the mahjong hall. As long as he escaped, he would have a chance of survival. No matter how powerful Qin Zhang is, he can't control the train. As long as he gets on the train, he can find any city to hide in. Maybe Qin Zhang will be finished soon. Before he could run to the door, the mahjong boss yelled, "Close the back door. Don't let him get away, or we'll all be drowned." Bang! The mahjong enthusiast who was smoking behind closed the door immediately. Grass. The 3 donkeys watched helplessly as the door was closed and the people behind them caught up with them, so they had to turn around and run. Immediately. A chase scene took place in the mahjong parlor. Dozens of people chased the 3 donkeys, and they had no way to go up to the sky or down to the earth. Sanroku == Don't chase me anymore. Why are you so anxious to fight each other? One has to admit that the 3 donkeys can really run. They can move left and right in such a small space and use tables, chairs, and benches to escape while being chased by dozens of people, but the space available for a mahjong room is so small, and there are too many people chasing him, so the scope is constantly shrinking. He was quickly forced into a corner. The 3rd donkey pulled out a dagger from his pocket and said, "Don't come near me. If anyone comes near me, I'll kill him with my horse and bag." He raised his voice to boost his confidence. Seeing Sanluzi's red eyes, the people on the opposite side knew that he was really forced into a desperate situation. Who knew what would happen if he fell into the hands of Black Dragon after doing bad things in the name of Black Dragon? According to normal logic, he would most likely be drowned in the river. It would be strange if Sanluzi did not fight desperately in such a situation. But looking back at Li Hao and others sitting on the chairs, they couldn't help but look determined. Even if Sanluzi fought desperately, it would be nothing compared to Black Dragon. Think of this, step by step, the 3 donkeys pressed forward. 3 donkeys, degree, he kept overturning tables, chairs, and benches, but this did not scare the mahjong boss and others, but instead made them think of a solution. They grabbed a stool or a table and started beating the 3 donkeys. Those who didn't have weapons used mahjong keyboard _swish. Swish. Swish, various weapons rained down on the 3 donkeys, who had no place to hide and screamed in pain. Ouch, oh my god, bang, the dagger was knocked to the ground. Immediately, a large number of people rushed forward. Boss, meteor fist, others, fuck. 3 donkeys, _sadface angle stop hitting me, I'm going to poop. Opposite. Li Hao sat on a chair and watched everything. Behind him, a Black Dragon member was recording the whole thing with a video camera. I have no sympathy for the 3 donkeys who dare to defraud people under the banner of Black Dragon. As for why the video was recorded, nonsense. Bringing Sanlu back with injuries naturally requires proving that the injuries were not his own. After all, beating others is against the law. Halem will not do it. A few minutes later, seeing that Sanlu was being beaten to the point of being unable to cry out, Li Hao said, "Alright, bring him back." "Boss, okay." See _angle the boss dragged Sanluzi, whose face looked extremely miserable, from the ground till Li Hao waved his hand, "Take it away." 2 Black Dragon personnel lifted up the 3 donkeys and stuffed them into the car outside. The 3 donkeys struggled desperately. "I won't get on the car, I won't get on, I don't want to die, I don't want to be drowned, save me, Li Sangwizi, I still owe you 800 yuan, please save me." No one paid any attention to him. "Come in." The Black Dragon personnel stuffed the 3 donkeys into the car and closed the door. Li Hao looked at the still trembling mahjong parlor owner and the others and said, "This is his personal matter and has nothing to do with you. Remember, Black Dragon is a legitimate company. We abide by all laws and regulations and will not do anything illegal." As soon as these words were spoken, the mahjong hall owner and others were speechless. No, what kind of respectable company would do this? Arresting people in broad daylight? I'm afraid they'll be drowned in no time, but they nodded, yes. Black Dragon is legitimate. North District, no. Songjiang, everyone knows that Brother Jiang is a serious businessman. Li Hao ignored their hypocritical words and got into the car directly. The car roared out of the mahjong hall. Call. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Mahjong parlor owner, damn. What bad luck. Looks like we need to close the mahjong parlor for a few days to avoid the spotlight. Li Sangqizi, I'm afraid the money he owes me is gone. Never mind. Death cancels debts. I'll just consider it a good deed. A mahjong player, I owe him 300 yuan. I'll burn some for him by the river next spring. One player wondered, who was that guy leading the team just now? He looked quite imposing and no ordinary person. A friend said, it seems his name is Li Hao, he is a well-known figure in the Black Dragon, and his status is not low. A moment later, the crowd in the mahjong parlor ran over. Sanluzi was dead in their hearts at that moment, and he never appeared again afterwards, becoming one of the many legends of Xinjiang. On a busy street, Qin Jiang was sitting in an extended commercial vehicle. Xu Zhang and Si Jiu were in the car, and Zhang Qi was still driving in front. As for the luxury Mercedes-Benz C, it has been sent to the 4S store. No way, the car that was splashed with paint must at least be repainted. For $1 million luxury car, the loss is not small and it is enough for Wang Yuning to pay for it. Card pool. The business car stopped, the car door was opened, and Li Hao carried Sanluzi, whose legs were weak, and stuffed him into the business car. Zhu Zhang, Brother Jiang, regarding the latest progress of cooperating with the police to get Buckingham. He was halfway through when he saw Sanluzi stop and said to Li Hao with a cold look, who told you to open the door? Li Hao, I'm sorry, Brother Zhang. This person is using our name to defraud people. Zhu Zhang, what are you bringing here for? Just deal with it. Li Hao, yes. He grabbed the 3 donkeys and dragged them out. What, solve it directly? How? Sanluzi's head buzzed, and he looked at Zhu Zhang frantically and cried, Brother Zhang, spare my life, Brother Zhang, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time. Give me a chance. Zhu Zhang had a cold expression on his face and didn't even look at him. Seeing that he was about to be pulled out of the car, Sanluzi looked at Qin Jiang. At this time, Qin Jiang was half leaning back in the chair with his eyes closed and didn't even look at Sanluzi, as if asking someone to deal with him was a trivial matter. 3 donkeys were pulled out of the commercial vehicle. Bang, the business car door closed again. Outside, Li Hao led 2 people to carry Sanluzi in a certain direction. Sanluzi was struggling frantically with his feet in the air and a look of despair on his face. As a native of this place, he knew very well what was ahead. Songjiang. Chapter 203, Riverside Incident, Su Lang's Pursuit, Shan Yu's warning. It's over. 3 donkeys, is it really that serious? He's just boasting and trying to show off his talent? Do we have to drown him in the river in the middle of winter? He'll freeze to death without even having to tie rocks to him. There's no hope of survival at all. He cried, he begged for mercy, he was desperate, but it was already dark. It gets dark early in the northeast in winter, around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Plus, it was freezing cold, so there weren't many people hanging around the riverside, with only a few anglers doing winter fishing. 3 of them were shivering with cold by the river. They were Chenglu, Chengyu, and Qin Xing. Chengyu, brother, didn't you say there must be fish in this place? Didn't you say you're a very good fisherman? I haven't caught a single fish in over half an hour. I'm freezing to death. Chenglu, you need to be patient when fishing. This place is remote and no one comes here. You will definitely catch fish. The 3 of them made a dinner appointment today, but they still didn't know what to eat after thinking for a long time. Finally, Shan Yu suggested that they go fishing and eat grilled fish, returning to their childhood memories in the countryside. That's why the 3 of them came here for winter fishing, but after persisting for half an hour without catching any fish, Shan Yu became a little impatient, and it was really cold. Qin Xing, fishing for another 10 minutes. If there are no fish in 10 minutes, we can find a grilled fish restaurant to eat. Several people were talking. Sudden, a young man appeared from behind. What a coincidence. What are you doing here? Fishing too, Brush. Chenglu, Chengyu, and Qin Xing looked at the young man with a slightly speechless expression, obviously knowing him. The young man is called Su Lang. He is a wealthy second generation. His hometown is not in northeast China, but he is attending university in Songjiang. He had recently run into Qin Chang while researching a startup and was immediately drawn to his competence, intelligence, and the carefree nature that was so typical of rural areas. Qin Xing has now been transferred to Shuai Ice City to manage 10 stores. While Qin Zhang's reputation certainly played a role, Qin Xing's learning ability and growth shouldn't be underestimated. Behind him, Su Lang launched a fierce pursuit of Qin Shang, who is Qin Xing, a girl who just escaped from the countryside, a girl who just got an opportunity and has unlimited prospects. Moreover, she is not helpless, so naturally she does not have much longing for love. In fact, Qin Xing is a little resistant to love because of the pressure from her family to get married. Therefore, Qin Xing chose to escape from Su Lang's pursuit. Su Lang did not give up. He created encounters and opportunities every day and kept getting closer. It seemed that he got the news from somewhere that the three of them were fishing there, so he came here specifically to create an encounter, leaving the three of them helpless and speechless. Su Lang ignored the speechless looks of the three people and said with a smile, "Did you catch anything?" Chang Yu said unhappily, "No, even if I did, you'd have gotten angry and run away." Su Lang, "It's okay, I caught it. How do you plan to eat it?" "We can eat it together." He pulled out a fish from his fish basket and showed it to the three of them. The three were even more speechless. The fish in Su Lang's hand was not small. It was so big that it weighed about 7 or 8 kilograms and was still jumping around. Chang Yu, "Which market did you buy it from?" Su Lang, "How do you know? It shouldn't be like that. I bought all the equipment, how could you tell?" Chang Lu, "Yours is a sea fish." Chang Yu, "You can catch sea fish in Songjiang? Why are you so awesome? Tell me. Do you have any special abilities? How about we start a company together? I'll import river fish and you can turn them into sea fish." "What sea fish?" Su Lang, equal smiley face. His face twitched as he looked at the fish in his hand. He was so focused on getting a live fish that he forgot to distinguish between sea fish and freshwater fish. What a fatal mistake. But it must be said that Su Lang was thick-skinned enough to not care at all about being exposed in public. Instead, he looked at Qin Xing trying hard to hold back her laughter and said with great satisfaction, "Laugh if you want to. Anyway, I just have this little trick up my sleeve to make you happy for a bit. I was fooled by that fishmonger. I explained the situation to him but he didn't even warn me. Chang Yu, your fish is so expensive. He wants to remind you how to make money by buying a freshwater fish casually. How much did you pay for this fish?" Su Lang, 600? Chang Yu, what a scoundrel. Su Lang, after Su Lang invented a shameless offensive to please Qin Xing, but Qin Xing still chose to refuse and rarely spoke. Finally, he was really annoyed by Su Lang and said straight to the point, "Su Lang, I don't have any plans to fall in love. My mind is all on work right now. I'll talk about it when my career is stable." Su Lang, does dating affect your work? Qin Xing, but I don't want to talk about it, and I hope you won't waste your time looking for me again in the future. I don't have time to talk to you more. Su Lang, have you really never liked me at all? Tell me, I want you to tell me in person before I give up. Qin Xing, I really didn't. Su Lang, I don't believe it. Qin Xing, degree V, Su Lang, I won't give up. It's your right if you don't like me. My pursuit is my freedom. Chang Lu looked at the two of them without saying anything. Su Lang was just pursuing her formally and had not done anything excessive, but Chang Yu couldn't stand it. She thought Su Lang was harassing her sisters. "Chang Yu, why are you like a dogskin plaster? You didn't understand what Sister Qing said to you. Don't you care about you? Don't you like you? Go somewhere cool right now. If I dare to pester you again, what will happen? Su Lang, what are the consequences? Chang Yu, are you really unaware or are you pretending not to know? Don't you know Qin Xing's identity? Are you pursuing her because you are her brother? Su Lang, his brother? Who? Su Lang didn't know much about Qin Xing. He only knew that he came from the countryside and worked as a district manager in a milk tea shop. "Chang Yu, don't you know that Qin Xing is the manager of Shuai Bingqing district?" Su Lang, I know. Chang Yu, don't you know that Snowy Ice City is a product of the Black Dragon Night Market Management Department? Su Lang, Heilong Night Market? Is it that popular night market in the northern district? I heard it's very impressive, and the owner is a college graduate and very capable? He owns Shui Bingchang? He actually created a milk tea brand and opened dozens of stores at once. Shang Yu, that's not all. There's also the Black Dragon Overlord Tea Night Market, which will open tomorrow. These are not important. What I want to say is that Qin Xing, is not only the manager of Shui Bingqing District, but also Qin Zhang's sister. Do you understand? Qin Jiang, you don't know, do you? Su Lang, Qin Jiang? I've heard of him. He's the owner of the Black Dragon Night Market, right? He's Qin Xing's younger brother, but so what? Although he was a little surprised that Qin Xing had such a capable brother, he was not completely incomprehensible. At the same time, he also had a reasonable explanation for why Qin Xing could make a name for himself right after coming from the countryside. What's wrong? What's the matter, Chengyu? Aren't you afraid that if you continue to pester Qin Xing, Qin Jiang will be upset and you will be thrown into the water? Chapter 204. Su Lang is really scared and sinks into the river. Qin Jiang, sink into the river. Su Lang was stunned. He had also heard some legends but did not take them too seriously. After all, the Black Dragon Night Market was in the North District, and its influence was more concentrated near the university town. Many places in the North District were only heard of in legends. Su Lang lives in a university in the South District. He always feels that the propaganda about Qin Jiang is exaggerated, but it's not that he is not afraid of Qin Jiang at all. It's just that he has not faced him directly. He couldn't help but say, "Don't scare me. I haven't done anything out of line. I'm free to date now." Besides, what brother should care about his sister's relationship? As for sinking into the river, that's not the case. Obviously, he didn't believe Qin Jiang, and thought that Qin Jiang was just a student gangster, with some ability at most in starting a business. How could he really dare to sink someone into the river? What? Is there no law? Hearing this, Chengyu hesitated to speak. She didn't believe it at first, but she witnessed it with her own eyes when Qin Jiang led his men to attack Buckingham last time. She wanted to tell Su Lang about these things, but it was useless to tell him clearly because these students from the South District would just treat it as a story. Besides, Su Lang was a rich second generation and was even bolder. Right at this moment, there were sounds of footsteps coming from the distance. They all looked over there. What was going on by the river so late at night? Winter fishing. Due to the darkness, one could only see a few people grabbing another person and dragging him away. Shang Lu and others realized something was wrong, so Su Lang prepared to go and check out the situation. Sudden, high in the darkness came the cries of the three donkeys. "I don't want to drown in the river. I don't want to be drowned in the river. I will never dare to offend Brother Jiang again. I am just pretending to be a big shot. I won't drown in the river. I have an 80-year-old mother above me and children crying for food below me. I don't want to die. I'm still a chick. Can you please tell Brother Jiang that I'm willing to join Black Dragon and I'll do anything, please?" Whoa, the voice coming from the dark night made everyone stunned. The conversation just now meant a lot. Brother Jiang. Black Dragon, Black Shadow. Riverside, it's self-evident what it represents. It's clearly the scene of the sinking into the river. Cheng Lu, the legend is true. Those who offended Qin Jiang have never appeared again. It turns out they are really in the river. Cheng Yu, well, we can't just look at the surface. Qin Shang, my brother is too cruel. What should I do? Waiting online. The most confused one is Su Lang. Of the previous moment, he didn't take Qin Jiang's drowning seriously, thinking it was just a legend, but the next moment he saw the drowning scene with his own eyes. No, Qin Jiang is really so arrogant and domineering. In broad daylight, isn't there any law at night? At the same time, fear descended upon him. If he continued to pester Qin Shang, would he also be drowned in the river? Silence, very quiet. The figures in the darkness were getting farther and farther away, and one could no longer hear the three donkeys crying or their mouths covered. Ahead. San Luzi's mouth was blocked and his face was filled with despair. He saw the frozen river and images kept appearing in his mind. Several people dug a hole in the ice and threw him in. No matter how hard he swam, he couldn't get out and turned into an ice sculpture. At this time. A questioning voice came from the front. Who's over there? I saw several security guards patrolling with batons in their hands. The three-wheeled driver seemed to have found a lifeline and frantically shouted, "Help! There's someone!" Woo woo woo. Li Hao blocked his mouth, and San Luzi's tears flowed down. He thought this was the only way to survive. Fortunately, Jian seemed to have heard the sound and was walking towards this direction. Several Black Dragon personnel. Brother Hao, what should we do? Li Hao, he's lucky today, okay? Hand him over to the police first, and wait until he's released. Li Hao made a subtle gesture across his neck, quickly stepped forward and whispered something to the security guard, and handed him a USB flash drive containing the video of Sanluzzi being beaten. Assaulting others is also illegal, so he needed evidence to exonerate himself. Soon, several police officers arrived in front of the Black Dragon personnel and took Sanluzzi into custody. As Li Hao passed by Sanluzzi, he whispered coldly in his ear, "You must know what to say and what not to say. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Walk." Several security guards took Sanluzzi into the security car. The security car sped off into the distance. The security officer said, "Sanluzzi, huh? You're quite bold, pretending to be a gangster and collecting protection money. You're breaking the law, don't you know?" The order they received was to come to the riverside to pick up the criminal Sanluzzi. As for the person who arrested Sanluzzi, they didn't care, and even thought that he was from their brother unit. The three donkeys nodded dully, "Yes. I broke the law, take me away and sentence me." He didn't dare say anything more, for fear that the security officers would abandon his car and Li Hao and others would rush out and throw him into the river. He thought that prison might be safer. The scene just now also allowed him to witness the power of the Black Dragon. If they wanted to drown him in the river in broad daylight, he could just go up and talk to a few police officers and nothing would happen. It was unreasonable to arrest him instead. He turned his head to look at the pitch-black night outside and couldn't help but sigh, "It's so dark." "Security, nonsense, don't you see what time it is? We have to work overtime for you today." Three donkeys, he was still afraid because he had just secretly seen Li Hao's gestures. "Black Dragon will not let me go. When I get out of there, I might still be disabled." Why? Just because he is trying to hide his true identity is not enough. Breaking my arms, breaking my legs, or at most severing my hamstrings would be enough. Does it really mean that I have to be drowned in the river? Could it be? He thought about what he heard from Zhu Zhang in the car, about cooperating with the police to deal with Buckingham. Although the sequel came to an abrupt end, he couldn't help but think of many things and secretly groaned, "Damn it. I feel like I'm caught in some vortex. I have to get out of here as soon as possible." He made a quick decision. "Security guard, why does this car smell? Who is eating stinky tofu in the car?" "Three donkeys, I said I just farted, can you believe it?" Security guard, "Fuck." In the dark night, the Black Dragon personnel looked calm as they watched the three donkeys being taken away by the police. Li Hao clapped his hands and said, "It's done. Time to call it a day." He was ordered to take the three donkeys to the riverside and hand them over to the police. As for drowning them in the river, that was illegal. Heilong is a legitimate company. Songjiang. Li Hao looked at the frozen river in front of him with interest and did a favorite northeastern activity, smashing the ice. Northeastern boys love to smash holes in the frozen river with rocks, and even compete with each other to see who can make the biggest hole. In the summer, they also compete to see who makes splashes. I saw them find a big rock nearby, lift it up and smash it hard into the river. Boom, the stone smashed a hole that had been made by ice fishing and fell into the water with a bang, bang. Bang! Several other Black Dragon members also smashed a few ices, and the huge roar of breaking ice resounded on the silent river surface. Soon, several people left the riverside in high spirits. Only Chang Lu, Cheng Yu, Xin Shang, and Su Lang were left standing there in shock at the roar of the river in the dark night. They all had the same thought in their minds. It was given to Chen Jiang. Chapter 205, New Year's Eve in the dormitory, 80 milk tea shops. The top floor of Black Dragon Company. Qin Jiang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the night. Zhu Zhang walked over slowly and said, "If the matter is done well and he is caught cheating, we can keep him in jail for a while. We can let him out when needed. I don't know if he will follow our route when he comes out." Qin Jiang, "It's just a casual move." Xu Zhang nodded. "The two major tea brands are ready. All 80 stores will open at 10 a.m. tomorrow." Qin Jiang nodded and looked up at the dark night. "Tonight, it's destined to be a sleepless night, New Year's Day. Theoretically, tomorrow is 2011, a new year, a new journey. A long time," Qin Jiang said. "Tomorrow morning, give all employees a 200 yuan red envelope each, including two major milk tea brands." Zhu Zhang, "Understood." It should be clear that Heilong's main business is the catering industry, so it cannot take a full break on New Year's Day. However, the employees have no complaints. After all, not many Chinese people celebrate New Year's Day, plus, Heilong really gives triple wages. Under the financial offensive, few people have complaints. Even those who are arranged to rest are not very willing to do so. They are also willing to work overtime. Night, the dormitories are very lively. The final exams just ended, New Year's Eve is tonight, and winter vacation is coming soon. Many dorms are celebrating. They sang the song, hummed the tune, called for friendship, discussed beauties, and had a great time. The building manager ignored it. Dormitory 401. Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, Sizhou, Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, Zhao Shanha and Feng Lin were eating hot pot in the dormitory of Feng Lin. Brother Jiang, you can absolutely eat this without worry. I brought some people to the village down below to get the mutton today. It was still alive and kicking an hour ago. The hot pot base is absolutely safe. As the manager of transportation and procurement for Black Dragon, it was naturally not difficult for him to obtain these things. Wang Tao, the management department has arranged everything. I'll get up early tomorrow and inspect the two major tea brands. I'll absolutely ensure that everything goes well and I won't let Brother Jiang down. Zhao Shanha, I've asked the security department to step up their efforts tomorrow to ensure there won't be any disturbances and no one will dare cause trouble. Sun Yuan, the two major tea brands have also stepped up their promotion efforts. Tomorrow, many large screens in Songjiang will play the video on a loop. Seijiu, Brother Jiang, if you don't eat these crabs, I'll show off. I'm not full. Xu Zhang, it's snowing outside, so there should be a market for hot drinks. As long as the two large milk teas can sell more than 300,000 a day tomorrow, it will be fine. Daily sales of 300,000, is it a lot? It's not low, but it's not outrageous either. After all, Heilong opened nearly 80 stores at once, and the daily sales of each store was only more than 3,000. According to the price of milk tea, Shui Bingchang would sell hundreds of cups and Ba Wang tea would sell more than 200 cups. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, and others are also full of confidence. It's not that they are arrogant, but there are two major milk tea brands in the Heilong night market, and each brand has 3 locations, which occupy much larger areas than other stalls. The daily sales of each brand location are in the thousands, and occasionally even exceed 10,000. That's it, the supply was in short supply, and many people did not buy milk tea. After all, it has become a trend to come to Heilong night market to buy 2 big milk teas, and few people would not buy them as long as they come, especially the girls. Milk tea, the attraction to girls is simply beyond words, so Wang Tao and others are very confident that the milk tea brand will have a lot of sales as long as it opens stores in various places. At least 300,000 sales per day. The cost of milk tea is very low, and the rent of the Songjiang store is not very expensive now. Even after deducting all expenses, the net profit can still be more than half. Daily revenue of 150,000, monthly revenue can reach 4.5 million. What a concept! Currently, the net revenue of Heilong night market is only 3 to 4 million per month, and the revenue can basically be more than doubled. Of course, these are just predictions, and the specific situation will depend on tomorrow. Only Qin Zhang's expression was calm. It's not that he lacks confidence, but rather that he thinks Zhu Zhang and others are too conservative, and that the sales volume of milk tea will exceed many people's expectations. Even in the previous life, few people could understand why milk tea was so popular among girls, and no one could understand how a random milk tea brand store could have a daily revenue of tens of thousands or even more. Although the milk tea brand has just emerged in this life, it does not mean that girls' interest has just emerged. Milk tea has always been attractive to them, but there was no purchasing channel before. At this point, Qin Zhang once asked someone to investigate and found that the vast majority of people who come to Heilong night market to buy milk tea are girls, and the repurchase rate is very high. Many people travel long distances to come here to drink it. Qin Zhang, tomorrow is of utmost importance. We need to hire the right people to fill the queues, and we need to hire them across different regions. We must ensure that every store is in short supply and that everyone has to queue up to make a purchase. We also need to control online forums and not allow people to post too many posts about relationships. If there are any, we should let them sink. Qin Zhang knew how terrible the bandwagon effect was. Theoretically, many people in the Heilong night market were following the bandwagon effect. They don't necessarily have to come to Heilong night market, but just because Heilong night market is famous and crowded, they will come here subconsciously to shop. Whenever they have nowhere else to go, they will think of Heilong night market. The same goes for milk tea. Whenever they want to drink something, they will think of milk tea, and whenever they think of milk tea, they will think of the two major brands of Heilong and come to buy it, following the trend plus brand equals sales, Sun Yuan, understood. Qin Jiang issued several important orders again. Wang Tao and the others looked at Qin Jiang with admiration and emotion. Last New Year's Day, they were in the same dormitory, thinking about how to develop after graduation, whether they could expand the scale of their business, and whether they could earn 100,000 or 200,000 yuan a year. Result: 1 year, no. Theoretically, it's only 4 months, in the same dormitory, eating the same hot pot, the same few people. The topic they are discussing is the business of millions every month and tens of millions every year. These people who always think about fighting and going to the internet cafe have become people whose words can decide the fate of hundreds of people. It all depends on Brother Jiang. Really, frowny face choice is greater than effort. Brother Jiang is greater than miracles. In the past, the university town was not just about Qin Jiang's group. Xinhe, Air Tuzi and others also had some status. Are those under them really worse than them? Not necessarily. They were just lucky enough to attend the same school as Qin Jiang and become his direct subordinates, while those who were unlucky had to follow Chen He and others and had to leave the university town, barely making a living outside, or even resorting to scamming people at the train station. They become powerful beings who can call the wind and rain dry. Qin Jiang raised his glass. This is for friendship and brotherhood. Zhu Zhang and others were stunned. They thought that Brother Jiang was raising his glass to celebrate the company's status and development, but they didn't expect that he was raising his glass to celebrate brotherhood and friendship. They couldn't help but clench their fists. Swish! 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 They all raised their glasses and drank it dry. Dry! Chapter 206, Dormitory Management Doesn't Care. Milk tea becomes popular sudden. The dorm manager's voice rang out from the corridor. What's that smell? Who ate hot pot? I've told you so many times not to. What's wrong? You're acting up just because it's holiday time. Don't you know that high-power electrical appliances can easily trip the circuit breaker? The electricians have all gone home for New Year's Day, so whoever pushed the gate open for you? If I catch you, I'll confiscate all your property. Said. He opened every door to search, and when he found some appliances, he scolded them and took them away. If he didn't find any, he scolded them again. Soon when they arrived at Qin Jiang's dormitory, the dormitory manager naturally didn't dare to push the door open, but the dormitory door was not closed at all. Therefore, even if the dormitory manager doesn't want to watch it, you have to watch it. Brush. The dormitory manager looked at Qin Jiang and others, and in just 1,000th of a second, he immediately shifted his gaze as if he saw nothing, turned around and left without any pause. Even he pulled his phone out of his pocket. Hello? Electrician? You were drinking outside? Who told you to drink? You're on duty today, you know? What if the dormitory's power goes out? The students won't have electricity. How many times have I told you to put the students first? Come back immediately. If you delay electricity use, you will be held responsible. The next day, the school comes alive in the early morning. Students who usually cannot get up for classes get up earlier and earlier when the holidays are about to begin. After all, they don't have classes these days and can just go out and play. Same, the Black Dragon personnel also became busy. Today is the day when 2 major tea brands are launched, and many people are focusing their attention on them. South District, Waterfront Road. It is very close to the South District University town, so there are more than one store of the 2 major Heilong brands on the nearby streets. Overlord Waterfront Store. Several college students were dressed appropriately, wearing hats, translucent masks, and gloves. They were busy, some debugging machines and some cutting fruit. Later, there was a young man directing the group. He was dressed similarly to the busy people, the only difference being a black bead on his shoulder. He was none other than the store manager, Yang Bing, acting. Naturally, he also stood out from the in-service college students and management trainees, and became one of the few management trainees elected as store managers. Most of the others were old employees of the Heilong Management Department. He was very excited. First, the store manager's salary is higher than that of the store clerk. Second, the store manager does not need to do too much manual labor. Third, the store manager will receive quarterly dividends if he does a good job. Fourth, and most importantly, the store manager has room for promotion and can become a district manager, a regional manager, or even a deputy general manager, or even be promoted to the company headquarters. I heard, Yang Bing murmured, the manager's salary at headquarters is tens of thousands a month, and that's not even counting the commission. How can I spend so much money? Shake your head. He didn't think too much about it. Seeing that it was almost 10 o'clock, he said to the busy people, hold a meeting. Several people stood in a row in front of Yang Bing. Yang Bing said, Black Dragon rules, meetings should be avoided if possible, and don't talk nonsense during meetings. I'll keep things short. Today is the most critical moment for Bawang Tea. We must not only compete with other Bawang Tea stores, but also with Shui Bingchang. Give us 200% of your energy. As long as you perform outstandingly, you will have the opportunity to advance and become a reserve store manager. He pointed to the black bead on his shoulder. He didn't make any big promises. He had told them during the training that to become a district manager, he had to train at least 3 reserve store managers. See this, the service staff are all full of expectations. Who doesn't want to be a leader? Who doesn't want to earn more money? What's more, they all graduated from vocational colleges and don't have many good options. If there is a way out, how can they not seize it? Yang Bing was satisfied with their reactions and continued, Brother Jiang said that during the New Year's Day period, your salary will be tripled, and there will be red envelopes as well. He simply took out a stack of money from his pocket and gave each person 200 yuan, which made everyone happier. 200, a lot for the average person in 2010. At this time, many rural students only have a monthly living expense of 500 to 600 yuan. Moreover, most catering companies only give red envelopes and empty promises or at most after the event. They basically never give them on the spot, at least they have never seen them. Yang Bing, remember, you are not waiters, but Heilong management trainees. This is just your starting point. In the future, Heilong will definitely expand and recruit more people to join. As vocational college students, you are the biggest trump card. Our future is limitless. As long as there is an opportunity, the higher-ups will promote us. Of course, it all depends on you. Can you seize it? It's almost time, open for business. Several people were so excited that their blood boiled and they opened the rolling door directly with excitement on their faces, but the next moment they were stunned. Just see. A large number of people gathered at the entrance, and when the shutter door opened, they shouted, Is this Bawang Tea the same one from the Black Dragon night market? Do you have taro boba? I want taro boba, I want pearl milk tea, with more pearls. Is that so? Yang Bing was also stunned. Fortunately, he had rehearsed this kind of situation during training, so he immediately rushed out and shouted, line up and buy in an orderly manner. You have 3 minutes to line up, and we'll give you 20% off on everything. Order was quickly restored. After all, most of the people who came here to buy milk tea were college students, and college students are the most talkative people. Of course, there is no need to worry even if there are people who are difficult to talk to. The security department has already arranged people in many areas, and they can arrive at the scene and take command as soon as possible when chaos occurs in any store. Hello, your taro paste bobo. Hello, please put more pearls in your bubble tea. Cups of milk tea were quickly made and handed out, but the number of people in line did not decrease but continued to increase. Many students kept sending messages, come on, that Bawang Tea we were talking about is open now, 20% off today, and it's just like the Black Dragon night market. Wow, they've released a new product, and it tastes amazing. I don't even feel cold after taking one bite. For a while, countless girls gathered here, including not only students, but also many residents and adults. Many people even joined the long queue unconsciously, thinking that if so many people were buying it, it must be a good product. More than just the waterfront, other Bawang Tea and Shui Bingchang restaurants were extremely popular, with long queues of people. The people hired by the operations departments to queue up at some particularly popular stores couldn't even squeeze in and snap. A small truck pulled up next to the waterfront store. A few Black Dragon staff members looked at the densely packed queue and pointed at the people behind the truck and asked, do we still need to send the hired people? Li Hao, why would we need this? It's so popular. They can't even squeeze in now. Boom. The car went to other stores. The continued popularity of the 2 major tea brands in the afternoon, with more and more people buying them, has attracted the attention of TV stations. There are even scalpers. A cup of the hottest tea, Bawang Tea, has been fetching nearly 100 yuan. Social media forums are flooded with photos of Bawang Tea and Shui Bingchang. Within just a few hours of their opening day, the two major tea brands, it became a big hit. Chapter 207 Father by Size, I am old, and the times are progressing inside a residential building. Baiwegwa sat on the sofa with a silent expression. One side of the wife kept nagging, "You didn't even let our son come home on New Year's Day," and insisted on being on duty. "Why? You are the only one who is great. He's my son, too. Why do you let him work the shift? Is it so difficult for me to have a reunion dinner with my son? Baiwegwa, why are you still dissatisfied? We eat the country's food, so we should consider the country. Just because everyone has New Year's Day off doesn't mean the Public Security Department should be relaxed. Instead, they should work with full concentration. Besides, Xiao Meng works in the city and can come back anytime he wants. How can he be compared with kids from other places? You only think about yourself and not others. Wife, you are the only one who thinks about others. You miss your own daughter so much that you don't even want to go home, my Lu." There was a hint of tears in her tone. Baiwegwa opened his mouth but said nothing in the end. Right at this moment, Didi, the phone rang at the door. The nanny went to answer it and said to Baiwegwa after a moment, "Sir, someone is outside delivering something. They say it's Xiaolu. Do you want her to come in?" Before Baiwegwa could say anything, his wife stood up and asked, "Is Xiaolu back yet?" "Send her in quickly." Soon a young man in a black suit appeared at the gate of Baiwegwa. He handed out the package in his hand and said, "These are what Sister Lu asked me to give to Auntie." Sister Lu said, "I wish Auntie eternal youth and a happy new year." As soon as these words were spoken, Baiwegwa's face was gloomy. "Sister Lu, what a bullshit title. Qin Jiang is obviously so cautious in his work, but why do his subordinates still use underworld names when doing things? Was it intentional or?" Bai's mother looked the man in black up and down and asked, "Who are you?" Obviously she was a little off track. The man in black also noticed Bai's mother's confusion and waved his hands hurriedly. "I am an employee of Heilong Company. Sister Lu is my boss. I just came here to run errands and deliver 2 cups of milk tea. If there is nothing else, I will leave first." After that, he turned around and left. This place is a security family compound, and as a member of the Black Dragon, he is afraid that he will not stay any longer. Black Dragon? Black Dragon. Bai's mother muttered 2 words repeatedly. She didn't know much about Bai Lu's situation outside. At this time, there was a knock on the door. It was Xiao Sun who came to pay New Year's greetings. Baiwegwa said directly to Xiao Sun, "Come for a walk with me." After saying that, he pointed at the 2 cups of milk tea placed on the table by the auntie and said, "What rubbish, take one." Xiao Sun, okay. By the time Bai's mother realized what was happening, there was only a cup of milk tea left on the table. She went over and held it in her hands, feeling very touched, and said, "Xiaolu still has me and milk tea in her heart." "Is it tea made of milk?" Slurp. The taste was good, but she didn't pay attention to the milk tea for long before picking up the phone and dialing, "Please check the situation of Black Dragon Company for me." Did Xiaolu go for internship? It didn't take long for the call to come back. Bai's mother's expression kept changing as she listened to the message on the phone. "Xinjiang, Heilongjiang, night market, milk tea, Xiaolu, can't she? She's old enough to be in a relationship. That guy has built a thriving business from scratch, which is pretty impressive, but his reputation doesn't seem to be very good. The Wei Kingdom will never allow people with social backgrounds to enter, but Xiaolu has a tough temper." She received a multimedia message and her eyes lit up when she saw the candid photo of Qin Jiang getting off the bus. "He's quite elegant." Outside. As soon as Xiao Sun walked out, Baiwegwa snatched the milk tea from his hand. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He obviously cares a lot about his daughter but pretends not to care. "What a face-conscious old fogey guy." A slurp. Baiwegwa took a sip and frowned slightly. "This is too sweet. It makes my throat choke. How many people would buy this? What if Qin Jiang opened 80 stores at once?" Obviously, he is not very optimistic about milk tea, nor can he say that he likes it. The milky sweetness is too strong and it is not as refreshing as Coke. In his opinion, there is no market for this thing at all. At the same time, he was very disappointed with Qin Jiang's big investment in the milk tea chain. With his attention to Qin Jiang, he naturally knew that the 2 major milk tea chains had basically drained all of Heilong's resources. As long as the milk tea business failed, Heilong night market would also face the difficulty of collapse. By then, let alone cooperating with the public security, he was afraid that he would even kill himself. You are young after all. By Waigwa's side, a young man in his 20s, just as he's achieved a bit of success and status, starts drifting away. That's right. His first few steps were too smooth, so he doesn't understand business logic. If the business is on the right track, he should just keep doing it. Why would he just risk his entire fortune on something unknown? Don't put all your eggs in one basket, you'll lose everything. With his experience, he has seen many similar things. In the economic wave, countless young people have taken advantage of the wind and taken to the ground because of their arrogance and have been doomed. He believes that Qin Jiang will fall flat on his face this time, and it is even questionable whether he can make a comeback. So, how to cooperate in public security, what should Xiaolu do? Just as he was frowning and thought, Xiao Sun spoke up at the right time. Boss, the sales of milk tea are not bad. Heilong's move is too awesome. How did they realize that milk tea would be so popular? He is going to make a fortune again. By Waigwa, what the hell? You said this thing is selling well? Are there really people buying this, something like milk tea? Xiao Sun nodded. Boss, it's not just good, it's in short supply. To be honest, I came here to pay New Year's greetings at 2 p.m., but I waited in line for over half an hour just to buy milk tea for my wife. In the end, I couldn't wait any longer and bought it from a scalper. It cost 30 yuan a cup. 1 hour queue, the birth of the scalper, add 30 yuan, the 3 pieces of information shocked by Waigwa. Even though he had never done business, he knew what they meant. Represents hot, representatives have no worries about selling, represent, brush. He lowered his head and looked at the milk tea in his hand again and took a sip. I don't know if it's an illusion or something else, but the taste seems to be okay. But is this really what so many people buy? Brush. Xiao Sun pulled out his phone and said, Boss, look at these photos I took of the scene. These are 2 or 3 of the stores. It's said that all the major stores in Songjiang are queuing up. It's not just by Waigwa. In fact, Xiao Sun also doesn't quite understand it. Maybe many boys lose interest in milk tea as they get older, but these are not important. The target audience of milk tea is not them but girls, and sales can be expanded by attracting boys through girls. At this moment, Bai Waigwa was speechless again as he looked at the densely packed crowd in the photo, feeling that his cognition had been hit. A long time, he couldn't help but sigh. I really feel left behind by the times. There are things you don't even understand the logic behind. I heard online shopping is becoming popular in the South, but it sounds unreliable. You can't see or touch it, but you still have to pay first? It's quite popular. It seems that we can no longer view the new era with old eyes. Old antiques like me must learn to accept it. Chapter 208 Ruyan's New Liquor. Sister Lu was here now. Not only Bai Waigwa was paying attention to this, but many other people were also paying attention, among whom Wu Yu was the most concerned. The failure of the 2 major tea brands means the decline of Heilong, which will play a decisive role in the upcoming selection of the top 10 young entrepreneurs. The failure of Heilong will be a big blow to the conference. It should be clear that many vocational college graduates this year are interning at the 2 major tea brands, and their employment rate is very high and very real. They are not just randomly sent to garbage places or sent to work in factories to fool people's employment rate. He didn't want the tea brand to fail, both for the future development of the vocational university and for his relationship with Qin Jiang as both teacher and friend. However, he didn't have a very good impression of milk tea. As the president of the vocational university, he had tried milk tea at the Heilong night market across from the university. Smell, all I can say is that it doesn't have any special features. From his middle-aged understanding, the most he can say is that it's not that bad to drink. He believes that the reason why milk tea is so popular in Heilong night market is more due to the huge flow of people in the night market, but setting up direct operated stores across the board, and opening 80 of them at once, was a bit too exaggerated. He also implicitly reminded Qin Jiang not to take too big a step. Obviously, Qin Jiang didn't listen to his advice. Young man. Wu Yu shook his head. It's good to be motivated, but this kind of gambling-like behavior is too scary. We can only hope that the losses from these milk teas don't become too outrageous. As for profits? A little bit is all that's good. Right at this moment, bang, the door opened and several young men came in. They were Wu Yu's nephew and niece. This was Wu Yu's father's home, and he brought his wife and children here to celebrate New Year's Day. They all had cups of hot drinks in their hands, which made Wu Yu narrow his eyes slightly. He recognized that these hot drinks were Bawang tea, the hot milk tea brand under Heilong. Mother Wu looked at them and said, "What are you holding? It's almost time for dinner, why are you drinking junk food?" "Young man, Grandma, you don't understand. This is called milk tea. It's not junk food. It's made with milk." Gaga. We waited in line for over half an hour to buy this. It's delicious. Do you want to try it? What, waiting in line for half an hour to buy it? Wu Yu, did you buy it at Heilong Night Market? He thought that only milk tea at Heilong Night Market could be so popular. Young man, no, there's a new Bawang tea shop downstairs, and there are a lot of people lining up. Brush. Before he could finish his words, Wu Yu rushed out of the house and ran downstairs. He ran breathlessly to the other side of the street, but he didn't feel tired at all. His eyes fell on the front, where a long line was queuing to buy milk tea, and there were even scalpers reselling milk tea in a low voice. Milk tea, reselling, what a fresh vocabulary, but the incident happened right before his eyes, causing Wu Yu to feel his heart beating faster and his face becoming excited. He knew that Qin Zhang's quota for young entrepreneurs was secured. Without hesitation, he paid a scalper to buy a cup of milk tea, and this time he found it incredibly sweet. 3 o'clock. In the afternoon, the popularity of tea beverage brands continues, and security measures have been implemented in various places to maintain order due to the large number of people queuing. Songjiang Institute of Technology. A woman dressed in professional attire stood quietly, giving off an air of keeping strangers away. The woman was very beautiful, and all the students coming in and out couldn't help but take a second look at her. Science and engineering, there are so few schools for beautiful girls. Ruyan. A girl, Wang Qi, came up and said, "Why are you here? Did Senior Yunfeng ask you out?" "That's right, this woman is Lu Ruyan." Lu Ruyan just nodded calmly when she heard the girl's words. Ever since she lost Qin Zhang's support, she could only maintain her aloof personality by being aloof. In addition, she lost her income and did not want her quality of life to decline too much, so she could only spend her remaining money on clothes, have a meal. The only excuse is losing weight. She was very hungry now, so hungry that she could hardly speak, but she still pretended to be cool. This was her bottom line. Lu Ruyan. At this time. A young man with a simple and honest face ran over from the other side of the street, holding 2 cups of milk tea in his hands. "Ruyan, I just bought you this Bawang tea, it's warm, hurry up and warm your hands." Wang Qi said from the side, "Wow. Bawang tea. I kept hearing at school today how popular it is, and how they have to queue for half an hour to buy it. Senior Yunfeng, you are really thoughtful." Lu Yunfeng smiled and nodded, then handed the other cup of milk tea he had intended to drink to Wang Qi. How can this be so embarrassing? Although Wang Qi felt embarrassed, he took the milk tea without delay. Lu Ruyan's cold expression relaxed a lot as she held the milk tea. There was no way she could do anything about it as she had been hit so hard in recent months. Since she had no money to support her, many of the dogs around her had reacted badly. The rich ones were all after her body and were very stingy, while those who really regarded her as a goddess were all poor losers with no money. Naturally, she was unwilling to spend her time and energy on those poor losers. Therefore, Lu Yunfeng, this honest boy whom she once didn't want to look at, finally came into her sight. The other person wasn't bad looking. His family was considered upper middle class. It was said his father was a leader in a state-owned enterprise, his mother was a teacher, and he had started his own business at school and was quite successful. "Lu Ruyan, didn't you say you wanted to watch a movie today?" Lu Yunfeng's face lit up. "Yes. Let's watch the comedy movie, Let the Bullets Fly." "Ryoyan, by the way, how's your business going?" "Lu Yunfeng, I've been working day and night in the market for a while now. Now my dairy company is on the right track and has signed a cooperation agreement with a large company. It's Bawang tea. I can supply a large share of dairy products to the dozens of Bawang tea stores," said. He pointed across the street, where there was a Bawang tea store. Due to its good location, it was considered the regional headquarters, covering 2 floors. The lower floor sold milk tea, and the upper floor was used for offices. Usually, the regional manager worked here, and many regional managers also had their offices here. Lu Ruyan looked across at the imposing Overlord tea shop, nodded, and smiled at Lu Yunfeng. She'd been very busy lately. Although the 2 major tea brands were actively advertising, she'd only heard about them and wasn't sure if they were owned by Black Dragon. Of course, she knew the Black Dragon night market was incredibly popular. Lu Ruyan murmured, Qin Jiang. Don't think you're the only one with potential. If you want to pursue me, there are many potential stocks. He also encouraged Lu Yunfeng, keep going, and strive to make your company bigger and bigger. Lu Yunfeng, yes, I plan to expand the scale and increase the company's turnover next year. Lu Ruyan, let me set a small goal for you, strive to surpass Qin Jiang next year. You know Qin Jiang, the one who runs the night market? You have a good chance. Your company has already partnered with the chain brand Bawang Tea. Bawang Tea has dozens of stores, which shows its strength. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Yunfeng stood there in a daze, and even Wang Qi looked at Lu Ruyan with a strange expression. Right at this moment, three cars stopped not far in front of them. 7 or 8 women in black professional attire got out of the cars. They looked very elegant and attracted the attention of many people nearby. Many girls' eyes are full of envy, as this is what they aspire to be after graduation. Now, even Lu Ruyan looked in the direction of the convoy. Those professional women were exactly what she imagined herself to look like now, under the watchful eyes of the public. 7 or 8 girls in business suits came to the front of the car and stood respectfully. The leading girl half bowed and said, Sister Lu, we're here. Chapter 209. By Lu is powerful, Ruyan is jealous. Bang, the car door was opened and the woman walked out slowly. She was wearing a proper black business suit, and she looked heroic and had a cold gaze, giving her the appearance of a social elite. Especially since she was surrounded by 7 or 8 professional women on both sides, her identity and status were even more extraordinary. Boss you. Lu Yunfeng blurted out subconsciously while looking at the direction of the convoy. Wang Qi, do you know the woman leading the charge? Is she Ms. Yu? Which company is she from? She looks quite impressive. Lu Yunfeng, I don't know the leader, but I know the woman who opened the car door next to her. She's General Manager Yu, the audit manager of the finance department of Heilong Company. She's responsible for financial audits and can approve millions of dollars with just a single word. She's considered a mid-level figure in Heilong Company. I've had the pleasure of meeting her several times when negotiating financial matters with Heilong. It seems she's here to audit Bawang Tea's finances. Wang Qi was extremely shocked. The woman who just opened the car door had such an identity, and could determine the whereabouts of millions of funds with just one sentence, but she just opened the door for someone else. So, who are the people being surrounded? Before Wang Qi could ask, Lu Yunfeng had already guessed. The one who could get her to open the door personally must be one of the top executives of Black Dragon, and among those executives there is only one woman. It's Heilong's financial director, Bai Lu. Heilong's department heads are now collectively referred to as directors. Bai Lu, Wang Qi looked puzzled. She felt that the name was familiar. Then she seemed to remember something and looked at Lu Ruyan. If she remembered correctly, a few months ago, the other party had been cursing a woman named Bai Lu, calling her fickle, a mistress, a flirter, shameless, etc. Could it be that? Now Lu Ruyan clenched her fists and looked at Lu Yunfeng. What did you just say? Are you coordinating with Black Dragon? What kind of work are you coordinating with Black Dragon? Why did Black Dragon Finance come to audit Bawang Tea, and what is their relationship with Bawang Tea? Lu Yunfeng was stunned. No. Don't you know that Bawang Tea belongs to Black Dragon? But he didn't think much about it and said directly, Bawang Tea is a brand under the Black Dragon Management Department. Not only Bawang Tea, but also Shui Bingchang. Currently, 80 stores of the 2 major tea brands have opened together. I guess they're auditing the marketing tonight, so the finance department is personally dispatched here to conduct an inspection. Ruyan, since you've seen me, go say hello first. You wait here for me. What, is Bawang Tea owned by Heilong, Snowy Night Ice City too, and 80 stores opened at the same time? Lu Ruyan stared intently at Bai Lu, surrounded by a group of professional elites. She was infuriated by the aura she unconsciously exuded. Why? Why is Qin Jiang getting more and more arrogant? Opening a night market wasn't enough, he also created a tea brand, and the key is that it's so popular. And then there's this woman. Why is she so arrogant? These things should have been mine. Her repressed regret rose to its peak again, even stronger than before. Initially, if she hadn't teased Qin Jiang like that, if only she could give Qin Jiang some sweetness and some response, if she didn't treat Qin Jiang as a backup, didn't just treat him as an ATM, but really had a boyfriend. So now, does Bai Lu have everything under her control? She will be surrounded by people, become an independent elite woman, and be able to call the shots and run the company. She hates it. I was so angry that my teeth were chattering. She regretted it so much that she was heartbroken. She regretted it so much that she wanted to slap herself twice. She regretted it so much that she wanted to take the initiative to go to bed with Qin Jiang and devote herself to him. But she knew the man who used to follow him and do everything for him has long disappeared, and has become the one standing at the top of Songjiang, managing a large enterprise with thousands of employees and a net worth of hundreds of millions, who all look up to him, and her bootlicker became Lu Yunfeng, who nodded and bowed, and kept bending and shaking hands in front of the subordinate, General Yu, of the other party's subordinate, Bai Lu. How could Lu Ruyan, who had an extremely strong sense of self-esteem, accept this? The slight good impression she had for Lu Yunfeng disappeared in an instant. Even feel bored. Qin Jiang, Lu Yunfeng, there is absolutely no comparison. It's like comparing bright moonlight with a grain of light. The difference is as huge as heaven and earth. When Lu Ruyan was filled with hatred and her heart was undergoing all kinds of drastic changes, Bai Lu seemed to feel someone looking in her direction, but she just glanced at them smoothly. Obviously she had forgotten Lu Ruyan long ago. What is there to remember about a materialistic woman who is not presentable and a person who has no self-awareness? She didn't say anything to Lu Yunfeng either. It wasn't that she was being aloof, but there were too many people like him. She couldn't handle it if she tried to talk to and make friends with every one of them. Besides, you have to delegate authority for many things. The finance department wasn't just a newly established one with over a dozen people. It had several management departments under it: audit, tax, accounting. Each department is managed by a manager, and her responsibility is to control the overall situation and manage several managers. This is beneficial to the company's development. These are what Qin Jiang told her: don't do everything yourself, and sometimes delegating power is more conducive to development. Today is the most important moment for the two major tea brands, so she personally appeared to supervise her subordinates. After, she only knows how to look at the reports handed over by her subordinates and make plans. Walk. Bai Lu led the team and strode towards Baoan Tea. The regional manager had already brought people to wait at the door. Surrounded by a large number of people's compliments, Bai Lu went upstairs and disappeared from everyone's sight. Soon, Lu Yunfeng ran back with a smile. Although he didn't talk to Bai Lu, he did become familiar with her. This would be very helpful for the future of his company, and today was also his lucky day. He looked at Lu Ruyan, who looked unhappy, and said with some confusion, "Ruyan, why does your face look so ugly? Are you cold? Come to my car quickly, I'll turn on the heater to warm you up." He pointed to the old Jetta not far away. Lu Ruyan looked at the shabby old Jetta, looking at Lu Yunfeng, who was full of flattery, and couldn't help but get angry. "Don't call me Ruyan, I don't have any close relationship with you." Lu Yunfeng was stunned. "What's wrong with you?" "Lu Ruyan, what's wrong with me? I could have tolerated mediocrity, but who has made me see an eagle? A lock that can't be penetrated by a golden key, how can it be touched by an iron key? Lu Yunfeng, you are not worthy of me." After saying that, he turned and left. Lu Yunfeng, haven't you watched the movie yet? Lu Ruyan, let the bullets fly? Fly your uncle? What little fairy wants to watch grown men fighting and killing each other? Lu Yunfeng stood there in a daze, his face bewildered. He had no idea what had happened and why Lu Ruyan, who had just been friendly to him, had suddenly become a different person. Wang Qi, she caught up with Lu Ruyan and said, "Ruyan, Lu Yunfeng is pretty good. Although he can't compare to that Qin Jiang, he is still a potential stock." Lu Ruyan, that's him. Potential stock. I guess he can only make a few million in his lifetime. What potential stock is that? How can I spend the rest of my life with such a person? Chapter 2: 10 Different Fates. Daily sales of milk tea, 450,000. Wang Qi, degree V. She looked at Lu Ruyan's frantic expression and didn't know how to persuade her. Some people might have gone crazy. He is obviously poor, but he has to pretend to be rich and aloof. He knows that the dog should leave as soon as possible and Lu Yunfeng is the best choice, but he still looks down on him and always compares him with Qin Jiang. What woman is the eagle protecting? What golden key? The key is that the eagle flew away long ago and the golden key didn't poke you. Do you have to flatter yourself? But she knew that Lu Ruyan couldn't persuade him at all. She turned around to look at Lu Yunfeng, who was standing in the cold wind, extremely confused. and said to Lu Ruyan, "Are you sure you don't want to develop a relationship with him?" Lu Ruyan, "He doesn't deserve it." Wang Qi, "Okay. Then you go first." "I have an appointment, so I won't accompany you." Lu Ruyan nodded casually, her brain still processing the information she had just seen. Wang Qi watched Lu Ruyan enter the campus and quickly turned back. He came up to the extremely frustrated Lu Yunfeng and asked, "Did you get your movie ticket refunded?" Lu Yunfeng, "No. No retreat." Wang Qi, "I also let the bullets fly, but I couldn't get a ticket." "You're so awesome that you managed to get one. Let's go see it together." Lu Yunfeng, yes. Wang Qi got in the car and said to Lu Yunfeng, who was stunned there, "What are you looking at? Get in the car, you'll be late soon. I'll treat you to dinner after the movie." "Why, do you hate me?" Lu Yunfeng, no. While Lu Ruyan was extremely angry, no one noticed that there was also a woman wearing glasses in the corner looking at Bai Lu. It was Lu Yao. She looked at Bai Lu with the same deep emotion. When they were in school, she always thought that Qin Jiang was on the wrong path. She tried to persuade Qin Jiang many times, but the results were not ideal. She thought Qin Jiang might follow in the footsteps of those gangsters, fighting and killing all day long, and maybe die on the street one day, or lose limbs, and the best outcome would be imprisonment. But she didn't expect that not long after she left, Qin Jiang's life was not as miserable as she expected. Instead, his business was thriving. Not only did he make the Black Dragon Night Market the #1 night market in Songjiang, he also opened 2 tea drink chains, which were extremely popular. It was totally beyond her expectations. "Qin Jiang?" Lu Yao murmured, "What kind of person are you?" "Most people in society are into violence, running entertainment centers, and working in KTVs. Why are you so unique? You're running a night market and running a milk tea shop? These are obviously legitimate businesses." A long time. Jingle. The phone rang. Lu Yao looked down and saw that it was the boy introduced to her by her family, so she hung up the phone without hesitation. For some reason, she no longer had any feelings for love, as she once longed for it. Every time a boy pursued her, Qin Jiang's face would always appear in her mind. Lu Yao also turned around and left the spot. She wanted to study for the postgraduate entrance exam and start a new life. At the same time, same place, after Qin Jiang's rebirth, the 3 girls with the most appearances collide with each other, and everyone's heart undergoes earth-shaking changes, and their future lives will also be very different. The most miserable among them is Lu Ruyan. She is the only one who desires a life that does not match her status and is unwilling to pay any price. The top floor of Black Dragon Company, Qin Jiang and the other 2 sat upright on the sofa chairs, while Zhao Shanhe and other senior officials stood quietly on both sides with smiles on their faces. Ahead, Wang Tao was reporting the situation. "Brother Jiang, all 80 stores opened today and they were incredibly popular. The peak sales at the Binshui Shuya Bingcheng store were 1,300 cups per day, and the peak sales at the Bawang Tishufu store were 11,535 yuan per day." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place was silent. Even the top executives who had witnessed the explosion were shocked by the actual numbers. 1,300 cups, a store can sell more than 1,000 cups of milk tea a day, which is simply beyond the comprehension of normal people. 11,535 yuan, daily sales exceed 10,000. Monthly sales would be 300,000, and annual sales would be over 3 million. Even if the cost is deducted, it is still over 1 million. Earn a million a year. In 2010, only the top companies could do this, and those companies had at least a few dozen employees. As for the milk tea shop, the maximum number of employees will not exceed 10, and the average store will only have 3 or 4 people. Of course, not every store has such high sales, so we can't take one example as the whole, Bai Lu said, after a thorough inventory check. As of closing time tonight, the preliminary revenue for the Shuyi Bingcheng store is 240,000, and the preliminary revenue for the Ba Wangcha store is 210,000, totaling 450,000. Sales at the Songjiang store are the main source of this, with sales in other cities being slightly lower. The specific figures won't be calculated until tomorrow afternoon, and the finance department is operating at full capacity. There was no way. In 2010, electronic payment was not popular, and cash payment was the king. Cash payment involves money verification, which consumes a lot of manpower and material resources. A lot of money can only be considered preliminary before it is recorded. After all, the probability of counterfeit money appearing in it is not low. It can be said that the finance department is definitely the busiest business department in Heilongjiang now. 450,000, Zhao Shanha and the others were thrilled upon hearing these sales figures. Initially, they'd only set their sights on 300,000, but now it had suddenly surpassed 150,000. That's 50%. Don't underestimate 50%, the extra is basically pure profit. Labor and rent are fixed. They won't increase just because of increased sales. 450,000 a day, more than 13 million a month, and more than 160 million a year. Even if there are some discrepancies and subsequent declines, the sales revenue can at least reach more than 100 million, which is comparable to that of the Heilong night market. Heilong has another project worth hundreds of millions, and the most important thing is that milk tea is different from night markets. It can continue to expand. Currently, it only occupies the major cities in northern province, and it can continue to expand to other cities. So, they looked at Qin Jiang with even more admiration. Now, Qin Jiang remained calm as he listened to the report and the excitement of Zhao Shanha and the others. They only saw the profits of the milk tea brand and its appeal to girls, but didn't see the true strength of the milk tea brand. Join us when it comes to the development of major franchise stores. Milk tea is definitely the most smooth and rapid. It is simple to operate and convenient to run. It is suitable for unified management. As long as there is a brand effect, expansion is a natural process. It is not uncommon for the number of stores to double in a year. Of course, the brand effect cannot be developed in a short period of time. He plans to establish direct operations in the 3 northeastern provinces as the base next year, and then recruit franchisees on a large scale in southern cities. Immediately, Qin Jiang issued an order. The management department is responsible for the rotation of employees for the 2 major tea brands, and every employee must be guaranteed rest. The finance department will continue to add staff, implement a reward system when auditing financial statements, and ensure that frontline employees have something to look forward to and receive bonuses regularly. The transportation department ensures logistics, prevents stores from running out of stock or experiencing insufficient stock, and strictly controls product quality. The security department is responsible for maintaining order. The marketing department is of utmost importance. Increase publicity and announcement topics. Winter's first cup of milk tea. Elites drink bawang tea. Milk tea is as sweet as love. Chapter 211, Continuous Explosion, Envy from all sides. At this time, As Qin Jiang gave several orders. Wang Tao and others immediately nodded and showed expressions of admiration. The entire Black Dragon situation is completely presided over by our own brother Jiang, and brother Jiang is always familiar with it. Everything. It's as if everything happened naturally and effortlessly. Not to mention the promotional plans, they couldn't come up with any of them even if they racked their brains. The first cup of milk tea in winter. To promote effectively, we should incorporate some love topics, otherwise the sales of milk tea will experience a second surge. Soon Wang Tao and others left to carry out the plan. Now, Qin Jiang stood in front of the French window and looked at the quiet campus outside, his face extremely calm. He didn't care whether the milk tea promotion strategy he was about to adopt was ethical or not. According to his strategy, it would definitely be misleading, but this is nothing more than a commercial act. It's not illegal. He has no intention of being a moral saint after his rebirth, as such a person is simply not suitable for doing business. And moreover, business routes can easily be kidnapped by morality, and countless companies have collapsed under moral kidnapping. Therefore, Qin Jiang had already determined Heilong's business route: industry plus making clean money within the legal framework plus not violating public order and good morals plus letting his brothers live a good life. Besides, his propaganda was much better than that of later generations. The online propaganda of later generations was even more speechless. They would always say, "Listen up, men, today is XX day," at an educational conference. Wu Yu and Yi Jikai met again. Wu Yu was less high-spirited than a few months ago. Although the school was upgraded to an undergraduate school, the continuous fatigue and complicated relationships made him physically and mentally exhausted, mainly due to the blow from Qin Jiang. On the contrary, Wu Yu became full of energy. The rise of Qin Jiang made the vocational college proud. It was not only a question of the top 10 young entrepreneurs, but also the employment rate of vocational college students. Employment rate, in 2010, the higher-ups were very concerned about the issue. The reason why hospital nurses could be promoted to college positions was because there was a shortage of staff in major hospitals. The vocational college has solved the employment rate problem on its own this year, and the salary of graduates is not low. averaging more than 2,000 yuan per month. It is already very high for college students, even better than undergraduate schools are therefore. Wu Yu was praised many times at the conference. After the meeting, Ye Jikai snorted at Wu Yu, "Old Wu. Don't be too happy too soon. The business world is like a battlefield. Who knows, one day, Wu Yu, stop blabbering. Managing over 1,000 people is exhausting for you. Go back and catch up on some sleep." Yi Jikai, asterisk greater than over equal to m less than over equal to asterisk. This was an immense pain for him. The total number of teachers and students in the nursing school was only over 1,000, while the total number of teachers and students in the vocational school and the North and South campuses was over 10,000. They were simply not comparable. Once the vocational school was promoted to a bachelor's degree, the nursing school would not be able to be compared. Wu Yu ignored Yi Jikai's ugly face and left humming a little tune. He had a feeling that the vocational college would soon be upgraded to a university. Time passes, all the universities have started their winter vacation and the entire college road has become quiet, but the Black Dragon night market remains extremely lively. Although the flow of people cannot be compared with that during school hours, the crowd has transformed from students to tourists and normal residents. This also results in the flow of people decreases and the unit price increases. When the number of employees was less than half of what it used to be, the daily turnover remained above 300,000, and even more during holidays. It made the stall owners extremely excited. After all, normally, there should be no business in this season, but I am very happy to still make so much money. At the same time, the number of stalls at the Heilong night market has increased to more than 800 during this period. In addition to dining, there are also some winter themes incorporated into the market: snowmobiles, sleds, ice slides, small, that turn water into mist, taking photos with foxes, etc., which has once again increased the popularity of the topic. It can be said that the Heilong night market has almost become a must-see for anyone who comes to Songjiang for tourism, but compared with Heilong night market, the two major tea brands, Bawang Tea and Shueya Bingcheng, are more popular in Songjiang. After the marketing department spread the topic of the first cup of milk tea in winter, a milk tea craze appeared in Songjiang. Every day, as soon as the major milk tea shops opened, there were people queuing up. Some people even lined up at 7 or 8 in the morning just to buy the first cup of milk tea and give it to their loved ones. This also created the feeling that there were not enough milk tea shops. The turnover of major milk tea shops has also been roughly calculated. Suburban Villa. Uncle Long looked at the investigation report handed to him by the people below with a shocked expression, and his old face twitched a little. One side, the young man was incredulous. What nonsense! His two milk tea brands combined have a daily turnover of 400,000 to 500,000. How is that possible? Just that crappy milk tea? How much can it be worth? He sells so many cups a day. Don't say he doesn't believe it. The old men on both sides also didn't believe it. You have to know that in their perception, the most profitable thing is to do the shady business. In recent years, they have been running entertainment cities, clubs, secretly setting up casinos, collecting protection fees, and doing some engineering insurance transfers, which can be considered to have made a lot of money. After all, many of them are no-cost businesses, but it takes a long time to build something from scratch, and the monthly turnover is only more than 10 million. 2010, an annual revenue of over 100 million is very high. It took them more than 10 years to build up their empire. However, Xinjiang first built a night market complex and was able to generate over 100 million in revenue in a year, which was unbelievable to them. In the end, they could only blame Xinjiang for being lucky and having a good life. However, not long after, Heilong built a milk tea chain, which seemed to have an annual revenue of 100 million again. In addition, the Heilong night market was no worse than theirs and even surpassed them. It's just fucking outrageous. The two businesses are completely incomparable. Their business is very risky and most of them are shady. If they are not careful, they may go to jail or even be shot. You can imagine the risks they take. However, the Heilong business is legal and compliant and has no risks at all. If Black Dragon was a serious businessman, they wouldn't feel so uncomfortable, but Black Dragon happened to be the same kind as them. So, how can Heilong make a lot of money safely? They have to live in fear. Uncle Long, young people are really amazing. Milk tea. We don't understand his business logic at all. He can make so much money, and there are basically no competitors in the market. Young man, who cares about business logic? If they're making so much money, why not get involved? Uncle Long, But for this, I have to ask Black Dragon, young man, uncle. This isn't a gray industry, it's a legitimate industry. It doesn't even matter what territory it has. If you're really worried about me, I'll do it under your name. Uncle Long remained silent. The old men on both sides did not speak. They were very wary of Qin Jiang and even more wary of who was standing behind Qin Jiang, but they were also jealous of the profits from milk tea. Anyone could see that the cost of milk tea was not high, and now people in Songjiang and even the northern province were ignited by milk tea and were all hungry for it. Therefore, they collectively chose to default. The young man understood what was happening and said, "Okay, I'll have someone prepare milk tea today. I'm coming." Chapter 212, One after another, Milk Tea Association. A county town. Yeze was furious when he heard the news on the phone. Why? He can succeed in everything he does. It's obvious that the internet is the trend of the times. Why is he so successful in business? At this moment, Yeze doubted his own judgment. Could it be that industry will still be king in the future and the internet is not a way out? No way. He clearly saw that a large number of industries collapsed, and except for the giant real estate companies that were still expanding, all others were about to reach saturation. Why was Qin Jiang still able to make a name for himself? Network, industry. At this moment, ding-a-ling, the phone in his pocket rang and connected. Hello, is this Mr. Yi from the campus network? I'm the acquisition director of Tianhong Investment Company, Limited. I'm quite interested in your website. We're planning to acquire it for 4 million. What do you think? 4 million, Yize's breathing was a little heavy. Before today, he didn't care about the 4 million. It wasn't because he was arrogant, but because his competitors earn more than this money every month. Besides, his website was already profitable, earning hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands every month, and an annual income of 1 million. 4 million was not a lot, but he was a little hesitant. The success of the milk tea chain had made him see the benefits of brick-and-mortar businesses, and he was tempted to sell the website and use the proceeds to start a brick-and-mortar business. Wouldn't that give him another chance to compete? Once this idea appeared, it could not be erased. His jealousy towards Qin Jiang had made him lose his mind. A long time that he gritted his teeth and said, 5 million, pay it immediately. I want the money tonight, otherwise, no deal. 4.5 million. Sign the contract this afternoon and transfer the money the same day. Yize, okay, bang. He hung up the phone and immediately called his secretary. First, have the technical department separate the campus network video department and transfer a few key personnel to the video department. I'll have someone reserve an office for you in the security compound. He has high hopes for the video department. Although there is no profit potential now, his intuition tells him that it will be of great use in the future. He does not plan to sell the video department. Anyway, he firmly believes that people who value the website want the student resources in the campus network. That afternoon, Yize signed the transfer agreement, and from then on, the gears of his destiny began to turn. Looking at the information that 4.5 million had arrived in his account, Yize's face was calm. Compared with Qin Jiang, the difference was too great. Qin Jiang could easily earn tens of millions a month, so he could not be compared with him. Of course, the reason why he sold the company during the selection of the top 10 young entrepreneurs was because he received a call from his uncle, saying that he had no chance of being among the top 10 young entrepreneurs this year, because there were too many candidates, and there were more than 10 entrepreneurs with a salary of tens of millions. He would definitely be eliminated, so he made the decisive decision to sell the company. Bang, he called his secretary again. Let's set up another company, focusing on video websites. I'll leave you 500,000 yuan as startup capital. Secondly, you should immediately investigate the Black Dragon milk tea production process, send people to observe and imitate it, and finally, choose a store with a good address in Songjiang, preferably near the two major tea brands, with similar decoration. That's right, since he was planning to engage in industry, he naturally set his sights on milk tea. Various industrial brands of milk tea seemed to have low costs and high returns, and there were successful examples, and he had to be quick. The Chinese New Year was coming soon and there was no need to waste time. He just wanted to choose a similar store and do some simple renovations, so that he could open it directly in a few days. The next day, Yize went to Songjiang overnight without telling his uncle. At the same time, many businessmen also set their sights on the milk tea business, but many people were afraid of Qin Jiang's Black Dragon status and dared not do it. Only Uncle Long and a few others sent their men to test the waters, or some legitimate businessmen from other places were making plans for a while. Many milk tea shops are making intensive preparations. Black Dragon top floor is Zhu Zhang, brother Jiang. Although the two major tea brands are thriving, they have also attracted many spies. They don't dare to cause trouble for us, but many people are secretly observing the milk tea production process. According to my subordinates, many shops in Songjiang are already undergoing expedited renovations. Judging from the decoration templates, they are obviously also going to make milk tea. I am afraid they will steal our business. Xin Zhang's expression was calm. These are bound to happen. Who wouldn't be envious of such a profitable business? Milk tea is different from night markets. The night market is a mixed bag. In 2010, it was definitely a legitimate business, but ordinary people couldn't make it work. However, the social attributes of businesses like milk tea are inherently weakened, so there will definitely be people trying to steal the business. It's because Black Dragon has made milk tea popular. In fact, milk tea did appear in 2010. Many big brands in later generations had already made their mark. However, only Black Dragon opened dozens of stores at the same time and promoted it vigorously on such a large scale. It is normal for subsequent brands to follow suit. This, Xin Zhang already had a plan. Let Wang Tao strictly manage the two major tea brands and ensure that the milk tea is clean and hygienic. Let Shui Bingchang offer 1 yuan ice cream and 2 yuan lemonade, and let Ba Wang Tea offer couples half price for the second cup. Let Shui Bingchang move towards affordable prices, and Ba Wang Tea move towards high-end and romantic interests. Let these two brands sponsor entertainment events on local TV stations. Compared with the milk tea brands that are about to open, the biggest advantages of Heilong's two major brands are reputation and industrial chain. Reputation, driven by the Heilong night market and the continuous promotion of the two major milk tea brands, Bawang and Shuawang, have become well-known industrial chain. Heilong has invested a lot of money upstream and downstream. The Transportation Management Department has pushed the price of milk tea materials to the limit and signed exclusive contracts with many merchants, and deployed self-production of materials to further squeeze the price. The money saved by the industrial chain is used to continue to build momentum for the two major brands, which creates reputation and leads to a continuous increase in sales. The increase in sales drives the industrial chain to be more complete and cheaper. Zhu Zhang nodded. With his intelligence, he naturally guessed what Xin Zhang was thinking, and he also knew that most of those milk tea shops were just testing the waters. According to investigation, at most one of them would open 6 or 7 stores in a row. Such a small test would not be able to reduce costs at all. That is, Ba Wang Tea's pure profit was 50%, and theirs was only 40% or even lower. Xin Zhang, let the two major tea brands operate independently, and starting tomorrow, compete with each other. What does fight each other? Zhu Zhang was stunned. Everything else is understandable, but what's the point of having two major tea brands fighting each other? Are they fighting each other? Shouldn't they be fighting other upcoming tea brands? Xin Zhang didn't explain much. What does it mean to fight in a ring? Popularity. Bawang Tea and Zui Bingcheng have worked hard to build up their reputation. Whoever comes out to compete with the new tea brands will suffer huge losses. The most effective way is for the two major brands to fight against each other to increase each other's reputation. It also makes people subconsciously think that Bawang Tea and Shui Bingcheng are the number 1 and number 2 in the milk tea world. It is not surprising that the number 1 and number 2 will fight each other and beat the number 3 and number 4. Xin Zhang, how about I ask you to register the association? Xu Zhang, I have successfully registered. The review process for this card is not strict. I spent some money to find some university students who started small milk tea shops to join. I will apply for it once I have enough places. He handed Xin Zhang 2 association registration certificates, each of which read Northern Province Night Market Association, Northern Province Milk Tea Association. Chapter 213 Brand Marketing, Comprehensive Crushing. That's right, Xin Zhang had already instructed Zhu Zhang to register the association. The association is not an official organization, it is just a regulated private organization, but it still has great persuasive power for ordinary people in 2010. A lot of articles can be produced through the association, and they are all legal and compliant. As for morality, let go of personal morals and enjoy the good life. Main, whoever registers first owns the association. If others want to register the same type, it will be difficult. Xin Zhang, the first thing the association did was to produce a report on the health and environmental impact of milk tea. Zhu Zhang, understood. Soon milk tea shops of all sizes have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain, with all kinds of names. There are some chain stores among them, but there are not many stores, mainly 3 or 4, and they are obviously testing the waters. Choose one of many. The crowd was dispersed unconsciously. Bawang Tea and Shuya Bingcheng were also affected, and various milk tea shops seemed to be entering into competition. However, just when the newly opened milk tea shops were preparing for Bawang Tea and Shuya Bingcheng to launch counterattacks, they found that the two major brands were fighting each other. A street entrance. A few girls were strolling around when one of them suggested, "It's cold, let's have a cup of milk tea." The other girls nodded. Milk tea, it has a fatal attraction for them. Now they feel a little craving for it and can't wait to drink it if they don't drink it for a few days. Which one do you want to drink? There are so many new milk tea shops opening up lately, I don't know which one to go to. Which one is the best? I think Bawang Tea is the best. Yulu milk tea is also good. Pistachio is delicious, and Shui Bingcheng is cheap, only a few dollars a cup. I heard they also have ice cream. For a while, several girls were quite confused. Right at this moment, they suddenly looked in the same direction. I saw two milk tea shops there, namely, Bawang Tea and Shuya Bingcheng. Of course, this situation is very normal. Most of the stores of the two major milk tea brands are very close to each other, and it is not outrageous to be next to each other. This can actually promote sales. What caught their attention was the huge banners hanging above the two large milk tea signboards. Frowny face. The Snow King next door is useless except for its hygiene. The Overlord next door is nothing but shit except for its packaging. Several girls were stunned on the spot. What's going on? A business war? Mutual slander. Aren't these two milk tea brands both from the Black Dragon Group? Why are they fighting with each other? At this moment, not only the detergent girl saw the store, but the entire Songjiang Bawang Tea was arguing with Shui Bingcheng. Pulled banner. Frowny face. Milk tea costs only a few dollars. Snow King, you are so cheap. Milk tea costs over 20 yuan, you have to grab it, Overlord. Besides good packaging in Bawang, what else does it have? Good things don't come cheap. What do you think, Snow King? All kinds of banners were hung everywhere, and could be seen almost everywhere in the streets and alleys of Songjiang. Fight each other. The Bawang Tea doll and the Shui Bingcheng doll fight as soon as they meet, and there is even a situation where there are more than one against the fewer. So you often see the Overlord beating the Snow King, and several Snow Kings chasing the Overlord and beating him up for a time. People in Songjiang were discussing the two major milk tea brands. Even if you don't see the banners when you go out, you can still see the puppets fighting. There's no way to avoid discussing it. First, other milk tea shops were very happy. Even though they didn't understand why the two major milk tea brands of Heilong were fighting each other, they believed that it would be of great benefit to their own milk tea brands, but they soon stopped being happy. They found that except for a slight increase in the number of visitors in a short period of time, sales soon began to decline. On the contrary, the performance of Bawang Tea and Shuya Bingcheng, which were competing with each other, did not affect their performance as expected, but instead increased dramatically. At the same time, whenever people in Songjiang discuss milk tea, they basically talk about Bawang Tea and Shui Bingcheng. Some say that Bawang Tea is of high quality, made from good materials, and has beautiful packaging, while others say that Shui Bingcheng is clean, hygienic, and cheap. They are all comparing which one is more worth buying. Other milk tea brands were basically drowned out in this controversy, as if there were only two milk tea brands in Songjiang. Brand effect. It officially begins at this moment. A tutoring institution. Several girls were reviewing. One of them was about to go out to buy food. The others looked at her. The girl sighed helplessly. Tell me, what are you going to bring? Others spoke up. I want a braised chicken drumstick rice bowl. I want 2 meat buns, pork and corn ones. I want milk tea. As soon as these words were spoken, the other girl's eyes lit up as well. I want milk tea too? Add me in. Soon all 5 girls wanted milk tea. 5 cups of milk tea. The woman looked even more speechless, but she didn't say anything. She thought people would bring her some when they went out. Instead, she asked, what kind of milk tea do you want, Overlord or Snow King? Several girls said in unison, Snow King. For students, Bawang is a bit pricey, and Shuawang is more cost-effective. No one asked for other milk tea brands. I can't really name a third milk tea brand. It's not that other milk teas are bad. In fact, the overall taste of milk tea is not particularly different, and many milk teas are quite similar. However, the crazy bickering and fighting between Bawang and Shuawang was too eye-catching, which pushed the popularity of the two brands to the extreme. making people only think of these two brands for a short time. A large company is brightly lit. The general manager looked out at the busy crowd and gave a speech. Brothers, work hard for 20 days and have a prosperous new year. As long as you win this project, everyone's bonus this month will be doubled. I'll take care of your logistics. The cafeteria is already preparing a midnight snack. That assistant, Mr. Ho. Buy a cup of milk tea for everyone working overtime tonight. Mr. Ho, what kind of milk tea do you want to buy? There is bawang, shueye, and. The assistant thought for a long time but couldn't think of a third brand. Overlord. Mr. Ho said this without hesitation. He'd tried bawang, which was delicious, and shueye, which was too cheap and not high-end. As for other brands? Were there any? Even if there were, they were cheap. Their company was a big one, after all. How could they afford to let their employees drink cheap brands? I heard there was milk tea to drink, the employees cheered. As labor laws were not standardized in this era and overtime pay was basically non-existent. It's a good company to be able to provide midnight snacks, not to mention that there is also milk tea, and it is high-end bawang tea, a shopping mall. Several girls holding bawang tea were chatting, and a girl holding Yunlu milk tea passed by and subconsciously covered her milk tea. For some reason, she felt it was shameful to drink Yunlu. However, the price of Yunlu was obviously not lower than bawang, but it made her feel like she was being cheated. I couldn't help muttering, it seems that I can no longer go to buy bawang tea even if it means going a long way to save trouble. I need to be sociable. Similar situations are happening in many places. If you want a cheap drink, you will choose Snow King. If you want an expensive drink, you will choose bawang. No matter which brand you want, they will choose it. On the contrary, other brands of milk tea are defined as inferior brands by the public. This has caused other milk tea brands to be overwhelmed. Chapter 214, Yunlu Milk Tea. The mall is like a battlefield, ready to attack Waterfront Road. Yunlu Milk Tea Shop. Yeze looked at the sparse crowds of people coming to buy milk tea with an extremely gloomy expression. Yes, Yunlu was the milk tea shop he opened. It had 8 stores when it first opened, which was considered outstanding among all the major milk tea brands. The flow of people was good at the opening, but who would have thought that the flow of people would be visibly reduced in just a few days? It made him very angry. Hello, what kind of milk tea would you like to drink? The waiter asked the person who came to buy milk tea. The boy was about to speak when the girl frowned and looked at the plaque. Yunlu? What kind of brand of milk tea is this? Service staff, beautiful lady, we are not a random brand. We have 8 stores in Songjiang. She didn't even finish her words. The girl turned and walked away, angrily saying to the boy, I'm going out with you, and you're treating me to this cheap brand. Who knows if it's hygienic? Look at them, they're not dressed properly, and they're not even wearing masks. If you can't afford bawang tea, you could at least treat me to shuawang. What's Yunlu? The boy kept apologizing behind them and the two of them went to the bawang tea store and joined the long queue. The service staff looked embarrassed but calm. Similar things happened frequently in the past few days. Later, Yeze's face flushed with anger. You're such a good fellow, Qin Jiang? I didn't expect you to be so insidious and rely on crooked tactics to expand your influence. How could he not understand why the Overlord and the Snow King were fighting each other at this point? To outsiders, it seemed foolish and incomprehensible, but the facts had already revealed the truth to the world. Cheap plus clean plus economical equals Snow King. High-end plus business plus good quality and exquisite packaging equals Overlord. Summarize, milk tea equals Overlord plus Snow King. Other milk teas, all unknown brands. Yeze walked out of the store and looked at the long line across from the bawang tea store with envy. He has taken up the entire high-end and low-end market, drowning out all other milk tea brands. Overall sales are not going up, and they are just making a hard-earned living every day. As the number of visitors decreased, Yunlu's water flow also decreased. Fortunately, the low cost and cheap rent allowed it to barely maintain profitability, but Yeze did not value such a small profit. What he wanted was to compete with Black Dragon, or at worst, with the 2 major milk tea brands. However, both Snow King and Overlord could easily crush him. No. Yeze was dissatisfied. We can't go on like this, otherwise in a month or 2, other brands will have no room to develop. But how do we change people's mindsets? We also argue with each other. We have too few stores to create a brand effect. Wait. I can team up with other milk tea shops. It would be best if we could form an alliance or an organization to promote our brand and fight against Black Dragon together. His mind was racing as he planned to cooperate with other milk tea brands, acquire them and have them all use the Yunlu brand, and negotiate profit sharing with them. In this way, the number of Yunlu milk tea stores would increase dramatically, creating a brand effect. He was about to go out. Right at this moment, the TV station in the room was broadcasting an interview program, and the host said, "Next is the focus interview. Let's invite Mr. Wang Tao, the president of the Northern Province Milk Tea Association, to talk to us about the health and hygiene of milk tea." Yi Zhe stood there in a daze, looking back at the high-spirited young man on TV, and the nameplate "President of the Northern Province Association" placed on the other party's desk, his expression extremely ugly. On TV, Wang Tao said with great pomp, "As the president of the association, I am very worried about the current situation of the milk tea industry. Many companies are selling inferior products as good ones in order to make profits. Of course, there are also conscientious companies. For example, Bawang Tea, all its ingredients have undergone more than 10 tests, while Shui Bingchang is cheap, the materials used are reasonable, there are not too many frills, and they sell at a low profit but high volume, and the milk tea is also very good." Crack. Yi Zhe clenched his fists in disbelief. Wang Tao? Isn't he Qin Zhang's younger brother? He actually became the president of the Milk Tea Association. What a joke! Milk Tea Association? How could he come up with that? When did they register? Why is he always one step ahead of me? A long time. Yi Zhe calmed down and went out to carry out his plan. His plan went very smoothly. Uncle Long and others had no intention of fighting with Qin Zhang, and now seeing that they could not compete with the milk tea company, they did not dare to do anything dirty. Since there was no profit, they cooperated with Yi Zhe and changed their own milk tea brand to Yunlu's. They only held shares and dividends, which was similar to the franchise model. Of course, it is different from the franchise model in that these brands occupy the entire Yunlu shares and only participate in dividends. They are not responsible for store losses, otherwise they would not agree. For a while, the banners on the walls were changing, and within a few days, the Yunlu milk tea brand had expanded to 40 stores in Songjiang, rivaling the Overlord and Snow King. Furthermore, Yi Zhe couldn't help but increase publicity, even creating a mascot, a baby deer, to actively fight against the Snow King and Overlord. The top floor of Black Dragon Company. Qin Jian listened to Zhu Zhang's report on Yunlu's situation, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. Yi Zhe. Milk tea. Yunlu. It seems the butterfly effect of my rebirth is starting to take effect. This future internet upstart has actually sold his website to start a brick-and-mortar business. Xu Zhang, I really underestimated him before. He actually thought of collaborating with other milk tea brands and convincing them all to join the Yunlu Alliance and change their signboards. And he's also quite impressive in getting the Cloud Deer mascot to join the fray. Cloud Deer has been a hot topic these days, and people in Songjiang are no strangers to this milk tea brand. People down there have noticed their store's sales are climbing, and they expect it won't be long before they catch up to Overlord and Snow King, or even fall far behind. Boom! Boom! Qin Zhang tapped the table with his fingers. He never looked down on Yi Zhe, a man who could become a rising star in the internet and settle down. You could say that he was on the cusp of the trend, or that he had a background, but you could not deny his business acumen. Such people had their own way in the business world. Qin Zhang, have the propaganda department prepare quality publicity, especially the sanitary environment. He might be able to manage the main Yunlu store well, but it's impossible for him to manage so many miscellaneous stores quickly. Let's go take pictures of their operation room. The mall is like a battlefield. Qin Zhang decided to leverage Black Dragon's greatest advantage, its large number of people. With more people, there were more people who could be used. Plus, with a well-developed system and social attributes, the subordinates wouldn't dare to act rashly. On the contrary, Yi Zheunlu's team is completely makeshift and all employees are recruited temporarily, which makes it difficult to manage them. The stores below will definitely tamper with the business, so Black Dragon can make a big fuss about this. Certainly, such an incident cannot kill Yunlu in one fell swoop. At most, it can cause Yi Zhe some serious injuries, but once it goes down, it will be difficult for him to recover. If it is managed well, Yunlu can always be the second-tier milk tea brand under Bawang and Shuoang. Qin Jiang had never thought about a single company dominating the market. That was totally unrealistic and illogical, unless he activates the social charter, but this goes against his original intention, clear. Xu Zheng nodded and went to convey the order. However, before the Black Dragon could fully perform its moves, an unexpected thing happened. An old professor at Song University had diarrhea all night after drinking the Yunlu milk tea bought by his granddaughter, and was hospitalized. Chapter 215, Adding Fuel to the Fire and Conducting Surprise Inspections. Qin Zhang, is the news true? Zhao Shanhe, one of my subordinates, is dating a nurse. I saw it with my own eyes. It's absolutely true. Qin Zhang, Kolatao, Matsue Medical University Second Postgraduate School. In a high-care ward. A white-haired old man was lying on the hospital bed with a weak face. His face was a little pale, as if he had not recovered from a serious illness. He is none other than Professor Song Di. His face looked extremely ugly. Not only was he physically uncomfortable, but he was also mentally devastated. Just yesterday he was leading his graduate students in tackling tough research projects and preparing to complete them before the new year so they could go on vacation. His granddaughter came to deliver milk tea. The old professor didn't care about this. After all, he had drunk his granddaughter's milk tea before. Although he thought it was a bit too sweet, it could replenish his physical strength and was helpful for high-intensity experiments. So he took the cup and drank it. Not long after he drank it, he felt uncomfortable in his stomach, but the experiment was going on at that time, so he decided to bear it for a while. However, this decision made him regret for the rest of his life. Just a few minutes later, when he was convinced it was just a fart, well, something came out and it got out of control. After that, the old professor ran frantically to the toilet and stayed there for more than an hour. Finally, he collapsed in the toilet and was rushed to the hospital by students who came. It was a great humiliation for a professor from Song University to have his trouser pockets pulled up and be carried to the hospital by students. I'm afraid he will become a laughingstock in Songjiang. Grandfather. A girl asked cautiously beside the bed, "Are you okay?" "I really don't know." The old professor touched his belly and said nothing. What could he say? His granddaughter was kind-hearted, so how could he blame her? Even if he had to blame someone, he should blame the poor quality of the milk tea. At this time, a middle-aged man walked in and said, "Dad, the leaders of the school and the city are here to see you." The old professor looked even more embarrassed. He had brought shame to the whole city and had to go to the hospital to make a fool of himself. A lifetime of fame, destroyed in an instant. Thinking of this, he hated milk tea even more. Soon the leaders entered the room. Before they could speak, they saw a young man with two young men in black formal suits coming in with a fruit basket. The middle-aged man asked, "Who are you?" "Hello, I'm Wang Tao, president of the Northern Province Milk Tea Association. I heard an elderly man was hospitalized after drinking milk tea, so I came to see you." Milk Tea Association. Both the university and city leaders looked at Wang Tao with puzzled eyes. Wang Tao ignored their puzzled looks and walked up to the old professor. "I heard that the old man was hospitalized after drinking Yunlu milk tea. I came to visit him on behalf of the Milk Tea Association. Our Milk Tea Association has been conducting random inspections on all major milk tea brands. Brands like Bawang and Shuawang have all passed the inspections, but Yunlu milk tea has always refused to be inspected. I heard that the old man drank Yunlu this time. Sai, there's nothing we can do about Yunlu. We can't force it either. After all, we don't have the authority to supervise it. But since you had problems drinking milk tea, we'll do our best to meet your needs. We just hope that fewer people will suffer the same fate as you in the future." The old man was very excited after hearing this. Holding Wang Tao's hand, he said, "You guys are great. I've tried the Overlord and Snow King's granddaughter, and there's nothing wrong with them. It's the Yunlu that's the problem. Can you guys spot check if its quality doesn't meet the standards? Wang Tao, let's go back and try our best. I just hope Yunlu doesn't harm more people." A few minutes later, Wang Tao left the ward, and then the old professor opened his mouth to the other leaders, on food industry safety. On the control of emerging foods. When he felt the pain in his abdomen again, the old professor rushed to the bathroom. When he came out, he no longer cared about the art of speaking. He pointed out the problem in front of the leader, Yunlu. "There is definitely something wrong with this milk tea. I am reporting it to you in my real name. Ouch. My stomach. You leaders must remember the video carefully. Look at that tyrant," the granddaughter reminded Bawang Tea, Snow King. The old professor said, yes. Overlord. Snow King. That milk tea is delicious, no side effects at all. Look at that cloud, dear. No, I need to go to the bathroom. Half an hour later, the school leaders and city leaders walked out of the ward, and the school leaders repeated the old professor's words. To this, the city leaders attach great importance to it. First of all, the old professor has a high status and has made great contributions to the country, so his life safety is very important. If he had an accident, even one while drinking milk tea, the city would have no way to explain it. Secondly, food safety is of paramount importance, and it would be terrible if a large-scale diarrhea incident occurred. Therefore, the city urgently convened a meeting on milk tea safety, at which the leadership issued an order: we will conduct surprise inspections of milk tea in the city. Anyone producing milk tea with substandard raw materials will be penalized to the maximum extent possible. Business owners who do not take public safety seriously will be severely punished. That day. Songjiang's vigorous milk tea surprise inspection, Yunlu Hongtu store. The store manager was very anxious and kept giving orders: hurry up, you guys. Just give the lemon a couple of times. Serve the food quickly. Don't you see there's a line outside? Ah, who told you to throw this fruit into the trash can? It's only half rotten, right? Pick it up and use it. If you really don't manage your household well, not only are fuel and food expensive, but if you litter, don't blame me for docking your wages. His face was filled with passion. Originally, the Hongtu store was a miscellaneous brand store, but since joining Yunlu, it has become a brand store. Sales have been increasing rapidly recently, and in order to encourage stores in various places to work harder, Yizhe promised that each store manager would be allocated 10% of the profits. Therefore, he naturally hopes that the sales volume will be as high as possible, and he can also get more kickbacks from the high sales volume. Card. A small truck was parked at the back door of Hongtu store, and several loaders brought in various raw materials. The driver came up to the store manager and said, as usual, 300 for raw materials, 800 for invoices. Then he handed the invoice to the store manager. The store manager nodded with great satisfaction. Driver, brother, I don't just deliver to your house. Why don't you buy some similar ones? If that doesn't work, you can mix good and bad ones. If you sell only the worst goods, you don't have to worry about people getting sick or having problems. Store manager, you know nothing. What can they possibly understand? Well, the driver sighed and said nothing more. He was just a delivery man and had no control over these things. At the same time, he remembered that when he talked with other delivery drivers, they said that the raw materials of various milk teas were worse than each other, and the kitchens were so dirty and messy that they were unsightly. Only Ba Wang and Shui Wang have very strict requirements. They will return the products or even blacklist the merchants if there is any problem with the raw materials. Driver, it's a skill for someone like that to become popular. It's a sin for your rubbish brand to become popular. Now, the store manager ignored the driver's idea and instructed the staff to open the raw materials. He took out 50 yuan and handed it to the waiter. Go, buy some belladonna sulfonamide tablets, also known as Xiaolighting. Chapter 216, Closing all stores. Will Yizhe see the success or failure? Soon, the service staff went out to buy medicine and came back, and the Yunlu Hongtu store opened on time at 9 in the morning. But when the shutter door opened, the store manager didn't see the long line he had been expecting. Instead, he saw several law enforcement officers rushing in and shouting, "Surprise inspection! Everyone in the kitchen, stand still! What are you doing, young man? What are you holding in your hand, store manager, what are you doing? We are serious businessmen. How dare you barge in like this? Which department are you from? Which department? Joint law enforcement." The expressions of several law enforcement officers were grim. Unlike other milk tea shops, Hongtu shop was the culprit that caused the old professor to be swallowed. Several law enforcement officers rushed into the operation room with stunned expressions. Dirty, chaos, difference, no. It can't even be described as dirty and messy. It's simply unbearable to look at and scary at first glance. A law enforcement officer struggled to lift his foot. Oh my god, the ground is sticky. What the hell is this? There are rats over there. What's in this bucket? Don't tell me it's raw materials, just lying on the ground. What's floating above? And what about bugs? You guys are making milk tea in such a bad environment? Are you kidding me? Do you have to be so outrageous, you vomit? One law enforcement officer opened a cabinet and was nearly vomited by the odor inside. He pointed at the cabinet in disbelief and said, "No? You dare to use fruit that's so rotten? You can make milk tea with this smell." The law enforcement officers soon found the answer and discovered a large number of additives that did not comply with regulations in the operating room. One law enforcement officer grabbed the store manager and angrily said, "You almost made someone drink to death, you know that?" The store manager was shocked, Sigma, surprised face, "That's impossible? Did I add chlorpheniramine, grass?" The law enforcement officers couldn't help but swear. No wonder such bad milk tea could be sold for so long without anyone reporting it. It turned out that laxative was added to it. "You're such a genius, damn." The law enforcement officers didn't know whether to praise him for his intelligence or scold him for causing harm. Law enforcement officers immediately brought out the store manager and everyone else, and sealed off the Hongtu store. Outside, many people who came to buy milk tea also witnessed the scene. The milk tea shop was so big that it couldn't handle the huge business. There were even a few brave people who followed the law enforcement officers into the back operating room to take a look. Seeing the psychological trauma they suffered, they came out one after another to curse and complain wildly, and also told the situation inside the milk tea shop. Several girls vomited on the spot. At the same time, not only the Hongtu store, but other Yunlu milk tea stores were subjected to comprehensive surprise and strict inspections. Of course, it was not just the Yunlu milk tea store, they just focused on it. Bawang, Shuawang, and other miscellaneous milk tea stores also faced inspections. Therefore, this resulted in many people buying milk tea early in the morning, watching law enforcement officers rush into one milk tea shop after another, one horrific situation after another being exposed, and countless girls who drank milk tea vomiting on the spot. The Yunlu milk tea shops were basically wiped out, with a large number of stores sealed off, leaving only a few stores barely surviving, even the first few stores of Yunlu. Whether Yi Zhe had a conscience or not, he still had some code of conduct and business methods. The same disaster also affects some miscellaneous milk tea shops. It can be said that there may be a few clean and hygienic family-run shops, but in order to make profits, most of them use very poor raw materials. After all, their raw material supply costs are very high, which is different from chain brands that can lower prices by purchasing on a large scale. But unlike Yunlu and other milk tea shops, Bawang and Shuawang remained very calm when facing surprise inspections. They had no wrongdoing and were not afraid of ghosts knocking on their doors. The law enforcement officers who had just inspected the Yunlu milk tea shop were stunned when they entered the kitchen of Bawang Milk Tea. Looking at the extremely clean operating room, the service staff cutting fruit with gloves, everyone wearing transparent masks, the disinfection list posted on the wall, and the polished floor, they had the illusion that they were in the wrong place. The store manager handed out a large number of lists. "This is our purchase list, this is the raw materials, this is the food inspection report, this is the freshness inspection report for the day, this is the health permit, this is the employee health certificate, this is the production operation code." Law enforcement officers, they were stunned by the large number of lists. Compared with Yunlu, whose lists were incomplete, Bawang's lists were too complete, so complete that many law enforcement officers had heard of them for the first time. What is a freshness inspection report? What are operating rules? Finally, a few law enforcement officers shook the store manager's hand and praised him a few words. They each paid for a cup of milk tea before leaving. After seeing off the law enforcement officers, the store manager chose to let the people who bought milk tea outside to watch the operation room and allowed them to take pictures. This move made the queues even longer. Saying this action also made many people who pay attention to the milk tea industry think, is the sky in Songjiang going to get dark again? Yunlu headquarters. Yi Zhe listened to the sales report and nodded with satisfaction. His plan was fine. By merging with other brands of milk tea shops and changing the name of the big brand, the Feilu milk tea brand effect would emerge. In addition, it tried to take advantage of the popularity of Bawang and Shuawang, and published public opinions on the internet, which made people subconsciously treat Bawang, Shuawang, and Yunlu as equals, causing Yunlu's sales to soar. Yi Zhe murmured, "The next step is to reorganize all the major stores and directly change the flags. Although it is quick, it also has many disadvantages. Many store managers under them are pretending to obey but secretly disobeying. Moreover, milk tea brands need to be standardized, otherwise it is easy for subordinates to act independently and form their own factions." Although he looked down on Qin Jiang, he admitted that the operation of Heilong's two major milk tea brands was very correct, so he planned to imitate and plagiarize them. Of course, this also takes time. Swish. Swish. Swish, he wrote Yunlu's future development plan on a piece of white paper, train store managers and employees, unified purchasing channels, establish guidelines for employees to work, expand the number of stores. The promotion continues to take advantage of the popularity of Overlord and Snow King. He was very happy when he wrote this. The feeling of taking advantage of Qin Jiang made him feel very comfortable. Point one side, the secretary said worriedly, Boss Yi, will we offend Qin Jiang by doing this? What if? Obviously, she thought that Yi Zhe's plagiarism would likely cause Qin Jiang's dissatisfaction, who was Qin Jiang, as an old man from the North District who had been there when Yi Zhe founded the internet company. He naturally knew it. He also witnessed Qin Jiang's other night market tactics, which drove the Tianhua boss crazy. What if, Yi Zhe said nonchalantly, I know what you're worried about, but we're doing legitimate business, with all the necessary paperwork and no illegal construction. What else can Qin Jiang do? He sent his men here to cause trouble. Does he really think I have someone behind me? Secretary, yes, Yi Zhe, it's okay. I'm going to teach Qin Jiang a lesson and let him know what business is. Within a year, I can help Yunlu go from imitating others to surpassing them. Right at this moment, the phone rings and appears. If the heart is there, the dream is there, and there is true love between heaven and earth. Regarding success or failure, life is heroic, it's just a matter of starting over again. Chapter 217. The secretary is afraid. Yi Zhe is looking for someone now. About why Yi Zhe was interrupted by the ringing of the phone while bragging. He looked at his secretary with an unfriendly expression. What kind of ringtone is that? It sounds unlucky. The secretary was also a little embarrassed and immediately took out her phone and hung up. She bowed to Yi Zhe and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, please continue. Then she took out a pen and paper from the table and said, I'll write it down so that I can fully implement Mr. Yi's plan. Yi Zhe nodded. The reason why he brought his secretary out of the old company and didn't let her stay in the video company was because she was very perceptive, could see things clearly, and had working ability. He looked the secretary up and down, and thought the secretary could be trained. The secretary would do the work when there was something to do, and the secretary would do the rest when there was nothing to do. Ahem. Yi Zhe coughed twice. Where was I just talking about? Secretary, from imitating Yunlu to surpassing him. Yi Zhe, yes, imitate first and then surpass. If the heart is in the dream, then the dream is. The phone rang again. Bang. The secretary hung up again. Why Yi Zhe wants to blow again? If the heart is in the dream, then the dream is. Call. Yi Zhe's face was a little grim. He had just blown it and the dream was back. Why did he have to start all over again? This time he didn't let the secretary hang up, answer the phone. The secretary nodded and answered the phone. She was still looking at Yi Zhe's expression and listening to the content of the call absent-mindedly, but soon her face froze and she said in disbelief, What did you say? Law enforcement authorities raided our stores, shutting down over 30 of them and taking away everyone from the Hontu store? How is that possible? What's the reason for law enforcement to close the store? Unsanitary conditions, counterfeit raw materials, food safety hazards. Why are you calling me about such a big thing? Where's the regional manager? What? He's been taken away too. You stabilize the situation first, I'll report to President Yi immediately. Soon the secretary hung up the phone and looked at Yi Zhe, who was staring at him, and reported, Yi Zhe, something big happened. He quickly reported to Yi Zhe what happened outside. It wasn't that Yunlu didn't react quickly enough, but that the law enforcement agencies dispatched too many people and Yunlu could check first. Therefore, by the time Yunlu learned about the situation, a large number of stores had already been sealed. More than 30 stores have been closed. Hygiene is not up to standard. Fake raw materials. The regional manager was arrested. All the people in Hontu store were arrested. Even though Yi Zhe had already vaguely guessed that something was wrong when he heard the tone of his secretary's voice when he answered the phone just now, he still found it a little hard to believe when he heard it with his own ears. The moment before, he was still fantasizing about imitating Chao Wei, and the next moment his store was closed down. Slap in the face, it came so suddenly, his mind was racing. The sudden drastic action of the law enforcement agencies, not only closing down the store but also taking people away, could not be just the above issues. Could it really be Qin Jiang who took action? Who was standing behind him? In fact, he was aware of the irregularities in the industry of the newly acquired stores and was making changes, but these would take time to adjust and could not be done in a one-size-fits-all manner. Otherwise, Yunlu stores would definitely be in turmoil, which would only allow Bao Wang and Xue Wang to take advantage. Besides, he believed that the most the people below would do was cut corners and use inferior materials as good ones, which would not be too outrageous. Xinjiang, Yi Zhe murmured, okay. You're so nice, you want to kill me, right? Wait and see. One side of the secretary said with great worry, Mr. Yi, I told you not to go against Xinjiang. Look, what happened at the Tianhua night market last time is happening again. Xinjiang is too ruthless for us to mess with. He has already taken the first step, and what will happen next? The secretary subconsciously looked towards Songjiang. It is said that many people have already sunk, and she might be one of them. She doesn't want to die. Shut up. Yi Zhe scolded, you know nothing. Find out immediately how many stores are still available that haven't been banned. Tell those stores to make sure everything is normal. No mistakes. What are you looking at? Go quickly. Ah, yes. The secretary hurried out of the office. Yi Zhe immediately picked up the phone and dialed, Uncle. Something happened to me. My Yunlu milk tea shop. Yi Jikai on the other end of the phone was furious. What? You said you sold your website? You're so stupid. Your website has great potential. With a year of development, it might be worth millions. By then, I'll hype you up to 10 or 20 million. Even if you're not among the young entrepreneurs this year, the next one will be there too. And who told you to drink milk tea? Aren't you going against Xinjiang? Will he let you go? Look, now he's made a move. Now he knows to call me. Yi Zhe, Uncle, it's useless to say that now. It's already sold. Milk tea is a legitimate business. Why can't we do it? Even if Xinjiang is rampant, can he still cover up everything? Hurry up and help me find out what's going on and how to get Yunlu to lift the ban. If you can't do it, I'll ask my dad. I don't believe Xinjiang can do anything big even if the procedures are legal and compliant. Yi Jikai cursed Yi Zhe again, then hung up the phone and started calling to inquire about the root of the matter. And now that things had come to this, he could only help his nephew find out the root of the matter, and at the same time he was a little angry. Xinjiang. Are you really going too far? My nephew is doing serious business with you, and you're trying to kill him by playing business tricks. Do you really think that my Yi family is easy to bully and let you do whatever you want? I want to see who is so powerful and capable behind the scenes. My nephew's dozens of stores were banned all at once. In the office. Yi Zhe's face was very cold, and he was also very angry at Xinjiang. You play dirty with me when it comes to business. You really think you can kill me with one blow? Ha ha. Impossible. Instead, it will be your weapon. You shut down dozens of my stores for no reason and based on a minor issue. Do you really think you are lawless? Just wait for my Yi family's revenge. At the same time, he was also thinking about how to deal with these things. Although the closure of a large number of stores will definitely have an impact on the brand and will also sour consumers' impression of Yunlu, Yi Zhe murmured, it's not completely without benefits. I can use this opportunity to replace a number of store managers with my own people, so that I can better control Yunlu. Cloud Deer, after all, it is a newly merged company. The forces behind many store managers are complex and complicated, and it is difficult for Yi Zhe to replace them without an absolute reason, so he cannot fully manage those stores, but he can use this opportunity to openly replace those store managers who are no longer in office and those in directly operated stores, or promote people in local stores. He will have full control over Yunlu and implement his own designated plans, allowing Yunlu to completely compete with Bawang. In this way, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. Certainly, all this is based on the premise that Yunlu can quickly lift the ban. Chapter 218. It's all over, Yi Zhe. If I had Zhe, why would I have Zhang now? Xinjiang naturally would not have any mercy in the face of the Yunlu disaster. The business world is like a battlefield. Kill him while he is ill. Xinjiang gave the order without hesitation. Immediately have the marketing department fully publicize the Yunlu incident. Have them create a comparison chart of the Yunlu operation room with Bawang and Shuowan, and promote it on all major forums. The Milk Tea Association should publicly condemn Yunlu and provide a 100,000 yuan subsidy to those who report Yunlu. Let Bawang and Shuowan launch a new brand. It is imperative to continue to expand this incident. Clear. Xu Zhang and others nodded and quickly carried out the order. Soon, the Yunlu incident, which originally had only a slight impact in the milk tea circle, continued to escalate with the instigation of Heilong, and the rumors are getting more and more outrageous. A forum, did you see that? The Yunlu milk tea operation room is even more outrageous than my rural dry toilet. Picture GIF, upstairs, your picture is a dry toilet. I have a comparison chart here. Take a look. It's really filthy. I heard that every cup of Yunlu milk tea contains half a cup of anti-diarrhea medicine and various additives. Experts say drinking Yunlu milk tea is very harmful. Yunlu milk tea contains a large number of carcinogens, and drinking it may cause various unpredictable harms. What the above person said is right. My wife drinks Yunlu milk tea, and her child turned out to be black when he was born. It's horrible. I feel sorry for my wife. It's all Yunlu's fault. No wonder I'm losing my erection. It's because of the Yunlu milk tea. He must have put some impotence grass in it. I've been drinking and have had cancer for several years. For a while, the entire internet is hotly discussing Yunlu milk tea and describing it as an unforgivable evil. Drinking Yunlu milk tea can cause weakness and worsening of the blood sugar level at best, or even lead to genetic mutations and even be life-threatening at worst. The reputation of Yunlu milk tea, which had just risen, was completely overwhelmed, and people thought of Yunlu as dirty, crappy, and useless after drinking it. Even if many topics are completely illogical and irrational, but some people keep shifting the blame onto Yunlu, also under the leadership of Black Dragon, Ba Wan, and Snow King. Milk tea are thriving. Pictures of various clean and hygienic operating rooms have been exposed, and many people have personally come forward to say that they have entered the operating rooms and witnessed it with their own eyes. As the saying goes, even good wine needs no bush. The two major milk tea brands are in a very strong position, and coupled with crazy publicity and promotion, the beautiful women who love milk tea have breathed a sigh of relief and retaliated by buying more milk tea. Yunlu headquarters. Ye looked extremely anxious, and he was shaking with anger as he sat in front of the computer watching the heated discussions in the forum. Crazy cursing, fuck? Are you fucking cuckolded? Drinking milk tea can give birth to black children. Why don't you go to heaven? Why blame milk tea for your incompetence? Eating 2 more kilograms of leeks is better than ranting online. Why the hell are you opening up your dry toilet? What's going on? I fell into it when I was a kid and there was a shadow, but it is difficult for one person to argue with 100 opinions, not to mention that there are more than a few hundred people on the internet who are joining in the fun and taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Ye Zhe's retort had no effect at all. Instead, he was scolded to death. He had to turn off his computer to calm down for fear of being scolded to death. Ye Zhe gasped, Qin Jiang. It must be Qin Jiang. He must be behind this. Otherwise, how could there be such a huge public outcry in such a short period of time? They must have been hired by him. No, I also want to create public opinion. He suddenly stopped talking because he remembered that he had sold his website. It would not be so easy to manipulate public opinion now. At this moment, he understood why Qin Jiang kept the voting website. Sometimes online public opinion is really important, especially for milk tea whose main sales group is young people. Could it be? Ye Zhe murmured. From the beginning, he had thought about making milk tea and engaging in a public opinion war in the future. Just when he was extremely anxious and didn't know what to do. Ding-a-ling, the phone rang, and seeing the caller ID, he immediately stood up and answered, Uncle, is there any result? Yi Jikai's silent voice came from the other side. Law enforcement authorities have determined that Yunlu has environmental and sanitation issues, as well as issues with raw materials, and will be fined 1 million yuan. They must rectify the situation immediately. What, 1 million? Ye Zhe was stunned. Are you kidding? 1 million? How can the fine be so high? Why do you want to fine me so much? Yi Jikai, bullshit. Your stores sell everything, and you throw in additives like they're free. They even put in diaphoretics. Do you know how bad the effects are? They've sent people to the hospital because of it. And don't you manage them properly? You're trying to make money by any means you can? Ye Zhe was speechless for a long time. He had no way of making excuses. After all, For such a long time, both the reports from his secretary and what he saw on the internet showed that what the Yunlu store did was too excessive and too outrageous. Yeze, okay. 1 million is 1 million. I'll put it together right away. I'll see when the law enforcement agencies lift the ban. Yi Jikai, you should rectify it first. The higher-ups require a comprehensive overhaul, and it's almost the end of the year, so we have to wait until after the new year. Yeze, after the new year, why? I've already paid for the rectification? Besides, I can't wait until the new year, Uncle. Yi Jikai, shut up. The person who was hospitalized after drinking is professor from Son University. You should be thankful that he is fine. Otherwise, not only will you be banned for a month, you will also be imprisoned. I almost got hung up on you for this. Luckily, you weren't behind this. Just calm down for now. Is this the price you pay for your impulsive actions? Is it that easy to compete with Xinjiang for business? I heard that people from the Milk Tea Association went to the hospital to express their condolences a long time ago. I think Xinjiang set up that Milk Tea Association. Just calm down and cooperate with the investigation. Pop.Ye Jikai on the other end hung up the phone, obviously very angry about Yeze's private behavior and a little bit hated him for not fighting back. Bang! Yeze slumped in his chair with a dejected look on his face. Everything was completely beyond his control. Originally, his business methods were correct, but he underestimated human nature. He never thought about how crazy those store managers would become under the huge profits. Not only would they sell inferior products as good ones, but they also used garbage flushing, rotten fruits and expired milk that were not wanted in the vegetable market as raw materials, and added a lot of chemicals and laxatives to ensure safety. In addition, they ate Professor Songde and sent him to the hospital, which was the fatal blow, banned for 1 month, not to mention how Yunlu would appear in public opinion. He couldn't even come up with the costs for 1 month. After all, he had already spent millions during this period, and the company had to rely on daily revenue to keep running. Now it's all over. He knew that Yunlu was ruined and there was no possibility for him to make a comeback, and he was also ruined. Boom. Boom. The secretary knocked on the door and came in, looking at Yeze with a worried look on his face. Mr. Yi, the law enforcement department is looking for Brush. Yeze looked up at the sky, only to feel his chest become tight and his vision blurred. Before dying, he fainted and cried out in grief. Since there is a marsh, why should there be a river? Chapter 219, Strong Contrast. Yeze is lonely. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. Seeing Yeze slumped in his chair, the secretary hurried forward and shook him, pinching his philtrum frantically. Wake up, Mr. Yi, you can't faint, you're going to faint. I hope those law enforcement officers can't take me away. I don't want to go to jail. Yeze was a little sober after shaking, but when he heard what his secretary said, he almost fainted from anger again. Ha, ha, he gasped for breath, trying to calm himself. Don't panic. The worst hasn't happened yet. Since my uncle didn't warn me, I won't go to jail. Right. Law enforcement isn't coming to arrest people, they're supposed to be here to investigate. After all, even if they're dealing with bad guys, they still have to discuss who's responsible. He knew that someone must be held responsible for the Yunlu incident, but fortunately, the store managers under him did not do anything without his permission, nor did they use the Yunlu official seal. Fortunately, he had been prepared at the time. To be precise, his bottom line saved him, otherwise if he had acted solely for profit, he might not have been able to escape the disaster. I didn't think about it any further. Yeze said to his secretary, after I leave, you will immediately take inventory of the company's assets, see if the Yunlu store can be sublet, and sell all the usable equipment inside. Get the money back as quickly as possible, settle the service staff's wages, and let them go. Apparently he wanted to cut off his arm to survive. Even if Yunlu is banned for a month and its brand is completely ruined, there is no need to continue. Besides, he didn't have the funds to hold on. Instead of waiting for a while until Yunlu collapsed due to lack of money to pay salaries, it would be better to cut off his arm and survive and save his capital. Secretary, understood. Boom. Boom, there was another knock on the door, and 2 law enforcement officers pushed it open and said, Yeze, right? We need you to assist with the investigation. Please come with us and bring the Yunlu company cashier file. Yeze didn't yell or scream. Having accepted the reality, he knew what he should do. He nodded very calmly, and even adjusted his clothes in front of the mirror after walking out of the desk. downstairs of Yunlu headquarters. Two law enforcement officers brought Yi Zhe out, followed by the secretary with sad faces. A large number of company employees also gathered at the door with worried faces. It was not that they were worried about Yi Zhe, but they were worried about their own future. The cloud deer collapsed. These employees may have to find new jobs, but it is not easy to find a job as the year draws to a close. What's more, now that Yunlu is disbanded, the promised year-end dividends and paid annual leave will all disappear. Opposite. The regional headquarters of Bawang Tea and Shuawang are extremely bustling with people queuing up to buy milk tea. Many service staff of the two major brands were maintaining order, with smiles on their faces, which was in sharp contrast to the sad expressions on the faces of the Yunlu milk tea employees. Let's go! The law enforcement officer spoke. Bang! Yi Zhe boarded the law enforcement vehicle. Right at this moment, he happened to see through the car window a fleet of luxury cars passing by. The car in the middle of the convoy was very familiar to him, a Mercedes-Benz with 3/8. The man's car. Wow! The window of the opposite car slowly lowered, and Qin Zhang's signature indifferent expression appeared in his eyes. As if noticing his gaze, Qin Zhang also turned his head to look at him, his expression still indifferent and unchanged, as if he didn't care at all about him being taken away by law enforcement officers, as if he was just looking at a jumping clown. Months ago, he is a rising star in the technology industry and the boss of a company. At that time, Qin Zhang was just the leader of a gang. But now, the other party has grown into the CEO of a large company worth hundreds of millions, and he has become a prisoner. The drastic change of identity makes Yi Zhe a little unable to accept it. Why, he had planned everything perfectly, so why did it seem like the heavens were on his side? Why, if the old professor hadn't been in the hospital, if only he had cut off his arm earlier to survive, if he hadn't sold the company, unfortunately, there is no if, everything has become a reality. He has been defeated, completely defeated, and even lost all his money. The figure standing on the high-rise building, claiming to be a new technology elite, has gradually become blurred. At the door, the secretary's phone rang. All the honors of yesterday have become distant memories. I've toiled through half my life, and tonight I'm walking into the storm again. The next day, all the signboards of Yunlu stores were taken down, the headquarters was closed, all employees were laid off, and in a short period of time, Yunlu acquired various other brands. Yunlu, which Yi Zhe had high hopes for and intended to compete with Black Dragon, fell completely into the abyss and was doomed. Soon, public opinion on the internet has calmed down. There is no point in criticizing Yunlu anymore since it has gone bankrupt, and the Heilong propaganda department is no longer investing in it. The loss of Yunlu, the only competitor, has made Bawang and Shuawang the only choices for drinking milk tea. Not only did the sales of milk tea not show signs of weakening, but it was booming. Moreover, the Yunlu incident broke the circle and made many middle-aged people want to try what milk tea is. Certainly, Qin Zhang knows that it is impossible for the two major brands to form a monopoly, and there will definitely be capital eyeing this piece of cake in the future, but at that time, the two major brands had already established a firm foothold and could continue to make money as long as they developed steadily. In any case, it is unlikely that Songjiang or even the northern province will have any competitors in the short term, and they will all have many concerns. The news that Yunlu went bankrupt due to competition for business with Heilong quickly spread to various places. The North District in particular has become a hot topic. Dare to compete with Qin Zhang for business? Isn't he courting death? Look, the company went bankrupt and the man was arrested. I heard that those responsible will be shot. Not only that, I heard that even Yunlu's waiters were going to be sunk into the river. How tragic. Anyway, various topics continue to spread. Summarize: the sky in Songjiang has darkened again. Inside the villa, bang, Uncle Long put down his teacup and said calmly, "What do you think?" Several elderly people around spoke. What can I say? It's obvious that Qin Zhang is using Yi Zhe to establish his authority. I didn't expect it to be so quick and clean. I heard that Yi Zhe spent a lot of effort to get out. He is not without any background. It's just a big mistake. I even suspect that old professor. No way. It's too absurd that he can have such connections. Who are the people behind him? Didn't they say he was born in the countryside? Where did he make those connections? Fortunately, we were only behind the scenes and never surfaced. Otherwise, we would have easily offended that person. Several people were talking at once. One side, the young man looked very unhappy. After all, it was he who originally proposed the milk tea business and he was also the one who was in charge. At the beginning, he was beaten by Qin Zhang and had no power to fight back. He could only earn a little hard-earned money every month. He finally sold it to Yi Zhe, and saw that Yunlu's performance was booming and could bring in considerable dividends every month, which made him excited. As a result, Yunlu was killed by Qin Jiang in a few strokes, which meant that he lost the possibility of dividends, and also meant that the project he presided over was a complete failure. It will make him lose prestige in the team, even though he is Uncle Long's junior, but Uncle Long has more than one junior. A long time, Uncle Long hammered the hammer and made the final decision, closing all ties with Yunlu. Don't consider the milk tea business anymore. Send someone to give Qin Jiang a New Year's gift, wishing his company continued success. Chapter 220, Reactions from all parties. Zhou Hua wants to drag Qin Jiang into the water. At the same time, other forces made similar decisions. Although the profit from milk tea is considerable, it has to be earned. If you continue to spend money but fail to make money and offend Qin Jiang, isn't that just asking for trouble? Buckingham. Zhou Hua was sitting in the office, Zhou Shang was also sitting on one side recovering from his injury, and the secretary opposite was reporting on work. At last, the secretary continued, Mr. Hua, it has been confirmed that Yunlu has chosen to close, and the current business license has been applied for cancellation. The investors behind them all turned a blind eye and even sent people to give Qin Jiang New Year gifts. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Shang was extremely angry. Damn it, what can those idiots do? There are so many companies that can't beat Qin Jiang. And that Yi Zhe? The last time I saw him, I felt he wasn't very capable. Sure enough, he could ruin a good situation. Obviously he was not satisfied with Yi Zhe, thinking that it was too terrible that Yi Zhe could be defeated so miserably even though he had the advantage, but he forgot that he had been defeated completely not long ago. Later Yingnan also said, I never thought Qin Jiang had such foresight. He could make just 2 drinks in the Black Dragon night market so popular. I heard there's a line outside every store. Looks like a pretty good day of sales. The secretary continued, our people have secretly investigated and estimated that the total daily sales volume is over 400,000. 400,000, Zhou Shang's mouth dropped open when he heard the numbers. 400,000 a day, that's tens of millions a month, and over 100 million a year. He's actually come up with a project with an annual output value of over 100 million. Isn't that right? When did doing business become so easy? Now Zhou Hua was also a little unable to remain calm. Milk tea, he once thought it was an unreliable project. He thought a drink, especially one that had to be drunk immediately, should not have huge sales and was not easy to store. Even if such a beverage shop makes money, it should be hard-earned money. However, both Bawang Ti and Xue Wang taught him a lesson. Let him know what a business miracle is, let him understand that existence is reasonable. If he doesn't understand, don't talk about IT. IT was not until he saw various financial reports and the 2 major milk tea development models that he clearly realized the awesomeness of milk tea. Easy to make, easy to manage, the store doesn't need to be too big, this you don't know until you analyze it, and you'll be shocked when you analyze it. The most terrifying thing is that he still doesn't understand the underlying logic of milk tea and why it has such a high repurchase rate just because of all that marketing and publicity. Bang, Zhou Shang sat down after cursing until he was tired, still indignant. Doesn't he have 2 projects with annual revenues exceeding 100 million yuan? How can he be so lucky? It's not that he's lucky. Zhou Hua interrupted Zhou Shang directly, he is really capable. Even I underestimated his business ability. His milk tea business project won't be limited to this. It's a project that's very suitable for expansion. As long as he reinvests his annual profits into building new stores, he can more than double the number of stores within a year. Within 10 years, he might be able to open stores all over China. This is not a project worth hundreds of millions of dollars, but a project worth tens of billions or even billions of dollars. Certainly Zhou Hua also understood that expansion wouldn't be smooth sailing and would undoubtedly face various challenges. Similarly, other business giants would come to compete for a piece of the pie. New products would undoubtedly continue to emerge in the milk tea market, creating immense competition. However, none of this could deny Qin Jiang's impressive business acumen. At last Zhou Hua added, and I kind of suspect that when he set up the Black Dragon night market, he was paving the way for these 2 major milk tea brands. Yingnan, no way. Zhou Hua, he was able to open so many milk tea shops at once only because he used the deposits from the Black Dragon night market. Without the Black Dragon night market, he wouldn't have been able to secure such a large sum of money. Without opening so many shops, he wouldn't have easily won the milk tea battle in Songjiang. You can see how powerful the branding effect of online promotion is, and the early groundwork laid by the Black Dragon night market has already established the milk tea brand's reputation. Yingnan, if he really had decided to make milk tea at that time, this guy's vision and methods are not simple. Zhou Hua, this milk tea war has made his Black Dragon brand's reputation incredibly popular. People are saying online, anything Black Dragon produces must be top-notch. This influence has allowed him to replicate it with other products. I remember that the Black Dragon night market operates independently, selling not only milk tea but other products as well. Yingnan, if he does this to all of them, wouldn't each one be a big project? This, Zhou Hua, each account requires too much investment and a long time to expand, so it's impossible for all employees to replicate it. What I want to say is that he has a strong business mindset and is very good at marketing. Whether Qin Jian can become a social tycoon in the future remains to be seen, but becoming a business giant is not difficult. One side of Zhou Shang said, "Brother, since milk tea is so profitable, why don't we do it too? We're not short of money anyway. Leave it to me, I'll do it. Isn't it just business? I've run a mobile phone store before, so I have experience." Zhou Hua, what you need to do is manage Buckingham well and squeeze out all the fish at the end of the year. Zhou Shang, but, Zhou Hua, it's not a yes or no. The milk tea business isn't suitable for you? It's not suitable for Huasheng either. He rejected the proposal immediately. He was not tempted at all at first and even envied Qin Jian's business methods. If he had known about this project 2 or 3 years ago, he would have done it without hesitation, even if it meant going against Qin Jiang. But the opportunity has passed. Huasheng is currently unable to undergo large-scale transformation and the best way out is to escape. Shake your head, he said. Yingnan, go send an invitation to Qin Jiang and tell him I'm inviting him to dinner at the Heavenly Club to celebrate his booming business. Hideo, good. She knew that Zhou Hua had set his sights on Hailong Lishui and was planning to drag Qin Jiang into laundering money for Huasheng. Huasheng also had too much accumulated black money to launder, and Hailong Lishui was just the right place. A few minutes later, Zhou Shang left the office angrily. Zhou Hua, have you heard anything about the woman you introduced? Yingnan, I'm pregnant. Zhou Hua, are you sure? Hideo, no. Zhou Hua, first, let him sign the agency contract, and then register the company for her in another place. Everything must be legal and compliant. Hideo, obvious. Yingnan left the office soon. Zhou Hua sat in his chair with a complicated expression and a long sigh. I hope it won't come too soon, and I hope it won't come to that point. Wu Yu, standing on his balcony, gazed at the now-closed Yunlu store across the street and couldn't help but sigh. Qin Jiang. It seems like my brother really underestimated you. Your business acumen and methods are extraordinary. It would be a shame if someone like you didn't succeed. After reporting the situation to Bai Weiguo, Xiao Sun couldn't help but mutter, he's so lucky. If he hadn't been hospitalized, Bai Weiguo shook his head, luck is only one aspect. The subsequent development of this incident is definitely the work of Black Dragon. Even if this incident hadn't happened, Yunlu would not be able to defeat Black Dragon. Besides, anyone who achieves great things must have some luck. The other side of the top floor of Black Dragon Company is Zhu Zhang. Brother Jiang, Huasheng sent an invitation. Please come to the Heavenly Club tomorrow to meet me. Qin Jiang, it seems he has noticed something. Reply to him and tell him I will be there on time tomorrow. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. While Qin Jiang was killing everyone in Songjiang, Meng Yu was also playing the Dragon King. Ahem. The young master returns. Chapter 221. The Meng family struggles for power. Meng Yu returns abroad. A manner. Old Meng sat on the sofa, his whole body exuding the air of decay, aging, and withered appearance. He no longer looked like a big boss, and looked like a candle in the wind that could go out at any moment. Today is the day for the Meng family's regular meeting. All important members of the family must come to participate in order to understand the current development status of the Meng family and to make better contributions to the family. Normally, the conference room would be full of people. Several sons and a large number of grandchildren would each report on the management of the business, competing with each other in the hope of having more say in front of the old man. but this time the conference room was deserted with only 4 people, 2 men and 1 woman. Sitting on the left was a middle-aged man who looked very similar to Meng Yu. Although he was dressed very decently, his face was dull and his eyes could not stop staring at the several plates of delicious food on the table in front of him. He is Meng Yu's father. Mr. Meng used to have 3 sons, and now he is the eldest son. Sitting on the right is a middle-aged woman in luxurious clothes. She is Mr. Meng's daughter. The boy next to her is her son, and Mr. Meng's grandson. Their status in the Meng family system is not high. Normally, they are not even qualified to attend Meng family meetings, let alone their daughters who are married, but things are different now. Something happened to the Meng family. No matter how unrelated the grandson is, he is still better than a bastard, and at least the daughter has the surname Meng, so Mr. Meng did not scold the two for coming to the meeting. Now old Master Meng looked at Meng San with a complicated look. He had never cared about his third son and even felt a little disgusted with him, but now he had become his only legitimate descendant. This, how ironic. Looking at the 3 sons' stupid eyes, he felt helpless. Looking at the people opposite him who were looking at him with fear, he looked at them with eyes full of pity. He pointed to the table. Eat if you want. Hearing this, Meng San was so excited that he rushed to the table, grabbed a roast chicken and started eating, getting his face and body covered in oil. The scene of the lady's mouth twitched when she saw this. She had disliked the Meng San brothers since she was a child. Who would like a fool? She even thought that Meng San was the shame of the Meng family. But things are unpredictable, and the shame of the Meng family became the only legal heir. Think of this, she was extremely envious, jealous, and greedy. Then the lady said to Mr. Meng with concern, "Dad, are you okay?" "Mr. Meng, I can't die." The lady said, "Dad, I'm telling you this. I've cut off all contact with my mother. From now on, I'll recognize you. She's a traitor to the Meng family and she's not worthy of me calling her mom." She expressed her intention to cut ties with Meng Mu. During this period, Mr. Meng carried out drastic reforms to the Meng family and expelled several sons and grandsons from the group. Naturally, Meng's mother and several sons did not agree with this, which led to severe turmoil in the Meng family and a struggle for power. I have to break up the situation, but she firmly believed that her father could win. She knew his methods too well. Even if several of his former brothers occupied many important positions and had some shares, it would be of no avail. Moreover, she learned that they were also blaming and fighting each other. The eldest brother blames the third brother for making things worse, the third child blames his mother for her bad behavior, the mother blames the third child for messing around. In addition, the Meng family only has a few elderly people left and some side branches standing on the old man's side. And the Meng family's equity structure is that the helmsman holds absolute power. So no matter how you look at it, old man Meng is bound to win. It's just a matter of paying a price. Therefore, it won't be long before the Meng family will still be a giant group. The only important person will change. She, who once could only stand on the periphery of the group, now has the opportunity to step into the core of the group, and even, she looked at her son with hope in her eyes. A grandson is still a grandson. "Lady, Dad, I want to tell you something." "Mr. Meng, speak." The noble lady said, "My husband has no intention of helping the Meng family at this critical moment. He quarrels with me every day and wants me to stay at home to take care of the husband and children. It's okay to live an ordinary life. But now is the most critical moment for the Meng group. As the eldest daughter of the Meng family, how can I stand by and watch? So I have divorced him." Then he took out a divorce agreement from his bag. She did not open the agreement. In order to divorce quickly and fight for custody of her son, she agreed to leave the house with nothing. Mr. Meng frowned and said nothing. The lady continued, "Dad, I have decided to change Xiao Fei's surname to Meng. From now on, he will be Meng Fei. The Meng group is very short of manpower in the future. If Xiao Fei wants to join the group and take control of the situation, it will be more convenient for him to be named Meng." After saying this, she tried hard to maintain Mr. Meng's expression, but Mr. Meng had no expression on his face, as if he didn't care at all. He didn't agree or refuse, but just kept his eyes on the 3 roast chickens. A long time when the lady started praising her son again and was about to ask Mr. Meng for the position of vice president of the group. Mr. Meng spoke up, "The Meng family. And Meng Yu." Meng Yu, the lady's face was slightly gloomy. The once inconspicuous fat boy was not qualified to attend the meeting. At this moment, she felt a little resentful towards her mother. She already had 3 children who were not her biological children, so why couldn't she have one more? If Meng San is not her biological son, then she will be the only one in charge of the Meng family, and sooner or later the family will belong to her son. Call. After calming down, the lady looked at Meng San, who was eating voraciously, and said, "Brother San, don't eat so fast. Be careful not to choke." Oh! How could God be so blind? How could my third brother, such a good man, have intellectual problems? Fortunately, Xiaoyu was not born with the same appearance as my third brother. I hope she will be the same in the future. God bless you, Amen. She made a praying gesture, but her words clearly meant to remind Mr. Meng that the third son was a fool, and his son might be a fool in the future even if he was not stupid now. At least his offspring might have the stupid gene. This old Master Meng still didn't say anything. He knew that his third son was stupid because he was not taken good care of when he was pregnant. The reason he was not taken good care of was because he was his biological son. Therefore, he was even more angry at the woman who had shared his joys and sorrows with him. This time, boom. Boom, there was a knock on the door, and the butler pushed open the door to the conference room. "Master, the eldest young master is back." Mr. Meng's eyes lit up. "Let him in." Soon Meng Yu, a slightly plump man, strode in. Unlike his usual timid demeanor, today he had a calm expression, his eyes were full of energy, and he also had a bit of pride. This kind of temperament was cultivated by Heilung. After all, he had participated in battles involving hundreds of people, beaten up a gangster, Zhou Shang, and was personally accepted as a younger brother by the gangster Qin Jiang. Even if he couldn't make it here, he could return to the country and continue to live with Qin Jiang, which was much more impressive than here. He couldn't wait to buy one and go back. How could he compare to the fun of killing everyone with Brother Jiang with the intrigues here? Besides, the housekeeper had just roughly explained to him the current situation of the Meng family. He had become the eldest son and grandson of the Meng family by accident. 2 phases superimposed. This made his aura change dramatically, completely different from his previous timid and wretched demeanor. Under the gaze of several people, he calmly came to Mr. Meng and said naturally, "Grandpa, I'm back." Chapter 222. Meng Yu, I have someone in the northern province. Okay. When Mr. Meng said the 3 words good, it wasn't because Meng Yu was so awesome at the moment, but at least he was much better than he was before, being cowardly and mean. Besides, he is the only direct descendant of the Meng family, so Mr. Meng naturally looks at him with a filter. "Sit." Mr. Meng pointed to one side. Meng Yu nodded and went over to wipe his father's mouth before sitting on the sofa. He nodded calmly to the lady and the young man, both of whom had disliked him since childhood. The lady said, "Xiaoyu is becoming more and more promising, but it's a pity for third brother, Mr. Meng." "Shut up." "Lady," Mr. Meng said, "today is the day for the Meng family's regular meeting. Butler, you will report on the current situation of the Meng Group." The butler said, "The Meng Group has been steadily developing in animal husbandry, construction, and manufacturing, and has signed 2 new projects worth over 1 billion yuan. The catering industry has been divested. Food, the rest of the Meng family's sons controlled the most of the industry. Even Mr. Meng couldn't expel them, as most of the shares had already been taken up and had to be divided out." The butler continued, "The company's stock price has dropped 30% recently. Following Master's instructions, we are fully engaged in buying out retail investors and will hold a shareholders meeting next month. It is obvious that Mr. Meng plans to go to war with his sons next month and bring the Meng Group back into his own hands. Judging from the current situation, he has a good chance of success." The butler once again talked about the recent situation of the Meng Group and nothing more than what industry is being cut off, what industry is developing vigorously. Corner location. Meng Yu knew that the housekeeper was talking to him rather than the old man or the lady. Vigorously developing the industry means that Mr. Meng will take back the power over the industry, and preparing to cut off or suppress it means that the industry will be controlled by a few fake uncles. From the current perspective, his grandfather has taken back most of the Meng Group, but of course he has also suffered considerable losses. After the butler finished speaking, he looked directly at Meng Yu and said, "Master, is there anything else you want to know?" "Young master," hearing the housekeeper call Meng Yu, I couldn't help but feel shocked and a little confused. He would become the eldest son, and the eldest grandson. The only legal heir of the Meng family. Is it really that outrageous? I wouldn't even dream of such a thing. There are very few precedents for it happening. This isn't ancient times. The Meng family's child needs a paternity test, and the probability of him not being their biological child is very low. His grandmother gave birth to 5 children in total, 4 sons and 1 daughter, but 3 of the sons were not her biological children. Apparently, his grandmother knew about it in advance and bribed many people in the family, including his grandfather, who never thought that his grandmother would play this trick. Everything, there are too many coincidences in it, to put it bluntly. If this kind of thing were put into a TV drama or a novel, people would criticize it as unreasonable and nonsense, but when Shui Lingling happened to Meng Yu, he could only say, as expected. Reality doesn't follow logic. Mr. Meng, Xiaoyu. How was your trip to China? Meng Yu, I gained a lot. I gained a lot anyway. He wanted to say he was paying respects to his elder brother, but thinking that his grandfather was rather old and might not recognize him, he didn't say it. Instead, he took out a box from his pocket and said, "Grandpa, I made a great friend in the mainland, and this is a gift from him to me. Take a look." Mr. Meng was in poor health. The housekeeper took the box and placed it in front of Mr. Meng and opened it till I saw a ring inside. This old Master Meng was startled, his eyes fixed on the ring as he said in disbelief, "The inheritance ring, brush." He picked up the ring and examined it for a long time before finally confirming that it was the Meng family's inherited ring. He looked at Meng Yu. "You said, someone gave it to you?" In fact, Meng Yu had already sent a message to the Meng family about the ring, but the Meng family was in turmoil, and the manager he sent the message to was also involved in the forged paternity test incident and had been fired by Mr. Meng and sent to prison. Therefore, the Meng family did not know about the ring. Old Master Meng was not too excited. It was impossible for anyone holding a ring to be the heir of the family unless it was in ancient times. The symbolic meaning was greater than the practical significance. On the contrary, Mr. Meng was a little confused about why someone gave Meng Yu a ring. "You said someone gave you this ring as a gift?" "Yes." Meng Yu nodded. He looked at the old man's expression and seemed to have guessed something. "It's been a long time. Back then, nothing happened to the Meng family. I sent a message to the family, but the steward was gone. Listen to this. Mr. Meng nodded slightly. One side, the lady saw that the old man no longer paid attention to her and the others after Meng Yu came back, and hurriedly said, "Dad, what we need to do next is to prop up the Meng group as quickly as possible. We can't let outsiders take advantage of the situation. It's also time to let Xiaoyu, Xiaofei, and the others get in touch with the family business. Look at that vice president job." She was not stupid and specifically brought Meng Yu out to try to get her son the position of vice president first. Mr. Meng said, "To manage the Meng group, you must gain experience in subsidiary companies. So, starting today, Xiaoyu and Xiaofei will each be in charge of an investment company, with a startup capital of 100 million yuan and a 3-year deadline. Whoever gains the most profit after 3 years will not be vice president, but directly become president and take charge of the Meng group." Real? The lady's face was full of surprise. Mr. Meng, could you please tell me about the investment situation of the Meng group's subsidiaries? Management. The Meng group has a total of 6 investment companies, 1 in China, 1 in the lighthouse country, and 1 in. Mr. Meng said, "Since Xiaoyu has already been to China, you will be in charge of Huaxia Investment Company. Xiaofei can choose his own location. Lady, choose the lighthouse country." She was very excited. With the old man's words today, her son had the legitimate right of inheritance. I don't know if the old man is too senile to let Meng Yu go to backward China. How can he make money there? The world's financial center is in the lighthouse in Wall Street, which is the investment paradise. She believed that within 3 years her son would definitely be better than Meng Yu and would be the legitimate successor to the Meng group. No, not 3 years. She looked at the pale old man Meng. Maybe he would die in less than 3 years. Then she would be able to. Finally, his gaze fell on Meng Yu. How could a fool give birth to a son who would compete with his own son? Huaxia Investment Company is under the management of. It seems. Soon, the lady left the meeting room with her son, her face full of anticipation. Meng Yu was quite happy to hear that he was assigned to stay in China again. He asked the housekeeper, "Housekeeper, where is the investment company you mentioned located in China?" Housekeeper, North Province. Mr. Meng said, "China is in the midst of a period of economic growth, and the potential of many industries far exceeds what others realize. The people at the Northern Province Company have some connection to your aunt, but when you leave, I will arrange for someone to help you and will ask you to take control of the Northern Province Company as quickly as possible. Bang! Meng Yu stood up, his face full of pride and gesture, and said, "No need for that. I have people in the Northern Province." Chapter 223. Meng Yu is confident and wants a luxury fleet. North Province, is anyone there? Both Mr. Meng and the housekeeper were stunned. Why did these words sound so awkward? What does it mean that there are people in the Northern Province? Who is there? The housekeeper said, "Master, don't refuse. This is for your own good. After all, the Northern Province Investment Company is too far from the headquarters, and the headquarters hasn't had much control over it in recent years. It's been a bit disobedient for a long time. The master wanted to replace the person in charge, but the person in charge is deeply entrenched, and he is also an old man from the Meng family, so he gave up. If you go back, he won't accept it. Besides, that place is also related to the lady." Although the butler did not say it explicitly, his meaning was very clear. He was reminding Meng Yu that he had no control over power. The people from the Northern Province Company will never accept this and will most likely pretend to obey but secretly disobey. Furthermore, the people from the Northern Province are also involved with the noble lady, but Meng Yu didn't feel any worry after hearing this. Instead, his face was still filled with absolute confidence. "Butler. I'm not good at other places, but Northern Province is my eldest brother's territory. Who in the Northern Province dares not give my eldest brother face? Who in the Northern Province dares to go against my eldest brother will be drowned. In the Northern Province. He's deeply rooted there. Could he be as deep-rooted as my eldest brother?" As soon as these words were spoken, Mr. Meng and the housekeeper showed surprise on their faces. North Province, big brother, cover it. Just a few words allowed the two of them to analyze a lot of things. It seems that Meng Yu made friends with a social person in the country, and this social person seems to have great influence in the Northern Province. At least from Meng Yu's performance, he has absolute confidence in that big brother. The butler had something else to say. Mr. Meng waved his hand and said, "All right. Since you are so confident, then you will be in charge of the affairs of the Northern Province. If you need anything else, please tell me." Meng Yu, Grandpa. I remember the group invested in many businesses in China and also cooperated with the government. Mr. Meng, what? You want to take over those businesses? No. You are not qualified now, you need experience. Meng Yu, no. I heard that many cars in our country are tax-free cars granted by the local government, and there are some private car quotas, and the prices are very cheap. Vehicle quotas: after the customs seizes a large number of smuggled cars, they are handed over to higher authorities for processing. In order to attract investment, local officials will choose to auction these smuggled cars at a low price according to the quota to the investing companies. Of course, it will not be particularly cheap, but the tax exemption and certain preferential policies make it a win-win situation. Mr. Meng, yes? What are you going to do? Meng Yu, that's right. I owe Big Brother a favor. To be honest with you, Grandpa, this family heirloom ring was given to me by him. He knew it was worth tens of millions, but he still didn't ask me for a penny. I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of others without giving back, so I want to get some luxury brand cars for Big Brother to take back, as a way to make up for the favor of the ring. Mr. Meng, then why are you auctioning the car? Meng Yu, the quantity I want is a bit large. Purchasing it through legitimate channels would probably cost 20 to 30 million. Putting aside the question of whether anyone would gossip about me managing so much of the family's money, even my eldest brother can't accept it. He's not that kind of person. I need a reasonable reason. After a few seconds of silence, Mr. Meng said to the butler, "I'll leave this matter to you. Make sure you do it well." Butler, "Yes, master." He understood that the old man was telling him that he had to do this well. There weren't so many cars at auction, and if he couldn't get enough, he could only buy them through formal channels. He just didn't tell the eldest young master. Immediately, he said to Meng Yu, "What kind of car does the young master want?" Meng Yu thought for a moment and said firmly, "A luxury Mercedes-Benz S, the best, preferably bulletproof. I want a standard luxury Mercedes-Benz C, a luxury G-Class, and 180 Jeeps. Housekeeper, Meng Yu, oh right. The luxury Mercedes-Benz S needs the license plate number 8888. Housekeeper, I'll try my best to get the car to Northern Province as quickly as possible, and then the young master can take it over. A few minutes later, Meng Yu and his father left the meeting room, and the father and son also wanted to reminisce about the past and play some house. Cough, cough. Old Mr. Meng, leaning on his crutches, could no longer suppress his cough, and his face became paler and paler. One side, the housekeeper immediately brought some Chinese cough-relieving medicine. After drinking the medicine, Mr. Meng's cough was relieved and his complexion returned to normal. Butler, master, your body, Mr. Meng, it's no problem. Even if we can't hold out for 3 years, 1 or 2 years won't be a big problem. Within a year, I can complete the reform and control of the Meng Group again. That's right, the 3-year agreement he just made with the two of them was completely to delay time and use his daughter's hand to stabilize the group. Once he completely digested the group, he would let his daughter leave the group. Of course, they were his own daughter and grandson after all, and he would give them enough compensation, but the Meng Group can only be named Meng. This is a rule passed down by ancestors, and it is impossible to change it in this generation. He is afraid of letting his ancestors down. Housekeeper, master, are you talking about people from the Northern Province? Mr. Meng, go and find out who it is and when did he give the ring to Meng Yu. He was worried that the person who gave him the ring had ulterior motives. Butler, this matter is easy to investigate. Didn't the young master say that he sent a letter to the Meng family? Then there is a time limit. I will find out the specific time in a moment. Mr. Meng, as for the car, I'll give him the luxury Mercedes-Benz S that I ordered before. Butler, that's a custom-made car that can withstand bullets and bombs. Master, are you using it for yourself? Mr. Meng, do you think I can be of any use like this? Even if I'm like this, no one will want me dead. You should prepare the car as soon as possible so that Meng Yu can return to China. He chose to develop Meng Yu in China not only because the domestic economy was booming, but also because it was safer than abroad and there would be no shootings or assassinations. The drastic reforms carried out by the Meng family this time affected the interests of too many people. Perhaps someone would be desperate and target Meng Yu. He would never allow any problems to happen to the only descendant of the Meng family. Butler, understood. Soon the butler left the meeting room and went out to get busy. Only old Master Meng remained, gazing at the pitch-black night outside, his grip on his cane tightening. Old woman? You even dare to tease me? Good. Really good. I really underestimated you after hiding for decades? You're taking over my place. You're playing a trick. Don't think you can drag the Meng Group down with you. Now wait and see how this old man of mine will destroy you. Ahem, the Meng Group is about to face greater turmoil, which will allow outsiders to witness the powerful skills of the elderly Mr. Meng in his twilight years, and they all sigh that Jiang is still as cunning as ever. Certainly, and none of this has much to do with Meng Yu. As the only heir, he is about to return with a full harvest. Chapter 224. Meng Yu returns. Qin Zhang's team outside. As soon as Meng Yu came out, he saw the lady and her son standing at the door, looking at Meng Yu with unfriendly eyes. Meng Yu didn't care about this at all. In such a big family, family affection was weak, and he never expected to get along well with the lady, not to mention that the two of them had become rivals now. The battle for inheritance of $1 billion group, it's always a life and death fight. After Meng Yu and his father left, the noblewoman said to the child, remember, from now on, your name is Meng Fei, and don't let anyone know. Don't worry about the investment company. I'll have someone find a better project for you, and we might even exchange profits. How can Meng Yu compare to you? Come to the Meng family villa more often to see your grandfather. Meng Fei nodded. Don't worry, mother. A few days later, the butler prepared the vehicles. It was not difficult for the Meng Group to prepare these vehicles. Butler, master, all the vehicles are on their way to Northern Province and are expected to arrive in 3 days. Meng Yu got up from the luxurious sofa, not caring about what computer game he was playing. Book me a flight back home immediately. I want to go back to Northern Province. I want the Dragon King to return. At this moment, he was already imagining the scene of leading a luxury car fleet to meet his elder brother Qin Zhang. Good. The butler nodded. He had to take care of the affairs of the manor and the group, and he had to pay more attention to Meng Yu's safety. Now that Meng Yu had returned to China, he was naturally happy to see it happen. At the same time, he handed a car key to Meng Yu. "Master, this is a Ferrari supercar prepared for you. It is currently the most popular supercar in China, with a total price of 6 million. Meng Yu, what is this? Butler, as the eldest son of the Meng family, it's normal for you to drive a supercar, but you must pay attention to safety. Obviously, he was trying to show goodwill to Meng Yu, because Meng Yu was the future head of the Meng family. Meng Yu, by the way, what's the name of the domestic investment company? The housekeeper said, Tianheng Investment Management Company, Limited is currently managed by Li Hong, who was once sent out by the old man from the Meng family. However, he has been running the investment company for more than 10 years. You should be more careful. I have sent the company's detailed information to your email, so I'll have someone deliver the paper report later. He noticed that Meng Yu didn't check her email, and Meng Yu nodded without embarrassment. 3 days later, Meng Yu boards the return flight. At the same time, the lady got the news and called. Meng Yu has returned to China. Have you completed the task I instructed you to do? A confident voice came from the other end of the phone. Isn't he just a little brat? He can't make any waves in Northern Province. Madam, I'm afraid that he has some people arranged by the old man when he returns this time. They are probably talented people in the business world. You'd better be careful not to cause any setbacks and delay my important plan. Business talent? You might not be clear about the domestic and international markets. Even if he's awesome, he still has to be managed in China. In the Northern Province. With me here, that little brat of his can't possibly cause any trouble. Just remember what you promised me. I promised to make sure he can't take a single step back home. For 3 years, he won't even make a penny. I'll make sure he's penniless. Listen to this, the lady was quite satisfied. She also didn't think Meng Yu could do anything after returning to China. The turmoil in the Meng family had caused many marginal industries to become disloyal, and she was afraid that they had been colluding with insiders and outsiders to resell the company's assets. So, the other party would fight with Meng Yu without her instructions, but to ensure that everything goes well, he still said, as long as you succeed, the Meng Group will not pursue you, but will give you an extra sum of money. It's a deal. Songjiang. The popularity of Heilong night market has cooled down a bit, as the Chinese New Year is approaching and tourism has also slowed down a bit. Naturally, there are fewer people visiting the night market, but the two major milk tea brands in the night market are still very popular. One stall owner, looking at the incredibly popular Boang milk tea across the street, couldn't help but sigh, this is fucking money grabbing. How many cups do they sell in a day with such a long line? Aren't the students on holiday? The other stall owners also nodded. They have witnessed the rise of milk tea with their own eyes, and some of the milk tea stalls near them have followed suit. Naturally, they have a clear understanding of the sales of milk tea. According to their calculations, the daily turnover of the King Tea across the street alone is nearly tens of thousands. Daily sales of tens of thousands. Most of the stall owners in Heilong night market were killed in seconds, and the few remaining awesome stall owners were also Heilong's own businesses. Heilong has opened dozens of milk tea shops. Even if not every one of them has such high sales, even half of them would be amazing. What's more, with more and more night market stalls, although the overall sales have increased, the sales of most stalls have declined when spread out. A new stall owner lamented, if it doesn't work out, I'll just open a milk tea stall. I can't make much more than selling grilled cold noodles. The other stall owners fell silent and looked at him with a strange look. See this, the stall owner was a little confused and didn't know what was going on. A stall owner who was on good terms with him said, how dare you say anything? Can anyone make milk tea? You really don't know, but you're pretending not to know? Smashed? How could such a lucrative business like milk tea go unnoticed? Someone's been eyeing it for a long time. Didn't you know about the recent milk tea war? My wife gave birth a while ago, and I was just accompanying her in the hospital, so I really don't know. Boss Yi, you've heard of that entrepreneurial star from the guardhouse who founded Yunlu Milk Tea and chained dozens of stores to compete with Black Dragon for business? Guess what's going on now? Yunlu Milk Tea was sealed and closed down. Not only did the business go bankrupt, but even Boss Yi was arrested. There's no good reason to offend Xinjiang. What? The stall owner who had just spoken turned pale with fear upon hearing this, and trembled as he said, I'm just saying. I really don't want to compete with Brother Jiang for business? Really? You must not tell anyone. Just as he kept worrying. Boom, Qin Zhang's motorcade drove out to the Tianshang Club where he had agreed to meet Zhou Hua. All the stall owners couldn't help but focus their attention on this. Although Qin Zhang's motorcade went in and out every day, the scale of the motorcade this time was obviously much larger than usual. Many stall owners were startled. It seems like something's going on. I haven't seen such a large convoy in a while. Could it be that the Black Dragon is making some big move? I heard that Black Dragon is preparing for its annual meeting. Could it be starting today? No. I just saw Director Wang from the management department. How could he not go to the annual meeting today? As they kept guessing, suddenly, someone pointed across the street and exclaimed, "What the hell? Look over there, Brush." The others looked over and were all stunned. Convoy is Zhu Zhang, Brother Jiang, the annual meeting is almost ready. The date is set for the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, and the location is Hentang Highlands. Today is the 24th day of the 12th lunar month. There are only 7 days left until the Chinese New Year and only 3 days left until Heilongjiang's annual holiday. Qin Zhang nodded calmly. Just as Zhu Zhang was about to say something, the convoy suddenly stopped, and he saw right in front of him. Chapter 225 Convoy Interception, Confrontation, and Speculation. What's going on? Zhu Zhang couldn't help but frown. Ahead, Zhang Qi said, "There's a convoy ahead." At this moment, a voice rang out from the car's intercom. "Report, a large convoy has appeared ahead, estimated to be dozens of vehicles, many of them luxury cars. Leading the way is a coupe, followed by several luxury cars, and the other cars are of the same model. These vehicles are completely blocking the road, and we can't get through at all." Listen to this. Zhu Zhang frowned even more tightly, knowing that this was Shuayuan Road, a newly developed area. In addition, it was the Chinese New Year, and normally there would not be many car fleets or even ordinary vehicles coming here. At most, there are tourists, and those tourists naturally won't come by car convoy. He said to Qin Zhang, "Brother Jiang, I'm going to go out and take a look." Bang! Zhu Zhang waved his hand and his men immediately opened the door. He got out of the car. At the same time, a large number of Black Dragon personnel in the convoy also got out. Zhao Shanhe, who was in charge of security, got out of an off-road vehicle. He looked at the convoy blocking the road from the opposite side with a very grim expression. "Damn it! You dare to block Brother John's way? You're looking for death." Not just Zhao Shanhe, the other Black Dragon personnel also looked angry. The opposite convoy was clearly driving on the right and would not block the way out, but they dispersed and completely blocked Qin Zhang's convoy. At this time, Qin Zhang's convoy could only bypass it by taking the nearby dirt road. But will Qin Zhang's convoy take a detour? Of course not. How can we take a detour to find Brother John's way? One side, someone from the Heilong Night Market Management Department also saw the scene and reported the matter to their superiors via the intercom. Soon Wang Tao led dozens of people to rush out, and each of them looked annoyed as they stopped their Brother John's convoy. Damn, it is unreasonable for them to bully Brother Jiang, especially in their base camp. Of the stall owners were shocked. No? Who is this? How dare they stop Qin Zhang's convoy? Are they trying to save their lives? Aren't they afraid of being drowned? Not necessarily. Don't you see the size of the convoy across the way? I bet the people sitting inside are important people too. Could it be that this big shot has a grudge against Qin Zhang? Look, that Mercedes-Benz S in the middle of the opposite convoy is so impressive. It looks like an S600. It's really good looking, and the license plate is awesome too, 68888. At this time, others also noticed that the car in the middle of the opposite convoy was very similar to Qin Zhang's car. However, it can be seen that it is more domineering and more expensive than Qin Zhang's car, and even the license plate number has an extra 8. Add to that the G-Class and luxury cars on both sides, and the coupe leading the way in front, and it can be seen that the car in the middle is not for ordinary people to sit in for a while. The stall owners couldn't help but feel that something big was about to happen. Could it be? There really is someone who wants to offend Tai Sui, and it seems that this person is extremely powerful. Behind the two large convoys. A few cars were also stuck in traffic, but no one dared to honk their horns and their faces were frozen. In a car, the woman saw the car stop and asked, "Why did it stop?" "Man, is there a car blocking the road ahead?" "Woman, honk." "Can they drive?" "They can block the traffic." "Hurry up." I need to go to the bathroom urgently. To explain, because this road is under development, although it is paved with cement, it is not marked. Therefore, vehicles traveling on both sides can only drive according to the principle of keeping to the right. It is normal for vehicles to occupy the opposite lane. Man, I don't dare. Woman, what are you afraid of, you coward? She reached out to honk the horn but was stopped by the boy. The girl yelled, What are you afraid of, man? The cars are blocked, don't you ask them to move? Seeing that the man remained indifferent, swish. She lowered the window and stuck her head out, yelling at the car blocking the way ahead, the one in front, you. She stopped abruptly in the middle of her words. Just see. A large number of young men in black suits got out of the car in front of her and looked over when they heard her voice. Gulp, the woman felt her body go cold, as if she was being stared at by something. Even though she was a tigress, she could tell that the people opposite her were not good people, and it looked like they were likely to fight. So if she continued to shout foolishly, she might get herself killed. Her tone softened immediately. You guys are busy. The Black Dragon personnel ignored her and gathered in front of the convoy with cold eyes. Call. The woman immediately pulled her head back and rolled up the car window before she breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. One side, the man said. Should we still honk the horn? Woman, fuck you. If you want to die, just die. We didn't stop me just now, you useless thing. Man, but aren't you in a hurry to go to the bathroom? Woman, are you no longer in a hurry, man? Similar things happened in many cars, but no one dared to come out and shout. Everyone could see that something big was happening up ahead. At the same time, someone recognized the convoy as the Black Dragon convoy, and the Black Dragon convoy was intercepted by other convoys. This, even with their knowledge, they could guess that something big might happen, so naturally no one dared to act like a bitch. In a Jetta near the convoy. A young man also saw the scene, his face full of surprise. It was Yi Zhe. Due to his foresight, the milk tea shops with the Yunlu signboard did not completely complete the transfer of property rights, and he also formulated a series of company requirements and stipulated that normal purchases should be made. It's just that the subordinate store managers are cheating, so the ones who actually committed the crime are those store managers. Of course, as the legal person of Yunlu, he must also take responsibility for lax supervision, pay fines, and be ordered to rectify the situation. He paid the fine. Rectify. Yunlu has been shut down by him. Yi Zhe is now penniless. He had received 4.5 million from selling the company, but he lost all of it except for the 500,000 yuan allocated in advance to the video department. Even many bosses of the milk tea franchisees are asking him for compensation. Fortunately, he has some connections, otherwise he would have been forced into a dead end by those people. He went back to the guardhouse this time to check out the situation of the video department, which was his only hope for a comeback. He happened to encounter Qin Zhang's convoy traveling and being intercepted by another convoy. This Yi Zhe was naturally extremely excited. It could be said that this was the moment when Yi Zhe's hatred towards Qin Zhang reached its peak. Alright. I was saying to myself, Qin Zhang, how could someone as arrogant as you not offend others? How could I let everyone give in to you? Yi Zhe said angrily, looking at the size of the opposing team. There must be some big shots in there. He came from a noble family and had a lot of experience, so he naturally saw the value of the opposing team. Not to mention the car in the middle alone, it was worth several million, not to mention the license plate 8888, which was something that could not be obtained by just having money. In addition, there were several other luxury cars and a large number of uniform vehicles. According to his preliminary estimate, the total value of the opposing team was as high as 30 to 40 million, while the Qin Zhang team was only worth a few million. They are not comparable. Summarize, Qin Zhang is definitely going to be in trouble today. Chapter 226, Team Upgrade. On the next level, complete crushing. Yi Zhe is very excited. Yi Zhe is looking forward to it. Then the next moment he looked at the position of the convoy in disbelief. Halala, dozens of young men in black suits stood in front of Qin Zhang's motorcade, looking at the luxurious motorcade opposite with indifference. Even though they could see that the opposite motorcade was obviously not simple, no one was afraid at all. Brother Zhang, I'm going. When Zhao Shanhe spoke, Zhu Zhang did not refuse. Even if they took a step back, they had followed the principle of keeping to the right and had not made any mistakes today. Just when Zhao Shanhe was about to lead his men forward, the door of the coupe opposite opened, and a slightly plump young man got out, opened his arms and shouted, "Surprise! What Zhao Shanhe was stunned on the spot, and so were the other Black Dragon members, including Zhu Zhang, because they all knew the young men opposite Meng Yu. Qin Zhang recently took in the young man Meng Yu, who had played with them in Heilong for a long time. Haha, Meng Yu looked at the stunned Zhu Zhang and couldn't help laughing as he stepped forward, surprised? Unexpected. Bang, Zhao Shanhe slapped Meng Yu's shoulder hard, knocking him to the ground. He pointed at the convoy on the opposite side and said, "What do you mean? Are you so capable? You dare to lead a convoy to block Brother Zhang's way?" Zhu Zhang frowned. "Are you rich? Bring your own fleet to show off in front of Brother Zhang." He was one of the few people who knew Meng Yu's family background. He guessed that he was likely to return home to inherit the family business, and the fleet was obviously purchased by him. Meng Yu hurriedly shook his head. "Don't you dare to wrongly accuse me like this? What do you mean by my team? This is Brother Zhang's team. Look at that Mercedes-Benz S in the middle, with 6, 4, and 8 SUVs. It's specially for Brother Zhang. The luxurious Mercedes-Benz S is Brother Zhang's, and the G-Class is Brother 49. He pointed at the convoy behind him and continued to introduce, "Brother Shan and his team have nice cars too, and the rest of the cars in the back are for the brothers to drive. It's just right for Black Dragon to upgrade its arsenal." What, all for them? Zhao Shanhe and the others were shocked when they heard this. They had seen a lot of the world in the past 6 months and naturally knew the approximate value of the other team's fleet, at least tens of millions, and Meng Yu just gave it to them like that. This, super rich second generation, even if you have money, you shouldn't be so wasteful, right? Only Zhu Zhang's expression did not change much. When he saw the opposite convoy, he had a vague guess. "It seems," Zhu Zhang murmured, "it's to repay the kindness of the ring, and I don't owe favors to such a big family easily." But he did not make the decision and asked Zhao Shanhe to report to Qin Zhang, and Qin Zhang made the final decision to eye in the car. Qin Zhang's face remained calm when he heard this. This seemed like something Meng Yu could do. He did not refuse, nor did he think there was anything wrong with repaying a favor, and he was not afraid of losing favors. Putting aside the fact that he hadn't held much hope for the Meng group, it was said that young people didn't seek favors, but brotherhood. He was befriending Meng Yu, not the Meng family. He firmly believed that his brother Qin Zhang would always stand by him. After getting Qin Zhang's consent, Meng Yu happily ran to Qin Zhang's car, opened the door, and covered the roof with her hands. "Brother Zhang, I miss you so much." Then, under the incredulous gazes of countless people, a shocking scene took place. Qin Zhang was surrounded by Meng Yu and everyone and placed in the top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz S luxury car in the center of the opposite team. Boom, the two convoys merged into one, leaving behind some vehicles, and the entire convoy continued its journey with a complete upgrade. Original place, countless stall owners were stunned. Holy crap! Am I dazzled? What's going on? How did the two teams merge into one? The leader of the luxury car team just now came down to drive for Brother Zhang and surrounded him to change cars? Could it be that the new team is also the Black Dragon team? This statement attracted the approval of the vast majority of stall owners. Although this situation seems very unreasonable, it is the most reasonable one based on the current facts. One stall owner couldn't help but ask, how much money does this milk tea business make? How can it afford to give Black Dragon an even more luxurious fleet? You're really enjoying yourself, aren't you? Including this new fleet, there are probably at least 100 or 200 Black Dragon Company vehicles. Some people envied, some sighed, but no one was jealous. Or perhaps some people were jealous but didn't dare to speak out for fear of provoking Qin Zhang. At the same time, they know one thing, that is, Qin Zhang's car has changed, from 33,888 to 68,888. From a luxurious Mercedes-Benz S to a supreme Mercedes-Benz S. Bang, Yize angrily punched the car's center console. Damn it! Why? Why on earth? What's so special about Qin Zhang? Why is he becoming more and more powerful? Why can he make cars worth millions or even tens of millions, while I, who am so smart, am becoming more and more miserable? I don't accept it. I won't accept it. A long time that he managed to calm himself down and turn the key in the ignition. Bang, the car won't start. Apparently, the punch I just gave to this old, beat-up car has caused a problem. Fuck. Qin Zhang, you're my nemesis. Convoy. A luxurious Mercedes-Benz S interior. Qin Zhang and Zhu Zhang were sitting in the back. Zhang Qi was driving in the front, and Meng Yu was sitting in the passenger seat. Zhang Qi was overjoyed. As Qin Zhang's full-time driver, he had long suggested changing Zhang's car. After all, although the previous Mercedes-Benz C was good, it had experienced a collision and had paint splashed on it, which still made it feel awkward. Now, not only could he change the car, but he could do it all in one go. Zhang Qi, a good car has plenty of horsepower. The moment Qin Zhang sat in the car, he realized that it was not simple. It was not an ordinary luxury Mercedes-Benz S. With his experience in his previous life, he could immediately tell that this car was a customized car and was most likely modified. It was the most popular bulletproof car abroad previous life. He also had a similar one later on, and when it comes to cars, he actually prefers Mercedes-Benz to Rolex. Those cars may look good now, but in a few years they will be lowered in class by internet celebrities. In front of him, Meng Yu was talking to Qin Zhang about his return to the Meng family. He had nothing to hide and was not concerned about his family's scandals. Anyway, because of the treatment he received in the Meng family since he was a child, he did not have much sense of belonging to the Meng family. Qin Zhang had known this for a long time, so he was not surprised as Zhu Zhang and Zhang Qi were surprised when they heard this, especially Zhu Zhang, who couldn't help but look at Qin Zhang. Brother Zhang is a bit awesome. Finally, Meng Yu said, Brother Zhang, these cars were acquired by the Meng family through connections. Many of them are duty-free. They appear to be very valuable, but in reality, the Meng family only paid a little over 10 million. I will personally donate them to Black Dragon Company. Qin Zhang remained silent. Even if the Meng family had influence in the country, it would be impossible for them to get a duty-free bulletproof car. Even if they could use the procedures, they would not allow it to be transferred. Obviously, Meng Yu was not aware of this. All of this was instructed by Mr. Meng, but Qin Zhang didn't say much and chose to agree. It's enough to be clear about many things in your mind. At the same time, Buckingham Zhou Shang stood on the table and scolded, Hurry up! You're so slow in dispatching vehicles. You all know Qin Zhang's fleet, so prepare it for me at a higher level than his fleet. My brother has to show off when he meets Qin Zhang today. Chapter 227, Departure from Huasheng. Gathering at the club now, Zhou Shang's voice filled the Buckingham Hall, scolding several of his men so much that they dared not speak. During this period, Zhou Shang was in charge of the decoration of Buckingham and was not allowed to leave. He was very bored and angry all day long. He became even more angry when he knew that his elder brother Zhou Hua was going to invite Qin Zhang to dinner. He is not stupid either. He understood that his elder brother was planning to cooperate with Qin Zhang, and he was also aware that Qin Zhang had caused a big stir in Songjiang again, milk tea chain, and eliminated all other milk teas. Now it is the only one in Songjiang and even in northern province. Damn, Zhou Shang muttered, what kind of fate does Qin Zhang have? He can make hundreds of millions of dollars a year just selling beverages. This is fucking money grabbing. Why didn't I make that much selling mobile phones back then? If I could make that much back then, who would still run an entertainment city? Shake your head. He didn't think about it any further. Now that things have come to this, he cannot stop his elder brother from cooperating with Qin Zhang, nor can he take revenge in a short time. So, he could only focus on the pomp and show. He would not allow his elder brother to lose face again. After all, his brother had already lost face once in the last incident of being beaten and smashed in Buckingham. He even heard that his brother had developed mild stomach problems since then and suffered from gastrointestinal discomfort at any time. It made him angry and helpless. Several managers kept making calls, move the Deluxe M7 over here, quickly. Concierge, mobilize 20 cars. Good ones, no old ones. Quick. Half an hour later, dozens of cars have gathered in front of Buckingham, including some top luxury cars worth millions or even tens of millions. See, this Zhou Shang was still not very satisfied. Fuck. If I hadn't heard the news so late, I would definitely have been able to get a better car. At least I can clear the way for Big Brother. But this is okay. At least it's much more impressive than Qin Zhang's crappy team. He had seen Qin Zhang's fleet. The most expensive car was Qin Zhang's luxury Mercedes-Benz C, with a total value of 2 million at most. The one he prepared for his brother was a Mercedes-Benz L, with a total value of over 5 million. In fact, with Buckingham's background, he can naturally buy a more expensive car, but Zhou Hua has been keeping a low profile in the past 2 years. It's because Huasheng Group has a shady background that a lot of its money can't be traced back to its source. They have money, but they don't dare spend it, and they're also afraid of being targeted by law enforcement agencies. At this time, Zhou Hua and Ying Nan came down from upstairs and saw the convoy outside without saying anything. They planned to cooperate with Qin Zheng to make some appearances today, and they also wanted to show Qin Zheng their strength. Zhou Shang, brother. I'll go with you. Zhou Hua, just stay still. Zhou Shang, I promise not to go against Qin Zhang. I won't talk to him. I'll just go for a drive. Zhou Hua looked Zhou Shang up and down and walked out without saying anything else. Zhou Shang hurriedly followed him. He knew that his elder brother was no longer angry and he would not be under house arrest from now on. Boom, the convoy roared away into the distance. Upstairs. A team of workers was working on the renovations. Buckingham had to redo the renovations after being vandalized by Qin Zheng last time. Now only a few small private rooms were left unfinished. Several workers saw the convoy downstairs and couldn't help but chat. Wow, a fleet of so many nice cars is even more grand than the wedding of the richest man in our town. You don't know anything. The car our town's richest man rented for his wedding is his own. How can you compare? Rich people. I've seen the car in the middle on TV. It's called a Mercedes-Benz L. I heard it costs several million. This kind of convoy trip is rare not only in other places but also in Songjiang. It is definitely a grand occasion. One worker couldn't help but sigh. Lao Zhang. You said we would have to work for several lifetimes to be able to afford a car like others. How come it's so easy for them to make money? We work so hard every day to earn a few dollars. We are really not comparable. The middle-aged man, Lao Zhang, who took the lead said, don't you see his status? Buckingham, who can open such a large entertainment venue in Songjiang, can't be a small-time figure, a gangster. There's not many people in Songjiang who can compare with them. What can you compare with? Your head? It's already great that we can get the project. After completing this order, we will probably have a good year. As soon as these words were spoken, the other workers also smiled. It was not easy to get a contract for a project these days. They could make a lot of money after completing this job, at least more than other people who went out to work, not to mention those who stayed at home. One worker said speechlessly, the project is too urgent. I guess we have to work during the Chinese New Year. We only have one day off on March 30th. Lao Zhang said, that's enough. Otherwise, if they can pay that salary, won't they be in a hurry to renovate it? I'm a businessman. If I lose a private room, I'll lose a lot of money. It's Chinese New Year. I can wait until the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. Making money is not better than celebrating Chinese New Year. Besides, it's not far from home. Listen to this, the other workers nodded. Another worker said, wages can't be as hard to come by as last time, right? Old Zhang said confidently, don't worry. This time I have experience, let's ask his brother for help. His brother is a very particular person. Heavenly Club, the top luxury club in the North District, has a complete range of entertainment facilities. If Buckingham receives guests who are all second-generation rich, then this place receives guests who are all first-generation rich. Everyone who can come here is either rich or noble, and it is a membership system. Without membership, you are not qualified to enter. Kartik Kaka, several sedans worth around 1 million yuan stopped and several young men walked out, all of them rebellious. Obviously they are all worth a lot of money. The leading young man was dressed formally, and the others were also dressed in colorful clothes. They looked at the club in front of them and said, brother, didn't you say you wanted to go out and have fun? Why are you in the Heavenly Club? What's so fun in there? Yeah. We can go to Buckingham. The girls there are really nice. It's too stuffy here. It looks solemn and grand, but boring. It was obvious that the young men were not very satisfied with the Heavenly Club. After all, it was more boring for them. The second generation, the leading young man said, you are already grown-ups. Don't just think about playing all the time. This is an era of economic boom. If you don't seize the opportunity and wait a few years for your brothers to take the lead, how can you still be so carefree? Think about the future. Several young men fell silent after hearing this. They all had brothers and sisters at home, and being able to play so freely meant that they were abandoned by their families and had basically lost the possibility of inheriting the family business. The leading young man continued, I brought you here to see the world. I happen to be a member here, and you guys can try to make some friends. I plan to set up a company together, leveraging our respective strengths to strive for a certain level of success in Songjiang. We can also let our parents see what we can do. Even if we don't make it, we can still earn some extra pocket money. What do you think? The eyes of the other young men gradually lit up these days. Who wants to be a waste? Who wants to just eat and wait for death? Start a business, let your parents take notice, make yourself famous in Songjiang. For a while, they couldn't help but imagine themselves conquering a kingdom in Songjiang and bringing honor to their family. Chapter 228, The second generation of rich people is crazy. Zhou Shang is even crazier. Qin Jiang arrived sudden. A young man in a suit almost bumped into a few rich second generations while playing with his girlfriend. He immediately pulled the rich second generations back to reality and looked at the couple who disturbed him with a cold face. Damn! A wealthy second generation young man started cursing. Don't you have eyes? You run around without even looking at where you are, and you run into me without even looking at who I am. Can you afford to pay for the damage to my clothes? Do you know how much my clothes cost? The couple was stunned. Girls don't have good tempers anyway. Her boyfriend is an executive of a big company, earning hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. He always scolded others in the past, so when was it someone else's turn to scold her? But seeing her boyfriend constantly winking at her and the rich second generations across from her wearing luxury cars, she subconsciously took back the words she was about to say back. The young man hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, we didn't see it. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. The rich second generation still cursed the two people for their apologies. Look at you two poor guys, you are not qualified to fight in this place. Look at that, look carefully. This is the Heavenly Club. It's not a place for you two poor idiots, two big idiots. The other rich second generations didn't try to stop them either. They were all angry that their fantasies were interrupted. Besides, this kind of thing was very normal for them. The two were obviously from petty bourgeois families, so it was normal for them to scold them, and it was normal for them to hit them a few times if they really bumped into them. This movement also attracted the attention of many people nearby, but no one came to stop it. These days, everyone believes that less is better. Those who are capable don't bother to care. I don't dare to intervene if I'm incompetent. Instead, they whispered, those guys are obviously second generation rich? That couple is unlucky, they got scolded so badly. He can't be a simple person to come to the Heavenly Club. It's normal to be scolded by such a second generation person. Who made the status unequal? The rich second generation curses to their heart's content. The woman opposite was in tears after being scolded. For some reason, she remembered the cleaning lady in the mall who was scolded and cried because she dragged her shoes while mopping the floor not long ago, and she felt a sense of sympathy. When the rich second generation continues to curse. Boom. The roar of vehicles suddenly sounded. Oh shit, the second generation of rich people looked over with their eyes wide open, and saw a luxury car fleet coming towards them. Especially the central luxury car, which is definitely worth several million, plus. The license plate number, 6666. Given the size of the luxury convoy, how could they not know that the people sitting in the convoy were not simple people? The leading rich second generation blurted out, 4 sixes. It's the car of President Hua of Huaxing Group. The others also looked in awe. Huaxing Group, a large Songjiang group, had a company size of no less than 10 billion in 2010. He was definitely considered top tier in Songjiang North District, not to mention that he had social attributes. At this point, it is definitely not something that a few rich second generations can compare with. While the second generation's attention was completely attracted by the Huaxing team, the couple who had just been scolded ran away quickly. Boom, the convoy stopped in front of the Heavenly Club. Bang. Zhou Shang, dressed in a flashy red suit, got out of the car first. He looked around the parking lot but didn't see Qin Jiang's team. He cursed inwardly, damn it. I deliberately made the team 10 minutes late, but I didn't expect Qin Jiang to be even more late. Fuck. What a fucking bad luck. He believes that whoever arrives later proves that he has higher status. Zhou Hua and Yingnan also got out of the car, and bodyguards on both sides gathered and walked towards the club. Zhou Shang pointed at the rich second generation in front of him and cursed, whose little bastards are blocking the road. Get out of the way. Zhou Hua frowned and said nothing. Several rich second generations were frightened and trembled. Seeing that they looked like they wanted to eat people, Zhou Sheng didn't dare to say anything and quickly hid away. Don't look at them showing off their power all day long, but they know very well who they can offend and who they can't offend. If they offend Washington, even their bosses behind the scenes may not dare to step in. Soon Zhou Sheng and his group passed several second generations. A young man looked past him before he dared to mutter, "Fuck. What a big shot." Not long ago, he was beaten like a grandson, and it was said that he even knelt down and begged for mercy. Other second generation I heard too, and it seems several of his teeth were knocked out. It was done by Qin Zhang, the rising star in the North District. He only dares to show off in front of us. He's nothing in front of Qin Zhang. Let's see how he can. I just stopped complaining halfway as Zhou Sheng returned, looking at the second generations with an extremely cold expression. He said coldly, "What did you say?" Zhou Sheng was born with better hearing than ordinary people. In addition, the distance was not too far and he was sensitive to the word Qin Zhang, so he heard most of what they said. Several second generations were so frightened that their faces changed drastically. The second generation was trembling all over as he spoke, looking at the large number of bodyguards gathered around him. "No, nothing, we just said that Hua Sheng is awesome, that Brother Sheng is amazing. Brother Sheng, we were wrong, please forgive us." He was so frightened that he no longer showed off his power. This time, the second generation took the lead and mustered up the courage. "Hello, Brother Sheng, my name is Chang Kai, and my father is the chairman of Changwei Group. Today, a few of us brothers came to the club to see the world." They just talked nonsense. "Brother Sheng, you are such an important person, please don't bother with us. We'll leave now and not get in your way." He brought up his father's identity and lowered his posture to a very low level. He nodded respectfully to Zhou Sheng and was about to lead the young men away. "Did I let you go?" Zhou Sheng looked at the young men who were about to leave and said disdainfully, "I've never heard of Changwei or Gowei." Several rich second generations were stunned on the spot. The leading rich second generation looked extremely ugly. The rich second generation who had just spoken was scared to death. One of them was the rich second generation who had just cursed the couple. Distance, the couple who had just escaped couldn't help but gloat. "Woman, well done. Let him scold me. It's not a big deal to have some money. It would be better to kill him. Man, keep your voice down." Many people who had just witnessed the prestige of several wealthy second generations could not help but sigh with emotion. "Shinichi Yamako Baiki Yamako? He was so majestic just now, but now he's trembling with fear. What a sudden turnaround. That's Zhou Sheng, a famous gangster in Songjiang. It's normal for them to be afraid." Now Zhou Sheng looked at the young men and said, "Don't say I'm making things difficult for you. If one of you curses Qin Zhang, I'll let you go." Several young people, Sigma, surprised face, equals smiley face, who was Qin Zhang, of course they knew it. Who in Songjiang with some status didn't know the name Qin Zhang? Zhou Sheng asked them to scold Qin Zhang. "Are you kidding me? Who dares to scold?" If Qin Zhang hears that they are still alive, he must not sink into the river. But facing Zhou Sheng's aggressive gaze, they didn't dare to refuse. Just as Zhou Sheng was about to say something that would make the rich second generation almost cry, a large number of cars roared again in the distance. A boom. "Please give me free gifts and follow the author." Chapter 229. Qin Zhang's team. Everyone is shocked. Brush. Zhou Sheng frowned at the roar of a large number of cars and looked into the distance. The rich second generations also looked into the distance. The next moment they were all stunned. Just see. A luxury convoy larger than the Huaxin Group is coming, with a sedan leading the way, 2 luxury G-Class cars following on both sides, and 20 uniformed jeeps following behind. The most eye-catching one is the top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz S in the center, which looks very grand and domineering, and it is obvious that no ordinary person can sit in it. A second-generation rich kid blurted out, "It's a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz S, the one worth over 6 million. I saw it at the auto show." "Wait. His car is different from the ones I've seen before. It's obviously shinier and longer. Could it be a custom model?" "Yes, it must be the legendary custom model." As soon as these words were spoken, the other rich second generations were extremely shocked. They were not ordinary people and naturally knew what a customized model meant. What's more, a customized Mercedes-Benz C was at least a luxury car worth tens of millions. 2010, in Songjiang, a second-tier city, the value of luxury cars worth tens of millions is self-evident and represents absolute status. Moreover, car rental was not popular in that era, and this fleet of cars was obviously not rental cars. So, who are the people in the convoy? Can't help but speculate. 8888, 48s. Who in Songjiang has a license plate with 48s? I've never heard of it before. There shouldn't have been any before, otherwise I wouldn't have any recollection of it. Could it be that this out-of-town boss just arrived in Songjiang? To be able to get this license right after arriving in Songjiang, only a company with a scale of at least 1 billion can get it. It's not just the rich second generation who are speculating. Ahead, Zhou Hua and Yingnan both look towards the convoy. Yingnan, such a grand motorcade? 48s. There's never been anyone like this in Songjiang before? Maybe they're new here? Zhou Hua, it's obviously not easy to get this license plate. It seems that the water in Songjiang is really getting deeper and deeper. Yingnan, with the economy booming and the big cities becoming overly competitive, it's normal for some forces to start expanding into lower-tier markets. But no matter who comes, it won't affect our business. She wasn't exaggerating. Washington belonged to a local social group with absolute geographical advantages. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Even if external forces had backgrounds, they would most likely do legitimate business and there was no need to fight with them. Zhou Hua nodded without comment. Yingnan frowned a little. She found that Zhou Hua was becoming less and less concerned about social affairs, as if he didn't care about the changes in Songjiang's situation at all. Instead, he was very concerned about immediately digesting the big fish he had just caught. It was like killing the chicken to get the eggs. Shake your head, Yingnan murmured. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Now Zhou Shang looked at the luxury convoy opposite with a gloomy expression. This convoy completely surpassed his brother's convoy, which was unacceptable to him, who was extremely concerned about his reputation. However, he was not stupid enough to do anything stupid. He would not make enemies for Huasheng if no one provoked him. He could only pretend that he didn't see it and continue to force the second generation. But the next moment, he couldn't pretend that he didn't see it, because the luxury convoy stopped right in front of the Heavenly Club. Bang! 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 The car door opened and a large number of young men in black suits walked out of the car. They had cold faces and did not speak. Zhou Shang's expression suddenly changed slightly. Looking at the young man in black suit getting out of the car, he felt a familiar feeling. Damn it, could it be? Wow! A large number of young men in black suits came to the back of the luxurious Mercedes-Benz S in the middle. Zhang Qi, the main driver in the front of the Mercedes-Benz S, got out of the car quickly and came to the rear door, opened the door very respectfully and shielded his eyes with his hands. Immediately, under everyone's gaze, Qin Jiang, dressed in a black suit, slowly stepped out of the car. Seeing Qin Jiang coming out, all the young men bowed their heads in unison. Brother Jiang. At the same time, Zhu Zhang also got out of the car on the other side. Although he already had his own car, he still chose to sit in Qin Jiang's car. Sijou in front also got out of the G-Class. Given his body shape, only that kind of car is more suitable for him. A sedan is too cramped for him. Brother Jiang. Several rich second generations were stunned then, looking at the young people's attire and Sijou's iconic height and physique. He immediately guessed Qin Jiang's identity. Is it Chairman Black Dragon? The Qin Jiang Benjiang from the North District who likes Xinjiang? Isn't his license plate number 38s? When did he change it? Even the fleet? It's even more impressive than the previous one. The combined value of this fleet is probably tens of millions. Didn't his milk tea shop just open a short time ago? Is it so profitable? How much does he make? The tone of several rich second generations was full of surprise. Different from Washington, Huasheng is an old force that has been rising in Songjiang for many years, and Zhou Shang is also in his 30s. Theoretically, they are not of the same generation, so naturally they are not too jealous of Zhou Shang, but Qin Jiang was different. His rise was swift. They had only known about him for a few months, and yet, within those few months, Qin Jiang had founded Black Dragon Company and built 2 projects with annual revenue exceeding 100 million yuan, making him a billionaire. That's it, the company is still not listed. Once it is listed, Qin Jiang's wealth will increase several times. Are you envious? Absolutely envious, jealous? Extremely jealous. Want to compare? No, these rich second generations knew very well that the last time Yi Zhe competed with Qin Jiang in business, he had lost everything. The last person, Zhou Shang, who had been hanging out with Qin Jiang, not only had his property, Buckingham, smashed, but he was also hospitalized for a long time. What are they? Qin Jiang. Zhou Shang squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, but he was extremely angry. Qin Jiang actually changed the team, and even on this day, compared it to the team he had carefully prepared for his elder brother. This was outrageous. Why on earth is Qin Jiang better than him? Zhou Hua and Yingnan were slightly stunned and surprised when they saw Qin Jiang coming down from the convoy. Yingnan, although his milk tea business is booming, he can't make a lot of money in such a short time. Even if he used all the money to buy a car, it probably wouldn't be enough, unless he bought it in installments. But that's outrageous. His milk tea business is just getting on track, and it's the right time to expand. Why doesn't he save the money for expansion instead of buying a car? Just to show off. Zhou Hua shook his head. No. First of all, Qin Jiang isn't someone you think is just showing off. Judging from his rise to prominence, he not only has a keen business sense but is also very insightful. He didn't even change his car after the accident last time, and it wasn't just for pleasure. The most important thing is that his car is a custom one. It's not just a matter of money, but also a matter of status. I remember that Mercedes-Benz has very high requirements for this custom car, not only in terms of money, but also in terms of status. Qin Jiang's status can't buy it, but he chose to sit in this car. There is only one possibility. At last Zhou Hua stated his analysis with a serious expression. His background is extraordinary. Chapter 230, There are mountains beyond mountains. Qin Jiang, you are about to be caught now. Qin Jiang was in the middle, Zhu Zhang on the left, and Si Zhou on the right, surrounded by a crowd, striding towards the Heavenly Club. Ahead, Zhao Shanhe led the way. To be precise, no one dared to stand in the way. No one was stupid. Even if they didn't know Qin Jiang and the others, they knew they couldn't afford to offend them just by looking at the scene. Not soon, he came in front of Zhou Shang and others. Swish! Swish! Several rich second generations looked at each other and quickly made way to the side, leaving only Zhou Shang standing in front. Zhou Shang looked at Zhao Shanhe and was about to say something when he saw Zhao Shanhe was very impatient. A good dog doesn't block the road. Get out! Then he pulled him far away. Trample. Zhou Shang was nearly knocked down by Zhao Shanhe. He staggered to steady himself and clenched his fists in anger. Zhao Shanhe, what? I don't accept it. Zhou Shang clenched his fists even tighter. It was a great shame and humiliation. He felt his dignity being constantly rubbed against him. He wanted to rush up and fight Zhao Shanhe, but he couldn't. Not to mention that his brother would definitely not allow him to do so. Qin Jiang brought a lot of people today. If he dared to take action, he was afraid that he would be surrounded by a group fight. Endure. He must endure. Snort. Zhao Shanhe snorted coldly and continued to make his way. Qin Jiang strode past Zhou Shang and others, never even looking at Zhou Shang from beginning to end, as if the other party did not exist. Original place. Zhou Shang's expression was extremely ugly. He felt like a clown, completely ignored and looked down upon by others. Qin Jiang, he used to not take the young man seriously at all, and now he doesn't take him seriously at all, but he has no way to control the other party. Soon, Qin Jiang came in front of Zhou Hua and Yingnan. Zhou Hua didn't care about Qin Jiang's attitude towards his brother. Nonsense. The two of them already had hatred, so it was impossible for Qin Jiang to have a good attitude today. Zhou Hua said, Brother Qin, you came here just to give me face. This is all my ignorant brother's fault. I'll personally prepare a feast for you inside, please. He made a gesture of invitation. Qin Jiang followed Zhou Hua and the others to the Heavenly Club without any nonsense, and the security guards and managers at the door did not have the tact to come and ask for membership cards. Songjiang is such a small place. Qin Jiang. Zhou Hua's faces are like membership cards. Everything went smoothly, and someone even went to notify the manager to come and receive them. A few minutes later, Qin Jiang, Zhou Hua, and others stepped into the Heavenly Club. Outside, Zhou Shang's expression changed for a while. He looked back at Qin Jiang's car and wanted to smash it, but looking at the young men guarding on both sides of the car, he knew he couldn't do it. You can only follow him to the Heavenly Club. Waiter, excuse me, sir? Could you please show me your membership card? Zhou Shang, I'm Zhou Shang from Huasheng. If you ask me for a membership card, I'll kill you. After the manager comforted and scolded the service staff, Zhou Shang stepped into the Heavenly Club with endless resentment. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the two groups of people go outside. Pooh! A second-generation rich kid cursed at Zhou Shang from behind. I told you to show off just now. Aren't you awesome? Aren't you amazing? Why don't you show off in front of Qin Zhang? You're such a loser. Other second-generation rich people echoed, he has to be brave enough. Qin Zhang is his brother's equal. If he dares to lose his temper, he will get a slap in the face. Luckily I didn't hear him scolding Qin Zhang just now, otherwise we might all be ruined. I curse him to be killed by Qin Zhang. It would be best if all his backers, Hua Shang, were killed. Is he just a madman? Obviously, they were very angry with Zhou Shang. At least compared to the situation where they would be fine if they didn't provoke him, Qin Zhang would be the easiest to die than Zhou Shang, alright? Chang Kai, you can see that even though we usually act majestically, we are just clowns in the eyes of those with real status. If our fathers were here today, how could he dare to humiliate us like this? He should have been a little cautious. The bottom line is that we are not strong enough. We need to establish our alliance as soon as possible. Today is not the right time. Let's come to the Heavenly Club in a couple of days to make some connections. The other rich second generations nodded, got into the coupe, and left the Heavenly Club with the roar of the coupe, corner location. The couple also cursed when they saw the rich second generation leave, and looked towards the club in the sky with envy. Woman, Qin Zhang? Is he the rising star in the North District? I heard he's the one who started the milk tea chain. Man, he did it. Our investment company even held a meeting, saying the milk tea business is highly profitable and suitable for expansion. Unfortunately, Qin Zhang's identity is too special, so we dare not invest. Woman, when can I enter a club of this level? Man, this is a place only big bosses can enter. We are not worthy at all. Woman, you don't deserve it, I don't deserve to die. I just let someone scold you and you didn't even dare to fart. Man, it's my fault. I was afraid this situation would escalate. How can you forgive me? Woman, for words, cure all diseases. Man, the boys coaxed the girls to leave. The service staff, security guards, and passers-by who witnessed the incident all looked restless for a long time. They first witnessed the rich second generation's arrogant behavior of scolding the couple to tears, then witnessed Zhou Shang's rampant behavior of forcing the rich second generation to tears, and finally witnessed Qin Zhang's domineering attitude of ignoring Zhou Shang. It was like a complete food chain was staged in a short period of time. Rich second generation couple, Zhou Shang rich second generation, Qin Zhang Zhou Shang. Summary, Qin Zhang is the best. There are always people better than you. I've really broadened my horizons today. I can brag about this for at least half a year when I get home. Not bad. Who would have thought that Qin Zhang, who was only in his 20s, could have such power? Young people nowadays? The unluckiest couple were the ones who got scolded the whole time. They're truly the bottom of society, so sad. I feel sorry for them. Come on, don't you even look at what that couple is wearing? One set of clothes would cost you half a year to wear. Do you feel sorry for them? If you have that much time, it would be better for you to earn more money and buy your wife a few more pounds of meat. There was a constant stream of discussion. The topic of Qin Zhang was the most popular, and as these people left, they exaggerated the story and spread it. This did not cause much sensation, except that Qin Zhang's change of vehicle attracted the attention of some people and they started talking about it. Heavenly Club, the manager led Qin Zhang, Zhou Hua, and their group to a very elegant garden, and asked the service staff to quickly deliver various precious snacks and tea. Then he respectfully placed his membership card in front of Qin Zhang and left without any nonsense throughout the whole process. The garden is very large outside. The people brought by Qin Zhang were sitting separately from the people from Huasheng, glaring at each other and extremely vigilant. There is a small private room inside. I in the box, Qin Zhang, Zhu Zhan, Sizhou, Zhou Hua, Zhou Shang, and Yingnan sat opposite each other. There was a transparent glass on the side of the box. Opposite the glass, more than a dozen women in ancient costumes were dancing. Their every move, every frown and smile were obviously the result of professional training. There were also many bands and drums on both sides, making people feel as if they were in ancient times and were kings appreciating the ancient stance step. Now Zhou Hua looked at Qin Jiang and was about to say something polite. Qin Jiang took the cigar from Zhu Zhang, lit it, and exhaled a thick smoke ring. He looked at Zhou Hua and said jokingly, "You're about to be caught." Chapter 231. Zhou Shang was beaten again. The situation was tense. Yuri going to be caught. This sentence was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, causing the space in the box to freeze. Zhou Hua, who was about to speak, was stunned and extremely surprised, and the expression of Yingnan on the side changed drastically. Is he going to be caught? Zhou Hua looked across at Qin Jiang, whose face was shrouded in smoke and mist. He couldn't even make out his face. He glanced to his left at Zhu Zhang, who had been smiling the entire time. This smile was unpredictable, even giving him a faint chill. He looked at Sijio. This girl, who hadn't paid attention to the conversation in the box and was watching the ancient costumed girls dancing outside the window, muttered to herself, "Why are they wearing so little? Aren't they cold? Why are they all so skinny, like little chickens? Did they not eat enough? They look like they've been abused. They look like they'd cry for a long time if they got punched." Zhou Hua, bang! Zhou Shang slammed the table in anger and shouted, "Qin Jiang! What are you saying? My brother is about to be caught." Call. Qin Jiang blew out a smoke ring and looked at Zhou Shang with contempt. "Hurry up, too." Bang! Zhou Shang slammed the table again and was about to stand up and point at Qin Jiang, but Sijio was faster than him. Sijio stretched out a hand and put it on Zhou Shang's shoulder. Bang! Zhou Shang had just raised his but a few centimeters when he sat back down on the chair. He was unable to lift his buttocks, but he still shouted at Qin Jiang. "What are you talking about? Explain yourself clearly? Did you report it to the police? Qin Jiang? Are you trying to do something dirty? He let out a slight scream. As Sijio continued to increase his strength, Zhou Shang felt as if his body was being crushed by Mount Tai. The pain between his buttocks and the stool grew more and more severe, and his waist became more and more bent. Let go quickly, it hurts." Zhou Shang reached out to move Sijio's hand away from his shoulder, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it. Sijio's hand was fixed on him tightly like an iron clamp. Outside, the Black Dragon and Huasheng troops also heard the movement in the box, and both groups stood up without hesitation. Wow, hundreds of people were facing each other in a tense situation. "What are you Black Dragons going to do? Brothers, grab your weapons. We must not let anything happen to Brother Hua. Grab your weapons and rescue Brother Hua." The people of Huasheng were extremely worried. They just vaguely heard that the scream was Zhou Shang's voice. Zhao Shanha and the others on the opposite side were relatively calm. It wasn't that they thought a fight wouldn't break out, but rather that they had absolute confidence in Sijio. They believed that the three men inside were not enough for Sijio to defeat one at a time. However, they would not tolerate the roars of the Huasheng people. Similarly, the Black Dragon people also shouted, "Get your weapons. It seems these guys didn't learn their lesson last time. Then do it again to teach them a lesson." For a while, hundreds of people used stools as weapons, and some even lifted flower pots and decorative ornaments. The lobby manager thought this was bad, but he didn't dare rush over to intervene. If the two gangs got angry and attacked him, it would be a disaster. "I can only take out the walkie-talkie immediately." A report. Something happened in Hall 2? Soon, the voice of the vice president of management came over the intercom. "Room 2? Are those people from Huasheng and Black Dragon? Are they fighting? I knew that when those two groups get together, it's bound to be bad news. Damn! Isn't it said that Zhou Hua is very good at turning hostility into friendship and turning enemies into friends? Is that how he transformed? Damn! Why would he cause trouble here when there are so many other places to go?" The lobby manager asked, "What should we do? Should we ask security to stop this? I think a fight is about to break out." The vice president immediately rejected it. "No. Qin Jiang and Zhou Hua are not easy to deal with. If they really fight and we dare to stop them, we will only offend both sides. There is no need for the club to get involved. So, you have security cordon off Hall 2. Let them do whatever they want inside, but absolutely don't allow them to break out and affect other guests, and absolutely don't allow other guests to get hurt. Otherwise, you know the consequences, clear. The lobby manager nodded respectfully. Soon a large number of security guards gathered and completely blocked Hall 2. The lobby manager kept wiping his sweat. He is afraid, if the fight starts, it's unstoppable, then he would probably get beaten up too. And if he couldn't stop it and affected other guests, he didn't know whether Qin Jiang and Zhou Hua would be in trouble. He would definitely not have a good ending. Can't help but pray, God bless, amen, God, I would trade my brother's eternal singleness for a peaceful day. If all else fails, add another 20 years to his lifespan. The turmoil in Hall Number 2 also attracted the attention of many other guests. After finding out that Qin Jiang and Zhou Hua were inside and that a fight was likely about to break out, they all came to take an interest. There were no ordinary customers who could come here, so no matter if they were interested in the established power Huasheng or the newly rising Qin Jiang, many people who loved to join in the fun came to Hall Number 2 to watch. Even those who were proud of their status sent their secretaries and drivers to see what was going on. In the box, everyone was unaware that huge changes had taken place outside in such a short period of time, attracting countless eyes. Seeing his brother's painful expression, Zhou Hua ignored everything else and looked at Qin Jiang solemnly. Boss Qin, I apologize to you on behalf of my brother. Qin Jiang waved his hand. Sijie withdrew his hand that was pressing on Zhou Shang's shoulder, and Zhou Shang fell to the ground. Zhou Shang was breathing heavily, and the pain in his shoulders and body made him feel like his bones were about to fall apart. He looked at Sijie with shock. Is this even a human? Can a human really be that strong? This is a complete brown bear transformed into a human. Who is he? He is Zhou Shang, the domineering Shang. Today, someone held his shoulders and he screamed in pain. He was unwilling and extremely angry. He wants revenge, he wants to attack. He immediately stood up and grabbed his eldest brother's waist, cursing angrily. Damn it, you think you're so strong? What era is this? Firearms are the king now. Today I will let you know what the 7 steps are. Bang! A crisp slap sounded throughout the box. Just as Zhou Shang stretched out his hand to Zhou Hua's waist, he froze in place, covering his face with one hand and looking at Zhou Hua in disbelief. Zhou Hua scolded, have you had enough of the madness? Zhou Shang, brother, Zhou Hua, get out of here. What are you looking at? I told you to get out and stay here quietly. If you dare to say another word or cause trouble again, I'll send you back home. After hearing this, Zhou Shang hesitated to speak and finally had to open the door and leave the box. Outside, the two groups looked at Zhou Shang, who came out with his hands covering his face, with different expressions. Huasheng's men immediately rushed over and someone said, Mr. Shang, your face looks swollen again? Zhou Shang, same. The Black Dragon troops also rushed towards the box. Right at this moment, 2 voices came from the box at the same time. Mingnan, everyone go back and sit down. Xu Zhang, let's go back and eat. Chapter 232, Undercover Agents from Both Sides? 200 million, various plans. Wow. The two groups of people dispersed and returned to their respective positions. The lobby manager outside was stunned by this. What's going on? The situation was tense just now. Now the fighting is over. No, the lobby manager kept muttering, God bless me, God bless me. Thank you, brother, you have worked hard. In the box, Zhou Hua looked at Qin Jiang and asked, Boss Qin, what did you mean by that? Qin Jiang looked at Zhou Hua calmly. Why are you asking when you already know the answer? Haven't you already guessed it? Otherwise, why are you rushing to launder the money? Aren't you worried that the higher-ups won't be able to act in time? Zhou Hua, where did you get the news? Qin Jiang, I was involved in the plan to get you. How do you think I knew about it? Zhou Hua's eyes suddenly narrowed. What? Qin Jiang is a participant. What's the meaning? Qin Jiang is in cahoots with the police. He's an undercover agent, so, what was his purpose in coming here today? To persuade me to turn myself in. What a joke. Qin Jiang ignored Zhou Hua's gaze and asked, how much money do you want to wash? Zhou Hua didn't say anything. He looked at Qin Jiang for a long time before he stretched out 2 fingers to make a 6. Qin Jiang nodded. 600 million. I'll tell the higher-ups that you have 1,500 million to launder, divided into 3 installments, the first installment of 200 million, the second installment of 400 million, and the third installment of 900 million. Then after the second wash you can leave and fly away, free from worries. Zhou Hua, what do I have to pay? He knows that there is no free lunch in the world. Qin Jiang, 200 million in cash, I'll help you get it. Zhou Hua, why should I believe you? Qin Jiang, after you finish the first batch, just give me half. I'm a man of my word. Otherwise, you won't be able to launder the money. You might as well give me some. Zhou Hua looked at Qin Jiang for a long time without saying a word. Qin Jiang's sudden words disrupted many of his plans. After all, who would have thought that Qin Jiang would say right away that he was an undercover security agent? What else could he do if he just revealed his cards directly? One side Yingnan was shocked beyond words. Qin Jiang, are you so brave? What is he going to do? Double undercover? After a long pause, Zhou Hua nodded, okay. I hope you don't lie to me, otherwise I won't let you go. Qin Jiang stood up and said calmly, don't worry, you will thank me in person later. I said so. It's a pleasure to work with you. Zhou Hua stood up and tried to shake hands with Qin Jiang, but Qin Jiang dodged him. He was stunned again. Qin Jiang, cooperation is cooperation, but Black Dragon and Huasheng are still irreconcilable, and everything is done in secret. I don't want to get myself into trouble. As for you, you'd better launder the money and get out of here. Otherwise, the rest of your life, well, you won't even have a rest of your life. Remember, I don't know anything today? I didn't say anything? I won't admit it either. Finally, I'll leave you with this, sooner or later, you'll have to pay for what you've done. Zhou Hua narrowed his eyes and nodded without saying anything. The next moment, Qin Jiang waved his hand, and Xu Zheng picked up the kettle on the table and smashed it hard on the ground. Boom! The kettle broke directly as Sijou lifted the table and flipped it hard. Boom! The table hit the wall and bounced back, smashing onto the ground with a loud bang. People outside heard the noise, and not long after they sat down, the two groups stood up again and confronted each other. See this, lobby manager, oh my god, why are you here again? Bang, the box door opened. Qin Jiang and the other two walked out with cold expressions. Walk. Wow, the lobby manager didn't dare to stop them and immediately asked the security guard to make way, watching Qin Jiang and his men leave. As for the compensation for breaking things. Ha ha. He didn't dare to ask for it. Even if he paid out of his own pocket, it would be better than Xinjiang. After a while, Zhou Hua and Yingnan also came out and led the Huasheng people away. Before leaving, they said to the hall, the bill will be put on Huasheng. A few minutes later, the Black Dragon and Huasheng groups left the Heavenly Club, coming and going in a hurry. Call. The lobby manager breathed a sigh of relief and immediately picked up the intercom. Report, they haven't started fighting yet. They just broke a table and a teapot. That's good. It seems we didn't reach an agreement. That's right. Qin Jiang is so young and impetuous that it's hard to reach an agreement easily. At the same time, the guests of Tianshan Club had different expressions after receiving the information. Some thought that Qin Jiang was young and energetic, while others thought that there was no need for Huasheng to lower its posture. Many people also speculated, Qin Jiang, Zhou Hua, who will have the last laugh? Zhou Hua Racing Team. Yingnan frowned and said, 200 million in cash, he really dares to ask for it? He's taking advantage of someone's misfortune. I bet those who cooperate with him in public security would be furious if they heard what he said. Zhou Hua, it's not necessarily taking advantage of someone's misfortune. It's probably a conspiracy. He said he laundered money 3 times, and he's probably going to attack us after the first payment. The 200 million in cash is just a cover to expose our flaws. Yingnan, you mean he said that on purpose? Is that true? Then why did you still cooperate with him? Zhou Hua, I didn't say how to cooperate. Yingnan, you mean, turn the tables. Zhou Hua, most of what Qin Jiang said today is probably false, but one thing is definitely true, the public security has already set their sights on us, and they're only holding back because they lack evidence. Then we can't continue this business. Once we're done with this deal, we should let it go. Yingnan, why don't we just let go now? Zhou Hua, it's not the right time yet. Let's do this business. It will make the Zhou family rich for 3 generations. Even if we go abroad, we won't be poor. Xinjiang team Zhu Zhang, brother Jiang, Zhou Hua should be able to guess what you're thinking. Are you afraid he won't believe it? Xinjiang, of course. Xu Zhang, 3 sums of money. The third sum is nothing. He will probably not wash the second sum and withdraw as soon as the first sum is done. Xinjiang, it doesn't matter, as long as the fish takes the bait. Bang, Meng Yu opened the passenger door and came in excitedly. giving Qin Jiang a thumbs up. He had just followed him into the club, and although he didn't enter the box, he saw Qin Jiang's majestic appearance. Especially when he saw Zhou Shang's swollen face, he thought it must be his own brother Jiang who did it, having such a big brother. Who was he afraid of in northern province? Wow. Meng Yu rubbed his hands together and said shyly, brother Jiang, I want to tell you something. Qin Jiang, yeah. Meng Yu, I'm going to take over an investment company this time, but I don't think the person in charge will be convinced by me and will definitely make things difficult for me. He's been rooted in Songjiang for many years, and I'm afraid I can't defeat him. I don't care about myself, but if I can't manage a small company, wouldn't it be embarrassing for you, brother Jiang? You see, as he said this, he looked at Qin Jiang with anticipation. If his brother Jiang didn't take action, he had no confidence in taking the company back in a short period of time. Wouldn't it be in vain for him to have boasted in front of his grandfather? Qin Jiang smiled and said with a domineering look, in Songjiang, no one dares to trip up my brother Qin Jiang. Chapter 233 Tianhong Company, Mr. Zhang's Ambition Matsue, Minami Ward.an office building. On the left side of the 16th floor is an investment company with a sign at the front desk that reads, Tianhong Investment Company, Limited. There are dozens of desks neatly arranged inside, with 2 office workers sitting face to face at each desk. The office is very tight. The staff was in chaos, whispering, "What are you planning to eat for lunch? I heard there's a new snail noodle shop downstairs that's really authentic." Fuck. You dare to eat that snail noodle? I heard the boss hangs out in the public toilet every night. What? Do you have to be so outrageous? I can't eat lunch because of what you said. Bang! The manager, who had just finished receiving the coffee, happened to hear them whispering and slammed the table. What are you talking about? The company invited you here to work, not to chat. If you want to chat, go home and chat. Did you finish the work? I'm telling you, don't expect to take your annual leave until the project is finished. He started to curse at me. Faced with his reprimand, the employees dared not speak out. There was nothing they could do. After all, the higher-ranking officials can crush the lower-ranking ones. He's the manager, they are just ordinary workers. Not to mention anything else, just deducting their bonuses is like holding the power of life and death. In 2010, the hierarchy in the company is very serious, and there is no such thing as the post-2000 generation rectifying the workplace. These days, having a good job with a stable income is basically like being a slave, and it's normal to be scolded by your boss. Seeing that no one dared to resist, the manager snorted coldly, "Remember our company culture, wolves eat meat, not shit." He pointed behind him. I saw a sticker on the left side of the white wall behind the company. No matter where you work. First, work does not support idlers, and teams do not support lazy people. Second, don't rush to make money, make yourself valuable first. Third, nothing is easy at work, and it is normal to feel a little frustrated. Fourth, if you can't make money, earn knowledge. If you can't earn knowledge, earn experience. If you can't earn experience, earn experience. If you can earn all of the above, it is impossible that you can't make money. Fifth, there are 7 criteria in total. At first glance, each one seems fine, but upon closer inspection, something seems amiss. The manager pointed to the right again. Remember, we don't want people like this in our company. The right wall is also labeled as 6. Ts. The company doesn't want people who are passive and lazy. The company doesn't want people who don't know how to be grateful. The company doesn't want people who just talk but don't do. Just above the 2 stickers, there is a slogan, "Performance is dignity." There is also an image of a fist on the left side of the slogan, as if encouraging people to strive for progress. 7 Principles, 6 Don'ts, and slogans. The employees' mouths twitched, but they couldn't say anything. What can I say? You can't refute these words individually, but when they are combined together, it leaves you speechless. The manager once again flattered himself, constantly saying things like, "The company is my home, hard work depends on everyone, and if I don't work hard today, the company won't be successful, but if the company can be successful, the employees will definitely benefit from it," etc. The employees wanted to cover their ears, but they couldn't do that. Instead, they had to pretend to listen attentively and nod from time to time to prove that they were listening carefully, so as to ensure that they could work smoothly. Amidst warm applause, the manager finally ended his PUA, "If you work hard, the company will not treat you unfairly." After saying that, the manager strode straight to the general manager's office. "I want to PUA him, you have to PMP to face him." Call. The employees breathed a sigh of relief when the manager left. One employee couldn't help but complain, "All he does is PUA all day long. He works overtime every day and every night, and what's the result? Not only is there no overtime pay, but he can't even give us a normal holiday. Look, it's almost Spring Festival, and the manager hasn't even mentioned anything about a holiday. As soon as these words were spoken, this resonated with other colleagues. They were originally quite happy to join this company. After all, it was a foreign-funded company and would definitely abide by labor laws, but things changed more than a year ago. A new general manager was sent from above. I don't know where this general manager learned some kind of wolf culture from, but he insisted on implementing it in the company. The result was obvious. All employees in the company started a miserable year. There is always work to do every day. There is no end to the overtime work every day. Moreover, a lot of work and many shifts are completely useless. They are nothing more than team leaders busying themselves responding to the company's call. I feel helpless when I see the project lists they work on day after day, but the general manager arbitrarily rejects them and does not report them to the headquarters at all. More than a year. Did the company's performance increase? It has increased, but it was entirely obtained by withholding their overtime pay, and most of the overtime pay was embezzled to grass. One employee couldn't help but say, "I can't work this shift." Regardless of whether he has a holiday or not, he'll have to go home in a few days. Who wants to work overtime during the Chinese New Year? And it's such a useless shift. An employee immediately made a silencing gesture and pointed above his head, where several cameras were watching them from all angles. The young man who was speaking quickly shut up. Let's talk and make a fuss, don't joke about wages. No one wants to be unemployed during the Chinese New Year. Even if you are dissatisfied with the company, you will not choose to resign during the Chinese New Year. Fortunately, the manager is busy flattering the general manager and has no time to watch the surveillance. In the general manager's office, the manager who had just been showing off his power was bowing and scraping to a middle-aged man with a potbelly. "Boss Zhang, the employees weren't very motivated just now, so I called a meeting to help them get motivated. Under the influence of your wolf culture, they're now full of energy. Mr. Zhang's wolf-like culture is awesome. I feel so energized right now that I wish I could live in the company." Mr. Zhang remained calm about this, but the manager who was flattering him was startled when he saw this scene. "Oh shit, what's going on?" In the past, if he had flattered the manager like this, he would have been grinning from ear to ear and would have even praised him appropriately. But why was there no reaction today? Did he say something wrong? He kept thinking about it but couldn't find anything wrong, so he could only smile angrily. He didn't know that Mr. Zhang was not interested in flattering him, but his mind was not on the company at all. He had been planning since he learned about the turmoil in the Meng family. Although the title of general manager of Tianheng Investment was loud, it could be said that Tian was just an employee. In one word, no reason needed. The Meng Group can fire him. Look, the higher-ups have already sent down a new general manager, and he's going to be the vice president soon, under the pretext that he'll be in charge again in a year. Bullshit. In the past, he had no way to do it, but now the opportunity has arisen. He can take advantage of the turmoil in the Meng family and transform Tianheng Investment into his own company by taking advantage of the Meng family's out of reach. And he has been handling it all this time. Not long ago, he made millions just by signing a shady contract to acquire an internet company. He never dared to be so blatant in the past. Mr. Zhang couldn't help but murmured, "Everything is fate, and I am the one with that fate." Chapter 234, Joint Planning? Finding someone to clean up, Meng Yu arrives. "Mr. Zhang, the manager couldn't help but speak when he saw that Mr. Zhang was distracted. Zhang Heng's thoughts were pulled back to look at the manager. "Manager, Mr. Zhang has worked so hard for the company. Please take care of your health. All the more than 100 employees at Tianheng are counting on you. You are our leader." All right, Zhang Heng waved his hand and said, "Tell me about the current performance of the internet company I asked you to set up." As soon as these words were spoken, the manager looked slightly unnatural, anxious. "The results aren't very good. It's all because of the incompetence of my subordinates. I'll criticize them as soon as I get home. I've already figured out what to do next." To this, Zhang Heng looked calm and didn't care. The reason why he brought the internet company over to the manager was to make the company less profitable. Poor efficiency. Only then can he use some tricks to sell the company at a low price. Internal and external cooperation. It won't be long before Tianheng becomes a shell company, and his newly registered company will become the new Tianheng. Fine. Zhang Heng stood up and patted the manager on the shoulder. "I don't blame you. After all, we've never run an internet company before. The year-end bonus will not be less. Mr. Zhang. The manager burst into tears of gratitude. From now on I will be your soldier. You treat me better than my own father. Zhang Heng, go. Notify all department directors to hold a meeting. Okay. The manager left immediately. He is only a third-level manager in the structure of Tianheng Investment Company. There are 5 directors above him, so it is not his turn to attend meetings. Conference room. Zhang Heng sat at the top seat at the long table, with 5 young men and women sitting on both sides, who were the current 5 top executives of Tianheng. As per usual, Zhang Heng started off by saying some meaningless nonsense, talking about his work arrangements for the end of the year and his visit next year, but in fact, there was nothing to discuss at all. These matters had already been decided in previous discussions. The executives rarely spoke about this and only nodded to Zhang Heng from time to time to indicate that they understood. At the same time, they knew the point was missing. As expected, after finishing his nonsense, Zhang Heng looked at the 5 executives very seriously and said, according to reliable information, the person from the Meng family has returned to China and is most likely in Songjiang now. What? The expressions of the 5 executives changed slightly. They knew very well what they had been doing during this period. They were colluding with each other to betray each other and sell Tianheng Investment Company out. Of course, they did so for huge profits. Zhang Heng promised to give them shares in the new company in cash, but now that people from the Meng family had come, they would not know what they were doing and come to check the accounts. Zhang Heng noticed their fear and couldn't help but sneer. You know you're scared, but why didn't you know when you took the money? 5 executives, Zhang Heng, to be honest, the Meng Group is facing a major problem, blah blah blah. He revealed the Meng family scandal. He continued, the Meng family is too busy to manage us, otherwise I wouldn't dare to transfer the company so blatantly. The 5 executives were stunned. No wonder Zhang Heng became more and more daring and signed the Yinyan contract with a clear conscience, but there are still some senior people saying, Mr. Zhang, the headquarters has sent our only descendant here. How should we deal with it? Will he discover the problem? Should we halt our plan and focus on dealing with Mengyu? Need not. Zhang Heng was extremely confident. Mengyu is nothing. He's been a loser since childhood, completely unreputable among the Meng family's grandchildren. If he wasn't lucky enough to be the only descendant, he wouldn't even be worthy of being involved in the Meng family's business. Are we afraid of him? Besides, I have reliable information that he came back without anyone this time. Zhang Heng showed a look of sarcasm and contempt on his face. He was definitely wary of Meng Yuzhen bringing people from the headquarters. He also had some understanding of Mr. Meng's methods, but what did it matter that Meng Yuzhen came back alone? Zhang Heng, he's new here and doesn't know shit. Together we can sideline him. Within a few months we can drain Tianheng Company and bankrupt it. Even if the Meng family wants to investigate later, they won't be able to do so. After all, the Meng family has no influence in Northern Province. I'm a man of my words. I promised you that you'll get a lot of benefits. Of course, you have to stand with me. Several executives nodded in agreement. Since ancient times, interests have won people's hearts. Besides, they are not afraid of Mengyu, a young man in his 20s. A female executive on the left, since he's new here, let's just go all out. Executive on the right, what do you mean? What are you going to do? We are just trying to make money. The female executive on the left, what are you thinking? I mean, we should just find some people to keep him busy so that he has no time to do anything else. It would be best if he were always worried and has no time to manage us. Zhang Heng's eyes lit up slightly. What do you mean? The female executive said, I know a man in society who can cause a debt dispute between his company and Tianheng Company. If Mengyu comes here, he will be the top leader, so the debt dispute will naturally be handled by him. What do you think? Is this reasonable? Other executives also reacted. Obviously, the female executive planned to kill someone with a borrowed knife, luring people from society to fight Mengyu so that Mengyu would have no time to take care of them, and they would have plenty of time to transfer assets. Zhang Heng nodded. If he could avoid a head-on confrontation with Mengyu, he naturally didn't bother to confront him. An easy solution would be better. Of course, he knew that there would be a price to pay for bringing in people from other societies. As Zhang Heng said, go get a contract and say that 2 months ago, Tianheng Company told you that they purchased services for a fee of 1 million RMB, and the payment has not been properly settled. Female executive, isn't 1 million a little too little? Zheng Heng, we're not asking him to kill anyone. Even if he holds Meng Yu back, giving him a couple of beatings to scare him isn't enough? He glanced at the female executive meaningfully. The female executive nodded hurriedly. I'll go talk to her. Zheng Heng, as soon as possible. I estimate Meng Yu will be here soon. When she does, I'll have that person come directly to the company to demand the debt in front of him. Ideally, I'll have him drag Meng Yu out in public. I want him to be humiliated and never have the face to come to Tianheng Investment Company again. Several executives shuddered. If such a thing really happened, as the eldest son of the Meng family, who had lived a life of luxury since childhood, he would be too ashamed to come to the company again. At the same time, he looked at the female executive with fear. Really, women who can make it big are ruthless. After the meeting, several executives left. Zheng Heng sat in his office, humming a little tune. We ordinary people are so happy today, all right and all wrong. He seemed to see his own business empire emerging. An office, the female executive made a phone call. Hello. Brother Gang, it's me. I have a job worth 500,000 yuan. Do you want to take it? It's simple. I'm just trying to scare a second-generation kid. His family has no connections abroad or in Songjiang, China. Okay, I'll have someone send the contract to you later. Be ready to collect the money. The next day, downstairs of the office building. A luxury convoy is slowly approaching. Chapter 235, with Brother John's support, what are you afraid of? Meng Yu, you were fired. Just see. A luxurious convoy of 7 or 8 cars slowly stopped, with the main car in the center of the convoy being a gorgeous sports car. Bang, the coupe door opened and 2 figures walked out. They were Meng Yu and Zhao Shanhe. Zhao Shanhe, even though sports cars look good, they're not very comfortable to sit in. They make my waist hurt. He couldn't stop shaking his waist. Meng Yu felt the same way. He was already overweight, so driving a sports car like this was quite boring. However, he had no intention of changing his car. Instead, he looked at Zhao Shanhe and said, Brother Shan, you really don't understand. Driving a sports car has its own unique advantages. Zhao Shanhe, what's the benefit? Meng Yu pulled out a dozen slips of paper from his pocket. I parked my car on the side of the road yesterday. Guess what? These are all extra slips from this morning. Zhao Shanhe looked at it and was startled. He saw various words written on the note. Frowny face. Handsome guy, nice to meet you. I'm a female, 175 centimeters tall, 50 kilograms, undergraduate, 80% appearance, phone number, 150 *****, handsome guy, obedient, good at sex and not clingy, yoga instructor, would you like to find time to talk? Phone, 138 *****, handsome guy, please take care of yourself. Art college student, 95, 60, 97. Phone, 132 *****. Looking at all the dazzling words, Zhao Shanhe felt that his brain was not enough. He even saw that there were many photos in Meng Yu's stack of notes, and he thought she was very beautiful at first glance. It seems that she is at least the campus beauty of the department. Normally, girls of this level are always very aloof and popular. Why would she be so proactive? He was completely confused. Zhao Shanhe, no. Why did they throw it into your car? I remember my car was parked on the side of the road too, so why didn't I see any note? That doesn't make sense. And they still call you handsome? Meng Yu, Brother Shan, you don't know this, right? The car you drove before was only worth a few dollars. The car you drive now, the car Meng Yu brought back, has been assigned by Qin Jiang. Senior executives like Zhao Shanhe can be allocated million-dollar luxury cars, is parked on the side of the road, and someone will definitely slip a note into it. Of course, there are definitely fewer notes than the one for my coupe. After all, girls rarely look at cars these days, and can barely recognize anything except the top luxury cars. But they all know one thing, coupes are incredibly expensive, and driving one definitely means you're rich. Zhao Shanhe nodded, not quite understanding. Meng Yu, which one do you want? I'll give you a few, otherwise I'll be too busy. He handed the note to Zhao Shanhe, intending to let him choose a few first. As Zhao Shanhe, keep it for yourself. He looked at the sun above his head and said, hurry up and go in and take care of this matter. I have a lot of other things to deal with. Black Dragon will be on holiday soon. Mengyu took back the note and nodded. At the same time, bang. Bang. Bang, more than 20 Black Dragon personnel got out of the vehicles on both sides and followed Mengyu and Zhao Shanhe towards the office building. The security guards at the door turned a blind eye and subconsciously avoided looking at them. No one dared to approach and ask about their identities. Nonsense. They were not stupid. They knew they were not simple just by looking at the car they were driving. Stopping them would only bring trouble to themselves. After Mengyu and others got on the elevator, a security guard pointed at a middle-aged man in work clothes who was about to enter the office building and shouted, "What are you doing here? Just because you know where this place is, you can just walk in? Are you here to fix the plumber or make a phone call? Have someone come down to pick you up, otherwise you won't be allowed in. What reason? This is the rule. What about those people who just came in? Can you compare with them?" 16th floor. The girl at the front desk was trimming her nails when she was startled by the sound of heavy footsteps. She looked up and saw 20 or 30 people approaching. I couldn't help shouting, "What do you do?" No one answered him and he continued walking into the company. He saw that the receptionist girl was completely unhappy. Who is she? She is no ordinary receptionist, she has a backer, and Tianheng's general manager goes to her apartment every now and then? No one in the entire Tianheng company dares to mess with her. As for those who came to Tianheng company to handle business, they were even more respectful to her, because Tianheng belonged to Party A. How could she tolerate someone ignoring her like this? She rushed out of the front desk and stood in front of Mengyu and the others. "Wait, who are you guys? Which company is here to discuss cooperation? Go wait outside. If you dare to ignore my words, you must apologize to me immediately, otherwise the cooperation will not be successful." Listen to this. Mengyu looked at the front desk speechlessly. No, when has the receptionist been so arrogant? Even if he didn't reveal his identity, his aura was extraordinary. Who gave this woman the courage to speak so arrogantly? He was about to make a few excuses. Just see. Zhao Shanhe frowned slightly and pointed at the front desk. "You are fired. Pack your things and get out now." What? Sad face. Wow, asterisk, what the hell, he was fired? Why? What right did the other party have to fire him? The front desk clerk was about to continue speaking, but Zhao Shanhe didn't even give her a chance to speak. He waved his hand and said, "People who don't belong to Tianheng company don't need to stay in Tianheng company. Get out of here." Immediately, 2 Black Dragon personnel stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, holding the front desk, and carried the other person out while he looked confused. "Receptionist, what are you doing? Let me go. Why are you firing me? Who are you?" Not to mention the receptionist, Mengyu was a little stunned. Zhao Shanhe said, "A man's true character is to be efficient and clean. What's the point of being fussy? Is it just a plot twist? You came back to take control of Tianheng company, not to reason with them. With Brother Jiang backing you up, what are you afraid of?" Mengyu was slightly stunned. Yes, he is the returning Dragon King, and he has Brother Jiang as his backer, and the most important thing is that he is now the legal controller of Tianheng Investment Company. What is he hesitating about? After spending some time with Qin Jiang, he naturally knew that Qin Jiang did things cleanly and efficiently and hated being dragged out the most. So, as Qin Jiang's eldest brother, how could he not embarrass himself? Mengyu involuntarily straightened his body and strode quickly towards the company with everyone. Now, the commotion at the front desk also caught the attention of hundreds of employees inside, but these employees were all stunned when they saw Mengyu, Zhao Shanhe, and others rushing in rashly, as well as the faint calls from the front desk coming from outside. Since they were workers, naturally no one would come out and say anything, and they must not do anything that would bring trouble to themselves. Bang! The manager of a nearby office heard the commotion and immediately came out, yelling at the hundreds of employees watching the scene, "What are you all staring at? Are you all slacking off? Work an extra hour today." Then the manager looked at Mengyu, Zhao Shanhe, and the others. "Who are you? Who let you in?" However, before he could finish his words, Mengyu looked at him with great contempt, and said in an indifferent and decisive tone, "You are fired." This. Chapter 236, Collective Attack. Mengyu, you are all fired. Manager, equal smiley face. I was fired too. He originally thought that he could intimidate Mengyu and the others by suppressing his employees, but he never expected that the other party would fire him right away. How could he not be confused? Manager, it's not that you have any qualifications. Meng Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense and waved his hand. If he is not a Tianheng employee, throw him out. Two Black Dragon personnel immediately stepped forward and lifted the manager up and dragged him out. The manager, who was short, had his feet off the ground and was kicking his legs repeatedly. What are you doing? Let me go. It's illegal for you to break in broad daylight. What are you looking at? Come and save me. The manager yelled at the stunned employee, but the employees had no good impression of him and naturally would not approach him. Even if there were two people who wanted to flatter him, they knew that they were not easy to mess with when they saw the more than 20 Black Dragon employees in formal attire and with cold faces. Seeing this, the manager shouted even louder, Mr. Li, Mr. Li. Someone is causing trouble, come out quickly. Now, Meng Yu ignored the manager's cries and spoke loudly to the hundreds of stunned employees. Let me introduce myself. My name is Meng Yu, the current general manager of Tianheng Investment Company, and the eldest son and grandson of the Meng family. As soon as these words were spoken, the employees were shocked. Meng Yu, current general manager, the eldest son and grandson of the Meng family. No matter which piece of news is explosive, as an employee of Tianheng Company, you naturally know that the company is a foreign enterprise, an investment company opened in China by the foreign Meng Group. Since Meng Yu is the eldest son and grandson of the Meng family, he is very likely to be the next helmsman of the Meng Group, that is, the boss of the boss of Tianheng Company. For a while, the employees began to understand why Meng Yu was so powerful and dared to fire the manager with just one word. At this time, the manager was also stunned by the continuous crying. The person who just fired him was actually the eldest son of the Meng family of the head office, and he dared to shout in front of the other party. Isn't that like showing off your sword in front of Guangong, seeking death? He felt like crying but couldn't. He felt the future was bleak and his legs went weak. Master Meng, young master. It's my fault. I wasn't notified. If I knew it was you, I wouldn't dare to yell at you even if I had 10 times the courage. Don't blame me if you don't know. Please forgive me, I have a mortgage and car loan, and I can't lose this job. He cried so hard that he wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy from Meng Yu. He could not be described as flexible. Bang! Bang! Crash! Several people walked out of the company, including Li Hong, the current general manager of Tianheng Company, and several senior executives. An executive shouted, What are you doing? Making such a fuss? Who let you in? Did you know that trespassing is illegal? Where's security? Call office security? Who told you to arrest people? Meng Yu's face turned cold. Me. Executive, who are you? Meng Yu, Meng Yu. Executive, never heard of it. Li Hong scolded the executive, Do you know who you are talking to? He is Meng Yu. The person sent by the Meng family to take charge of the company apologized to President Meng immediately. The executive was stunned for a moment before nodding to Meng Yu. I'm sorry, Mr. Meng. I thought it was some scoundrel causing trouble. Please don't be offended. Meng Yu's expression grew even colder. Is this an apology? He was completely despising himself. He glanced at the other executives one by one. Several executives had indifferent expressions and showed no respect for his coming at all. Really? Meng Yu muttered, It's pretty much what I suspected. Tianheng Company has long been controlled by Mr. Li. The executives follow his lead and are completely at odds with my own agenda. Even with the people Grandpa arranged, we wouldn't be able to handle this situation in a short time. Fortunately, I have a superior skill. He looked at Zhao Shanha beside him and the Black Dragon personnel behind him. They were much more reliable than business talents. Li Hong was also looking at Meng Yu. He had met Meng Yu before. Meng Yu used to be timid and insignificant in the Meng family. But now she was full of vigor and ambition, like a completely different person. It seems that status and position can really change people, Li Hang murmured. From being an unfavored grandson to becoming the eldest son and grandson, it's impossible not to be confident. However, one's character can't be changed overnight. It's just a facade of strength. Finally, his gaze fell on Zhao Shanha and the Black Dragon personnel behind him, and he frowned. Didn't they say he came back on his own? Where did he get so many people from? They look like social people. Li Hong, Mr. Meng, what are you doing? He pointed at the Black Dragon man behind Meng Yu. Meng Yu was extremely calm. Are they the people I brought here? Li Hong, why are the people you brought with you arresting the company's manager? Meng Yu, has he been fired by me? Li Hong, fire? I don't know what he did wrong. Why was he fired? Mr. Meng, you may be the general manager sent down from headquarters, but you can't just fire people right away. You'll discourage everyone and make it very difficult for me to handle this. Seeing Li Hong and Meng Yu confronting each other, the manager who was being dragged kept turning his eyes. He was not a fool and immediately figured out that Li Hong was not convinced by the newcomer Meng Yu, even though he didn't know where Li Hong's confidence came from, even though he knew that it would be no good to go against Meng Yu, there was no other way out now. The worst outcome was that he had nothing to fear at the moment. I couldn't help but roar, Boss Meng, I don't accept it. Why did you fire me? Just because I questioned you? I'm a longtime employee of the company, and you fired me just like that. I'm going to report this to headquarters. Mr. Li, please give me your opinion. Li Hong was satisfied with the manager's performance, but at the same time, he challenged Meng Yu again. I have no objection to you taking over Tianheng Company, but Mr. Meng asked you to come back and make Tianheng a prosperous company, not to mess it up. I think we should discuss the dismissal another day. What do you think? Both sides, other executives have spoken out, yes. We're glad to have Mr. Meng here, but we shouldn't fire people so arbitrarily. Xiao Wang, manager, has worked diligently for the company for several years. Even if he's fired, we have to go through the procedures. Our HR department hasn't approved it yet. He's from the operations department. Boss Meng fired him straight away. Does that mean he's not happy with me either? Firing someone before the new year, how depressing it would be if the news got out. For a while, Li Hong and 5 senior executives put collective pressure on Meng Yu. One side, hundreds of employees were stunned. What do they see? A power struggle. He couldn't help but shake his head at Meng Yu, obviously not thinking that Meng Yu's second generation could defeat Li Hong and the 5 top executives. The movement of Tianheng Company attracted the attention of other companies on the 16th floor. Many executives came to watch the excitement. When they looked at the scene inside from outside the door and learned about the situation, they could not help but mourn for Meng Yu. It's not uncommon for parachuted-in leaders to be sidelined by senior executives. Even if they encounter someone with strong abilities, it takes a long time to control them. There are only 3 possibilities for Meng Yu's youthful arrogance: being pushed away, being sidelined. Take it step by step. When no one had any expectations of Meng Yu, ha ha ha, Meng Yu suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at Li Hong and several other executives, saying, you, and all of you, are all fired. Chapter 237, Strong to the End. Security guards also expelled what? Li Hong, Sigma, surprised face, 5 executives, Sigma degree. Oh, what did they hear? I'm hallucinating. Meng Yu actually wanted to fire them all. How dare he? Did he really think that business was just a game of family? Who gave him the courage? Meng Yu, my elder brother. Li Hong looked at Meng Yu as if he were a fool. Mr. Meng, are you cold? Why are you talking nonsense? Firing us? Do you have the board's consent? We were all appointed by the headquarters board of directors. How could you fire us just like that? Who do you think you are? His expression turned cold and he was no longer pleasant. Meng Yu almost hit him in the face and attacked him. At the same time, he was not wrong that the executives of the branch were appointed by the head office, so the head office must also be responsible for the dismissal. The reason for this system in the first place was to prevent the emergence of factions in the branch, but now it has become the confidence of Li Hong and others. However, Meng Yu said calmly, Meng Yu. I represent the Meng family. My words are the will of the board of directors. If I say you're fired, you're fired. Since you're not an employee of the head office, get out. Zhao Shanhe, take him away. Brush. More than 10 Black Dragon members stepped forward and tried to lift up Li Hong and others. See this. Li Hong's expression changed slightly. What are you doing? Who are you? Security. The commotion in the office building attracted the attention of the security department. More than a dozen security guards had gathered outside, but they did not dare to act rashly after seeing this scene until the security captain arrived. The security captain looked at the scene inside and the power of Meng Yu and Black Dragon and didn't want to care about it, but he couldn't ignore it. First, this was his duty, and second, he had accepted money from Li Hong and took money to help others get rid of disasters. I couldn't help but shout, "Stop, everyone stop!" Led by the security team leader, more than a dozen security guards squeezed in and began to take control of the situation. Li Hong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the security captain and his men rushing in. He murmured, "Luckily I kept some things to myself and gave the security guards some money. These guys really won't do anything without money." Then he pointed at Zhao Shanhe and the others and shouted, "Security! These people are not Tianheng employees at all. They broke into the company and even wanted to arrest people. Get them out immediately." He did not point to Meng Yu. After all, he was the legitimate person in charge of Tianheng. But Zhao Shanhe and others were different. Even if Meng Yu wanted to hire them, it would be impossible to do it immediately. You fire yourself and others. How could Meng Yu say that? Seeing that Li Hang did not point out the leader, the security captain Meng Yu was relieved and said to Zhao Shanhe and others, "Please get out." More than a dozen security guards rushed towards the Black Dragon personnel. Before Meng Yu could say anything, Zhao Shanhe spoke impatiently, "Please, throw these security guards out." "Yes." The Black Dragon personnel nodded one after another. Then, to everyone's astonishment, they saw the Black Dragon members, all with grim expressions, move forward to surround the security guards instead of retreating, and many young men clenched their fists so hard that they could make crackling sounds. Swish! Swish! The Black Dragon personnel approached and pinned the security guard with a few grappling moves, dragging him outside. Under Zhu Zheng's arrangement, the Black Dragon personnel had established a martial arts training hall, with the security department responsible for providing combat training for the employees. This ensured that the Black Dragon personnel had maximum combat power, making them much stronger than these security guards who were always trying to scare people. The security guards were completely intimidated by the Black Dragon personnel's move. In addition, they were completely under control and dared not resist. No one was stupid. They knew that the Black Dragon personnel were not simple. If ordinary people came to cause trouble, they would definitely put in a lot of effort under the captain's order, but now they all chose to fight, pretend, for their lives, act. Well, the security captain looked bewildered as he watched as more than a dozen of his men were pinned down and thrown out as soon as they rushed forward to know, who are these people? Is this really outrageous? They were security guards, and they were just held down and carried away. What? They don't take them seriously. They don't take the security manager seriously, do they? Stop. The security captain shouted, "Instead of leaving immediately, you're taking action here. My recorder remembers it clearly. I think you're here to cause trouble." As he spoke, he picked up the intercom on his waist and said, "There's a situation on the 16th floor. Requesting support, requesting support." At the same time, he raised the security baton in his hand and pointed it at the Black Dragon personnel coming towards him. "Stop. Don't come over. Do you know what you are doing? Do you know that gathering to cause trouble is illegal?" But how could the Black Dragon personnel listen to his whining? One of them went up and snatched the stick from his hand, and pinned the security captain down without any effort. After all, how many captains can really fight? They just rely on connections. At this point, you can tell from his bulging belly, the security captain was also dragged and thrown out, and his struggles and threats were useless. Outside, the onlookers were stunned when they saw this. Fog, is this possible? Fire him just like that? Throw the security guard out together with him? Why be so violent and direct? I don't quite understand. Is this the kind of business I've ever seen? Shouldn't it be all sorts of hidden obstacles? Tianheng is also a big company? Why did they change the person in charge and use force to suppress it? Are they kidding? Young people are young people after all. How can you use force in the business world? It will backfire. They looked at Meng Yu with strange expressions. Shopping mall, how can we suppress it with force? Even if Li Hong and several senior executives were expelled today, the procedure is completely irregular. If Li Hong joins forces with several senior executives, things will be turned upside down. How will it end then? Right, they have to take it back slowly and kick them out bit by bit. They have to suppress some and win over others. Otherwise, if they do it this way, the company will be in chaos. Not to mention whether the internal crisis can be resolved, there will be people from outside who will take advantage of the situation. In their eyes, Meng Yu's move is nonsense, and it is completely the second generation who was giving blind orders. Think of this, someone secretly took out a mobile phone. I have an important matter to discuss with you. It's about the transfer of senior management at Tianheng Company. If you miss this opportunity, you'll lose this store. Isn't your investment company expanding? Tianheng Company is in crisis, you can grab it. 10,000 yuan for first-hand information, it's really not expensive. If you don't pay me, I'll tell investment company first. For a while, when many of Tianheng's rival companies received the news, they were initially in disbelief and then became extremely excited, and all of them are taken very seriously. The business world is all about the survival of the fittest. Problems with Tianheng Company are a good opportunity for them to seize the other party's interests. What's more, the investment company is already a competitor. They would have fought even when there was no chance before, so how could they not kick someone when they are down now that there is an opportunity? Soon many drafts were drawn up against Tianheng Company. To explain, firing people in Songjiang in 2010 was not illegal, at most it was non-compliant, and Tianheng Company was not a subsidiary of Heilong. Chapter 238. Who is your big brother? Call him. I am Black Dragon Zhao Shanhe Now. Li Hong and the 5 top executives were stunned when they saw Bao Wanchuan being thrown out. They never expected Meng Yu to be so tough. Hundreds of employees felt it was outrageous to see the 5 arrogant executives and general manager Li being carried out like dead dogs in front of them, but no one said anything. Power struggle. These low-level employees are not qualified to participate at all. What's more, they were originally dissatisfied with Li Hang and other senior executives. Seeing that he was about to be escorted out of the company, Li Hang couldn't help but look at the female executive and wink at her, as if asking, "Didn't you say you would arrange for someone to come? Where is the person?" The female executive was also very anxious. She had clearly asked the socialite to come over in advance if there was any movement in the office building, and she had issued a notification as soon as she heard the sound. Several other executives were also extremely anxious. Once they are thrown out, they will absolutely lose face and may become the laughingstock of the industry. Everyone in the investment industry knows each other, and they don't want their careers to be ruined. What's more, they haven't emptied the company yet, so how can they be expelled at this time, completely passive? Right at this moment, a loud roar came from outside. What are you looking at? Get out of the way. Get the hell out of the way. Just see. A man with dragon and tiger tattoos came with more than 20 ruffian-looking young men. People on both sides made way for him. They were all working people and naturally no one wanted to mess with social people. Someone even recognized the man, Wang Gang. Isn't this the brother Gang who just came out from nearby? He's said to be quite ruthless. He's just come out and has gathered a lot of people and found a backer. Now he makes money by lending money at high interest rates. He's quite prestigious in our area. Hearing this, many people nodded and looked at Wang Gang with fear. Obviously, he had heard of the other party's identity. What do you mean by getting beaten for not paying? Why pull out teeth without paying? There are also many people I don't know. They are just ordinary workers and decent white-collar workers working in the office building. A gangster like Wang Gang would not come to the office building to cause trouble lightly. After all, there are people behind the office building. But listening to other people constantly talking about Wang Gang's experience, it is clear that the other party is a big brother in society. Some people were puzzled. What is he doing at Tianheng Company? It's not even remotely related to them. Is he here to cause trouble? Someone retorted, impossible. He definitely doesn't have the guts to cause trouble in an office building. What are you going to do with it? I don't know. It's so chaotic today I don't quite understand what's going on, one thing after another. Li Hong watched Wang Gang and his men rush in, feeling ecstatic. Thankfully, we adopted the female executive's advice. Otherwise, we would have been caught off guard by Meng Yu's unpreparedness. Yo, Wang Gang casually walked in and looked at the chaotic scene. It's quite lively? Is there a fight? Seeing him coming, the female executive hurriedly shouted suggestively, "What are you doing here?" What? Wang Gang stretched out his hand and rubbed his index finger with his thumb. Of course I want money. What? Tianheng Company is not going to pay back the money? Li Hang immediately shouted, the company has no money? There was a Wang Gang who brought his younger brother with him. What's the matter? You dare to refuse to pay the money you owe me. I think you don't want to live anymore. Li Hang, if there's no money, there's no money. We can't do anything about it. The company's funds haven't been recovered. If you want money, you can go to the person in charge. Wang Gang yelled, who's responsible? Li Hong and several other executives pointed at Meng Yu. The female executive added, Mr. Meng, let me introduce him to you. His name is Wang Gang. Not long ago, the company owed him over 1 million yuan for some business, but because the company's funds haven't been recovered, they can't repay him. I was planning to move somewhere else, but since you fired me, there's nothing I can do. Wang Gang looked at Meng Yu, then at Zhao Shanha beside him and the Black Dragon personnel on both sides, and frowned. He always felt that the Black Dragon personnel were dressed strangely, and Zhao Shanha's face looked a little familiar to him, but he didn't think of it for a moment. Seeing the female executive winking at him, he pointed at Meng Yu without hesitation and said, You are the one in charge. Give me the money right now, or don't blame me for being rude today. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. More than 20 ruffian-looking young men stood arrogantly beside Wang Gang and stared at Meng Yu, as if they would make him pay if Meng Yu dared to say no. Outside, many people were surprised to see this. How could Tianhong Company have any business dealings with Wang Gang, and still owe him millions of dollars? Why do I feel so strange? You came at the perfect time. Right at this juncture, several other company executives noticed something was wrong. They were all 1,000-year-old foxes, and who couldn't understand strange stories from a Chinese studio? There were no coincidences in the world. It was obvious that Wang Gang was brought in deliberately by Li Hang in order to target Meng Yu and suppress the other party with his help. One executive lamented, Li Hang is indeed a ruthless man, he can even come up with such a vicious move. Several executives unanimously told him they had no money, and Wang Gang insisted on asking for it today. As the person in charge, Meng Yu had no control over the company's payment. It was a dead end. Unless he paid out of his own pocket, then, not to mention whether it complies with company procedures, he would completely lose face. How could he possibly compete with Li Hong for power? The other executives nodded, wonderful, today is so wonderful, but it seems that the play is over and Meng Yu can't turn things around. Li Hang couldn't help but look at the female executive with admiration. The female executive couldn't help but feel secretly proud, just when everyone thought Meng Yu had no other choice. But see, Meng Yu smiled. Not only did he laugh, Zhao Shanha also laughed. Even the other Black Dragon members laughed, looking at Wang Gang and the others across from them with a joking look. Ha 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 ha, are you kidding me? Are they threatened by people in society? Meng Yu, brother Shan. Someone is threatening me? One after another, it never ends. Zhao Shanha was already impatient, and he became even more impatient when he saw people coming out to stop him again and again. He looked at Wang Gang coldly and said, Who the hell are you hanging out with? The powerful voice startled Wang Gang and he was about to lose his temper, but seeing Zhao Shanha's aura, he didn't dare to. He had only seen this kind of aura from real big men, but considering the man's age, he couldn't help but ask subconsciously, What kind of business are you in, bro? Zhao Shanha ignored his question and said coldly, I'll ask you one last time, who is your eldest brother? Wang Gang, brother Dong. Skinny Monkey Dong. Zhao Shanha was stunned. He had obviously never heard of this person before. He couldn't help but shout again, Shou Ho Dong. Who is his eldest brother? Wang Gang, big brother Ta, it's you. One side. A Black Dragon member said, Brother Shan, the big tower belongs to Uncle Long. Zhao Shanha, call him. After hearing this, Wang Gang felt that something was wrong. Even Li Hang and others felt that something was not right. For a while, the whole place fell into dead silence. Soon, a Black Dragon employee found the phone and dialed it, handing it to Zhao Shanha. Beep, beep, the phone was connected. Damn. Who is this? Don't you know I'm busy? The voice on the phone was not small, and Wang Gang on the other end could clearly hear that it was Big Brother's voice. Zhao Shanha's indifferent voice sounded, Black Dragon. Zhao Shanha. Chapter 239, Data is in panic, Wang Gang is afraid, and he apologizes frantically. Bang, bang. Boom. Pop, there were bursts of noise coming from the other end of the phone, as if the person on the other end was coming down from somewhere in a panic. At the same time, the rough voice of the big tower came again. Unlike the wild scolding just now, this time it became very solemn and calm. Zhao Shanha? Zhao Shanha, the security director of the Black Dragon in the North District? Zhao Shanha, it's me. Data, oh my god, it turns out to be Brother Zhao. I've heard a lot about you. I went to Black Dragon to give gifts some time ago, but unfortunately I didn't see you. Otherwise, I would have had a drink with you. Brother Zhao, what's the matter with your call? Go ahead and talk. I, Data, love making friends. Data said this very generously on the phone. He was originally the leader under Uncle Long. As someone who even Uncle Long was extremely afraid of, he naturally had some understanding of Black Dragon. At least he had heard of the name of all the high-ranking Black Dragons. Therefore, when he heard the three words Zhao Shanha, his first reaction was to know that it must be the head of Black Dragon Security. The status is not low. In the entire middle level of the Black Dragon, only Wang Tao could surpass him. It could be said that he was at the level of Double Flower Red Stick. As for whether someone was impersonating the big tower, he didn't even think about it. Nonsense. Who doesn't want to live? Who dares to pretend to be Black Dragon and call me to offend Uncle Long? Now, Wang Gang felt his hands and feet go cold and his head went dizzy when he heard Ditagor's cheerful words on the phone. Big brother, Uncle Long's top fighter, the big brother who curses people as soon as he opens his mouth and breaks people's legs at any time, now speaks to the person in front of him with great respect. Even, there's a bit of a flattering tone. Wait. Black Dragon, Zhao Shanha. Wang Gang recalled the other party's words revealing his identity. Black Dragon, he had never heard of the name Zhao Shanha, but he was familiar with the name Heilong, not to mention that he was a member of society. Yet he looked at Zhao Shanha, Meng Yu, and the young men in black suits behind them. Yes, the people who are said to be Black Dragons are all dressed in black suits and have unruly expressions. Let's face them all. At this moment, he finally understood why Zhao Shanha and Meng Yu laughed when they threatened him just now. That's not some crazy laugh. This is a smile of complete contempt. Even if he was stupid, he could tell that Zhao Shanha's status in Black Dragon was definitely not low, otherwise he would never have introduced himself like he just did, just like he would never directly introduce Uncle Long's name when introducing himself. After all, Uncle Long was his eldest brother's eldest brothers. Damn it, I just yelled at such a big shot, and I wanted to throw them out and ask them for money. Finished. These two words were the only ones left in Wang Gang's mind. Zhao Shanha naturally ignored Wang Gang's expression and calmly said to Dita, who was trying to please him on the phone, "You want to treat me to a meal. But your henchmen want to fight me." What? Bang! Dita slammed the table on the other end of the phone. He was still wondering why Zhao Shanha called him, since Heilong and Uncle Long didn't have much contact. Even if he wanted to contact him, he would not call him to reminisce about the past. It turned out that it was his subordinates who provoked Zhao Shanha. The other party did not come to reminisce about the past, but to call him to accuse him. Are you crazy? Very crazy, crazy to the extreme. But what could Dita say or dare to say? Uncle Long repeatedly warned him not to provoke Qin Zhang, but not long after, one of his subordinates caused trouble for the other party, making him want to cut that person into pieces. Data gritted his teeth and asked, "Who?" Zhao Shanha looked at Wang Gang across from him and said coldly, "What's your name?" Wang Gang. His body was shaking and he felt like he was the person in Journey to the West who was targeted by the purple golden gourd and would die if he said his name. He didn't dare to speak, but he had to speak, because he could hear Data's angry voice on the other end of the line. Fuck. Who the hell is that jerk on the other end? Brother Zhao is asking you a question? Are you fucking deaf? Who the hell are you? Speak up. Wang Gang, Brother Zhaodagor, I am Wang Gang. He stammered out a few words. Data on the other end of the line was stunned. Who was Wang Gang? Data had thought about the many people under his command, but he never thought there would be someone like Wang Gang, until Wang Gang stammered again. Ta brother, I'm hanging out with Dong brother. Data, skinny monkey Dong, fuck. This bastard, who the hell told him to recruit followers randomly? Damn it, he's causing trouble for me. Data cursed furiously on the other end of the phone before calming down and saying to Zhao Shanha, "Brother Zhao, it's my subordinates who are ignorant. Just wait, I'll come and solve it for you personally. I guarantee that the solution will be satisfactory to you." Zhao Shanha, I'm in a hurry. Just tell him to go away. Data, okay. Give him the phone. Zhao Shanha casually threw the phone to Wang Gang. Wow, Wang Gang frantically answered the phone, and Data's angry roar came from the other end. You old bastard, you dare to mess with anyone, why don't you go to heaven? I'm telling you to get out of here right now. If you don't, apologize to Brother Zhao right now. You know the consequences if he doesn't forgive you. I'll personally have your eldest brother cripple you, you fucking fuck. It was obvious that Data was really angry. No one would accept such a person who was the scapegoat. Wang Gang nodded like a chicken. Yes. Yes. My fault, I will correct it, I apologize, I was wrong. I was really wrong, Tut. Wang Gang almost cried. Men don't shed tears easily, but only when they are scared. He had just come out of there and hadn't enjoyed the colorful world yet, so how could he not be afraid? Bang! The call was hung up. Wang Gang handed the phone back to Zhao Shanhe with trembling hands, and someone came forward to take it. Zhao Shanhe said contemptuously, "Are you still going to arrest us?" Wang Gang's body trembled again. No. I dare not. I was wrong, Brother Shan. I am a little ignorant. I look down on you, Brother Shan. Just treat me like a fart. His tone was pleading and regretful. He was so obsessed that he only remembered the money. How come he didn't realize that Zhao Shanhe and others were Black Dragon's men? Actually, it's not his fault. Although Heilong is very famous in Songjiang, most of its personnel are mainly concentrated in the northern district. Even though the newly popular milk tea chain was owned by the Black Dragon Company, none of its employees wore formal attire. Therefore, Wang Gang, who had been hanging out in the southern district for many years, didn't think about it in that way at all. I regret it so much that my intestines are turning green. Afraid, I was so scared that my hands and feet became weak. He knew that if he couldn't satisfy Zhao Shanhe today, it was doubtful whether Black Dragon would drown him in the river, but his own brother Dong would never let him go, nor would Brother Ta, and even Uncle Long. He was at his wits' end. He brought with him a dozen or so younger brothers who also looked pale. They had never heard of the legend of Qin Jiang, but now they had offended the other party and were even going to clash with him. Isn't it orangutan, fucks horse, baboon? Bang. Bang, a few cowards collapsed on the ground. Chapter 240. Throw it all out. Mengyu, those who obey me will rise, those who disobey me will be exiled. This scene let everyone be completely stunned. Li Hong, Sigma, surprised face, several senior executives, others, hat do they see, Wang Gang and Shiui Gang, who had just been so arrogant as if they were ready to attack someone at any time, were now standing there trembling all over, begging for mercy from Mengyu and others. Many of their subordinates were sitting on the ground. At the same time, they also heard Zhao Shanhe introduce himself, a Black Dragon. Zhao Shanhe. Wait. Could it be the newly rising Black Dragon from the North District? What? Why haven't I heard of this? As for the company you drank milk tea with, they're said to be very powerful in Songjiang, and their boss is called Qin Jiang. It's said that anyone who offended him was drowned in the river. I didn't quite believe it and thought it was just a rumor, but now looking at Wang Gang's appearance, it seems the rumors are true. For a while, many people outside were talking about it, and they never expected that things would take such a turn and the situation would be reversed in just one sentence. Li Hong and several senior executives were terrified when they saw this scene, and they felt that something was wrong. Black Dragon? Li Hong had vaguely heard that this name was very prestigious in Songjiang, but how could the people from Black Dragon be involved with Mengyu? Didn't the headquarters say that Mengyu came back alone? How could he have anything to do with the local forces in Songjiang? He just felt confused and felt that today was going to be bad, and his brain was working fast to find a strategy. Mengyu looked at Wang Gang and said, "You're so brave to go against Black Dragon, right? You want me to pay you back, right? How much is it?" "I'll give it to you." Finished, Wang Gang's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, Brother Meng, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I wouldn't dare ask you for money, don't say anything like that. Seeing Mengyu's expression was still cold, he didn't care about anything else and turned to rush towards the female executive. Bang, he swung his arm and gave a big slap. Damn! Wang Gang roared, "You bitch, how dare you go against Brother Meng and Brother Shanhe? You want to die, but don't drag me down with you, damn it." He was so angry that he kept hitting her, and the female executive screamed in pain and couldn't speak. One side, several executives were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they started shouting, "Snap! Snap! Snap! Calling you uncle! Just to show off your power, you're even making a fake contract to harm Brother Meng. Are you worthy enough to fight Brother Meng and seek death? Li Hong lowered his head and pretended not to exist. Bang! Wang Gang retaliated by slapping him across the face. What? I didn't say anything about you, but you look like the one who deserves a beating the most. He played very hard, there was no other way. He had to show Zhao Shanhe and Meng Yu his determination to fight Li Hong and the others. If this wasn't an office building with surveillance cameras, Wang Gang would have taken ruthless action. After a long while, Wang Gang stopped fighting until he was tired and shouted to his younger brother, "What are you looking at? Take out the contract." Immediately, one of his men took out the contract, and Wang Gang handed it to Meng Yu very respectfully. "Brother Zhao, brother Meng, this is the contract they agreed to with me. It's completely fake, just to scare you. I was completely deceived. If I had known brother Meng and brother Zhao were here, I wouldn't have dared to come here even if I had two guts. I'm going to tear up the contract now." As he said this, he was about to tear up the contract. Meng Yu reached out to stop him from taking the contract and looked at Li Hong and the others. "Are you betraying me?" Li Hong wanted to argue that the contract was fake, but seeing Wang Gang rushing towards him again startled him. He couldn't help but look to the side. The security captain and others were completely stunned. "What are you looking at? They rushed in and beat people up, and you don't do anything? Do something about it." "Security captain, Sigma degree, what are you doing? I didn't dare to say a word. Why are you QQing me? Is this something that a small security captain like me can handle?" Now, the security captain saw Wang Gang, Meng Yu, and the others all looking at him, and he was so frightened that he trembled inwardly and waved his hands repeatedly. "I don't know, I didn't see anything. My eyesight is not good." He looked up at the ceiling and ran out quickly, followed by other security guards. No1 is stupid, obviously the situation is beyond their ability to handle. Li Hong was completely depressed, his legs felt weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. All the changes today were completely unexpected, and several other executives were even worse off than him. Seeing this, Meng Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense. He was afraid that if he delayed any longer, these people would urinate in the company, throw it out. This time, no Black Dragon personnel took action, so Wang Gang yelled at his subordinates, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear brother Meng say to throw them out? Throw them all out." The next moment, more than a dozen younger brothers immediately rushed forward and carried Li Hong and the others out like dead dogs. Some even threw them out fiercely as soon as they left the company to show their sincerity. Brush. 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 Bang. 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 Li Hong and the others were thrown into the crowd outside, causing the crowd to disperse. "Oh my ass, my waist, my bolero, my legs." Li Hong was also grimacing in pain, but he didn't care about that. He just stared at Wang Gang and the others, still watching them with a fierce look, and whispered, "Shut up and leave." He was afraid that Meng Yu would change her mind and not let him go, and Wang Gang looked at Zhao Shanhe and Meng Yu with a smile on his face. "Brother Zhao, brother Meng, look at me, that thing." Zhao Shanhe frowned. "Get out." Wang Gang, "Okay." He didn't dare to ask for too much, so he took his brothers away immediately after making a long-term plan. Soon the crowded interior became empty, with only Meng Yu, Zhao Shanhe, and others left. Everything seemed to take a long time, but in fact it was less than half an hour from the time Meng Yu and Zhao Shanhe entered the company. As Zhao Shanhe looked at his watch, half an hour. "I've wasted so much time accompanying you to take back the company." As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers outside only felt a surge of oppression. Good job. It seems too much to spend only half an hour to take back the power of such a large company. In the past, such changes in corporate power would take months or even years. You are still not satisfied with half an hour, but you can't say anything when looking at Zhao Shanhe and the others. Who let them turn pretense into reality in front of them? It's really eye-opening. This half hour is more exciting than a movie. Twists and turns, twists and turns. This has opened the door to a new world. I never imagined that the company's power structure could change in this way. It makes my previous business practices seem a bit naive. Can we follow this example in the future? Of course, they knew very well that all this success was based on Zhao Shanhe's self-proclaimed name, Black Dragon. These two words suppressed most of the intrigues, and Meng Yu was already legitimate. Summarize, a legitimate reason for going on a war plus absolute force equals invincible. Meng Yu was incredibly excited. It felt good to suppress others. Purely good. This was dozens of times more satisfying than having his own father send people to constantly scheme against him. That's it. The Dragon King has returned, and he will absolutely crush us. Now that he looked at the hundreds of still confused employees in front of him and said with immense pride, I, Meng Yu, Big Brother Qin Zheng, will be your boss from now on. Those who obey me will be promoted, and those who disobey me will be fired. Chapter 241, Swallowing My Money? One phone call, spitting it all out now. Meng Yu's arrogant and overbearing voice resounded throughout the company and in the ears of all employees. For a while, all these employees stood there in a daze. Immediately, a few clever employees shouted, "Hello, Mr. Meng." This voice brought all the employees back to their senses. They looked at Meng Yuchuan with great respect and said, "Hello, Mr. Meng." No one is stupid. Li Hang and others have been expelled, and Meng Yu is the legitimate person in charge sent by the head office. Besides, Zhao Shanha's power just now makes them dare not act presumptuously. Even many employees' eyes lit up. In the past, Li Hang, the boss, didn't take them seriously and treated them like slaves. Now it might not be a bad thing to have a new person in charge. And no matter how bad it gets, can it get any worse than it is now? Meng Yu was very satisfied with being called President Meng by everyone. He waved his hand and said, "Each department should choose a person in charge to come out and liaise with the people I brought with me." This time, he not only brought Zhao Shanha to take charge of the situation, but also brought many Black Dragon financial and office staff, in order to gain control of the company's internal situation as soon as possible. Several middle-level managers came out and greeted Meng Yu respectfully, then immediately led the Black Dragon personnel to take over the major departments. Zhao Shanha and Meng Yu waited in the office. The onlookers outside also dispersed, and at the same time, the news of Tianheng Company's change of flag and name spread. It has been a legend in the office building for a long time, especially as Black Dragon's reputation grows. More and more legends arise. Several detailed reports appeared in front of Meng Yu. Meng Yu looked a little ugly when holding the reports. The data recorded in them were all outrageous. Tianheng Company had almost no investment returns and was in the red. It could be said that Tianheng Company was only half an empty shell. Damn! Meng Yu angrily said, "How dare Li Hang sign a shady contract so openly and honestly, transferring the company's assets? If he delays for another 2 months, Tianheng will be completely wiped out." Bang! He slammed the table fiercely. "If I had known, I wouldn't have let him go. Now isn't it a good deal for him?" One side of Zhao Shanha looked at Meng Yu's fury and said calmly, "This is easy to handle." Said that he took out his cell phone, looked at the message on the desktop, found the number and dialed it. After a long time, the call was connected. Zhao Shanha got straight to the point. "Li Hang, I'll give you 1 day to get all the transferred property back. Otherwise, you know the consequences." After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Meng Yu, he almost forgot who his big brother was just now. No! Who would dare to cheat him out of his money when Brother Jiang is around? His anger disappeared in an instant, and he couldn't help but wonder what Li Hang's expression would be on the other end of the phone. He must be scared to death. He also became interested and immediately found the phone numbers of several executives and called them out with one sentence. Black Dragon Meng Yu, will spit out everything I ate with interest. Otherwise, opposite Zhao Shanha looked as if he was going to throw the other party into the river if they really didn't pay back the money. Meng Yu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He had just threatened to let them into Paris if they didn't pay back the money, sink into the river. Not to mention that there is evidence to settle it, just say that it is also illegal. Heilong is a formal company, in a hotel. Li Hong, who was once in great glory, and 5 senior executives gathered here with extremely ugly faces. Today they were really embarrassed and were thrown out like dead dogs in public. They were afraid that rumors about them were spreading in the office building and they would have no place in the Songjiang investment circle in the future. An executive said, "Damn it. It's only 2 months away, and Meng Yu isn't playing by the rules, but instead using some social media influence to threaten us? Is he even a businessman? Isn't this breaking the rules?" Other executives were equally outraged. The mall doesn't play the mall game. If you play such a despicable game, aren't you afraid of being criticized and laughed at by others? I was planning to give him some face, but I didn't expect him to come and kill us right away. They had forgotten what they had done to Wang Gang, and were constantly accusing Meng Yu. But for some reason, they didn't mention Black Dragon. Was he afraid or something else? The most angry among them are female executives. After all, she was the best at taking a beating. To get out of the situation, Wang Gang slapped her more than 10 times in the face, and she felt her teeth were loose. The last few executives looked at Li Hong and waited for him to speak. After all, Li Hong was the leader. Well, Li Hang sighed, let's go home and find our own mothers. What? Several executives looked at Li Hong in disbelief. A female executive, Li Hong, you didn't dare to say such good things to us back then. You promised us so much, and now you're saying forget it. My career is ruined, and you're saying forget it? No way. If you don't explain the reason today, bang, Li Hong slammed the table, interrupting the female executive. What can I do if it doesn't count? Why are you yelling at me? Did I force you to join? Why are you yelling at me now? Why didn't you yell at Wang Gang or Zhao Shanha just now? The female executive was speechless. Li Hong continued, before, Meng Yu had no backers in Songjiang, so we could do whatever we wanted to him. But now Black Dragon is Meng Yu's backer. Can you afford to offend him? No. Neither can I. So we can only retreat. The law of the jungle prevails, the eternal rule. I don't care what you guys are going to do. Anyway, I'm not going to fight Meng Yu. I'm leaving. Although Li Hong was unwilling, he had gained a lot of benefits over the years and could accept leaving. Right at this moment, a beep, the phone rang and Li Heng answered the call with an increasingly grim expression. He opened his mouth to say something, but the call was hung up before other executives could ask. Their phones started ringing one after another, and their expressions became the same as Li Heng's. They looked at each other without saying anything. Silence, so quiet. A long time out. Li Hengsai sat down on the bed dejectedly. It seems that after working hard for half a lifetime, I am now back to the days before liberation. He didn't want to give up the money he'd taken, but did he dare? Putting aside the many loopholes in the company he hadn't dealt with, Meng Yu could have just called the police and put him in jail. The person who called him was the one who reported the number, and if he persisted in his delusion, the only thing waiting for him was probably 2 words, sinking into the river. That he was only in his 30s, in the prime of his life, with a wife and children. He could not afford to gamble, nor did he dare to gamble. Similarly, the other 5 executives all made similar moves after struggling for a long time. They couldn't afford the risk. This moment, they all had a new understanding of the world. It turned out that the business world was not the only place they had seen those tricks. There were also some palm techniques that came from the sky. One force breaks all laws. The next day, they chose to return all the money they had embezzled, and did not dare to stay in Songjiang to venture out to other places. Firstly, the Songjiang circle could no longer accommodate them and they had to leave, and secondly, they were worried that Meng Yu would cause trouble for them again, and a gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. Therefore, they also became one of the many legends of Xinjiang. Same. After leaving the office building, Wang Gang didn't dare return to his territory for fear of being killed by his boss's boss, so he left Songjiang overnight. Chapter 242 Entrepreneur Selection. Xinjiang's Neiman Investment Company. The chairman of the board was in the middle of a meeting and said passionately, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you seize it, I promise to double your year-end bonus, give you a 2-week vacation after the new year, travel abroad, and everything you need. It all depends on how much of the cake you can grab." Listen to this. The executives had different expressions. Some knew the inside story and had heard about the turmoil in Tianhong Company, while others were still unaware of the situation and were looking forward to the chairman's words. Ahem. The chairman coughed twice, took the document handed over by the secretary, and was about to tell the plan to merge and seize Tianhong. Boom. Boom. There was a knock on the door. Before anyone inside could respond, an assistant rushed in and stood beside the chairman, whispering something in his ear. What? The chairman looked at the assistant. Are you sure? The assistant nodded. Absolutely true. The chairman couldn't help but reveal a dejected look, looking at the extremely detailed plan in his hand and shaking his head. It seems all my previous plans were in vain. I never thought Meng Yu would be involved with Xinjiang. That's right. After all, they are a family with a long history. Their heritage is profound and one cannot help but admire them. Be more cautious with Tianhong in the future. Think of this. He handed the document to his secretary and said, "Destroy it." Then he said to the other confused executives, "The meeting is disbanded. Go about your business. Time to take a vacation." Several executives, Sigma, surprised face, what the hell, you brought us here in such a hurry and promised us a lot of benefits, and now you tell us to disband? What, are you entertaining the kids? But seeing that the chairman's expression was clear and he was not joking, he could only return home in disappointment. Of course, it didn't take long before he understood why the chairman did that. There are many similar actions taken by investment companies the moment before Tianhong Company or everyone is ready to fight for the prey. This moment, Tianhong Company has become a ruthless company that cannot be provoked. Inside a conference room, a dozen men and women were sitting inside talking. This was the selection committee for the top 10 young entrepreneurs in the North, and today they were conducting the final selection. There were more than a dozen photo stickers in front of them, and under each photo sticker there was a document that detailed what was going on. The first profile picture reads Ho Kong, male. Born in 1986, graduate student at Sohn University, chairman of Congo Express Company, company size, 100 million. The second profile picture, Su Hua, male. Born in 1988, Jiangnan University graduate, CEO of a knowledge network company, company valuation, 50 million. The third, Li Jing, female. Born in 1985. PhD candidate at the University of Science and Technology, founder of Podcast.com, company valuation, 80 million. Names appeared one after another under the photo stickers. Each of them was well known in Zhejiang. Basically, they were top celebrities in the area and even more influential figures in their respective universities, all graduated from prestigious universities. Each with a more prestigious title than the other, CEO, founder, and the company's valuation is not low at all, it's in the tens of millions. Although they are nothing compared to the top groups, don't forget that they are young entrepreneurs, with an age requirement of under 30 years old, and most of them are college students. It seems outrageous. How many people had trouble earning their own living when they were students, but these people have become upper-class celebrities, with hundreds of employees under them and paying other people's salaries. The discussion continues. I don't think there's any need to discuss Li Jing. Her company is of a suitable size, and she's the only woman. But the valuation of her internet company is a bit questionable. There's a lot of water in it, and it's facing competition from other similar companies. Its future potential isn't great. What future are you talking about? We're judging now. Besides, why do you think her internet company can't stand out? I think there's nothing controversial about this express company, but I heard he's planning to sell it. Can someone who wants to sell a company be called an entrepreneur? Every person mentioned is very controversial. After all, this is a selection of young entrepreneurs. Each person's company has just been launched and naturally has various problems. Some teams are not well built, the founders are fighting internally, some companies have problems with the general direction, and some are even preparing to sell the company, which is bound to lead to controversy. The selectors also have their own networks and naturally have biased people. They all spare no effort in the debate, and the winner cannot be determined in a short time. In the past. If the debate becomes too heated, the chief judge will adjourn the meeting and resume the discussion at the next meeting. At worst, there would be a halftime break to let everyone calm down, but this time the chief judge did not stop it, because today is the last day of selection. Boom. Boom, there was a knock on the door, then a young man walked in and said with a smile, the selection teachers and leaders will have a meeting at 5 o'clock. The selection results need to be sent over before the meeting. Please trouble the selection teachers. We will prepare dinner after the selection. The teachers are busy, so I won't disturb them for now. He left immediately after he finished speaking. All the judges felt a great sense of urgency. My head hurts. One judge couldn't help rubbing his temples. It gets harder to choose towards the end. Each one is so unique. I can't bear to eliminate anyone. There's no comparison to the previous ones. His gaze fell on a nearby trash can, where a number of lists of unsuccessful candidates were piled. At the top of the list was a prominent inscription, Yi Zhe, born in 1989, founder of Yunlu Milk Tea. Originally, Yi Zhe's unconventional approach to creating Yunlu Milk Tea made him famous and even appeared in the selection list, but with the bankruptcy of Yunlu, he was naturally removed from the list without any controversy, and some even thought that he was overestimating his abilities and had no brains. The other judges couldn't help scratching their heads. At this critical juncture, none of the remaining candidates were ordinary people, and it would be difficult to take down any of them without some connections and influence behind them. But today was the final deadline and there was no room for delay. If they really made the leaders unhappy, wouldn't it mean that they were incompetent? But the argument had gotten to this point and no one wanted to say anything. Cough, cough, the chief judge coughed twice. He knew that while others could continue to delay, he absolutely could not. Who made him the first person in charge of the selection? He said loudly, let's first pick a few undisputed candidates, and then vote anonymously for the rest. Anyone who doesn't get elected can only blame their bad luck. This way, it's legal and compliant, and no one can accuse us of anything wrong. Other judges echoed this. Good. Can. That's the only way. They had no objection, as there were sufficient reasons for the controversial decision on who should go and who should not. Then all the judges subconsciously looked at the same place, where the words were written under the profile picture. Qin Jiang, born in 1990, sophomore at Vocational University, chairman of Heilong Company, founder of Bawang and Snow King Milk Teas, company valuation, 500 million yuan. Chapter 243, Youth Top Ranking. News spread now. All the judges had complicated expressions when looking at the information on the sticker, Qin Jiang. This title appeared in the list when they first selected it, but at that time Qin Jiang could only be said to have just risen. Although the Heilong night market is great, its growth potential is limited. Even if the valuation is high, it doesn't mean much. When selecting young entrepreneurs, they not only look at industry profits and valuations, but also at future potential. Black Dragon night market, even if it develops for 10 years, there will not be much room for growth, and its valuation will not have room to increase. Therefore, it is fundamentally different from other young entrepreneurs who founded internet companies. Although those internet companies are only valued at tens of millions now, they have unlimited potential in the future, and there are examples of their valuations increasing several times or even dozens of times a year. At that time, Qin Jiang was only within their consideration, and he was barely among the top 10 because of his special industry, but no one expected that in such a short period of time, Heilong would directly incubate 2 milk tea chain brands and become popular in northern provinces. As judges, they naturally have business acumen and know that the 2 major milk tea brands, unlike night markets, have unlimited potential, and their potential is even more specific than those of internet companies. You can say if the valuations of those internet companies are more or less inflated, then Qin Jiang Company's valuation is a bit low. The reason for the low figure is that until now these middle-aged people have not understood the underlying logic behind the massive sales of milk tea. The chief judge reached out and picked up Qin Jiang's portrait. There's no doubt about him. He deserves first place. The other judges nodded. Regardless of company size, development potential, or current valuation, he's the best. This kid definitely started from scratch. He made his first fortune through speculation, and it's perfectly legitimate. He's number 1, undisputed. No one disagrees. The first young entrepreneurs selection competition in the 3 northern provinces was highly regarded by the higher authorities, so the selectors naturally didn't dare to act recklessly. Besides, Qin Jiang wasn't without supporters. He had Wu Yuan, strong background plus amazing grades. Anyone who dares to oppose or contradict at this time is likely to become the target of public criticism. Bang! The chief judge hung Qin Jiang's portrait on one side, placing him first in the final selection of young entrepreneurs. Then he picked up a few more undisputed portraits and put them over. And the other judges didn't say anything. These judges know that they are not qualified to decide the undisputed places for young entrepreneurs. What they can decide is who can get in and who cannot. These are the goals they want to discuss. One day, bright lights, the judges were debating heatedly inside and were almost arguing over the few remaining spots. The 10 spots were finally decided at the last minute at 5 p.m. Call. The chief judge took the final list and said, "Now that the selection is over, I will submit the results to the higher-ups for approval. You may all leave now. Thank you all for your hard work these days." He said some high-sounding words and left with the selection results. If nothing unexpected happened, these 10 people would be the final list, just as they suspected. The leaders signed the list without making any changes after reviewing it. Agree. After the thank you banquet, the judges left one after another and spread the results of the selection. "What? Which place did you say?" Wu Yu was eating at home when he heard the news on the phone and stood up excitedly. "First place." "Really, first place?" "First place among the top 10 young entrepreneurs." "Great. Great. Thanks. I'll treat you to a meal when this is over." Bang! After hanging up the phone, Wu Yu still couldn't help but feel excited. Although he was confident that Qin Jiang would be among the top 10 young entrepreneurs, he hadn't expected him to take first place. Since ancient times, first place has always been a very special existence. To be frank, many rankings are first in other. At this moment, he was imagining how much of a sensation the name of Xinjiang Vocational College would cause when the quota was announced. Haha, Wu Yu couldn't help but laugh. I'm capable of suppressing top universities too. Who says vocational colleges are incompetent? Our vocational colleges produce talented people. Both sides. Wu Yu's wife and children were confused by his actions. Son, Mom. Dad is not crazy. Wife, old Wu, are you okay? Why are you so happy? What's up? Did you get a promotion? Wu Yu ignored it and remained lost in his fantasy. Son, Dad, don't be crazy, brush. Wu Yu looked at his son and said, You're crazy. Go do your homework right after dinner. Look at Xinjiang, he's killing it in college, and you're at the bottom of the class in elementary school. If your grades don't improve next semester, you won't have to think about playing with all these toys anymore. Son, what have I done to anyone? I'm still a child. Didi. Wu Yu's phone rang again. He answered it. His ecstatic expression turned into disbelief, his pupils widened, and his mouth trembled as he spoke. Old leader, you're kidding me. Really? Vocational college has confirmed its promotion to a university. A hearty smile came from the other end of the phone. Haha. I can still lie to you, kid. Speaking of which, it's related to the young entrepreneurs selection. I happen to be having a meeting today about the selection of the top 10 young entrepreneurs, and Xinjiang happened to be the first place winner. He's from your vocational college, right? He's a talent. A vocational college can outshine top universities. It seems technical talent is indeed important to society. And I heard your employment rate was very high this year, so the higher-ups decided to upgrade the vocational college. Vocational college, it was already in the range of being promoted to a university, which was the general trend. It was only a matter of time. There were many coincidences involved in its early promotion to a university today, including the appearance of Xinjiang, the selection of entrepreneurs, the employment rate of vocational colleges, and Wu Yu's early efforts to build relationships. Everything is accumulated. Xiao Wu. Work hard, you will have a bright future. Don't let your leaders down. Wu Yu, I promise not to disappoint the leaders. Bang! After hanging up the phone, Wu Yu felt dizzy. A good news from the delivery room: promotion, vocational college to undergraduate program. This means his rank will naturally rise, and because of his drastic reforms to the vocational college, this promotion will become his political achievement. With this achievement, his future will be smooth. His future is infinitely bright. He made the right bet. Wife, old Wu, are you okay? Snap, Wu Yu kissed his wife hard. Your husband has been promoted. Let's celebrate tonight after we clean up. At the same time, he looked at his son and said, Your grandma said she missed you. Go stay at your grandma's house tonight. Finished, without waiting for the two of them to be confused, he picked up his clothes and walked out. He wanted to share the good news. What he wanted to share with the most was his friend, regardless of age difference, who was also the biggest contributor to the vocational college's promotion to a university. Top 10 young entrepreneurs, Xinjiang. Chapter 244, Changdong's promotion, Wu Yu's ideas, and the Black Dragon annual meeting. Black Dragon Company. Xinjiang didn't care about Meng Yu returning to take over the company, but was discussing company matters with Zhu Zhang. Brother Jiang, this is the plan. Xinjiang casually glanced at the plan, which was about Heilongjiang's year-end holiday period, from the 27th day of the 12th lunar month to the 10th day of the 1st lunar month. 14 days in total. Paid annual leave. Welfare benefits: each person will receive 4 New Year gifts, and regular employees will receive a New Year red envelope of 800 yuan. A good start. After the New Year, you will also receive a red envelope of 800 yuan. Year-end dividends: regular employees of Heilong headquarters will receive double salary at the end of the year and an additional bonus of 3,000. The year-end bonus for the milk tea distribution staff under the management department is 1,500 yuan. They have been with Heilong for too short a time. Special note: due to the company's development needs, the finance department, management department, and transportation department need to retain personnel. Upon voluntary application, all remaining personnel will enjoy triple wages while enjoying welfare benefits and 10 days of paid leave after the annual leave. Zhu Zhang, Brother Jiang, the benefits are very good, but if we don't force people to stay, a considerable number of people will choose to go home for the new year. I'm worried that the milk tea department won't be able to keep enough people and won't be able to operate at full capacity. Qin Jiang nodded calmly. Then we can close some stores during the Lunar New Year holiday. Not only do our employees need to go home for the holidays, but everyone else needs to go back too. The number of people visiting Songjiang will drop significantly during the Lunar New Year holiday. If all the milk tea shops are open, we'll just end up with a surplus. Just keeping a quarter of the stores open will be enough. Xu Zhang nodded, that's right. Others also want to go home for the new year, so this way we can have enough. Although the new year is something that all young people think about, since ancient times, there have been people who have been tempted by money and who would not go home despite huge rewards, not to mention that some employees' homes are in Songjiang. Feng Lin and Feng Feng rushed downstairs and almost collided with Wu Yu. Feng Lin steadied Wu Yu. Principal Wu, are you okay? Wu Yu waved his hand. Xiao Lin. I'm busy. Look at you, you seem to have lost weight. You need to learn to balance work and rest. Feng Lin, oh, he thought Wu Yu would criticize him. In the past, Wu Yu had never been kind to these hooligans, and had basically criticized him. If you don't want to study, don't expect any future. If you dare to lead students to fight, you will be put in jail. There are no bad students like you in vocational college. At that time, he was a little afraid of Wu Yu. After all, the other party was the principal. Even if it was nothing else, he couldn't afford to offend him just because he was the parent. But what happened now? Seeing my recklessness, instead of criticizing me, I was actually very friendly. It's just outrageous. Wu Yu ignored Feng Lin's changing expression. He held Feng Lin's hand and continued, the school is proud of you. Career is important, but health is also important. You are the lifeblood of the school. You must not be in any danger. If you have any difficulties in the future, tell me. The Ministry of Transport must be very tired running around on the road every day. Feng Lin, Sigma, surprised face, no? Why are you holding my hand? He really wanted to say, Principal Wu, why don't you scold me? Fortunately, just as Feng Lin was about to give up, Wu Yu released his hand and asked, is Qin Jiang upstairs? Feng Lin, here. Here. I ran away as if escaping, afraid that Principal Wu would hold my hand and look at me with such eager eyes. Wu Yu goes upstairs. He boasted to everyone he met along the way that to be able to work at the headquarters, he must be a full-time college student, and no one stopped him from saying that he was the president of a vocational college and that this place was also the territory of the vocational college. A few minutes later, Wu Yu arrived at the top floor office, and two Black Dragon guards led him into the office after getting Qin Jiang's approval. In the office, Qin Jiang sat on the main sofa. Xu Zhang gestured to his younger brother to pour tea for Principal Wu. Principal Wu, who was sitting opposite him, didn't hesitate at all. He took the tea and drank it in big gulps. Good tea, Mao Jian. Pure. Delicious. Wu Yu praised Qin Jiang so much that he could barely contain his smile. He looked at Qin Jiang and said, I heard your milk tea chain business is booming. I heard you got a new fleet. He brought up many topics and Qin Jiang nodded and hummed in agreement. On the side, Zhu Zhang was fanning himself and drinking tea calmly. A long time, Qin Jiang couldn't bear to listen any longer and waved his hand, Old Wu. It's New Year's Day, so just tell me what's going on. Wu Yu, there's great news. Qin Jiang, don't even mention the school promotion. Zhu Zhang, don't mention the fact that Brother Jiang was on the list of the top 10 young entrepreneurs. Wu Yu, he hadn't expected that Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang had already heard the news just as he received it. What a joke! At that moment, Wu Yu had only one thought in his mind, who was behind Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang, seeing Wu Yu's thoughts, said calmly, you've been laughing non-stop since you came in. What could possibly make you so happy? It's just the school's promotion to a university. What's there to speculate about? Zhu Zhang, the school's promotion to a university should be handled according to normal procedures. You can at most call Brother Jiang. If you come here in person, it must be related to Brother Jiang. Then it can only be the selection of the top 10 young entrepreneurs. And since it can affect the school's promotion, its ranking should not be low. Add to that the current scale of Black Dragon Company, it must be number 1. Wu Yu was stunned. He looked at Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang, who were drinking tea calmly for a long time without saying a word, as if the two had received the news in advance. If they just relied on guesswork as the two had just said, it would be too scary. How old are they, but they have such insights? They can infer a result that is almost accurate in such a short time with just a little bit of information. It is really scary. This what makes the Black Dragon so powerful, and there are 3 such smart people in Black Dragon. No, 2. He watched the iron ball spinning and 49 silently took back 1, but just 2 of them were already terrifying, and this feeling of being in control made him feel pressured in front of Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang. Shake your head. Well, you didn't think about these things. Black Dragon and Jida were in the same camp. The more powerful Black Dragon was, the better it would be for Jida. What he wanted to do was to bind Qin Jiang and the others tightly. Wu Yu, next year, the school will be upgrading to a university-level undergraduate program and will offer new majors. The pilot program will likely be at the South Campus. I'll also be there to oversee the situation. Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang, what about you two? You'll be sophomores next year. I'm considering letting you complete your majors and then upgrade to a university-level program. Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang both frowned slightly seeing this. Wu Yu hurriedly said, "Don't worry, it's not difficult to complete your major in your sophomore year. I will recommend you to a bachelor's degree program without taking an exam. I guarantee it's legal and compliant, and there won't be any problems." Qin Jiang didn't care about this. It was the school's own decision and did not violate any rules. To put it bluntly, Qin Jiang's wealth was high enough for a vocational university to marry him, so it would be reasonable to give him an honorary professorship in the future. Other schools did the same anyway. Qin Jiang, I can upgrade from a junior college to a university, but I will be very busy next year and may not have time to attend classes. Wu Yu, I'll arrange it. Qin Jiang, I don't want to do anything illegal. Wu Yu, I'll arrange it. Qin Jiang nodded, okay. Zhu Jingzi did not agree. Qin Jiang would be busy next year, and he would be even busier. At Wu Yu's insistence, Zhu Jingzi chose the correspondence course to upgrade his associate degree to a bachelor's degree. Many senior executives in Heilongjiang province were allowed to choose correspondence courses, which not only saved him time from attending classes but was also legal and compliant. Half an hour later, Wu Yu left very happily. Downstairs, the Heilong staff are very busy and have to finish their work today because they will have a holiday the day after tomorrow. As for tomorrow, it's the Black Dragon annual meeting. Chapter 245 Fong Lin's parents come and save plan downstairs. Fong Lin got rid of Wu Yu's phone in his pocket. It rang, incoming call. Mom, hey, Mom. I'll finish my work tomorrow and go home the day after tomorrow. A middle-aged woman's voice came from the phone. Don't worry about going home. Your father and I will also go to Songjiang tomorrow. Fong Lin, what are you two doing in Songjiang? Do you want to go shopping? That's fine. I'll take you two around Songjiang. Why would you spend money to go around? Your dad and I have something important to tell you about your future. Fong Lin, degree V, what about my future? I'm still young and don't want to get married. What are you talking about? Your uncle is back from out of town. Your father and I finally made an appointment. Let's go to Songjiang for dinner tomorrow. Then you can beg your uncle to find you a proper job. Fong Lin, Mom. I have work, and my company has an annual meeting tomorrow, so I don't have time. What's more important than having a meal with your uncle when it comes to annual meetings? Your uncle is doing really well out there, and he built a 2-story house at home. I heard he's a well-known figure in the South. Besides, I don't know you, a brat. How can you find a good job if you only know how to fight? You can't be a good judge, right? We must not break the law. I don't care what you have to do tomorrow, you must come over for dinner and try to get your cousin to take care of you. The location is at the Hentaying Hotel. Okay, your dad and I will pack up and go there tomorrow. Finished. He hung up the phone without waiting for Fong Lin to say anything else. Fong Lin, what the hell is going on? I should have told my parents about it earlier. I was planning on giving them a surprise. He has never told his parents about the current situation. After all, everything changed too quickly. so quickly that he himself found it a little unbelievable. In addition, he planned to give his parents a surprise during the new year, so he did not tell them about the current situation. Such things are not uncommon within the Black Dragon, and many people have not explained the current situation to their families. I'll tell you in detail after the Chinese New Year. Thankfully, Fong Lin muttered, the place my parents mentioned is also in Hentang. This way, I can at least spare some time to visit. Uncle. Why can't I remember any uncles who are doing well? Shake your head. He was not thinking about these things. Tomorrow was the Black Dragon annual meeting and he was very busy as one of the persons in charge. The next day, the Black Dragon company was extremely lively, with many Black Dragon employees gathered there, all dressed in formal attire and standing straight. Today is the Black Dragon's annual meeting, and no one wants to embarrass the Black Dragon again today, so even though the weather is cold, they don't hiss, but laugh heartily instead. Upstairs, Wang Tao whispered, Brother Jiang, everything is ready, it's time to go. Qin Jiang nodded and stood up. Xu Zhang and Si Jiu on both sides also stood up and walked downstairs together. Downstairs, I saw Qin Jiang and the other two coming down. Wow, hundreds of Black Dragon personnel nodded in unison without needing to come over. Brother Jiang. Hundreds of Qin Jiang came to the car surrounded by hundreds of formally dressed young men from Heilong. Zhang Qi immediately opened the back door respectfully. The heater in the car had already been turned on to create a suitable temperature. Distance. A young man was extremely envious when he saw this scene. His name is Su Xing, a temporary member of the Black Dragon Army and deputy director of the External Relations Department of the Vocational University Students' Union. He also used to look down on Qin Jiang, but after Qin Jiang's rise, he saw what it meant to take off, and also witnessed with his own eyes the speed at which Heilong made money. Million, 10 million, 100 million. Numbers that he couldn't even imagine appeared in the Black Dragon one by one. He was envious, jealous, and wanted to join. It happened that Heilong was recruiting people for the student union, so he naturally joined Heilong. I thought that with the title of Deputy Minister of External Relations and my intelligence, I would be able to thrive in Heilongjiang. Yes, everything was completely different from what he expected. His skills in the student union were completely useless in Black Dragon. Instead, he was criticized many times. Until now, he has not even become a formal employee. How could the arrogant Su Xing accept this? He looked at the young men in formal attire and said, these people were once nothing, just small-time thugs who were not worthy of being on the stage. But now they are all thriving. And I, a prominent figure, am not even a regular employee. I am not even qualified to meet Qin Jiang formally, nor am I qualified to attend the annual meeting. Annual meeting participation requirements. Only regular employees, those who have made special contributions to Heilong, or those who choose to stay and work overtime at the end of the year are invited to attend the annual meeting. Su Xing clenched his fists. No, I must seize this opportunity to climb up. I will do whatever it takes to get to the top. I will climb up step by step and become the highest Zhao. Su Xing. He knew that as the company grew larger, promotions would become slower and slower, and all the upper positions were occupied, so he could not delay any longer and had to find another shortcut. Thinking of this, he rushed out with a determined look in his eyes, and before Qin Jiang stepped into the car, he shouted, Brother Jiang, Brother Jiang. I have something to report? Several Black Dragon personnel saw someone rushing up to stop them, but when they saw Su Xing, they didn't stand up, but still blocked him in front to prevent him from getting close to Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang looked at Su Xing. I don't know him. Obviously, he was not a powerful existence in the previous life, but since he was a peripheral member of the Black Dragon, he should not be expelled. Qin Jiang, what's the matter? The two Black Dragon employees subconsciously withdrew their hands. Su Xing approached Qin Jiang and said respectfully, Brother Jiang, I'm the Deputy Director of the External Relations Department of the Vocational University. He quickly recounted his past encounters with Qin Jiang and how he joined Black Dragon. Seeing Qin Jiang's impatient expression, he quickly got to the point. I discovered many problems during my time at Black Dragon. Although I'm just a junior employee, I intend to make a contribution to Black Dragon. This is my cost-cutting and efficiency-enhancing plan. It will give Black Dragon a more organized approach and increase profits by at least 20%. Said. He took out a document from his pocket and handed it to Qin Jiang. Brother Jiang, I think there is a lot of waste of manpower in the Black Dragon. Many inspectors in the management department are only responsible for 2 rounds of inspection every day, and the rest of the time is wasted. We can let them work in the transportation department during the remaining time, which will save a lot of manpower and material resources. People from the transport department go out and disappear all day without a word, and who knows what they're doing? I think reporting to the company's QQ group every 2 hours will definitely improve efficiency. It's completely wasteful to have the finance department's air conditioner running all day. They could set a certain temperature before it turns on. The marketing department spends a lot of money. I believe that every payment must have a source, and if you treat someone, you need to get the signature of the person being treated to confirm it. Office workers should have time limits for using the restroom. Security department, Su Xing quickly and proudly told his plan. He believed that if the plan was implemented, the Black Dragon's profits would definitely increase greatly. He thought that Qin Jiang would definitely value his opinion and would most likely promote him to be in charge of this matter. From then on, he would be able to reach the sky in one step. Chapter 246, Never Hired. Feng Lin arrives at the hotel. Su Xing was very excited. He believes that good days are coming. Soon I will be respected by everyone. Then I wonder who will dare to look down on me and make him work overtime 24 hours a day. While I was fantasizing, but see, Qin Jiang said coldly, burn it. Burned? What's burning? Su Xing, winky face. The next moment he understood, and saw Wang Tao take the document from his hand, take out a lighter from his pocket and light it. Wow, the results of Su Xing's months of hard work were reduced to ashes in the flames and completely disappeared from the world. No. Su Xing wanted to stop it, but it was too late. He looked at Qin Jiang with confusion. Brother Jiang, Qin Jiang waved his hand, throw him out. Never hire him again. Immediately, 2 Black Dragon personnel lifted Su Xing up and dragged him out. Su Xing struggled frantically. Brother Jiang, why? Brother Jiang, my plan will definitely work. I guarantee that Black Dragon will generate millions of profits in a year, no less, in half a year. You must believe me. Qin Jiang's calm voice resounded throughout the world. I, Qin Jiang, will never criticize or restrict my brothers. This is my principle. After saying that, he got into the car. Bang, the car door closed and Zhang Qi quickly came to the driver's seat, and others also got into the car. Boom, the vehicle started and the luxury convoy drove towards Hentang. At the same time, the Black Dragon personnel looked at Qin Jiang's car with admiration and determination to follow him until death. They were worried that Qin Jiang would agree to Su Xing's plan. Just by listening to the plan, they guessed that the future would be difficult, especially for the lower-level personnel. The workload would double, and Qin Jiang's firm negative attitude made them very odd. Brother Jiang, he treated them as brothers rather than subordinates and was unwilling to criticize them in any way. Who wouldn't want to follow such a big brother? Who wouldn't want to fight for a big brother like this? Bang. Bang. Bang, many Black Dragon youths clenched their fists. From now on, I will live for Brother Jiang, die for Brother Jiang, and fight for Brother Jiang my whole life. I can't be lazy from now on. Brother Jiang trusts me so much, how can I let him down? Brother Jiang, the eternal god. Bang, Su Xing was thrown into the snow by 2 Black Dragon personnel. He was shivering from the cold, but the snow was not as cold as his heart. He couldn't believe it and questioned his life. Why? It's obvious that his plan is flawless, and it's obvious that as long as the people below work hard, they can gain greater benefits. Why doesn't Qin Jiang agree? Doesn't he care about money? No. I want to see Brother Jiang, I want to see Brother Jiang, he yelled wildly, but no one from the Black Dragon team cared. Su Xing had problems as a person and liked to exaggerate things. He would abuse his power. What's more, he had offended Brother Jiang now. Others were busy avoiding him, so how could they have anything to do with him? In the car, Qin Jiang glanced at Su Xing in the snow with a cold expression. The other party's plan was completely nonsense. If his plan was implemented, the profit would increase, but it would definitely alienate the employees. Later generations, some companies will implement this plan, but they are often companies that are on the verge of bankruptcy and are laying off employees in disguise. Qin Jiang's original intention in establishing Heilong was to lead his brothers to walk the right path and live a good life, rather than being treated like slaves. Opposite, the vendors looked at Su Xing's miserable appearance in the snow. Here they come again. I wonder how in this world, in the North District, in the university town, there are still people who dare to challenge Qin Jiang. Yes, they were all thrown out. You're asking for trouble, you'll be wasted in the future, you don't know how to appreciate the good things you have. Henteng Hotel. Today the house is decorated with lights and is magnificently decorated, as if preparing to welcome some important guests. In the hall downstairs, guests were eating in groups of 3 or 4, and they were all discussing important matters. After all, few people came to Henteng really to eat, and most of them had things to talk about. In at a table in the corner, there were 3 people sitting there, and on one side was a middle-aged couple. Although they were dressed very formally, one could tell from the material of their clothes that they were old-fashioned clothes from many years ago and were out of place in the Henteng Hotel. The middle-aged man opposite was well-dressed, with sleek hair, looking like a successful man. The middle-aged couple are Fong Lin's parents. The man opposite is none other than my distant cousin. Fong Kai. Father Fong rubbed his hands awkwardly and said, "Brother, it's been almost 10 years since we last saw each other." Fong Kai nodded casually. "Almost 10 years. Mother Fong, I'm your sister-in-law. A few days ago, I heard your mother say that you are doing very well outside. You have already built a 2-story house at home. You are much more successful than your eldest brother." He kept complimenting Fong Kai and talking about family matters. Fong Kai was only slightly happy about this. After all, the people who praised him were only rural women, not some big shots. Seeing Fong Kai's indifference, Feng's mother hurriedly said, "There's nothing much in the countryside. This is the goose we raised this year. Go back and make some sauerkraut. There are also 2 free-range rabbits." As he spoke, he was about to pick up the fertilizer bag on the ground. There was something squirming inside the bag, obviously alive. These things are considered good things in the countryside. What's more, they are pure natural and scarce in the city, and are also the favored gifts in the countryside. Fong Kai saw the sack's expression, a little displeased. What kind of place was this? A 5-star hotel. Treating guests to a meal here, and using a fertilizer bag wouldn't just be a nuisance? He felt as if everyone nearby was staring at him, mocking him, and all he wanted was to leave, but he didn't stand up because of something he thought of. He just asked Feng's mother to put the food down and said, "Let's order the food first and talk while we eat." Father Fong, okay. Soon the waiter came with the menu. Fong Kai ordered 7 or 8 relatively expensive dishes without hesitation. Although Feng's father and mother felt distressed when they saw the prices of the dishes, they did not say anything because they were asking for help. Closing the menu, Fong Kai said, "You guys sit down first. I'm going to the bathroom. We'll talk later if you have anything to say." Without waiting for Feng's father and mother to react, he stood up and left. "Mother Fong, why do I feel that he is not very satisfied with the local specialties we brought? And it's true. He has a good life in the south and has eaten all kinds of delicious food. How can he care about such a small thing in the countryside? Do you think he can help Xiaolin? Xiaolin is going to be doing an internship next year, and I don't want him to mess around anymore. You need to have a proper job. Father Fong, don't worry. He's a relative after all. I'll put my dignity aside and ask him to help Xiaolin find a future. You can't be like those guys back home who idle around after graduation. Sooner or later, they'll go astray. Do you have enough money?" Feng's mother, "It's enough. It's several thousand yuan. It's enough for everything." Father Fong, why hasn't Xiaolin come yet? Call him quickly, or Fong Kai will think you don't take him seriously. Feng's mother immediately picked up the phone. Outside Henteng Card Pool, the Black Dragon advance team had already arrived in several waves in advance. After all, there were hundreds of people attending the annual meeting. Bang! Fong Lin got out of the $1 million luxury car and instructed the other Black Dragon personnel, "You go ahead and make arrangements. I'll meet someone in the lobby. Keep me informed if anything comes up." Chapter 247. Fong Kai pretends to be cool and coughs in. Just as Feng's mother took out her cell phone to make a call, she heard a voice from behind. "Dad, Mom." Feng's father and mother looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in formal attire, with a calm and resolute expression and a clean-shaven head, walking towards them. They were slightly startled. This person, why does he look a little familiar? Why does he look a bit like my son? But isn't his son red and long? He always covers one eye, walks with a stumble every 3 steps, and tosses his hair every 5 steps. He doesn't look like a good person, and he doesn't match the young man in front of him who looks like a social elite at all. Fong Lin came to his parents and subconsciously touched his head. Dad, Mom, didn't I just change the shape of my hair? What's wrong? Don't you recognize me, Fong Lin? He knew that he had changed a lot since the scale of Black Dragon has been growing. The status of those middle-level managers in power has also risen. As the head of the transportation department and responsible for the company's procurement projects, he has to contact many people of status and position, so naturally he can't continue to keep the red hair. Therefore, Fong Lin changed his hair to a buzz cut early on. Not only him, but Wang Tao, Jia Shanhe, and others also changed their dyeing habits early on. Not after all, even brother Jiang doesn't have the classic yellow hairstyle. Now. Feng's father and mother looked at Fong Lin for a long time before they confirmed that the young man in front of them was their son. Feng's mother: "Son, you are very good, Father Fong. The old man finally knows how to behave like a human being." Good. This is the descendant of the old Fong family. Feng's father and mother were extremely relieved. Who doesn't want their son to be like a human being? Instead of dressing like a scoundrel and fighting everywhere all day long, they came all the way here to invite Fong Kai to dinner today, just to ask him to take care of their son so that he wouldn't continue to live a lazy life and end up in jail one day. The old couple can't survive. Seeing that Feng's father and mother were pleased, Fong Lin felt much better. Who doesn't want to be recognized by their parents? Why did he slack off before? Not only did he think it was very impressive, but he really couldn't continue studying. Fong Lin: "Dad, Mom, why are you treating us to a meal here? And who is my cousin? How come I don't know him?" "Father Fong, your cousin is the third son of my third grandfather's eldest son from the next village. He has the same grandfather as me. He's my brother." Fong Lin, Sigma, surprised face. It's almost the fifth server. To put it bluntly, people with this kind of relationship in the city don't even know each other, and you still call them brothers. But he didn't say anything. These days, family affection in rural northeast China is a bit weak, but there are exceptions. Once someone makes it big, he will have many more enthusiastic relatives. It's just human nature. Smiley face. Really? A Father Fong continued. "I heard from your third aunt that your cousin is doing big business in the south, running a trading company. He's making a lot of money and has even built a small Western-style house for his family. Since you're about to start your internship, your mom and I decided to let you hang out with your cousin. After all, he's a real relative. As for the dinner location, it was chosen by your cousin. He's someone of such status and position that he can't eat at a small restaurant." Before Fong Lin could say anything, Fong Kai came back from the bathroom with a bag under his arm. He was swaying a little when he walked. There was a cigarette sticking out of the bag with two big words written on it. Huazi. Fong Lin frowned slightly. He was no longer an ordinary person. With the improvement of his status, his vision also broadened a lot. He could already see the general situation of people. People like Fong Kai, who walked with a bag slightly swaying and deliberately exposed the cigarette on the bag, were definitely not big bosses. Instead, they looked more like second-rate brokers who ate omnivores. Bang! Fong Kai sat down and looked at Fong Lin in great surprise, then gave Feng's father and mother a questioning look. A Father Fong hurriedly said, "This is my son, Fong Lin. You held him in your arms when he was little. Xiaolin. This is your Uncle Kai. Speak, child." Fong Lin said calmly, "Hello." Fong Kai was stunned. "Fong Lin, isn't it the kid with the shamat hairstyle? Why has she become so different? Why does this dress, this sitting posture, and this look give me such a sense of oppression?" "Illusion, definitely an illusion." Fong Kai murmured, "I guess she dressed like this just to see me." "Xiaolin." Fong Kai spoke in a superior tone, "All right. The young man is quite energetic and has a good physique. He's a good candidate for work." Feng's father and mother were delighted to see Fong Kai praising them. Who doesn't want others to praise their own children? Feng's father struck while the iron was hot. "The child is good. Although he used to be a fighter, he has changed now. It's just that he has an internship soon and he doesn't have a job, which makes us old people very worried." Fong Lin: "Dad, I have a job." "Father Fong, what kind of job is that? Work-study program? Guarding the place? Believe it or not, I'll break your legs." At this time, the waiter brought the food and immediately attracted Fong Kai's attention and said to the waiter, "Another bottle of Mao Tai." Then he picked up the chopsticks and started eating as if no one was around. Obviously, he didn't pay any attention to the host, Feng's father and Feng's mother, as if it was his home court. This action made Feng Lin look a little unhappy. Although Feng's father and mother wanted to say something, they felt like they had something to ask of them, so they suppressed their words. When the waiter brought the wine, they immediately stood up and poured it for Feng Kai. "Let's have a drink together today, brothers." Feng Kai started drinking without hesitation. Although he was not a complete mess of table manners, he ate very fast and drank one glass of mousy liquor after another. However, it seemed that his alcohol tolerance was not very good. After 3 glasses of wine, he felt a little dizzy. It was useless. Feng's father and mother spoke carelessly. "I know why you two came to me. Don't you just want your son to be with me in the future?" Hiccup. "I'm telling you, I've found the right person." Feng Kai burped and said, "I'm not going to brag to you guys, I'm the absolute boss in Zhejiang province. Go around and ask around, and you'll know who doesn't know me, Kaizi. I'm making a lot of money. In Zhejiang province, people who invite me to dinner or to do business would line up for 2 miles. Even in northern province, I'm not just any ordinary person. Only if we were real relatives, otherwise I wouldn't come to eat with you. For me, these 5-star hotels are just like home meals. I'm tired of eating this thatch as if it were water. I'm tired of it, TSK," said Duck. He quickly poured himself another glass of wine. Upon hearing this, Feng's father and mother were filled with envy, and it was obvious that they believed Feng Kai's words. Apart from anything else, the 2-story Western-style house in his hometown could not be fake, and everyone said that he had made it out of the outside world. Belch. Feng Lin burped again and subconsciously took out the cigarette from his bag. Brush. The cigarette fell lightly on the table, and the box was obviously empty. Father Feng hurriedly took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to him. Feng Kai looked contemptuous and said, "I only smoke Huazi cigarettes. I smoke nothing else." Father Feng said to Feng Lin, "Go outside and buy a pack of cigarettes." Feng Lin frowned and looked at his father's face. He didn't intend to give him face. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and threw it to Feng Kai. "Have a smoke." Chapter 248, $1 Million Luxury Car. Mr. Feng, what a coincidence. No. I only smoke Hua, this is Huazi. Feng Kai was just about to show off when he found out that the cigarette Feng Lin threw over was Huazi, and it was a soft pack, so he was slightly stunned. I couldn't help but look at Feng Lin. This former lowlife thug was now smoking a cigarette? What? Was he collecting protection money? Did he make money watching over the place of Feng Kai? It's probably just for show. He picked up Huazi, took out a cigarette, lit it, and put the remaining cigarettes in his bag. Very naturally looking at Feng Lin, he criticized and taught him, "Xiao Lin, I'm not saying anything bad about you. You're still smoking Huazi? Can you be the same as me? What's my status? What's your status? Aren't you just showing off? Youth is your capital, but it doesn't mean you can squander it. I won't tell you anything else. Qin Jiang, do you know?" Feng Lin frowned. "Do you know him?" Feng Kai, nonsense. We're old buddies. We had dinner together yesterday, and look at him. He's also in his 20s, but he's already built a huge business in Songjiang, with hundreds of millions in annual revenue. He founded the Black Dragon Company, which has thousands of employees. He kept bragging about how awesome Black Dragon was and how powerful Qin Jiang was. Feng's father and mother were stunned by what they heard. They couldn't believe that a 20-year-old boy could have such great abilities and earn hundreds of millions a year. Billions. What a terrifying number, not to mention Feng's father and mother. Even Feng Kai, who was bragging, was shocked. He had heard the legend of Qin Jiang since he returned to Songjiang. There was nothing he could do, it was so widespread that it was hard for him not to hear about it. He also found Qin Jiang's experience outrageous. Envy and jealousy. Only Feng Lin looked strange. He was absolutely certain that Feng Kai was bragging, because brother Jiang had been in the company yesterday and had not left, so how could he have had dinner with Feng Kai? Feng Kai looked at Feng Lin's expression and thought he didn't believe him. He couldn't help but feel angry. What? You don't believe me? How can I lie to you? Doesn't Zhao Shanha know him? He's the thug of the Black Dragon head. The other day, when I got into trouble, I called him and he brought 100 people to help me. What I want to tell you is that you shouldn't waste your time just because you're young. What was Zhao Shanha like before? A complete idiot. It's only because of his acquaintance with Qin Jiang and the support of a nobleman that he's risen to prominence. Don't underestimate his young age. If he stamps his feet in Sanjiang, no one would hesitate to give him some respect. You know it, don't you? Feng Lin, know what? He found Feng Kai a little hesitant. Feng Kai, the support of noble people is very important. We are relatives and I won't say anything else. You will be with me from now on. I'll be your benefactor. I just happen to have a project in Sanjiang. I'm building a new factory in Zhejiang province and I'm short on staff. Aren't you in the university town? I'll make you the recruitment manager and I'll give you 200 per hire. Okay? I'll let Chun Chun take care of you like an uncle. Upon hearing this, Feng's father and mother looked delighted. Manager, my own son is now a manager. Father Feng, why don't you thank Uncle Kai quickly? Feng Lin looked at Feng Kai without saying a word as if he was looking at an idiot. Recruit people to go to southern factories, 200 per person, what a joke. They really thought he was a gangster student who knew nothing. Even though he had come into contact with real factory executives in the south, the price given by the other party is 3,000. How much money did Feng Kai give him in the end? 200. He acts like he's giving alms, which is just shameless. Feng Lin didn't bother to respond and just sarcastically said, 200? You have quite a lot of money. Feng Kai angrily asked, Feng Lin, what do you mean? He then looked at Feng's father and mother and said, I only eat with you because I consider you my relatives. I wouldn't even bother to respond if someone else invited me. I only gave him a chance because of our relationship, and he's so angry with me. What's wrong? Do you look down on me? Finally, he looked at Feng Lin and scolded him. What good can you do if you don't even know how to catch a noble person when you meet one? Even though I gave you a chance, you still can't do anything about it. You've lived all this life in vain, or are you just an idiot? Anything I have in my hand would be enough to make you rich. If I just give it to you, you can stand up. Feng Lin's face was cold. For my parents' sake, I'm too lazy to argue with you today. You don't need to worry about your work. I have it. Feng Kai, you have a job? What kind of job? Bullying kids, asking for money at an internet cafe? Or working as a laborer to earn money? Isn't that the kind of job you can do for hundreds of years to buy a car and a house? He pulled out the keys to a BMW M from his pocket as if to show off, and pointed somewhere outside. My car, BMW M, costs over 200,000 yuan. Can you afford a wheel on it with your work? He pressed the key. Didi. Outside, the BMW's headlights came on. 2010, a car worth 200,000 is very impressive. At least it is very impressive for Feng's father and mother. They can't afford to drive this car even if they farm for their whole lives. I couldn't help but say to Feng Lin, Xiaolin, what are you doing? Apologize to Uncle Kai quickly. Why are you so stubborn? Look at your Uncle Kai, he's so capable, can he really harm you? I don't care where you work. Just quit and work with your cousin. Family members are more reliable. Feng Kai was proud. In the past 2 years, he has gained the recognition of many parents by pretending to be a successful person, and asked them to go to the south to work so that he can earn agency fees and buy cars and houses. He values Feng Lin very much. This kind of gangster has a wide network of contacts and it is easy for him to attract more people to work together, so he can earn more money. Feng Lin, I can't quit my job. I'm grown up now, and I'm in charge of my own future. Father Feng, what do you decide? When you can drive that car, I won't bother with you anymore. Now he didn't finish his words. Two young men in black suits walked into the hall. One of them quickly came up to them and, in front of Feng Lin's father, Feng Lin's mother, and Feng Kai, bowed slightly and said respectfully, Brother Lin, there's a document in your car that Brother Sean needs. Feng Lin took the key from his arms and the young man took it respectfully, pressed it outside. Didi, outside, next to Feng Kai's BMW, the lights of a luxury Mercedes-Benz C lit up, and its value alone was no less than 1 million. At the same time, a younger brother opened the car door and took out the documents. The younger brother in the hotel locked the car and handed the key back to Feng Lin. This scene of Feng's father, Feng's mother, and Feng Kai were all stunned. Even if Feng's father and mother didn't recognize the car, they could tell that the luxury Mercedes-Benz C outside was worth a lot of money and was better than the BMW M. Feng Kai had seen the world and recognized that the car was worth 1 million. And the key to this luxury car worth 1 million was actually taken out of Phong Lin's arms. Could it be? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Phong Kai tried his best to suppress the idea as soon as it came to his mind. What a joke! How could a gangster like Phong Lin afford $1 million luxury car? Don't talk about him. Even Phong Lin's parents didn't believe it right at this moment. A middle-aged man dressed in a smart suit and followed by his secretary walked straight towards them. Phong Kai was stunned. He knew the middle-aged man, a large wholesaler in Songjiang. The two had met at a dinner party. Seeing the other person approaching, he couldn't help but step forward and said with a smile, "Oh, Mr. Wen, what a coincidence, you are here to eat too." Feng's father and mother were slightly shocked. It was obvious that the middle-aged man had an extraordinary status because Phong Kai respected him so much. However, under the incredulous gaze of everyone, just see, the middle-aged man walked straight up to Phong Lin without even looking at Phong Kai. His originally serious face turned into a kind smile, and he extended his hand respectfully. "Oh, Mr. Phong, what a coincidence." Chapter 249 Phong Lin's identity. A clown now. Phong Lin looked at the middle-aged man with confusion, obviously not recognizing his identity. The middle-aged man was not embarrassed. "Mr. Phong, we met at a business meeting some time ago. It's Wenwei from Tianhai Trading. I wanted to put a gift in Mr. Feng's trunk afterwards, but Mr. Phong confiscated it." Phong Lin nodded. "Mr. Wen? Middle-aged man, just call me Lao Wen." As he spoke, his eyes fell on Feng's father and mother. Seeing that their faces were very similar to Phong Lin, he immediately guessed something. He smiled respectfully at Feng's father and mother and said, "I guess you two must be my uncle and aunt. My name is Wenwei. Mr. Feng's friend, business partner. Uncle and aunt are both extraordinary people. No wonder they gave birth to such an outstanding young man like Mr. Phong. Uncle and aunt. This is my business card. If you need anything in Songjiang in the future, just call me directly. Mr. Phong is very busy and may not have time. I am free and can come at your call at any time." Compliments came out of his mouth one after another. Phong Kai, no, was he hallucinating? What was going on? That Mr. Wen who, at the drinking party, looked down on everyone, with his head held high, that Mr. Wen who ignored his toasts, that Mr. Wen who boasted about being the biggest wholesaler in Songjiang and could move millions of dollars worth of goods with a single word, that Mr. Wen, now he was so servile in front of Phong Lin, who mocked and looked down on him, and even called Phong Lin's parents uncle and aunt. Furthermore, "You are older than Mr. and Mrs. Phong, okay?" He is confused and he doesn't believe. It's fake, it must be fake. Hallucination, it must be an illusion. Phong Kai rubbed his eyes subconsciously, but when he opened his eyes again, everything in front of him was still the same. Instead, Mr. Wen is even more humble, seeing that Mr. Wen, who was older than them and obviously had a prominent background, was being very respectful to them and even addressed them as uncle and aunt. Mr. and Mrs. Phong were even more confused and could only subconsciously take the business card. See comparison. Wenwei was secretly satisfied because he knew Phong Lin would most likely not accept his business card, so giving it to Feng's father and mother was the best way. This way, if nothing else, at least there would be no awkward situation in the future. There will be better opportunities to speak. Then he complimented Phong Lin without any bossy attitude, and smiled at Feng's father and mother. Nonsense, who is Phong Lin, the head of Black Dragon's transportation department. He was also in charge of Black Dragon's procurement, a powerful figure. With the Heilong night market and 2 major milk tea chain brands, Heilong needs to purchase millions of supplies every month. All the wholesalers in Songjiang don't want to get on board the Heilong ship, and he is no exception. As long as he gets in touch with Phong Lin, he can make a fortune with just a little bit of the purchase list leaked by the other party. If Phong Lin remained calm in response to Mr. Wen's compliments, he was already accustomed to similar scenes. He might feel uncomfortable the first few times, but it would become normal after that. He didn't even say a few words to Mr. Wen, but he clearly had the final say. This is the power of the superior. It also adds charm to the position. Seeing that Phong Lin didn't want to talk anymore, Wen Hui immediately said, "I have something else to do, so I won't bother you anymore, Mr. Phong." He waved to the waiter next to him and pointed to the table in front of him and said, "This table is on my account." After saying that, he smiled at Phong Lin and turned to leave. Right at this moment. The elevator opened and several people walked out. The leader was Zhao Shana, and next to him was the hotel manager. The two were talking non-stop. The company's annual meeting was about to begin, and they were extremely busy now. Brush. The two men saw something and quickly walked towards Feng Lin. Zhao Shanhe, old Feng. Why are you slacking off? I'm the only one working up there, and I'm almost running out of energy. Manager, Mr. Feng. I'm glad to finally find you. I still have a lot of things to deal with, and Mr. Qin will be here soon. Zhao Shanhe looked at his watch. Well, according to the time calculation, Brother Jiang will be here soon. What are you doing? Feng Lin said. My parents are coming over to have dinner with us. He introduced his parents to the two of them. Zhao Shanhe stepped forward with a smile. Hello, uncle and aunt. My name is Zhao Shanhe, Feng Lin's best friend and brother. This is your business card. If you come to Songjiang next time and Feng Lin isn't around, just call me. He said it sincerely. After all, Feng Lin, Sun Yuan, Wang Tao, and Zhao Shanhe. These four were the second-tier members of the Black Dragon Regiment, and their shared dormitory ties made their relationship even closer. Besides Zhu Zhang and Sijou, they were also the four Qin Zhang trusted most. To say they were close friends was akin to life and death. Father Feng took the business card and subconsciously read it out. Heilong Security Director, Zhao Shanhe, telephone, 136****. Feng's mother. Why does this name sound so familiar? I think I heard someone mention it just now. Wait, Feng's father and mother both looked at Feng Kai. If they remembered correctly, Feng Kai had just mentioned Zhao Shanhe's name, saying that the other party had brought people to help him settle the matter. They said that the other party was very powerful and could get hundreds of followers with just one word, and he was one of the Black Dragon's men. At the same time, they also remembered Feng Kai praising Heilong so much. What kind of company was it, worth hundreds of millions, and Zhao Shanhe was the head of that department? He was definitely a big shot. Why was such a big shot so respectful to them? Now Feng's father and mother also vaguely guessed something. Just because they are from the countryside and haven't seen the world, doesn't mean they can't see anything. Feng's father and mother both vaguely guessed it, let alone Feng Kai. After Zhao Shanhe introduced himself, Feng Kai was completely stunned. Zhao Shanhe, the legendary Black Dragon Double Flower Red Stick, he appeared in front of him alive, and was very respectful to Feng's father and mother, and called Feng Lin brother. So, who is Feng Lin? Feng Kai murmured, Feng Lin's status is definitely extraordinary, otherwise President Wen would never have acted like that just now, and Zhao Shanhe would definitely not call him brother? But Feng Lin is so young and his family has no status. Why would they befriend him, unless, he thought of a possibility if Feng Lin is also from Black Dragon and has a high status. With this possibility, it seemed as if everything could be explained. Mr. Wang's compliments and Zhao Shanhe's friendliness. As he speculated wildly. One side, Feng Lin no longer hid his parents and said directly, Dad, Mom, I've never told you too, but I'm currently working at Black Dragon Company. Brother Jiang took a liking to me and I'm now in charge of the transportation and procurement department. Feng Kai staggered when he heard Feng Lin's personal confirmation. Feng Lin is really a high-ranking member of the Black Dragon team, and he's the head of the transportation department. An absolutely powerful boss. He had just acted so arrogant in front of the other person, looking down on him, even saying that he knew someone from Black Dragon and Zhao Shanhe, yet he couldn't even recognize Zhao Shanhe right in front of him, and even offered to introduce him to a job. Ridiculous, it's absolutely ridiculous. At the same time that he thought of many bad legends, such as sinking into the river. No way. He's a relative after all. For a while Feng Kai then set his sights on Feng's father and mother. Chapter 250, Aunt Lu Yao, Jenny's heart, and Yizai's return. Didi, the intercom in Zhao Shanhe's arms rang. Brother Shan, Brother Zhang's convoy will be here soon. Listen to this. Feng Lin didn't dare to hesitate any longer and turned to his parents. Mom and Dad, I have work to do. Please wait here for a while. After saying this, he didn't care about his parents' reaction and immediately took out the walkie-talkie from his pocket. All departments, prepare, Brother Jiang will be here soon. There must not be any mistakes, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Team 3's camera equipment is ready. From now on, we will conduct real-time video recording in the direction of the gate. Team A and Team B will be working. Team 4, one side of Zhao Shanhe, also picked up the intercom and delivered the order. All departments, ensure security. Don't let anyone disturb Brother Jiang. And the team upstairs, keep in formation. Accompanying the two people, he gave orders. Wow, outside the hotel, a large number of young men in black suits were busy working. There were also people taking pictures at the windows on the second floor of the hotel, and there were also people holding video cameras downstairs. As the first formal annual meeting of Black Dragon, it was naturally grand and had to be recorded. In order to prevent the video camera from malfunctioning, two groups A and B were used to record separately. The Black Dragon security personnel had already taken control of all important positions in the first floor lobby and drove away the hotel security personnel. Even though it was clear that no one would dare to cause trouble at this time, the scene had to be as grand as possible. The manager naturally had no objection to this. Halong was a big customer of the hotel, and he couldn't afford to offend him. But he looked at Feng's father and mother and said, "You two elders, please don't eat here. Since we are all family, please go upstairs. The food upstairs is better." Feng's father and mother looked at Fenglin. They were still confused now. They knew that their son had made it big, becoming the head of a department and a big shot. Fenglin nodded. Feng's father and mother followed the manager to arrange for the service staff to go upstairs. Feng Kai saw this and followed them eagerly. "Brother, sister-in-law, wait for me." This commotion also attracted the attention of other people dining in the first floor hall. Looking through the windows, they saw a large number of young men in black suits busy outside, and the manager and the service staff inside setting up the place. They all guessed something. It looks like some big company is holding its annual meeting. Judging from the scene, it's definitely not an ordinary company. The manager is so busy that he's already starting to set up the first floor. He's probably booked the entire top floor. The young man in all black formal attire looks quite impressive. Why does he look familiar? Those who can eat at Hentang are all well known and influential. Even if you don't know Zhao Shanha and Fenglin, you can guess something by looking at Black Dragon's unique clothes. Opposite position. Two women were having dinner. A woman who is well mannered and has a scholarly air is preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination. Lu Yao, the girl opposite her, looked to be around 30 years old, exuding the charm of a mature woman. She was obviously a business elite, and she didn't climb up the ladder through hard work, but was born into a wealthy family. She was Lu Yao's aunt, Su Fei. Su Fei looked at the grand ceremony and said leisurely, "It's even more impressive than the big companies in Haicheng. What kind of company's annual meeting is this? And the attire is so strange? A black formal suit? It looks a bit similar to a suit, but also different. What does this company do? It's not even written on the uniform." "Lu Yao, it's Black Dragon Company, Limited." Su Fei looked at Lu Yao in surprise. "Do you know him?" She knew that her niece was quiet and didn't care about anything in the outside world, but she actually knew this company. So what was so special about this company? Lu Yao nodded. "I know him. Black Dragon Company, Limited was founded in September 2010. It's a local enterprise in the North District. Its subsidiaries include the Black Dragon Night Market in University Town and two major milk tea brands, Bawang Tea and Shui Bingchang. The company has an annual turnover of over 200 million, hundreds of employees, a high net profit ratio, and a valuation of over 500 million. She listed the scale, industry, and structure of Black Dragon Company in one breath, and it was obvious that she knew Black Dragon Company very well. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Lu Yao always paid attention to the situation of Black Dragon, and of course it was also because Black Dragon's reputation kept reaching her ears. Su Fei was stunned at first. She didn't expect Lu Yao to know so much about this company, and second, she had also heard of the Black Dragon Company. Black Dragon Night Market. Su Fei murmured, "It's that night market that's very popular on the internet. Someone recommended it to me when I just returned to Songjiang. Those two milk tea brands are also very impressive. Shanghai has milk tea, but it has basically no brand effect. I didn't expect that Songjiang, a second-tier city, would have a major milk tea brand leading the way. I never thought that the two products belonged to the same company, and you said that the company was only established for half a year. I'm sure the boss behind this is definitely not an ordinary person. Su Fei is a business elite in Shanghai and a partner of a commercial investment company, so he naturally has a good business acumen. She could tell at a glance that the two brands had extraordinary value and might grow into billion-dollar companies in the future. Therefore, I highly praise the boss for founding Black Dragon. Lu Yao nodded subconsciously. Yes. Is he an extraordinary person? Su Fei was a little surprised. Do you know Boss Black Dragon? Before Lu Yao could speak, outside, there were bursts of noise. On the left side of Hentang Hotel, Marriott Hotel, in a 3-star hotel, many young people stood on the floor-to-ceiling windows of a private room upstairs in the Marriott Hotel. The leader is Qian, now his face regained its heroic spirit. More than half a year after being expelled from the university town, he finally made a name for himself. At least I don't have to take my brothers to eat at roadside stalls, but I can spend money to book a room in a 3-star hotel. As for White Shoes Marriott, maybe it was because he was near Hentang, and Qian was a little stimulated by Qin Jiang last time. Qian raised his glass and said to his brothers, "Brothers, I promise that if I succeed in the future, I will be able to help you." Cheers! The brothers raised their glasses. Cheers, cheers! They drank and enjoyed the future. Only Qian had a complicated look in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. After he came out, he saw things more clearly. Times had changed and society seemed different from before. Loyalty was no longer the priority, but money. Law enforcement agencies are cracking down on them more and more, making it difficult for them to do anything. Giving up? Nonsense. He's already embarked on this path, so how could he quit? If you say you don't want to do it today, you have to make someone do it tomorrow. When he was confused from the street below, cars roared. In front of the hotel. In a certain car, Yi Jikai said to Yi Zhe, "Life isn't always smooth sailing. It's normal to have some bumps and bruises. You don't take anything to heart. Stop living outside and come live at my house." Obviously that he was worried that Yi Zhe would be hurt and have bad thoughts. Why Yi Zhe shook his head. "Uncle, I won't do anything stupid. If I lose, I lose. I, Yi Zhe, can afford to lose. I also have the courage to start over again. Yi Jikai, you are worthy of being my nephew. Today, your uncle will take you to Hentang for a meal to celebrate your new journey." Just as the uncle and nephew were talking, Didi, the sound of cars roaring could be heard. Just see. A luxury convoy is speeding towards Hentang. Chapter 251. Qin Jiang arrives. Everyone is shocked. Qian is emotional in the hotel. Zhao Shanha and Feng Lin did not hesitate to go out after hearing the noise outside, and gave orders on the intercom, "Everyone, take your positions." Just see. A luxury convoy appeared in front of Hentang Hotel. There was a large G-Class leading the way in front, followed by 2 off-road vehicles, and behind the convoy were all Jeeps, which was very imposing. In the center of the fleet sits the Mercedes-Benz S luxury version, with distinct lines and a sense of heaviness and oppression. The most striking feature is the central vehicle's license plate number, A68888. Just by looking at the license plate number, you can guess that the person in the car is of extraordinary status, not to mention that there is a convoy escorting him in front and behind. Now, snowflakes were still floating in the sky outside, and the entire convoy made a crunching sound as it rolled over the snow. The convoy stopped right in front of Hentang Hotel. At the same time crash, a large number of young men in black suits poured out from the Hentang Hotel. They quickly lined up on both sides of the hotel. Not only outside the hotel, but also inside the hotel, there were young men in black suits lined up, extending all the way to the elevator. Zhao Shanha and Feng Lin stood in front. Bang! 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 A large number of young men in black suits got out of the convoy. They were not afraid of the wind and snow and quickly came to the front of the luxurious Mercedes-Benz in the center. Bang! The driver Zhang Qi got out of the car and walked to the back, opened the door with one hand and held a black umbrella to cover the top with the other, under the watchful eyes of the public. Tread, a young man in a new formal suit, with a straight figure and a cold expression, got out of the car. The flying snow above his head was blocked by a black umbrella. His eyes were sharp and deep, and his face was calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. It was Qin Jiang. Seeing him come out, the young men in formal attire on both sides bowed their heads in respect and quickly made way. Both sides, Zhu Zhang and Sijiu, also got out of the car. Qin Jiang was heading towards the Hentang Hotel, surrounded by a large number of young men in black suits. On his left was Zhu Zhang, and on his right was Sijiu, each of whom was half a body length behind him. Behind him were Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, and Bai Lu, followed by other core employees. Crunch, crunch. The leather shoes made a crunching sound as they stepped on the snow, and the figure under the black umbrella gave people an endless sense of oppression. Zhao Shanha and Feng Lin, who were waiting at the hotel entrance, bowed their heads and said respectfully when they saw Qin Jiang coming, "Brother Jiang." The large number of young men in formal attire lined up neatly on both sides bowed their heads when Qin Jiang stepped in front of them. "Brother Jiang." Dozens, after Qin Jiang passed by, a large number of young men in black suits joined the team and followed him into Hentang. This scene, Qin Jiang appeared completely in everyone's sight, and his appearance was so powerful that it was simply astonishing and shocking. In particular, there were people holding umbrellas to block the wind and snow. The scene of hundreds of young people lowering their heads in unison made Qin Jiang look like a real boss. They couldn't even describe this feeling in words, and there were no words to express it anyway. Shocking. Incomparably shocking. Witnessing it with my own eyes, feeling as if I were there, was incredibly impactful. On the street, many people in the car also noticed this scene, their eyes widened in disbelief, and they exclaimed in surprise, "No? Who is this? He made such a majestic appearance, even more domineering and imposing than in the movies. I used to think what was shown on TV was too fake, but now I see I was really ignorant. This is really an eye-opener. Fuck, this young man is really awesome." Some people can't come up with adjectives at all. At the same time, many people unconsciously put themselves in Qin Jiang's shoes, their scalps tingling and an indescribable sense of pleasure rising from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. So good. So good, it can be said that they will never forget the scene they just saw for a long time. Even for a long time in the future, they will unconsciously recall it and put themselves in Qin Jiang's body to get pleasure, and they will keep humming, "I am the most powerful." Of course, there were also those who were more knowledgeable and recognized Qin Jiang's identity. They were surprised but also relieved. He's already created 2 projects with annual revenue exceeding 100 million yuan in his 20s, and he has a bright future ahead of him. I have to be more pretentious than him. Not so good. If I could have that ability, I would give him $1 million to betray me. I don't understand, but I want to applaud you, Didi. Many drivers on the road shifted their attention to the scene in front of Hentang Highlands, causing a traffic jam. Fortunately, the street was already congested and the traffic speed was slow, so no traffic accidents occurred and the vehicles were quickly evacuated. Marriott Hotel, Chen. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and saw the shocking scene below. Due to the perspective, he saw it more clearly, more comprehensively, and more deeply. Several brothers on both sides couldn't help but speak. Damn. He is Qin Jiang? He is really good at pretending. Brother, I heard that he used to be from the same place as you. He's just lucky. Things change over time. I believe, brother, he will be even more awesome than him in the future. That's right. When the time comes, we'll make it even more grand than his and also hold it at the Hentang Hotel. They kept talking with envy and jealousy. To this, Chen, he didn't say anything but his eyes showed a complicated look. Even more awesome than Qin Jiang. Make it bigger, is it possible? No way. First of all, it is impossible for him to come up with a project that can earn hundreds of millions of dollars. After he got out, he really understood how difficult it is to make money. The business world is also very difficult, and there are people eyeing every piece of cake. Qin Jiang's success in a short period of time can only be attributed to his great vision and methods, and he is considered a legend in the entire business world. However, he is not so arrogant as to think that he has this business ability. Secondly, even if he becomes more powerful than Qin Jiang one day in the future, would he really dare to make a big fuss? Given his background, if he makes too much noise and is targeted, it will be a disaster for the group. He knows a Black Dragon is different from them. There is a fundamental difference. Black Dragon base, a bit clean. As someone who had come from a university town, he had some understanding of Qin Jiang. In particular, what he had said to him had made him pay extra attention to Qin Jiang. He discovered many important points. Many things Heilong does are legal and compliant. Whether it is business or daily work, everything is in accordance with the law. There were even rumors that there were so many Xinjiangs that he had specially investigated. Coincidentally, he really found one person. The man who had offended Qin Jiang and was said to have been Xinjiang was now serving his sentence in prison. It reveals a lot of important things. He murmured, if you are white, you will be in the upper class. If you are black, your future is bleak. He couldn't help but think of what Qin Jiang once said to him, there is no way out of being in society. Did you see it right from the start? He looked at the sky outside and couldn't help but smile bitterly. But I have nowhere to retreat. Qin Jiang, you are smarter than me after all. The noisy voices of his brothers on both sides brought him back to reality. He raised his glass and clenched it slightly. Cheers. Chapter 252. Yize fainted, entered the main hall with full pomp and ceremony in the car. E.G. Kai and Yize watched Qin Jiang appear. Silence, 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 silence. Even though Yize said that he had let it go, he could no longer suppress his emotions after seeing his former opponent enjoying such success while he himself was in such a low state. He couldn't help but hold his chest and gasp for breath. After a while, Yi Zei's eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Ye Jikai exclaimed, Xiao Zai. He hurriedly went up and pinched Yi Zei's philtrum. Xiao Zai, don't scare me, Xiao Zai, wake up. However, Yi Zai had his eyes tightly closed, his legs stretched out, and his teeth clenched tightly. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. Yi Jikai was even more anxious. He knew that if he could not wake up from this state of fainting and rapid breathing for a long time, his life would be in danger. He quickly laid the seat flat so Yi Zai could lie down, and took out a paper circle from his drawer, twisted it into a shape with one end larger than the other, and placed the larger end on Yi Zai's mouth and nose. Xiao Zai, breathe slowly. Do you hear me? Don't scare me. If Yi Zai really died of anger here today, how could his uncle have the face to live in this world? His father would beat him to death with his crutch. He regrets it. If you knew Qin Jiang was coming, he shouldn't have brought Yi Zai with him. Now Yi Zai is even more angry. Qin Jiang, Yi Jikai couldn't help but curse inwardly. If anything happens to my nephew today, I will fight you to the death. Even if he didn't finish his words when he mentioned the name Qin Jiang, Yi Zai's body reacted slightly, and he said decisively, Xiao Zai, Qin Jiang. He is bankrupt. Brush. Yi Zai suddenly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Even though he was still having difficulty breathing, his face was full of surprise. What? Qin Jiang is really bankrupt, okay? He found himself in the car before he finished speaking. At the same time, looking at the Hentaying Hotel in front of him, he remembered what had just happened and couldn't help breathing faster again. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary person and did not faint again. With Yi Jikai's comfort, his breathing stabilized. Yi Jikai breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Zai, you really scared me to death. Yi Zai gasped, I'm fine, just a little angry. Don't worry, I can let it go. Although he said this, he knew in his heart that Qin Jiang had become his inner demon and it was difficult to avoid him. Even now, he felt a pain in his heart when he mentioned Qin Jiang's name. He couldn't help but mutter, it seems that I should find time to see a psychiatrist. Yi Jikai, Xiao Zai, today, Yi Zai, let's go back, I have no appetite anymore. Yi Jikai, let's go home and eat. I'll ask your aunt to make dumplings for you. No matter how big a restaurant is, it's not as good as home. Then he turned the car in the opposite direction of Hentaying Hotel. Brush. Yi Zai turned his head and looked at Qin Jiang's back, his figure looking very lonely. In Hentaying Hotel, under the gaze of countless diners, Qin Jiang strode in, and the young men in black suits on both sides turned their heads in unison. All the way to the elevator, a Black Dragon agent had already pressed the button for the elevator. Qin Jiang strode in, followed by Zhu Zhang and Sijou. Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, Zhao Shanhe, Feng Lin, Bai Lu, and Meng Yu also followed in and quickly stood behind Qin Jiang and the other two. Wow. The elevator door slowly closes. Final scene. Qin Jiang stood in the middle of the elevator with a cold expression, emitting an indescribable domineering aura that attracted people's attention. Go upstairs. After the elevator closed, the mid-level managers took other elevators. On either side, the Black Dragon employees took the stairs upstairs. Soon, the large number of young men in black formal attire disappeared from everyone's sight. The hall was silent with only the voices of dozens of diners eating, as if nothing had just happened. However, the neatly parked fleet of cars outside made it clear that everything was real. A whisper for a while, he's really good at making a scene and having hundreds of people flock to him. But he's got the talent, he's young and promising. I've heard reliable information, he'll be ranked first among young entrepreneurs from the 3 northern provinces soon. I'd be glad if my kid could be half as successful as him, but unfortunately, I should have thrown him against the wall. They are talking and envious. After all, for a second-tier city like Songjiang, the scale of Heilong Company is already at the top level in the local region. It cannot be said to be in the first echelon, but it can be called a big boss. Moreover, it has only been half a year since Qin Jiang rose to prominence. Now he has a chain milk tea brand with unlimited potential, and his future is bright. So young? Sophie couldn't help but exclaim as she watched the elevator door close, he looks like he's only in his early 20s? He's quite impressive. And he looks quite imposing, too. He's quite something. She gave it high praise. She had seen many people who were very ostentatious. After all, she was living in Shanghai. When she went to Jiang province for research, she also met many coal mine tycoons, and each of them was even more ostentatious. What clothes are shaken and the employees catch them? Someone needs to hold the cigar while you smoke it, you must step on the carpet when you go out, and so on, but most of them are grassroots, and there are not many who are really imposing. Many of them give people a sense of pretense. However, Qin Jiang is completely different from those people. He has an aura that is very inconsistent with his age. The appearance he just made is definitely not something that ordinary people can handle, but there is no sense of incongruity on Qin Jiang. As if he was born to be so grand. Just as Sophie was thinking about this, she suddenly saw Lu Yao across from her staring at the direction of the closing elevator. She couldn't help but have a very bad guess. Xiaoyao, you know him, you and him. Lu Yao blushed as she realized what was happening and quickly shook her head. Aunt, what are you talking about? I have nothing to do with him. He's just a student at my internship. Hearing this, Sophie nodded doubtfully, but looked at Lu Yao with a half smile in her eyes. This person is not bad, there is room for development. Lu Yao pursed her lips and said nothing. Given Qin Jiang's current achievements, her previous advice seemed so childish. She was just afraid that Qin Jiang would notice her, and she didn't have the face to meet him. How did she say that, dog? Pa? Pa, Lu Yao shook her head and stopped thinking about it. She was afraid that her thoughts would find a crack in the ground and hide in it. She couldn't help but say to Sophie, Auntie, I'm done eating. Let's go. Sophie looked at Lu Yao meaningfully, smiled, and said nothing. She called the waiter to pay the bill and they left. Top floor of the hotel, the main hall door is a few meters directly in front of the elevator. As the face of Hentang, the main hall is extremely luxurious. The main entrance is 5 meters high and 4 meters wide, and its pure black color gives it a very heavy feeling. There are young men in black suits standing on both sides of the door. Bite, the elevator door opens, Qin Jiang led Zhu Zhang and others out of the elevator. At the same time, other people from the elevators on both sides rushed out and followed the team. Under the main gate, the two young men in black formal attire bowed their heads in respect as they saw Qin Jiang and quickly pushed open the main hall door. Qin Jiang walked straight into the main hall without stopping. Hundreds of Black Dragon personnel were already seated inside. Seeing this, they all stood up in unison. Brother Jiang. Chapter 253. Fenglin, I'll throw you in at this time. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Jiang strode to the main seat at the center of the main table. He sat down and waved to the other Black Dragon members. Sit down, Brush. Ben was waiting in the main hall for hundreds of employees to take their seats, while the people who came to Heilong with Qin Jiang also took their seats. Entrance location. Feng's father, Feng's mother, and Feng Kai, who were brought by the service staff, were not allowed to enter the main hall just now and were standing outside the door, so they witnessed the whole process of Qin Jiang entering the hall. I just felt dizzy and speechless. Prestige, overbearing, very imposing, and so on. Words kept appearing in their minds, and they even felt that these words were not enough to describe it. A Feng Kai, he had seen some of the world in the south, but today he realized that what he had seen could not be called worldly experience. Compared with Qin Jiang's current scene, he had seen those pretentious big bosses who all knew how hot-tempered they were, and Qin Jiang did not feel out of place with this scene. Qin Jiang, it must be Qin Jiang. Even though Feng Kai was slow to react, he guessed Qin Jiang's identity. Is this the legendary figure who would drown people in the river at will? It's true that hearing about him is not as good as meeting him in person. Just looking at his power is terrifying. The next moment his eyes fell on the young man who was sitting in the same seat with Qin Jiang. The young man he had just said was nothing. The young man he thought was just an ordinary second-rate guy. It's Fenglin. At this moment, Fenglin was surrounded by an infinite halo, which became so dazzling that he could not look directly at it. Black Dragon's high-ranking status makes him look up to others. He didn't look like the second-rate guy he had imagined. He clearly had an aura of majesty without even getting angry. Fenglin, head of the transportation department. Feng Kai murmured, I'm so blind. He has such a powerful aura, how could he be just an ordinary person? You can see it with your eyes. Oh my! I always think about the support of noble people, but when a noble person appears, I don't know how to cherish him. No, we must not give up this God-given opportunity. Feng Kai's mind turned over and over, and finally his eyes fell on Feng's father and Feng's mother. Yes, I still have a chance. He said to Feng's father and mother with a smile on his face, brother, sister-in-law, see. I told you Xiaolin has great potential. He doesn't need my help. He would have become a big man long ago. You two elders, just wait and enjoy your life in the future. Our entire Feng family will benefit from your glory. This year, we must go back and offer sacrifices to our ancestors to thank them for blessing us with a leader. He first compliments and then plays the emotional card. After all, he and Feng Lin are relatives of the same clan. As long as he can win over Feng's father and mother, and Feng Lin can ignore him as his elder, he will have to speak out and the family listen to this. Feng's father and mother also accepted the fact that their incompetent son had become a big man. The awe-inspiring scene was just happening in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. If Father Feng, this is more impressive than the big bosses in those TV dramas I've watched, with 5-meter-high gates and a row of people standing in a row. A real man should be like this, at least he must be a big shot. It seems my son has a very high position in this company. Feng Kai continued, high. Quite high. Head of the transportation department, in charge of purchasing. Xiaolin handles tens of millions of dollars every month. Even a little bit of his money can make the Feng family prosperous. Haven't you seen the car Xiaolin drives is worth millions? Feng's father, so many? $1 million cars. If we drive all that back to the village, won't Santuzi be furious? Santuzi is Feng's father's enemy in the village. His family just bought a small car worth over 100,000 yuan last year, and he always shows off to Feng's father. Feng's mother, Dad. We can't take the child away. It's not easy for him to get to where he is today. Father Feng, don't worry, I know. At most I'll show off in front of the bald guy, otherwise I won't be able to swallow my anger. After hearing this, Feng's mother said nothing. At first, the couple wanted to marry into the family of Santuzi and introduce Feng Lin to Santuzi's daughter. However, Santuzi ridiculed them and said that his son was a piece of shit and a pure vagrant. He then told his daughter that she must never marry Feng Lin. One side, seeing that Feng's father and mother had changed the subject, Feng Kai hurriedly said, brother, sister-in-law. I'm so happy that Xiaolin has made it. As his uncle, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Let's go to the hotel and have dinner. I've thought about it. It wasn't easy for the Feng family to get to where they are today. It's not easy for Xiaolin to be in charge of such a large department either. He needs his family to help take care of things. I plan to join the Black Dragon Company and work with Xiaolin. I can also be his assistant, don't you think? Father Feng was just about to say yes, just see Feng Lin strode to the door. Several Black Dragon youths at the door greeted in unison, Brother Lin. Brother Lin. Feng Lin nodded and looked at his father and mother. Mom and Dad, I'm a little busy today because of the Black Dragon annual meeting. I'll arrange dinner for you first. We'll talk about everything after the Black Dragon annual meeting. Feng Kai interrupted, Xiaolin, go and do your work. Your work is more important. I'll take care of your parents. Look at you, managing such a large department, you must be very busy. Is it because you have too few people you can use? As your uncle, I know this all too well. Many people in the South got promoted because they didn't have enough trustworthy people under their command. That's why they were exhausted from doing their work and could only worry. But Xiaolin, you're different. Not only do you have me behind you, but you also have the Feng family and your cousin backing you up. Said. He looked righteous and awe-inspiring. It's not easy for the Feng family to produce a person like you, so I have made a major decision. From today on, I'm quitting my business in the South and joining the Black Dragon Company. Will I help you, Xiaolin? Feng Lin smiled and said, you said you could earn millions of dollars in the South and then just quit? Feng Kai was stunned, but he quickly recovered and said, business is nothing. Even if I make money, it can't compare to my nephew's future. Well, you don't have to take care of me too much for the sake of family ties. Just give me a manager position in the purchasing department. That way, I can help you keep an eye on it, and your family will feel at ease, right? He looked like he had made a great sacrifice. See, this Feng Lin was so angry that he laughed. The next moment, his expression turned cold. What? Do you think Black Dragon is owned by my family? Even if it is owned by my family, it's not your turn to come in? You're still a purchasing manager? You're so shameless. Get out. Get as far away as you can. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Phong Kai and waved to his parents to indicate that they should follow him, without even saying hello to Phong Kai. Wait for me. Phong Kai tried to catch up but was stopped by two Black Dragon members, Shaolin. If I can't be the manager, I can be the deputy manager. If that doesn't work, I can be your assistant. We have the same ancestors, don't we? You can't help Uncle if you're in trouble. Ask yourself if Uncle treats you well. Phong Lin turned around and looked at him with cold eyes. If you keep on talking, don't blame me for throwing you in. Brush. Phong Kai was like a duck being strangled by the neck, unable to speak. His mind was full of thoughts. Throw it in. Where to throw it, Airy? Chapter 254 Annual Meeting begins. Black Dragon Group ahead. Feng's father and mother wanted to say something, but they looked at Phong Lin and said nothing. Although they didn't understand, they knew that they should not hold their child back. If the child has a promising future, they should not interfere, otherwise they will only become a burden to the child. Besides, they were not really relatives of Phong Kai, and they had just noticed that Phong Kai was acting superior. Naturally, he wouldn't say anything if he needed help, and now that the situation has turned around, he won't continue to lick your face. Phong Lin arranged everything for his parents and returned to the main table. Qin Jiang and others did not pay attention to the minor incidents happening outside. They wanted to ask about and take care of everything, but Black Dragon was too busy to handle it all. While the waiters were serving dishes on the side, and there were countless kinds of precious dishes, but the Black Dragon staff did not look at the dishes, but all looked at the main table. There, sitting there is their brother Jiang. The magic needle that stabilizes the sea is sitting on the Black Dragon. Sitting there is the noble person who leads them to the peak of the ban. After a while, when the dishes were served and the waiter left, Zhu Zhang slowly stood up at Qin Jiang's nod. All eyes immediately turned to him. Xu Zhang spoke loudly as everyone watched. Under Brother Zhang's leadership, Black Dragon has undergone tremendous changes over the past 6 months. In September, Black Dragon was founded, earning 7 million in funding. In October, the night market project led the trend. In November, the night market's net sales exceeded 5 million. In December, a milk tea chain project was launched. In January, Bawang Tea and Snowy Night Ice City became popular in Northern Province, with monthly revenue exceeding 10 million. In the past 5 months, Black Dragon has made great strides in transformations, from obscurity to the fame it has today in Songjiang, from annual revenue of tens of millions to annual revenue exceeding 200 million, from a staff of dozens to hundreds today. Those present today should be proud. As soon as these words were spoken, all the Black Dragon employees in the audience couldn't help but feel excited. Yes, it has only been 5 months since Black Dragon was established, early September. Black Dragon. No. It should be said that Qin Jiang's team still relied on running the dormitory supermarket to make money. In just 5 months, the Time team had grown into a behemoth, especially the startup team. They followed Heilong step by step, experiencing, selling card readers, guarding chemical plants, eradicating land occupiers, suppressing night market rioters, fighting with other night markets, establishing a milk tea chain, and so on. The incident happened only a few months ago, but it felt like many years had passed. It was because Heilong had completed the journey that other companies took years or even decades to complete in just a few months, and was fully engaged in industrial operations that made old Heilong feel that time was dislocated. Zhu Zhang said loudly again, the Black Dragon is where he is today, and so are you and I. All of this is thanks to Brother Jiang. Let us toast to Brother Jiang. Wow, hundreds of Black Dragon personnel stood up and shouted in unison towards Qin Jiang, cheers to Brother Jiang. Cheers to Brother Jiang. Qin Jiang smiled and stood up, raised his glass as well, and without further ado, said, cheers. Dry. 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 Hundreds of Black Dragon personnel raised their heads and drank it all in one gulp. Bang. Qin Jiang put down his wineglass and said loudly, I, Qin Jiang, don't like empty talk, and the Black Dragon annual meeting won't be about eulogizing. Today, I'm going to do 3 things. First, holiday. From tomorrow until the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, all employees will receive paid leave. Those who meet the required qualifications can use company vehicles for transportation during the Lunar New Year holiday. As soon as these words were spoken, many middle-level Black Dragons looked excited. 14 days of paid annual leave, driving home for the new year. Both pieces of information made them excited, as if they could already see the scene after driving home. How would family members react? Shock? Excitement? Disbelief? Envy? Jealousy? Bang, a young man below clenched his fists tightly. There were some red marks on his arms, which were traces left by tattoo cleaning. It was Li Hao. He grew up in a poor family and had 3 siblings. He could barely scrape together enough money for tuition and his food expenses were pitifully little. Until he met Qin Jiang, who saw him eating steamed buns in a corner and asked someone to buy him a meal. He didn't want to eat for free, but he dared not refuse the meal Qin Jiang gave him. His initial fear turned into gratitude after a few months. For several months, Qin Jiang did not ask him to do anything, and he accidentally learned that Qin Jiang not only helped him, but also helped many people in the school who had no food to eat. At that moment he understood why Qin Jiang had such great prestige and why so many people were willing to follow him. He also chose to hang out with Qin Jiang. He even got a tattoo for this, but was scolded by Qin Jiang. "You're not bad at studying, what's the point of hanging out? Get a bachelor's degree. Go out and find a good job? You have the talent for it, why do you have a tattoo? Pretend to be a social person? Why are you hanging out with your small physique? Are you waiting to be beaten to death?" He was very confused by the scolding, but he was even more determined to hang out with Qin Jiang. In the end, it took a long time for him to be accepted. He thought that this would be his life. He didn't have any special abilities, so he would just die for his friends. He even had a quarrel with his family when he returned home unexpectedly. In just 5 months, he transformed from a future gangster into the deputy general manager of the Black Dragon Management Department, serial number 22, wearing formal clothes, traveling by car. Growing up to the point where those important people in my parents' eyes have to fawn over me, sometimes he wondered if he was dreaming, but he wasn't. He also changed, adapted to his new identity, cleaned his tattoos, and made himself like the real elite. He didn't dare to imagine how his parents would react after he went home for the new year and explained the situation to them. Brush, he looked up at the main table, at Qin Jiang, who was sitting in the main seat, the center of attention. "Everything I have now was given to me by Brother Jiang, and I should live up to him. It was he who gave me a brand new life, and it was he who made me not afraid to go home." Not just Li Hao, other Heilong staff had similar ideas. Even those who were not eligible to drive home could earn a lot of money this year, which was incomparable to the money they had to pay to go home in previous years. Good students all look forward to the Chinese New Year, but for them, there is no such thing. During the Chinese New Year, they will face endless accusations, disappointment, and even desperate eyes. They also feel bad and uncomfortable, but because of their ridiculous self-esteem they force themselves to talk back. Before leaving, they have no choice but to ask their parents for money. But this year is different. They earn money, they can buy things for their parents when they go back, give red envelopes to their younger generations, and can openly say that they have a legitimate job. They are no longer afraid of being embarrassed by having no money in their pockets when leaving, or feeling helpless and sad when asking for money. All of this was brought to them by Brother Jiang, so they looked at Qin Jiang more eagerly. This, Qin Jiang nodded with satisfaction. This is the result he wants. It can be said that the sense of belonging of the Black Dragon personnel will reach its peak after they return home during the Spring Festival and gain a sense of identity. As the saying goes, if you don't return to your hometown when you are rich and powerful, it is like walking in the night in fine clothes. Qin Jiang is not only concerned about his own existence. He wants to return home in wealth and glory, and he will never let his brothers travel at night in fine clothes. The next moment, Qin Jiang continued under the watchful eyes of the crowd. "Secondly, I announce that Black Dragon Company, Limited will be officially upgraded to Black Dragon Group from tomorrow." Chapter 255, Give out money and generous rewards, grab a handful. What? All the Black Dragon members' eyes widened to Black Dragon Group. It seems that there are only 2 words difference between it and the company, but there is a world of difference when you say it. In the public's perception, companies come in all sizes, and it is very likely that a company with only 3 or 2 employees is called a company. The group has basically become a synonym for listing. Even if it is not listed, it is at least a large company. This means that from today on they are employees of the Black Dragon Group. Group employees, company employees. The difference between these 2 words makes a world of difference. Apart from anything else, the appearance alone is different, especially for Heilong employees who are about to go home for the new year. They have to tell their families why they are making money now, and their identity as group employees is extremely important. Moreover, the words group employees are more convincing, and their parents will subconsciously have less doubts when they hear them. For ordinary people in 2011, the group could only be seen on TV. It was also a synonym for the domineering CEO and unlimited status. Qin Jiang saw that his brothers looked excited but calm. Heilong has now developed to a certain scale, and it is only a matter of time before it is upgraded to a group. The two major milk tea brands alone need to be operated independently, and the best way is to set up separate companies for each. In this way, the two major milk tea brands can get on the right track and will not become arrogant when competing with each other. Of course, the two major milk tea brands will still be managed by the Night Market Management Department. After all, the Night Market Management Department will also be upgraded in the future. Its final version should be Management Business Group. This will be the largest of the several business groups of the Black Dragon Group in the future, and this has been planned from the beginning. At last, Qin Jiang said loudly. Third, give money. Snap. Snap. Zhu Zhang clapped his folding fan twice. The hotel manager directed several service staff to carry a large transparent box in from the side door. The transparent box was filled with scattered 100 yuan bills, stacked more than half a person's height. The manager stared at the box from beginning to end, not daring to move it even a little, for fear that the waiter would be careless and steal the money. Even if the waiter could grab a handful of hundreds of dollars from the pile, nothing would happen. But if Black Dragon found out, would he still be alive? It was important to remember that today was Black Dragon's annual meeting, and at this crucial moment, no mistakes could be made. It was only because Heilong forced him to do so, otherwise he would not have taken the job that paid him. Put it right here. The manager instructed the waiter to place the transparent box in front of the main table. Boom, make a huge dull sound. Just by listening to the sound, you can tell that it is very heavy, at least dozens of kilograms. Even if you remove the weight of the box itself and the weight increased by depreciation of the money, there are at least 2 or 3 million in cash. 2011, 2 or 3 million in cash. The visual impact of placing the bulk items in transparent boxes is self-evident. For an ordinary person, any one of the items cannot earn enough in a day's work, but now they are piled up like a mountain. Many of the middle and senior management of Black Dragon had seen the world, but they were still slightly frightened by such scenes. Money, a whole mountain of money. Zhu Zhang stood up and pointed at the transparent box and said, Brother Jiang, remembering the brothers' hard work this year, specially prepared some cash. Everyone come up and grab a handful. Grab as much as you can. Just think of it as Brother Jiang giving the brothers a red envelope. Wow, the whole audience was boiling. Although I guess the money inside might be for myself and others, I basically thought it would be distributed according to my position, so the average Black Dragon employee would only get 300 to 500. But I never thought that I would go up and grab a handful. How much can I grab with this handful? At least a few thousand. Ha, ha. Many people's breathing became heavy. Even the waiter carrying the box had a red face. Seeing this, the manager hurriedly said, What are you standing there for? Go! At his urging, several service staff looked back every 2 steps as they left, obviously wanting to grab a handful as well. A handful, it's enough to cover several months' salary. One service staff member grumbled, Look at the benefits at their company, and then look at our hotel, a 5-star hotel, and they only give us 200 yuan to get some cold storage for unsold frozen goods. I wonder if Black Dragon is hiring. I'd love to try. The year-end bonus would last me almost half a year. Manager, what are you mumbling about? Service staff, nothing, toothache. In the main hall, Zhu Zhang had already ordered the Black Dragon personnel to come forward and capture them. The first one was Zhang Qi Wang Tao, and other senior executives were proud of their status and didn't want to be the first to come out, just like they had to rank according to seniority to receive bonuses. The people below didn't dare to rush out first, but Zhang Qi had no scruples. He is not considered a high-ranking figure in the Black Dragon, and he is not in the serial number 36, but he is not a low-level figure either. Driving for Qin Jiang makes him a very special person, making him the most suitable person to come forward. He walked over to the transparent box, stretched his hands as wide as he could, grabbed it hard, and lifted it up. Brush, put it all on the table. 2 Black Dragon staff members immediately helped him check the money and quickly counted out 8,800 yuan. Ha ha! Zhang Qi laughed. I was saying my big hands weren't in vain. 8,008. How auspicious. At the same time, he shouted respectfully to Qin Jiang in front of him, Thank you, Brother Jiang. Seeing him go down with more than 8,000 yuan, the other Black Dragon personnel were no longer restrained and rushed forward to grab the money. Voices echoed throughout the hall. 7,006. Not bad, almost 2 months' salary for me. This year's fortune is really good. 6,009. Just enough money to buy my father-in-law 2 bottles of mutai. I'll make sure he always looks down on me and that old man has to eat a little more bread this year. 10,000, I broke the record. I'm awesome. For a while, bursts of laughter echoed through the hall. Some caught as few as 5 or 6,000, and some even caught tens of thousands. Of course, those who could catch tens of thousands were few and far between. They were all gifted with special talents, big hands. After checking the money demanded, each Black Dragon member took the money and said to Qin Jiang respectfully, "Thank you, Brother Jiang. Thank you, Brother Jiang." These words come from the heart. Ask yourself, how many people in this world can do what Brother Jiang did? Heilong Company is profitable, but it's not the only profitable company. Do other companies offer such benefits? In those companies, bonuses are a gift and rarely appear, but Brother Jiang never cares about money. The salaries, benefits, and bonuses of Heilong employees are far higher than those of their peers. Such a person, that's the one worth following. If you meet a noble person in your life, you should seize it and be grateful, instead of taking it for granted. Even though Zhu Zhang keeps saying that Heilong's current success is due to the support of all brothers, there are always supporters, but few can help the company get off the ground, and even fewer can give back after the company is on the ground. This scene made Zhu Zhang very emotional. He was once again impressed by Qin Jiang's decision-making and personal charm. Such a person is born to be in a superior position. The normal distribution of money has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to the current situation, which makes people have to admire him. Zhu Zhang couldn't help but murmur, meeting Brother Jiang in this life is destined to be glorious. I have no regrets. Chapter 256, Annual Meeting in Progress, Sharing Will and Woe, Never Abandoning. Soon after every Black Dragon member grabbed all the money, no one was impatient and instead felt like they wanted more money. No matter when and where. It has an incomparable impact on most people. Outside, several waiters were leaning over the crack in the door, looking inside, their hands subconsciously making grabbing movements. Really? You only caught a few thousand? I'll catch at least 10,000, give it to me, I can capture them all. I really want to rush in. It was obvious that they were very envious of the scene inside and were eager to rush in and join in the money grabbing. What are you doing? Came the manager's angry voice. Wow. The service staff quickly dispersed and returned to their positions. The manager leaned over the crack in the door and kept looking inside. TSK. What kind of position can I get if I join Black Dragon? Bah. I want to follow you? The boss treats me well, how can I be blinded by money? Although I said this, I couldn't stop thinking about it in my heart. After all, no one will be indifferent to high welfare benefits. Now, Qin Jiang felt very comfortable looking at the satisfied expressions on the faces of hundreds of brothers. This was why he was reborn, being a miser, desperately exploiting your brothers to make money. This was not what he wanted at all. Having experienced life and death, he had long since become indifferent to all of this. He had only 2 goals in this life. First, go to the highest point on the right path. Second, lead your brothers to the peak of life. Half an hour had passed since Qin Jiang entered the main hall. Without further ado, he shouted, the annual meeting is about to begin. Let's feast. No need to be formal today. Drinks. At his command, boo. Bottles of Mauzi were opened one after another. Unlike the last gathering when the Black Dragon members had never seen the world, this time they were used to it and were no longer reserved. They toasted each other and started eating and drinking. During the banquet, there was still a constant stream of people toasting Qin Jiang, and of course Qin Jiang's drinks were still lower in alcohol content. The sounds of finger-guessing games, shouts, and discussions filled the main hall, which was not in harmony with the luxurious lobby. This, Qin Jiang didn't stop him. He wants to lead his brothers to the top, but that doesn't mean he wants to restrict them. As long as they don't break the law, quarreling and shouting at each other is the true nature of brothers. If brothers were to be really polite and talk in whispers together, it would be very uncomfortable. Cheers. The laughter never stops. Some Black Dragon members took the initiative to perform in front of the crowd. The projects are as follows. Arm wrestling. A huge stone breaks in my chest. Qin Jiang personally presented the prize money to the winner and drank a full glass of wine as encouragement. This move made a large number of Black Dragon personnel scream. Brother Jiang is awesome. Brother Jiang has a lot of it. Brother Jiang is awesome. Broken voice. The main hall was filled with a wild and untamed atmosphere, and the service staff outside were so excited that they couldn't wait to join in. They seemed to imagine themselves as part of it. their fists clenched tightly, and they murmured unconsciously, "Fuck. Awesome, I'm the best, I'm invincible in wrestling. Brothers, drink, see this." The manager shook his head helplessly and stopped trying to stop him. The annual meeting will last a long time among them. Qin Jiang even asked the hotel to change the banquet. Naturally, the annual party could not let the brothers feel unsatisfied. The annual party was not until 5 o'clock in the evening that it was nearing its end, and everyone had a great time. But now, Qin Jiang was standing in front of the French window, looking down at the hustle and bustle of traffic below. Feeling the clamor of his brothers behind him, the corners of his mouth curled up. A previous life, he took the wrong path and caused his brother to fall into the abyss. He had to pay for his mistake with everything in his previous life. In this life, he takes the right path and leads his brothers to the top. He atones for his sins and makes up for it with everything in this life. The Black Dragon personnel behind looked at Qin Jiang. They felt that Brother Jiang had changed a little, but they were not sure what exactly had changed. Swish. Qin Jiang half turned his gaze towards all the Black Dragon personnel, his voice ringing in their ears. "From now on, if you feel wronged or uncomfortable with your work, feel free to speak up. If you can't change, you can leave. I won't blame anyone. Don't think you've let me down. I won't be myself anymore, and I'm not worthy of following you." As soon as these words were spoken, all the Black Dragon members felt a shock in their bodies and sobered up a little. They looked at Qin Jiang with slightly moist eyes. "This life, how lucky I am to have such a big brother." Bang! Zhu Zhang closed his folding fan and clasped his hands together. He didn't say anything sentimental or say anything about following till death, just a few simple words: "We will share the joys and sorrows, and never abandon each other in life or death." Both sides, Wang Tao and others, shouted from the bottom of their hearts, "We will share the joys and sorrows, and never abandon each other in life or death. We will share the joys and sorrows, and never abandon each other in life or death." The sound echoed in the hall, as if the temperature in the hall had risen a lot. "See this," Qin Jiang burst out laughing. A Zhang, he always managed to drag the topic off track, but he didn't correct anything, as long as the main line was correct. Brush, he raised his glass and said, "Drink this cup to the fullest, and may you all reach the summit with me." After saying that, Qin Jiang couldn't help but mutter, "It seems that I've been a little influenced by A Zhang. Dry. Dry. Dry." Wang Tao and others raised their heads and drank it all in one gulp. No one threw cups this time. After all, it is no longer the case that the brothers used to do things on the streets. They have entered the upper class. If people with status throw cups at every turn, they will be looked down upon. After another half hour of lively activities, the annual meeting is finally over. Hundreds of brothers were sent home one by drivers hired in advance, and Qin Jiang also went downstairs and got into the luxurious Mercedes-Benz S. Driving ahead is no longer a matter of course. Although drunk driving was no longer a crime in early 2011, the driver's license would still be confiscated. Qin Jiang had already instructed the Heilongjiang personnel not to allow drunk driving. Zhu Zhang, Brother Zhang's holiday arrangements for tomorrow have been communicated. As long as we follow the steps, everything will go smoothly. I will pay attention to the situation in Songjiang during the holiday to ensure that everything is safe. After all, it was Heilong's first long vacation and he had no experience, so he had to be fully prepared to ensure that nothing went wrong. Then he talked about other things in the company. Qin Jiang didn't care but looked at the heavy snow outside the car. "In half an hour, check whether all the Black Dragon personnel have returned home." Zhu Zhang was stunned for a moment before nodding. During the annual meeting, most of the Black Dragon employees drank alcohol, and quite a few got drunk. Drunk people are in danger in the northeast winter, and every year people accidentally freeze to death outside. Just now, Brother Jiang didn't care about the company's affairs at all, and put the safety of the Black Dragon members first. Qin Jiang looked at the heavy snow outside the car and said nothing. To make money, it was enough to make the general direction correctly, but the safety of his brothers was the top priority and no mistakes could be made. He Qin Jiang, I don't have the face to abandon any of my brothers in this life. The next day, under Black Dragon Company. A large number of cars have been driven away by Heilong's middle and senior management, and 4 cars are standing quietly in the center. 1 G-Class and 2 Jeeps. Qin Jiang's exclusive car is the luxurious Mercedes-Benz S. Qin Jiang, Sijou, Zheng Qi, and the other 3 Black Dragon members got out and piled all sorts of precious New Year's goods into the trunk, even piling them onto the back seats of the 2 Jeeps. 3 of the Black Dragon members have divorced parents, orphans, or children left behind by their parents working abroad. Therefore, they spent New Year's with Qin Zhang this year. Zhang Qi, whose parents were too busy to care for him, also spent New Year's with Qin Zhang. Boom. The convoy drove towards Lianhua Township, Qin Zhang's hometown. Chapter 257, Eating Fruit and Spitting the Core? Meng Yu was arrested while the convoy stopped beside a busy street. One side, Qin Chang and Cheng Yu were standing on the street with bags of various sizes. They also wanted to go home with the motorcade. The two first looked at Qin Zhang's luxurious Mercedes-Benz S, but had no intention of riding with him. They also knew that there were only two people in the entire Black Dragon Company who could ride with Qin Zhang, Zhu Zhang and Sijou. Moreover, due to Sijou's special body shape, only Zhu Zhang is qualified to ride with Qin Zhang's luxury Mercedes-Benz S. Others, including senior executives such as Wang Tao, can only sit in the front row to report on their work. Obviously, Qin Cheng and Cheng Yu are not qualified based on their status. Logically speaking, no one would say anything if Qin Cheng did this as Qin Zhang's sister, but she was really a little scared. Therefore, the two of them looked ahead at the G-Class, a 49-seater car. They quickly shifted their gaze. Even though they were very familiar with each other, they didn't dare to stay in the same closed space for several hours because of Sijou's tough appearance. In the end, I could only go to the two jeeps behind, but I was a little troubled when I saw that there were already a lot of gifts piled up in the jeeps. Finally, the two of them looked at the two cars in front of each other, and could only reluctantly come to the G-Class. Get in the car. Sijou turned around and smiled at the two of them. Fasten your seatbelts, we'll be out of the city soon. Qin Cheng and Cheng Yu nodded hurriedly. Cheng Yu took out an apple and handed it forward. Brother Sijou, do you want some fruit? Although she was older than Sijou, she still subconsciously called him brother. There was no way. Sijou looked a little anxious, and no one looked like he was 20 years old. People would believe that he was in his 30s and had experienced countless battles in life. Brush. Sijou took the small apple and threw it directly into his mouth, swallowing it in a few gulps, demonstrating what it meant to eat one in one bite. Gulp. Cheng Yu couldn't help swallowing his saliva and said hesitantly, Brother Sijou, don't you spit out the seeds? 49, nuclear? What nuclear? Cheng Yu, oh, Hentang Hotel. Brush. Meng Yu opened the curtains, looked out at the sunlight, and stretched lazily. Wake up early in the morning and open the window. The sunlight is so beautiful. He did not go back abroad for the new year. His father was cleaning up the house. If he went back, he would not only be of no help, but would become a weakness and distract the old man. He did not follow Qin Zhang home. He did not yearn for country life. He longed for love more than anything else. The next moment, he looked at the pile of neatly arranged notes on the table, closed his eyes, and clicked from left to right. Whoever the little rooster clicks on is the one. Brush. Meng Yu opened her eyes, picked up the note her finger had finally touched, and dialed. Hello? Is this your yoga instructor? Would you like to have a deeper conversation? 2 hours later, in a hotel private room, Meng Yu said calmly, Is it illegal to give money to a woman? It's not illegal. Meng Yu, is it illegal to date a woman? It's not illegal. Meng Yu, is it illegal to not be able to call a woman's name? It's not illegal. Meng Yu, if it's not against the law, why are you rushing in here? Now, the law enforcement officers were bewildered as they listened to Meng Yu's eloquent words. They quickly dismissed the idea, pointing to the yoga instructor in the room. Come on, explain to me what's going on with her. Meng Yu, I met her on an early winter morning. I thought she was pretty the first time I saw her. After getting to know her briefly, I found that she was also a kind-hearted girl. We fell in love at first sight, and I decided to try dating her right then. Law enforcement officer, yo, new version? Then how do you explain the issue of transferring money to her? Meng Yu, because my family is quite strict, they require that the girl I date must have a clean background and no criminal record. You know, there are all kinds of people in society these days. So I gave her money and asked her to get a medical checkup. As long as the results were normal, I could officially date her. Law enforcement officer, why are you coming to the hotel if not to the hospital? Meng Yu, after all, this is a private matter and I can't waste public resources. I hired a private doctor. You see, it's so cold outside, and we can't wait for the private doctor outside, so we came to the hotel to wait for the private doctor to arrive. He pointed and said, when I transferred the money to her, I specifically marked the medical examination fee. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. The law enforcement officers went forward to check the yoga instructor's mobile phone and found that the transfer note was indeed the medical examination fee, but the law enforcement officer remained unconvinced. "Mr. Meng, please tell the truth and don't harbor any hopes. Don't think you can get away with this. You said you were waiting for a private doctor. Where's your private doctor? Where's your phone records?" He didn't finish his words. Meng Yu raised her phone to the law enforcement officer and said, "Look, this is the call record I just made to my private doctor." The law enforcement officer frowned as he looked at the private doctor's phone, thinking that Meng Yu was resisting stubbornly and was about to call to question him. Right now, boom. Boom, there was a knock on the door. I saw several doctors in white coats carrying various medical equipment standing at the door and were stunned when they saw the law enforcement officers. The law enforcement officers were also stunned. What's going on? Does it mean that one needs to be so well prepared to go to a prostitute now? Or is he not lying just now? "Law enforcement officer, who are you? What are you doing here?" The white coat said, "I am from private hospital. I am here on behalf of Mr. Meng to do a physical examination for a lady." "Excuse me, who is Mr. Meng?" "Meng Yu, explain to me quickly. They actually suspected me of doing that. Am I that kind of person? I'm a pure and innocent boy. Besides, I work for the Black Dragon Company. We at Black Dragon have a bottom line. I recite the law every day." The man in the white coat immediately explained the situation to the law enforcement officers and produced various documents upon their request. A few minutes later, the two law enforcement officers looked at each other in confusion. "No, what this guy just said is true. If he checks into a hotel with a girl, he will ask her to undergo a physical examination. This physical examination is not that physical examination." "Shake your head," the law enforcement officer said to Meng Yu. "Excuse me, but since there's nothing illegal going on here, we'll be leaving." When they first came in, Meng Yu and the yoga instructor were dressed normally and really had not violated any laws. After the law enforcement officers left, the yoga instructor finally recovered from her panic and said to Meng Yu with great admiration, "You're so well prepared. You scared me to death just now." "Personal doctor, Mr. Meng? Who's doing the physical examination?" Meng Yu pointed to the yoga instructor and said, "Draw blood for a checkup to make sure there are no adverse health issues." The private doctor nodded and led several assistants to open the medical equipment and take out needles and other instruments. "Wait, what are you going to do?" the yoga instructor said, a little panicked. "Meng Yu, a physical examination? Didn't you say you've never had a boyfriend before and you're in good health? As long as the physical examination is fine, we can officially date according to family rules. Then we'll have a car, a house, money, everything you want." Chapter 258, Meng Yu's innocent love and Yi Zhe's three faintings. Yoga instructor, fuck. Are you sick? I'm talking to you about support? You're talking to me about family rules. You're so serious, right? You serious person, you're dating a milk spoon. Pushing aside the private doctor who came in, he turned around and walked out with his bag. Before leaving, he looked at Meng Yu and cursed, "Totally sick. You're wasting my feelings. You look like a potato seed. You want to be innocent for a little money." Ugh, obviously the girl is a little defensive. What kind of girl would throw a note on someone else's car these days? She can't stand inspection. Instead of wasting time here, it's better to just leave. Meng Yu ignored this. Well, he sighed, as expected. There are no good women in this world who cannot stand the test. Although he is not a good person, he does not want to get sick. Moreover, his family education does not allow him to make appointments. He defines his behavior as making serious friends. Personal doctor, *M, who finds a good girl by dating? Even if you search like this for 10 years, you still won't find one. But they didn't say anything. They just said a few words to Meng Yu and left. Meng Yu sat by the French window, pouring himself a glass of water. His gaze fixed on the road ahead, and he saw a figure appear on the large screen across the street. The figure had a stern, imposing expression, a commanding presence without anger, and a serious demeanor that gave off a very oppressive vibe. Written beneath the figure were the words, "Chief Young Entrepreneur of the Three Northern Provinces, Qin Jiang." Meng Yu suddenly jumped up. Brother Jiang is awesome. He was extremely excited, as if it was himself instead of Qin Jiang on the big screen, and he felt very proud of it. After a long while, he calmed down and murmured, "Brother Jiang has succeeded. so I can't be discouraged. I must continue to look for true love. Then he took out another piece of paper and called, "Beautiful lady, do you want a date?" A busy street, Lu Ruyan was walking forward with her luggage. She was planning to go home today and had planned to take a taxi, but she didn't have enough money. Sanjiang was hundreds of kilometers away from Lianhua Township, and the taxi fare was very expensive. But she didn't want to take a bus. Not to mention the various smells in the bus, it also seemed that he was not doing well outside. Beep, beep, the phone in Lu Ruyan's hand displayed a busy tone, and the call recorder displayed, "Lu Yunfeng used to lick the dog, then she scolded me for not being worthy of existing with her, damn it." Lu Ruyan was furious. "You failed at the crucial moment. I wanted to give you a chance to pay a few hundred yuan for a taxi, but you didn't even use it." Moment, Lu Ruyan made another call, and this time the call was connected. "Ruyan? Is something wrong? Wang Qi, do you think Lu Yunfeng is ill? I called him and he didn't answer." "Why did you call Lu Yunfeng?" "I'm short of taxi fare and I'm planning to ask him to pay for it, and buy some New Year's goods for my parents." "You have nothing to do with him, he won't give you money anymore, it doesn't matter. Everyone in Polyou knows that he's my bootlicker. Look at his cowardly look. He can't even speak clearly when he sees me. Spending money on me is his reward from his past life." "Ruyan, you really intend to give him a chance?" "Lu Ruyan, that's him. Just spend a little money on me, and I'll be gone when I find an elite man. Having him buy me something occasionally is already a favor, okay? I was once pursued desperately by Xiongning, how could I just give in to him?" "What? Sister, do you think I'm doing the wrong thing?" "Yes. Absolutely. Don't settle. There's a young lady in her 30s in our village who isn't even as pretty as you. Guess what? She was picked out by a rich second-generation man. She was offered a betrothal gift of 8 million, 2 villas, and was given control of the family company. She wasn't even required to have children after she married. Now her life is just eating, drinking, having fun, and beating her husband. Sister, Lu Yunfeng is totally unworthy of you. Take your time choosing, take your time picking, and don't be in a hurry." Lu Ruyan nodded with satisfaction. Obviously he agrees with Wang Qi's words. As the saying goes, listen to your bestie's advice and enjoy life as a widow. Right at this moment, she saw a couple flirting with each other across the street, carrying large and small bags. The girl was holding a cell phone and seemed to be talking to someone. The man is a bootlicker, Lu Yunfeng. The girl next to her is Wang Qi, the one who kept saying that Lu Yunfeng was not worthy of her and told her not to settle for her best friend. Lu Ruyan was extremely angry and felt betrayed. She angrily pulled her suitcase and was about to go forward to question Wang Qi. Suddenly, the big screen in the building in front of her that was playing an advertisement changed the picture, and Qin Zhang's stern face appeared on the big screen, betting frowny-faced chief young entrepreneur of the 3 northern provinces. Qin Zhang, this, Lu Ruyan shuddered slightly, muttering, "The chief young entrepreneur of the 3 northern provinces? Chief entrepreneur. The big screen broadcast. Can't he be described as an eagle anymore? A hidden dragon rising from the abyss. Why did I?" She once again fell into endless regret. "Yo." A yellow-haired man appeared in her sight, and said with a nonchalant and playful smile, "Beautiful lady, alone, want to date?" Reunion, roll. By the way, Lu Ruyan is the first to appear and has a lot of scenes, but Xiao Bai doesn't plan to continue with her scenes. At most, she will have a tragic ending when the time is right. A mental hospital. Ye walked out with a grim expression. Qin Jiang brought him so much psychological pressure that he almost became a demon in his heart. He felt that everything was going wrong, so he went to a mental hospital for a checkup, but the result was not satisfactory. The doctor told him, "Learn to accept pressure, don't be too sensitive, keep a normal mind, adjust his emotions, don't have paranoia," and prescribed him a lot of medication. Ye was very troubled. He also wanted to accept it, but were some things really that easy to accept? He needed to keep a normal mind. Why did he need to see a doctor if he could keep a normal mind? Right at this moment, an old voice came from the roadside. "There are black spots on your eyebrows, your body is weak and your energy is weak. There is a villain on your path, sir, he is your nemesis." Brush. Ye turned around and saw a fortune teller stroking his beard and shaking his head at him. "Do you have a solution?" The fortune teller nodded in delight. "Of course. I can tell you the secrets of heaven with just a few digits. I'm sure you've had a rough time lately, as you've run into someone who's a nemesis for you. Judging from your appearance, you must have been severely affected by him. If you don't resolve this, you'll lose money, and your life will be in danger. Bang! Yi Zhe sat directly in front of the stall and felt like he had met a true master today. He shouted, "Master, save me!" Half an hour later. Yi Zhe spent a large amount of money to take the talisman drawn by the master himself with his essence and blood. He left the stall and felt his body light. The master is indeed a master. I feel much more relaxed after dissolving it. With the talisman the master gave me, I wonder how you can defeat me, Qin Jiang? Just wait and see. After he finished speaking, he suddenly froze. Qin Jiang's cold figure appeared on the screen of the building in front of him, betting, the chief young entrepreneur of the 3 northern provinces. Bang! He clenched the talisman tightly in his fist, and his blood surged up, and his vision went dark again. Chapter 259. Qin Jiang is tough. Yi Zhe is defeated. Bang! Yi Zhe fell to the ground with his head tilted back. Seeing this, passers-by on both sides rushed over to check the situation. A girl with medical knowledge hurriedly pinched the man's nose and laid his body flat, and even prepared to give him artificial respiration. 2011. The Chinese people are relatively compassionate, and there aren't many cases of extortion that happen frequently in later generations. Therefore, when someone falls and faints on the road, there are many passers-by who come to help. Soon Yi Zhe regained consciousness and heard people around him talking about something. "Young man, are you okay? It's New Year's Day, please don't let anything happen. Maybe the road is too slippery and you fell. Just now it was even worse over there, the ground was covered in blood. Looks like everything is going wrong today. I'll go home soon, should we call an ambulance?" Yi Zhe took a deep breath to calm himself down. He felt a slight pain in his body, obviously from the fall. The ground was covered with ice and snow in the middle of winter. Fortunately, he could feel that he had no broken bones. "It's okay." Yi Zhe waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. "Thank you very much, thank you." He kept thanking the people who came to help save him, especially the girl. He quickly searched his body and only found a few hundred yuan. He gave most of the cash on him to the fortune teller and quickly handed the few hundred yuan to several people. "That's all I have on me. Don't think it's too little. Just treat it as a New Year's greeting to everyone." "Thank you." At the same time, he said to the girl who was about to give him artificial respiration, "What's your name? Please leave me your contact information. I will thank you later." "Thank you very much." He was not stupid. His situation was a little critical just now, and the others helped him out of kindness. The girl obviously had medical knowledge, so it can be said that the girl saved him. "My name is Yuma, I'm a nurse. Saving you is my job. I just hope you're okay." Girls leave immediately. Yi Zhe didn't stop. He had already seen the girl's work badge, which clearly read, Songjiang First Hospital. Brush. Yi Zhe stood up and thanked everyone again, then turned around and walked back. He was going to find the fortune teller. Damn, bullshit consecration talisman, that's it. Not only did it not work when I first got it, but I had to watch Qin Jiang's glory. Qin Jiang, the top young entrepreneur in the 3 northern provinces. Is that really outrageous? How did they choose him? It's obvious that the internet is the future trend, but they chose a businessman as the top executive? I don't accept it. Wait, I have a video department? Video software will definitely be the hottest trend in the future. I can do it. He encouraged himself and calmed himself down, and his pace became faster and faster, his fists clenched, and he swore, "Today I will give the fortune teller a boxing numbness." But as soon as he arrived at the fortune teller's place, he was stunned. It was not that the fortune teller ran away, but that he fell down. Yes. That's right. It fell over. The fortune teller lay in his stall, blood all over his body, several teeth missing, and motionless. If it weren't for the rise and fall of his chest, he would have suspected he was dead. The stall is broken, the ground is in a mess. Obviously he had just experienced a very tragic situation. A large number of people gathered nearby, but no one stepped forward. Unlike Yi Zhe, he fell down on his own and could be helped. However, the fortune teller had obviously been beaten up, so there was no way he could help. The most he could do was call an ambulance. Waves of discussion arose. What's going on? How could he be beaten like that? The edge of his mouth flew off, and the old man is quite old. It's said that a few young people came up and started beating me. If someone hadn't called the police, I'd probably have been beaten to death. I guess the old man was blindly telling people's fortunes, and he must have been beaten up by them because his predictions were wrong. These days, even fortune-telling can be life-threatening. DDE law enforcement agencies arrived and quickly recorded the crime scene, and recorded and investigated the people around them. Soon after they finished recording, they were ready to check the surveillance footage to find the person. Everything was done in an orderly manner from beginning to end. Similar incidents are not very rare. Every year, there are people who seek revenge after the fortune-telling masters fail to give them the correct results. Such cases are also very easy to investigate and solve without any difficulty. The ambulance arrived quickly, and several nurses hurriedly lifted the fortune-teller up and left quickly. A few minutes later, the scene returned to normal, and most people believed that the fortune-teller was beaten as a result of revenge. Only one novel enthusiast murmured before leaving, "He must have leaked too many secrets and suffered backlash, or perhaps he calculated someone with a particularly strong destiny? That's why he encountered this disaster." Yeah. That's it. It can be incorporated into my fantasy novel. It's really cool to use real-life materials. Yi Zhe was stunned on the spot. As the other party walked further and further away, he could not hear the rest of the words clearly. He only heard the first part: backlash, tough life, this disaster. These words kept popping up in his mind, and he quickly linked them together. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. The fortune-teller was right. Qin Jiang was his nemesis. It was just that the fortune-teller's power wasn't strong enough to neutralize the calamity and was attacked back, resulting in a bloody disaster and being Nemesis himself. It made perfect sense that he'd fainted from anger just when he saw Qin Jiang. Brush, he subconsciously looked at the talisman in his hand, and was shocked to find that it had been broken into pieces. He had just fallen down. This book is purely urban, without any supernatural powers, so don't make any wild guesses. That's right. Yi Zhe's face was firm. It must be what I thought. Qin Jiang is my nemesis. And his fate is very strong. Not only does he nemesis me, but also the fortune-teller who told me my fortune. Fortunately, I have the jade talisman with me, otherwise it would not be as simple as just falling down. No, I must find a way as soon as possible. The talisman is broken. He thought it would be safer to be less cautious when facing Qin Jiang in the future. Yi Zhe stumbled out of the place, his mind constantly racking his brains for ideas on how to resolve the situation. As he passed by a brand store, he suddenly stopped, staring at the store name for a long time. His eyes slightly lit up as if he had discovered a new world, and he rushed in and said, "Quick! Don't run, I'm not a gangster. I want to buy clothes. Change my whole body. All from your brands. I want shorts and socks too. I don't want these clothes anymore, just throw them in the trash." Soon, Yi Zhe changed into the brand's clothes from head to toe, from inside to outside, and walked out of the brand store. His face finally relaxed a little. The brand name on his back was clearly Nike Nightcall. He went to a car rental company again wearing Nike and drove out in a Buick Regal. Half an hour later, finally, he drove to Pizza Hut and decided that he would come here often to eat pizza in the future. At the same time, he took out his cell phone and called Yi Jikai. "Uncle, do you know anyone who is good or powerful? I want to get a talisman or something." Yi Jikai, amulet? What amulet? Yi Zhe, it's the kind that can handle grams. Chapter 260, Reactions from all sides, reputation spread, and the turmoil of returning home. Villa area. Uncle Long sat on the sofa and kept smoking a cigar. The other team leaders on both sides were also smoking. The villa was filled with smoke and it was almost impossible to see people. The young man on the side was coughing continuously due to choking, but he didn't say anything because he was also smoking, which he usually doesn't do. Everything, because there was a newspaper on the table with a very eye-catching headline: Top 10 Young Entrepreneurs in the 3 Northern Provinces. The most dazzling first name at the bottom was written: Chief Young Entrepreneur, Chairman of Halong Group, Qin Jiang. After seeing this news, the villa area fell into silence. No one spoke and everyone kept smoking. Obviously they can't accept it and can't understand it. Why, can Qin Jiang become the chief young entrepreneur? The young man couldn't help but say, no. How can he become an entrepreneur? What's going on? Don't the higher-ups know who he is? Damn it! Anyone can be in the newspaper. Uncle Long. You didn't see it. Today, all the big screens outside Songjiang were filled with his photos, everywhere. It makes me angry just looking at it. Even Uncle Long and others are similar. Nonsense, they're both gangsters. They can only live in the dark, afraid to show up in public. And what's the result? Qin Jiang is in the newspapers, on the big screen, and depending on the situation, he'll be on TV soon, but if they want to be on those, the only possibility is getting arrested. A long time, Uncle Long exhaled, damn. Qin Jiang's people are really tough. Let's forget about it. But this may not be a good thing for him. Don't look at his cheerful smile now. Putting himself out there is simply courting death. If anything goes wrong in the future, it could cost him his life. He said with some jealousy. Of course, what he said made sense. Compared to Uncle Long and Buckingham, Qin Jiang had the support of young entrepreneurs, which they saw as both good and bad. Good. His reputation and status soared, but bad. He would be the center of attention, but one wrong move could lead to a catastrophic fall. Uncle Long looked at the young man and said, whether you accept it or not, Qin Jiang is now at the peak of his career and cannot be touched. The North District is too strict. How about the other things I asked you to do? The young man's face was grim. Progress is very slow. The other areas have already been divided up. Our people didn't make a fortune, but they did get some scraps. We've suffered a lot of losses. I'm trying to figure out a solution. Uncle Long frowned. Move everyone to the East District. The forces there are so mixed that it's easier for them to intervene. As for the South District, the other side is already under threat. What? Several old people were stunned. Opposite the South District, it's Guanghua District. It's a subsidiary district. It's also an independent district. Given its remote location, the economy is definitely poor, even incomparable to the newly developed North District. But there's a Lin family there. The power dynamics in Guanghua District are complex, and their strength is unmatched by those North District bosses. Even if they've crossed the river, it seems like the control is really getting stricter. That's enough. Uncle Long waved his hand and said, at least the fire didn't burn us, so there's no need to worry too much. Even if the sky falls, Huasheng will hold it up. Let's go. Washington, Zhou Hua sat in his office listening to his secretary's report, his brows furrowed. He hadn't expected Qin Jiang to become a young entrepreneur, and a CEO at that. He was being heavily promoted by the higher-ups. Showing off in public. Zhou Sheng said angrily, how can he be so arrogant? Isn't he afraid of being targeted? Isn't he afraid of attracting the attention of the higher-ups? Isn't he afraid of, shut up? Zhou Hua scolded. He knew that Zhou Sheng seemed to be talking about Qin Jiang but was actually talking to himself. He had imposed many restrictions on Zhou Sheng during this period, forcing him not to cause trouble in order to avoid being noticed by his superiors. Therefore, today, when Zhou Sheng heard that his old rival Qin Jiang had become the chief young entrepreneur in a dignified manner, he came to question him in great anger. Why, what is he afraid of if he is not afraid of himself? Zhou Hua looked at Zhou Sheng and said solemnly, you can't compare to Qin Jiang. He has someone behind him. We have been targeted. Every generation of the Jianghu has its own talents, each leading the way for hundreds of years. The heyday of Hua is drawing to a close, and now it's his time to shine. Zhou Sheng, brother, what do you mean? Just admit defeat. Let Qin Jiang ride on our necks and stare at us from now on. He is nothing. Otherwise, I'll find someone to kill him. Zhou Hua glared and Zhou Sheng shrank his neck. Zhou Hua said coldly, go back and pack up. Tomorrow I'll go back to my hometown to pay respects to my parents and celebrate the new year there. Prepare some extra red envelopes and give some to my relatives back home. Zhou Sheng, aren't we all going home for the Mid-Autumn Festival? As for relatives, are they really relatives? We brothers weren't doing well when we asked them to borrow money, but they didn't lend us money. Why should we give them money now? Zhou Hua, why waste your words? Zhou Sheng didn't dare to talk back and left with a look of reluctance on his face. After a long time, Zhou Hua put down his pen and paper and closed his eyes to rest. On the paper in front of him were a lot of information written to overseas development, take it slow, 3 generations later, a century-old family, patriotic Chinese businessmen, return to their roots. Wow, he tore up the paper and set it on fire, turning it into curls of smoke, in a garden, while taking a walk. Bai Weiguo listened to Xiao Sun's report. After hearing that the young entrepreneurs had selected Qin Jiang as the chief, he nodded in approval. This is the result he wants, Qin Jiang. He values young people and is cooperating with them. He does not want them to fall into the abyss in the future. Although Qin Jiang has never broken the law and has been cautious and a true law-abiding citizen, he was relieved but also a little worried. People change. As Qin Jiang's power grows, things will likely change. It would be better to put him at the center of the storm now. While this approach carries risks, it will force Qin Jiang to be cautious and abide by the law. Bai Weiwei, what's going on in Washington? Xiao Sun, everything is normal now. Bai Weiwei, keep a close eye on them, especially the brothers Zhou Hua and Zhou Shang. They must not be allowed out of sight. We'll close the net after the new year. They must be brought to justice. A family compound. Wu Yu walked home with his hands behind his back, holding the newspaper and humming a little tune in the eighth master's step. He was obviously in a very happy mood. He was even happier when he saw the mention of vocational university when introducing Qin Jiang in the newspaper. Honor, it can bring more happiness than money. Moreover, Wu Yu was very clear that the publicity campaign had not yet begun. After the new year, all the major TV stations in the 3 northern provinces would report on the event one after another, and by then, the reputation of his vocational university would naturally be spread. So, it will be easier to recruit students after upgrading to a university, and the employment rate. Wu Yu murmured, we can't just focus on recruiting students, we also have to consider their employment situation and ensure their employment rate. If Heilong can grow into a large company with tens of thousands of employees in the future, the employment rate will definitely be stable. Shake your head. He didn't think about it any further, as that would be at least a few years or even a dozen years from now. However, he had no idea that everything would happen much faster than he expected. Now, on his way home, Qin Jiang had no idea how much of a stir his publicity campaign as a young entrepreneur had caused in Songjiang, or what kind of storm his return home would stir up. Chapter 261, Village Entrance Incident. Becoming the banker. Lotus Township. It is located in a township under the jurisdiction of a relatively remote county seat in Songjiang City. The township covers a good area and the people in the township are not very rich, but they are not very poor either. There are many young people chatting at the intersection of the township. Most of them are young men and women who have returned from working outside and come to the town to gather during the new year. They wore urban clothes that didn't match their temperament and boasted to each other, I work at the Southern Electronics Factory, and I'm not doing very well. I'm just a team leader, managing a few dozen people. I do business in Zhejiang Province. Business is really tough this year, and I can only make a little over 100,000 yuan. I can't compare with you guys, but I'm getting married next month, and my wife didn't ask for a penny in betrothal gifts. Fuck. Where did you get this? How can someone like you get a wife? Who's blind? They each told exaggerated facts to save face for themselves. Some of them were doing really well, but most of them were doing very poorly. After all, those who were really doing well rarely came to the towns and villages to stroll and chat. Why bragging? Saving face is just one of them. It is more to attract girls. Most of them cannot find girlfriends outside, so they turn their attention to other girls in their hometown. If they brag a little, maybe they will add them on QQ and there will be development between them. If someone has successfully added me to QQ, or has already started chatting on QQ, let's see if there is any chance. Call. Many young people were rubbing their hands and sniffing, obviously craving for cigarettes, but no one took out cigarettes from beginning to end. Nonsense, so many people gathered here. Whoever takes the cigarettes first loses. A pack will be gone in no time. There were also some young men who stayed in the village mixed in with them. Among them was a hooligans. He listened to these people bragging with his eyes flashing, and scanned several well-dressed young men twice. He stepped forward and said, Wang Airboy, this is a mixed bag. There's a game going on in the east. Do you want to play a couple of rounds? Don't worry, we're all family, we won't play big, it's boring to work hard all year, why not come over and play a few games for fun? He kept stalking other people. For young people who stayed in rural areas and were unwilling to work hard, the Chinese New Year was one of the few opportunities to make a fortune. A large number of young people who had earned money working outside came back, and all they had to do was get the money into their own hands. The bureau. That's how it happened. Many young people will lose all their earnings from working outside for a year, as they'll be rigged and taken away. 9 out of 10 times, they'll lose. It's impossible to lose everything, or else no one would play the next year. As the saying goes, the first day of the new year is a powerful place. Leaving home early in the morning on the second day of the new year, piling is already underway at the construction site on the third day of the junior high school. I miss Xiaofang's massage on the fourth day of the new year. Horizontal banner, become the banker next year. Many young people stayed away from him after hearing this. Gambling. This is a boundary that many people are unwilling to touch. For most young people working away from home, they know that it is not easy to make money. Even if they want to play a few games during the Chinese New Year, they will just join their friends and win or lose a few hundred yuan a day at most. This kind of situation, they dare not participate. Of course, there were always some people who were interested. They came to the scoundrel youth and whispered, "Old guy, what's the game? How big is it? Who's the banker? Is it a rotation or guaranteed safety?" Lao Guy, the scoundrel youth, nicknamed Guy because he has a hunchback, patted his chest and said, "We have all kinds of games, depending on how big you want to go. Don't worry about safety, they're all from our town, and we're all familiar faces." Listen to this. Many people nodded and left their contact information with Lao Guy. Seeing this, Lao Guy smiled with great satisfaction. He could get 500 yuan for every person he recruited. It was better than working outside, and there was also a commission. Right at this moment, Didi, car horns honked. A Bao car was driving towards the entrance of the town. The car was polished and obviously worth a lot of money, which immediately attracted the attention of young men and women. When Lao Guy saw the car and the license plate he didn't recognize, his eyes lit up slightly. Brush, he quickly rushed out of the crowd, pretending to stumble, and rushed towards Bao. Before Bao could reach him, bang, the lid screamed, "Ouch! Ouch! I bumped into someone." Card pool. Bao brakes directly. Wow, the car window rolled down and a fat, big-eared young man poked his head out. He saw the guy in front of him and screamed, "Old guy, what are you doing? It's me. You're even trying to blackmail me?" Guy Gus saw the fat-headed and big-eared young man was stunned to grass. He stood up, brushed off the snow on his body, and walked towards the car window, looking at the fat-headed, big-eared young man. "Why is it you? If it wasn't you, how could you make it out there? You can even drive a luxury car." He kept banging on the car door with his hands. Bang! 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 Make a dull sound. The young man grimaced in pain, but he knew what Lao Guy meant and took out a box of shizi from his pocket. "Take it and smoke it." Lao Guy took the cigarette and said, "There's a game going on in the east. Want to come over and play a few rounds? We're all family." It was obvious that he had set his sights on the young man Bao. Otherwise, even if he was from the same village, he couldn't be solved with just a pack of cigarettes. Slippery. It's also quite technical and painful. The young man, Bao, also loved to play and nodded, "Sure. Whenever the game starts, I'll be there. I'll be the banker." Gaizi nodded, "Okay, wait for my notification." Then he made way. Boom, the young man, Bao, stepped on the accelerator and drove into the town. He deliberately did not roll up the car window to receive countless envious glances. Many young men took the initiative to greet him. "Hey! Brother Yang made it out? Brother Yang has made a fortune. Don't forget to take me with you, Brother Yang. I'm going to pick up my girlfriend tomorrow. Can you lend me your car?" The girls didn't say anything, but just waved at him with what they thought was their most beautiful charm and said secretly, "Let's chat on QQ when we get home tonight." TSK, even though he's not very good looking, maybe Kai Bao can still be acceptable to me. I'd rather be crushed and cry in a Bao than be squeezed and laugh in an electric car. To this, Bao young man smiled and nodded, but he didn't care too much about those girls. The reason why he spent a lot of money on loan to buy Bao was not for these vulgar girls. His target was the former school belle, Lu Ruyan. Of course, he had no idea that he was obsessed with the campus beauty and was currently in Songjiang worrying about taxi fare. Leave with the vehicle. The faces of the young men and women all turned into mockery. Fuck. What a time. He used to fall over while driving a three-wheeled motorcycle, but now he can drive a BMW M. This bastard. He beat me up at school and made me cry on the ground, and he just grabbed me. I know. This guy opened a spicy hot pot restaurant in the county school cafeteria. It is said that when he made some money, he bought a Bohem to show off if he didn't find it. He looked at the food he was given, like a pig. Lao Guy ignored everyone's comments. Although he failed to extort anyone today, he had recruited many people and could earn commissions from them. He could also share some profits, so he would definitely have a good year. Just as he turned around and was about to leave Didi. Chapter 262 Qin Zhang's intimidation. Quickly take out the nails, Didi. A series of horn sounds were heard, much louder than before. As the young men and women at the town entrance stared in disbelief, they saw a convoy of 4 cars approaching. The main convoy had a G-Class leading the way, followed by 2 Jeeps. In the center sat a luxurious Mercedes-Benz S. While no one knew what class the Mercedes-Benz S was, the exterior alone made it clear it was anything but ordinary. A special license plate number, frowny face, North 868888. Holy crap! That license plate number. 4 8s. Amazing. I remember the richest man in the county only had 4 6s. The fleet. That car from the central government cost at least $1 million, right? Who's in it, and why are they coming to our town? When did our town have such a person? They are all confused. Unlike the Bohem youth, although cars worth 200,000 or 300,000 are also very expensive, some people in rural areas also drive them, but $1 million car. In 2010, very few people in rural areas could drive it. Logically, rural residents should know all of it, but apparently they had no impression of it. Lao Guy was stunned when he saw the car. Big fish. It's just that. The fish is a little too big, touching porcelain. Think about it. Lao Guy didn't dare to rush out. He's not stupid. He can't afford to offend people who can sit in such a convoy. However, when he was halfway through taking a step back, there was ice on the ground and he slipped and got stuck on the ground. Wow, as luck would have it, he just happened to slide to the front of the convoy, and even Guy was stunned. God told him not to miss the chance to make a fortune, but the next moment he was dumbfounded to see the convoy rushing towards him without stopping at all. Fuck, stop the car. He yelled frantically, there's someone in front. He frantically crawled to the side of the road, and because he was too nervous, he slipped and crawled to the side of the road like a pure dog. Wow, the big G rolled over him. Guy watched the ice crunch under the G-force, feeling like he'd just survived. Either he was climbing fast, or the team wasn't moving very fast. There is a high probability that it will be crushed by the G-Class, so, what awaits him? I can't even imagine. Flap. He stood up with an extremely angry look on his face, pointing at the convoy and yelling, fuck. You guys stepped on. He stopped talking mid-sentence. The rear window of the luxury Mercedes-Benz S slowly lowered, revealing a stern-looking young man's face. The young man looked at Lao Guy indifferently, which made Lao Guy's scalp tingle because he knew the young man. Qin Zhang. 1 man chased and 10 men attacked Qin Zhang, who trapped a gangster in his house so that he dared not go out and forced him to kneel down and apologize before he gave up. 1 person. It can be said that Qin Zhang has done countless things since he was a child, and each one of them is outrageous. He himself was one of the 10 people who were being chased, so he could naturally recognize Qin Zhang's identity. Jiang, brother Jiang. Old Guy said with a trembling voice, You are back. I really didn't know your car was mine. I just slipped in front of it. I didn't mean to blackmail you, brother Jiang. I'm telling the truth. Truly, he can hardly speak clearly. He once wanted to join Qin Zhang and hang out with him, but unfortunately the other party ignored him and took Sijou to Songjiang to study. Only then did he have some peace and quiet for 2 years. But it doesn't mean that he is not afraid of Qin Zhang. This kind of fear that comes from the bones will take several years to grind away. Not only Lao Guy, but everyone else also recognized Qin Zhang's identity after Lao Guy spoke. They subconsciously took 2 steps back. In the past few years, they had heard their parents say the most, stay away from Qin Zhang. At this moment, facing the panic of Lao Guy and others, Qin Zhang's face remained calm. Zhang Qi, who was standing in front of him, saw his brother Zhang's calm face, and also saw the panic in the eyes of the people on both sides. He couldn't help but think to himself, it seems that brother Jiang is very prestigious in his hometown. That's right. A powerful person like brother Jiang would be respected everywhere. Wow. He raised the window halfway and continued to drive forward. Qin Zhang didn't say a word from beginning to end, but the shock he brought to everyone was beyond words. Qin Zhang, this is the focus of topics in Lianhua Township. What's more, he is returning in a luxury convoy. call. Seeing the convoy leave, Lao Gai breathed a sigh of relief and secretly rejoiced. It was so close, so close. If Qin Jiang had been held responsible, he would have been ruined. Fortunately, I climbed up quickly. Suddenly he clapped his hands. It's broken. He immediately took out his phone and made a call. The person in the convoy is coming over soon. Qin Jiang, what the hell? It's that crazy Jiang. Hurry up and get the nail out. Ahead, there is a repair shop on the road that must be passed at the intersection of township streets, which is standard in many townships. I am the repair shop. The young man who had just been so proud of his BMW at the town entrance was waiting in frustration, while his BMW M was in the workshop, and the two in front were a little shriveled apparently. The tire was punctured, the owner of the repair shop, while directing the inspection of the tire, said to the young man, Old Yang, we're from the same village. I won't charge you an extra 200 yuan. Don't think it's too expensive. Your tire is so good that you can't use inferior materials to patch it. Besides, it's only 2 or 3 nails. It's not much, is it? Yang Bin, OM Youth, nodded. 200. Not cheap, a bit pricey. But there was only one repair shop near the town, and during the Lunar New Year holiday, he had no other choice. The owner of the repair shop nodded and said, Get to work. At this moment, a young man led 2 others over. They were dressed in police uniforms, and the leader was clearly Zhou Hua. This Zhou Hua wasn't the same Zhou Hua, he was the one who divorced the woman from the Wu family. Ever since Zhou Hua was dragged into the land occupation controversy by the Wu family, in order to no longer be harassed by the shameless Wu family, he chose to divorce and followed the director, who is currently in charge of the public security in Lianhua Township. Yo, the owner of the repair shop saw Zhou Hua and the others coming over and greeted them with a smile. Boss Zhou, just got back from work? Is there something wrong with your car? Drive over to me and I guarantee you can fix it. Zhou ignored the enthusiasm of the repair shop owner and said, In recent days, cars entering the township have been punctured one after another, and most of them are from out of town. Tell me about it. The owner of the repair shop shook his head. It has nothing to do with me. Who has the time to put nails in the snow? Zhou Hua, did I say it was man-made? Repair shop owner, he started to act dumb. I don't understand what you mean. Chief Zhou. What on earth are you talking about, Chief Zhou? All punctured vehicles have their tires repaired here. The repair fee is much higher than outside. I heard you went to the county town a while ago to buy some repair materials. Were there no punctures back then? The owner of the repair shop said with a grim expression, Captain Zhou, it's not illegal for me to deliver some goods. We need to catch thieves and seize stolen goods. If you have any evidence that I put the nails there, you can't wrongly accuse me. Zhou Suo also looked unhappy. 2011. The lack of widespread surveillance in rural areas meant that nothing was captured, so there was no evidence. However, law enforcement requires evidence. Just as Chief Zhou was about to say something, the repair shop owner's phone rang and his face changed drastically after answering the call. What did you say? Then he put down the phone and shouted to the 2 people who were unloading the tire inside, Fuck. Stop unloading. Quickly take out the nails from the snow crust, quickly. Quick. Chapter 263 The Butterfly Effect. Greetings. What? The 2 young men who were unloading the tire were startled seeing this. The owner of the repair shop looked even more anxious. Fuck. Are you deaf? Crazy Jiang is back, and he's driving back. Don't puncture his tires, otherwise, what? Crazy Jiang. Brush. The 2 young men jumped up from their places with terrified faces, and ran outside frantically as if they had thought of something terrible. The owner of the repair shop also rushed out quickly and saw the 3 of them running to the main road and began to squat down and grope in the snow on the ground. Soon, they took out the special nails one by one and quickly put them in their pockets. Joshua, smiley face. Bohem Youth, others. Oh, what's going on? The owner of the repair shop had just been desperately denying that he was the one who put the nail there, but in the blink of an eye he took the initiative to take the nail out. This move is simply a case of trying to cover up one's own guilt. This is the impurity exposed directly. Chief Zhou, as a security elite, was no mediocre person. He quickly guessed that everything was related to the phone call just now. Since the owner of the repair shop did not use the speakerphone, he did not hear the content of the call clearly, but the owner of the repair shop mentioned the relevant person, Crazy Jiang. It was obvious that this person drove back, and the owner of the repair shop rushed out to remove the nail because he was afraid that his car would be pierced. Crazy Jiang? Zhou Suo muttered, just from his name, I can tell he's not a good person. Besides, he must be quite capable of scaring the guys at the repair shop like that. There really are all kinds of people in Lotus Township. I have a long way to go. He looked at the two security guards behind him. They were old men and must know something about Crazy Jiang or Zhou Suo. Do you two know each other? The two security guards nodded. Just as they were about to explain something, they heard the sound of a car crushing the snow from the front. A crunch, crunch, a convoy of 4 cars approached, their luxury shocking everyone. Even if the town had never seen luxury cars, in 2011, luxury cars could be distinguished from ordinary ones at a glance, not to mention the Mercedes-Benz C logo, which was very conspicuous. Fuck, the owner of the repair shop was stunned. He was a car mechanic, and he knew the Mercedes-Benz C and G class, which were worth over $1 million. Although he didn't recognize the luxurious Mercedes-Benz S behind them, it definitely looked more impressive than the G class. What's going on? Did Lao Guy take some medicine? How can Qin Jiang afford such an expensive car? Are you kidding me? Only a top boss can afford a fleet like this. Even the big bosses in the county wouldn't be qualified. Furthermore, the license plate number is 48, of course. Although he was a little confused and doubtful, he did not stop the other two from taking the nails. After all, he could not afford to offend Qin Jiang no matter whether the person in the convoy was Qin Jiang or not. Cardpool. The convoy stopped 2 meters away from the owner of the repair shop. The window of the G-Class in front rolled down, and Zhou's ferocious face peeked out. You Lao Zhou, how dare you stop Brother Zhang's car? The owner of the repair shop was frightened and shuddered. He was even more shocked when he saw Zhou's very recognizable face. 49, the one made in the big G is Zhou, so that means the car behind is really Qin Jiang. It's outrageous that I opened the door to outrageousness. It's outrageous to the extreme. Zhou, fuck. Deaf. He was not polite at all to the owner of the repair shop. The owner had been stealing and doing bad things since he was a child. He had done so many bad things that he had to use his tricks to cheat countless people. After he opened a repair shop, the repair shop owner came back to his senses and quickly gave Zhou a fake smile. Hey, brother Zhou. Look at what you're saying. How dare I stop Brother John's car? I don't know who threw a nail on the ground and pierced the car. I'm leading people to clean it up. It will be ready soon, it will be ready soon. As he said this, he looked behind him, searching for Qin Jiang. A few seconds later, the two repairmen hurriedly stood up and said to the owner of the repair shop, We have picked up all the nails. The owner of the repair shop immediately stepped aside with the two mechanics to clear the road, and said to Zhou with a smile, It's okay, brother Zhou, let's go. The two repairmen also gave Zhou what they thought was their friendliest smile, which was totally inconsistent with their true character. Boom, Zhou was too lazy to pay attention to them and drove over. Later. 3 cars also drove slowly by, because the roads in rural areas of northeast China are poorly cleared of snow in winter. The roads are icy and snowy, making them very slippery. In addition, there are no traffic lights and people walk around randomly, so cars can't drive very fast at all. Now, the owner of the repair shop stared at the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz S, and saw the back window glass dropped halfway, and Qin Jiang's cold face appeared in front of him. Although there was no yellow hair and his expression had changed a lot from before, he still recognized him instantly. Qin Jiang, the man who gave me nightmares even when I was sleeping. Gulp. The owner of the repair shop nodded to Qin Jiang and said, Brother Jiang, you're back. This car is amazing. It looks expensive. If you have any problems in the future, come to me and fix it. It's free. Pa? What am I talking about? How could your car have any problems? The other two repairmen also nodded and said hello, Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. Qin Jiang didn't respond to this. He looked down upon people like them who made dirty money by bullying others, not to mention in this life, even in the previous one. Trash. Low-class trash. Only Qin Jiang's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at Zhou Suo, clearly recognizing his identity, Zhou Hua. He shared the same name as the Huaxing CEO, but their fates were different. One was about to fall into the abyss, destined for eternal damnation, while the other emerged from the mire with a promising future. Everything, because of different choices, some roads are destined to be a path of no return. Why is he in Lotus Township? Qin Jiang pondered. Is it because of the butterfly effect, or is it just like this in his previous life and he just doesn't remember? Shake your head, Qin Jiang did not think about it any further. Whether it was originally like this or the butterfly effect was nothing, he did not feel a sense of crisis. Not to mention that he believed that Zhou would not do anything to abuse his power for personal gain or to violate the law. Even if he wanted to do something, Qin Jiang had a clear conscience and could handle it easily. Soon the convoy disappeared at the intersection. The owner of the repair shop couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Apparently, some shadows don't fade with the passage of time, instead, they only grow. He frowned and said, "No? I remember he came back by car last year. Why is he driving this year? And such luxury cars? 4 of them? Repairman A, he made a fortune out there. How much money did he make? What happened? He robbed the treasury. Repairman B, nonsense. That would definitely be on the news. And he'd even come back home so brazenly. Repairman A, yeah. That makes sense." Several people were talking in amazement, obviously extremely shocked that Qin Jiang came back with more than one luxury car. At the same time, they all had some doubts in their hearts, which was frowny face, can money come easily? Chapter 264, Arresting the owner of the repair shop, Zhou's target, and the Qin family's arrival. At this time, Chief Zhou also saw Qin Jiang and recognized him. He could say that Qin Jiang was the reason for him coming here. Of course, he didn't blame him for his emotions. Being able to get rid of the Wu family's scoundrels in advance was a blessing in disguise for him. Qin Jiang. His hometown is also in Lianhua Township. What a coincidence, don't I remember his license plate having 3 8s? When did it become 4 8s? And the car seems to be much higher quality? Is his night market really that profitable? He had been in Lianhua Township for a few months and was unaware of the current situation in Songjiang, nor was he aware of the current development of the Black Dragon. Therefore, he was a little surprised by Qin Jiang's convoy. However, compared to the others, he had a much better understanding. After all, he knew about the Black Dragon night market and had seen Qin Jiang's power in Songjiang. At the same time, he was very curious about the scene and couldn't help but whispered to the 2 people, "Is Qin Jiang very famous here?" Security guard A said, "He's very famous. He's beaten up almost all the hooligans his age in Lianhua Township. Even the big hooligans are afraid of him. They call him Crazy Jiang. When he gets mad, he's desperate. He once cornered Lao Jiang, a big thug, in his house to help Zhou get justice, so he didn't dare come out. In the end, he had to have someone come to his house to apologize to him and the situation was resolved. Besides, he quickly recounted many stories about Qin Jiang. It was obvious that there were many legends about Qin Jiang here. Zhou nodded, and he understood why the owner of the repair shop and others were afraid of Qin Jiang. The things that this kid did back then were really scary, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that it was others who provoked him and he did not take the initiative to fight back, which was quite reasonable. Security guard B, we don't need to worry about him. No one in Lianhua Township dares to provoke him. He never causes trouble. Besides, he went to Songjiang to attend university. It seems he's making a fortune there, so he's definitely not going to cause trouble." Chief Zhou nodded again. He could tell from the 2 men's words that Qin Jiang was fundamentally different from other hooligans, and his reputation was not too bad. At least it would be fine if he didn't provoke him. In addition, he knew clearly in Songjiang that Qin Jiang not only had a good background, but also was very sensible in doing things. He never did anything illegal, and his leaders all praised him for his frightening whiteness. So, there is no need to pay too much attention to each other. At this time, the owner of the repair shop came back whispering with 2 workers, discussing the Qin Jiang fleet. Chief Zhou stopped them and pointed at the road. "How did you know there were nails in the snow? And how did you remove them so accurately? Can you give me a reasonable explanation?" Repair shop owner, nails, what nails? I don't know. /__// Zhou pointed to his chest and said, "Don't try to deny it. Everything you did just now was recorded. If you don't want to talk about it here, then come back with me and tell me." He ordered his men to detain the owner of the repair shop, take out the nails from the pockets of several people, and sent people to the repair shop to look for the same nails. He actually found the same nails. Zhou Suo was too lazy to talk nonsense. Take it away. In the repair shop, Yang Bin was stunned. He hadn't even considered that the nail piercing his car was the work of the repair shop. The most infuriating thing was, he deserved it. They were just trying to trick him. And then Qin Jiang drove back and immediately removed the nail. What the hell? He was just being picky. Damn. He was making some money, and he had some status in the county. They dared to bully him like that. He was a weakling. He had no chance of running a repair shop. He would only benefit from offending such a scoundrel. Yang Bin spat at the three people being taken away. Pooh, well done. Social scum like you must be arrested. You deserve it. Heaven has its eyes. A few seconds later, Yang Bin rushed out of the repair shop. Don't take everyone away. I haven't even turned on the wheels yet. How can I drive without them? The owner of the repair shop sat on the iron bench and said helplessly, Okay. I admit it. It's my bad luck. I'll pay them back for repairing the wheel. Let me make sure I only do it for 2 days. It had nothing to do with me before, so I can't pay a penny. Can you please let me go? My mom is waiting for me to come back for dinner. If I don't go back now, she'll be waiting anxiously. He had a look of admitting defeat. Joe frowned and knocked on the table. You threw nails on the road and punctured tires. This is a threat to public safety. It's illegal and you'll go to jail. And you're still eating dinner? What? Jail? The owner of the repair shop said, Don't scare me, I just threw a few nails and didn't make much money. Chief Shou, record his statement. He was too lazy to say anything to the other party. It didn't matter whether the other party really didn't understand or was pretending not to understand. As an adult, he had to be responsible for his own actions. Snap. He came to the door and lit a cigarette. An old security guard came out and lit a cigarette. Are you not used to it? Do you think they don't understand the law? They just do whatever they want? Zhou Suo didn't say anything. It's not that I don't understand. Most people are just hoping for the best. They've ignored it all because the car owners wouldn't report it to the police for $100 or $80, and there's little surveillance and no evidence. Even if they were caught, they'd only be detained for a short period of time, and after they're released, they'll continue. I know you're here to do something, and that's great. You don't have to worry about it. You're the boss, just give the orders and we'll do it. Chief Joe looked at him meaningfully. He had a mission in the countryside this time, to clean up the increasingly rampant forces in the towns and villages, to ensure the safety of people's property, and to maintain public order and stability. Just now, the other party had obviously expressed support for him, then he can implement his plan to catch gamblers. This is the place with the most criminals in the towns and villages, and also the place where people are cheated the most. If it is not curbed in time, many people will lose their fortunes. Of course, he will not act rashly, catch the thief and the stolen goods. There is no need to be sure of catching them. Acting rashly will only alert the enemy. Lianhua Township is small, and aside from the main road, all the roads are dirt roads. The houses on either side of the road are half brick and half mud houses. Mud houses are houses made of adobe bricks, common in rural northeast China. They were gradually replaced by brick houses, but some people still live there. Halfway, Qin Shang and Chen Yu got out of the car and left. Qin Jiang breathed in the cold rural air through the car window, his face calm and composed, but his fingers tapping the seat revealed that he was not as calm as he appeared. This was the first time he saw his parents after his rebirth. In both his past and present lives, Qin Jiang owed his parents a debt, in his studies, career, marriage. Even when he was doing well in his previous life and was ready to bring his parents over, they refused. He knew they didn't want to spend his money, as they considered it dirty. He even sent back all the money he sent home. So, even though Qin Jiang made a lot of money in this life, he didn't send any money home. He knew sending money wouldn't make his parents happy, but would only make them worried. After all, Qin Jiang was a gangster in his previous life. How could a gangster's money come easily? Card pool. The car speed decreased. Ahead as Zhang Qi's voice came. Brother Jiang, is that your house up ahead? I see Brother Sijo slowing down. Hey, there are so many people? Chapter 265, Xin and Xiao, whose descendants are superior. The intersection of 3 streets and 5 rows of roads. On the left is a brick house, which covers a large area. The front and back yards are very square and tidy. The firewood is neatly piled up. 2 tractors and 2 motorcycles are parked inside. It is considered to be the best in the whole town. It is Qin Zhang's house. Qin Zhang's parents were hard-working and good at saving money, so the Qin family was not poor. Compared with other ordinary families, they were even considered wealthy, with savings of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan in 2011. A deposit of 200,000 or 300,000 yuan is considered a large sum of money in rural areas. Few people would take it out if they already have a car and a house. After all, at that time, a large proportion of people in rural areas lived in mud houses, and few families could take out 100,000 yuan. Now, a middle-aged couple stood at the door. They were Qin's father and mother. Qin Jiang had already informed himself that he would be back today. He doesn't like to come home unexpectedly, because that would surprise his parents but would make them less happy. Instead, if he notified his parents in advance that he would be coming home, he could make them happy for a few days in advance. Qin's father said, "It's cold outside. You should hurry inside. It's a good time to check on the food and make more so that Xiao Biao won't run out of food. Besides, they will take the bus when they come back. It will take at least half an hour. I'll just go to the intersection and check it out." Obviously, Qin Jiang did not inform them that he would drive back. After all, some things are difficult to explain clearly without meeting face to face, and saying them on the phone will only make the old couple worry. Rural buses do not have bus stops, they only stop at intersections to let passengers get off and go home on their own. Mother Qin nodded, okay, but they did not turn around and go back immediately. They still looked outside from time to time, obviously wanting to wait a little longer. After all, Qin Jiang only went home for a few days a year, and his parents, how could they not miss him? Bang, 2 people also came out from the opposite yard. They were the Chao family, the neighbors across from the Qin family. Speaking of which, the Chao family and the Qin family have a very close relationship. Lao Chao and Lao Qin were classmates, but they had different fates. Originally, both of them had good academic performance, but Lao Chao was good at foreign languages and was retained by the school as a teacher after graduation, while Lao Qin chose not to continue his studies and went out to earn money because of his poor family background. The two married their classmates. In addition, the two families live across from each other, so they have been competing secretly. Especially after some events that happened in the past few years, the competition has become more obvious. Although the two families have similar annual incomes, the Chao family belongs to the working class and does not have to work hard to earn money. They always feel proud to be superior to the Qin family. This reached its peak when the Chao family's son was admitted to a prestigious university and Qin Jiang failed and could only go to a junior college from then on. Qin's father always felt inferior to Chao's father. Now Chao's father and mother came out and saw Qin's father and mother there. Chao's mother said, "Hey, what are you two doing? Is Xiao Jiang coming back today? What a coincidence. Xiao he is coming back today too." Mother Qin nodded and casually agreed. Hearing the noise on the street, many neighbors came out to join in the fun. In 2011, there was no entertainment in the countryside. Douyin and Kuaishou had not appeared in later generations. Even smartphones were not popular and it was difficult to access the internet. The biggest entertainment facility was watching TV. Gossiping and joining in the fun was basically an instinct. So when they saw the noise from the Qin family and the Chao family at the door, they came out to watch the excitement. Anyway, they had nothing to do seeing many people coming over. Chao's mother said proudly, "My brat called me and said he's bringing his girlfriend home this year?" Someone asked, "Is Xiao he dating someone?" "Where?" Chao's mother, "From Shanghai. He just graduated from university and was accepted by a large Shanghai company. Now he has an annual salary of over 100,000 yuan. He plans to live there and find a partner in Shanghai." As soon as these words were spoken, many people showed envy. Annual salary of more than 100,000. It was very shocking in 2011. Many rural families could only save about this amount of money in their entire lives, but other people's sons could earn that much just by working for a year. Who wouldn't be envious? When you think about how much your own son earns outside and how he still has to ask for living expenses from time to time, the comparison is even more significant. Can't help but praise sister-in-law? You're going to enjoy your life now. Maybe in a few years Xiao He will bring you and your wife to Shanghai as well. Xiao He will definitely be a leader. If he can become a leader right after graduation, he will definitely become a CEO in the future. Ever since I was little, I've always thought Xiao He was a promising kid. Look what happened. It's come true. Xiao's father and mother were very happy to hear the waves of compliments. What are they competing for at their age? It's just the next generation. 20 years ago, the father respected his son. 20 years later, the son respected his father. Life is nothing more than this, especially for them, where there is no going back. They all look forward to the next generation to achieve great success. It is obvious that the Qiao family is about to take off. Qiao's mother spoke again. My child is great in every way, except for one thing, he's too aggressive. Shanghai is too far from home, and it's inconvenient to come back. He's no match for Xiao Jiang. He's right here in Songjiang. He's right at home. If anything happens, he can just drive back in 2 hours. He deliberately turned the topic to Qin's father and mother. Brush. Many people looked at Qin's father and mother. Everyone could hear that coming to Qiao's mother was to belittle her own child and was clearly showing off, deliberately pulling Qin Jiang out for comparison. Qin Jiang, in the eyes of neighbors, he is useless, not to mention compared with Qiao He who makes a lot of money in Shanghai, he can't even compare with their own children. At least their children are honest and don't cause trouble. Of course, no one responds with ridicule. Although Qin's father and mother are honest and kind, Qin Jiang is not someone who is easy to deal with. If the words get to Qin Jiang's ears later, it will easily cause trouble for him. They don't want to cause trouble, so they all smile and say nothing. See this. Qiao's mother also shut up in dismay, looking at Qin's mother who was still very proud. That was the pride of a winner. When they were young, the two were classmates and had a good relationship. But when they grew up, Qiao's mother found that many people were pursuing Qin's mother, and only a few pursued her. At that time, she found that Qin's mother was prettier than her. In addition, Qin's mother had a better family background than her since she was a child, and her popularity was better than hers. This changed the friendship between the two of them a hate. Not at all, jealous. A little bit. The most important thing is the desire to win. She won the first round in choosing a spouse. Even if the husband she chose was not a good person and cursed people at every turn, at least he would not have to work in the fields and she would not have to farm in the scorching sun. She won the second round by having her child. Her son was admitted to a prestigious university and has an annual salary of more than 100,000 yuan, while Qin's son only went to a shabby junior college and will have difficulty finding a job in the future. Double kill. Double kill. Well, Mother Qin sighed and said nothing. What could she say? It was the fact. Other people's sons were better than hers. Shaking her head, she turned around and prepared to go back to the courtyard. At this moment, a series of horns blared as a car slowly drove towards the Qiao family's house. Chapter 266. Qiao He returns and gains the upper hand. Qin Jiang returns. Brush. The car stopped at the gate of Qiao's house. The door opened and the young man behind the wheel stepped out. It was Qiao He. He said happily, "Mom and Dad, I'm back." A beautifully dressed woman got out of the passenger seat, her brows slightly furrowed as her leather boots stepped on the snow. Qiao He pointed at the girl and said, "Dad, Mom. This is my girlfriend, Lin Shui." He then smiled and introduced her, "These are my parents." Lin Shui nodded to Qiao's father and mother, but when she saw the brick house behind Qiao's house, her expression looked a little ugly. It was obvious that she was not very satisfied with Qiao's family's financial situation. Born in the south, she thought that the countryside was the kind of place where every household lived in a small Western-style building. She did not expect that the towns in the northeast were so dilapidated and only had brick houses. However, her expression did not continue to look ugly and soon returned to normal. Qiao He opened the trunk of the car and took out various gifts. "Dad, Mom. These are all bought by Xiaoxue for you. These are 2 bottles of Wolianye and 2 bottles of Shizi for Dad. These are 2 boxes of bird's nest and a scarf for Mom. See this." Qiao's father and mother smiled even more. "Father Qiao, come on, what do you want?" His eyes fell on Wulian liquor. He was a wine lover, and good wine was very attractive to him, but he did not intend to drink it. Such wine must be placed in a prominent position to save face. Xiao's mother also looked very happy. Xiaoxue, I've heard Xiaohe mention you before. You look really elegant. The neighbors were extremely envious. No one expected that Xiaohe would drive back. Although it was just an ordinary car, in that era, you had to have a certain status to drive one in the towns and villages. Besides, Xiaohe had just graduated for a year and he could buy a car. What's more, he even brought back his girlfriend from Shanghai. Although his girlfriend's appearance could only be described as ordinary, her dress, temperament and clothes showed that she was not from a small place. For a rural man who could marry a girl from a big city, it was still enviable. The gifts are also very high-end. For most people in towns and villages, Wulianya has only been seen on TV and it is absolutely impossible for them to drink it themselves. How much bulk grain liquor can they buy with that much money? They couldn't help but come forward to congratulate. Hey, the college students are back. What kind of car is this? A foreign car. It looks like it's worth a lot of money. He's still so handsome. That's his girlfriend next to him, right? She looks gentle, like a city girl. I heard you're a manager at a Shanghai company, making over 100,000 yuan a year? How do you spend that much money? Xiaohe smiled and agreed. It's nothing? An ordinary car? It's only over 100,000 yuan, not really a leader managing more than 10 people, but he felt helpless inside, knowing that his parents must have exaggerated his story. How could he be a leader right after graduation? He was lucky to join a big company, but his annual salary, including benefits, bonuses, and year-end bonuses, was barely 100,000. Where's the car? I bought it on loan. Firstly, it's really hard to live in a big city without a car, and secondly, I want to show off when I get home. As for how to spend so much money, of course, even if he saved, it wouldn't be enough. Big cities are expensive, and with rent, car loans, girlfriend expenses, and the occasional gift of money to his family to save face, he lives paycheck to paycheck. It's all just superficial glamour. Here compliments from neighbors. Xiao's father and mother were even happier, laughing so hard that their teeth showed, and they were simply reaching the peak of their lives. Opposite, Qin's father and mother were also a little envious. Who doesn't want their child to have a bright future? Besides, Xiaohe and Qin Jiang are only a few years apart in age. Xiaohe was doing very well outside, buying a car, finding a girlfriend, and bringing back all kinds of gifts. Whether their son can find a job after graduation is a problem, let alone finding a partner. Qin's father and mother cannot accept those kite women. Well, Qin's father, that brat can find a job that pays 3,000 or 4,000 in the future, stay out of trouble, and stay out of jail. Let's work hard these past few years and save some money. Let's get him started on a family and start a family quickly, so he can have a stable life. Mother Qin nodded, yes. Just don't cause trouble. Obviously, they didn't expect Qin Jiang to be able to compete with Xiaohe, and they would be lucky as long as he didn't get into trouble and go to jail. Xiao's father and mother were not in a hurry to bring their children into the house. One reason was that they wanted to show themselves in front of the neighbors, but the most important thing was to wait for Qin Jiang to come back, so that it would be more impactful when they met in person. Father Qiao muttered, when Qin Jiang comes back alone, carrying a suitcase, with yellow hair on his head, and looking sloppy, he'll be in stark contrast to his son and will definitely make him look better. I'm looking forward to it, that's all. Qiao's father and mother deliberately tried to find a topic to delay time. He was a little confused. Seeing Lin Shui's face flushed red from the cold, and her nose and face were not the same, he hurriedly said, Dad, Mom. Come in. Qiao's father and mother couldn't refuse, knowing that any further delay would make Lin Shui dissatisfied and embarrass Xiaohe. Just as they were about to turn around and go into the house with the gifts, Didi, the sound of car horns immediately attracted everyone's attention. 4 cars were seen driving over. The first car, a G-Class, looked very domineering. The luxurious Mercedes-Benz S and 2 Jeeps behind it were also extraordinary. Although the number of cars in the convoy was not large, the quality was already better than that of rural wedding convoys. Someone recognized the vehicle. Hey, that lead car is a G-Class. I remember when our village head Lu, a relatively wealthy family in Lianhua Township, had his son get married. It was this car that was the lead car. It was said to be worth over 2 million yuan. More than 2 million, many people gasped. A car costing more than 2 million yuan is simply unbelievable to ordinary people. Many families cannot earn so much money in several lifetimes, and now they can only buy a car. How rich is a person to ride in a car like this? What is even more shocking is that this car worth more than 2 million yuan is just a lead car. Obviously, the car in the middle with the license plate number 48 is the focus. So who is sitting in it, and what is such a person doing in Lianhua Township? Qiao He and Lin Shui were also surprised. As people who worked hard in Shanghai, they had seen the world. The G-Class was not uncommon in Shanghai. Even the Mercedes-Benz S in the center could be seen. Even if they didn't realize that the Mercedes-Benz S was a modified version, the ordinary version would cost several million. This amount of money was not a small amount even in Shanghai. Those who could drive such a car were either rich or noble. At the same time, the two were very confused. Why did such a convoy come to Lianhua Township? The two men subconsciously stepped back to make way. Not only them, but the other neighbors also began to retreat to both sides of the road. They obviously thought that the convoy was just passing by. But the next moment they were all stunned, and saw that his convoy actually turned and stopped directly in front of the main gate of the Qin family. What's going on? Why did the convoy stop at the main gate of the Qin family? Are you here to find the Qin family? When did the Qin family get to know such a big shot? Before they could guess further, bang! The central Mercedes-Benz S's main driver's door opened, and a young man dressed in a black suit and with a stern face, who clearly looked more like a social elite than Qiao He, stepped out. Without even glancing at the others, the young man quickly walked to the back seat and opened the door, bang. Chapter 267, Showing off one's wealth and power. Just see. A young man in formal attire and with a stern expression walked out of the car and glanced at everyone calmly. Seeing the young man coming out of the car, everyone could only think of two words: young, very young. He looked to be in his early 20s, with an upright figure, a stern face, and well-dressed clothes that made it obvious he was worth a fortune. So young? I thought he must be a big boss in his 40s or 50s to ride in a car like this. Why is he so young? Are all young people so rich nowadays? No. They should come from wealthy families or run big businesses. What is such a rich, young boss doing in Lianhua Township? And he's parked in front of old Qin's house. Lin Shui looked at Qin Zhang walking out of the car with her eyes gleaming as she murmured, "Domineering CEO." Similar scenes are often staged in Shanghai. Although there are many domineering CEOs in Shanghai, there are very few who are as young as Qin Zhang. It can be said that Qin Zhang's appearance this time is exactly the same as the domineering CEO on TV, young and capable Lin Shui. Shouldn't such a person stay in a villa in a big city? What is he doing in the countryside when the new year is almost here? Does he have relatives there? She planned to ask Qiao He, but found out Qiao He stood there motionless, his eyes wide open as if he had seen something incredible. Lin Shui, what's wrong with you? She asked Qiao He, but he didn't answer her. At the same time, she found that not only Qiao He, but also his parents were standing there in a daze. Just when Lin Shui was about to ask, Qiao He uttered two words with difficulty: Qin Zhang. The next moment, some of the neighbors suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, why does he look a bit like Qin Zhang? Oh my God! Could it be Qin Zhang? It really looks like." As soon as these words were spoken, the rest of the neighbors also looked at Qin Zhang. From his appearance, they could see that he had many similarities with Qin's father, except that Qin Zhang was bigger in stature, and unlike Qin's father's timid aura, Qin Zhang was very intimidating, and people could tell at first glance that he was not simple and should not be provoked. He actually looks like Qin Zhang, and the age matches too. Could it be? It's no wonder they couldn't believe it. Last year, Qin Zhang still had his signature yellow hair, and his nonchalant aura could be seen from miles away. But now he has been reborn, and looks like a successful person from head to toe. Among them, Qin's father and mother were the most confused. As Qin Zhang's parents, they were naturally more familiar with Qin Zhang than others. The moment they saw the young man getting off the car, they realized that he looked exactly like Qin Zhang. The only difference was that his temperament and clothing had changed drastically. Therefore, it made them a little stunned. Now, Qin Zhang's gaze slowly fell on his father and mother, gazing at their slightly dazed expressions. He knew they had recognized him, though for a moment they couldn't believe it. Gazing at their weathered faces, Qin Zhang couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. His parents weren't old, only in their 40s, yet they looked more than a decade older than the average city dweller. This was the result of years of hard work, and most importantly, their worry for him. Previous life, his parents never shared happiness with him until the end. which was one of the reasons why he died of depression. In this life, he will never allow anything to happen again. 20 years later, the son will respect his father, and his father will also want others to respect him. Qin Jiang's strong self-control didn't make him lose his composure, nor did he impulsively rush over to hug his parents. He simply smiled gently on his stern face. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." These few simple words were like a bolt from the blue. Boom. Lin Shui's eyes widened, Zhao Yi staggered and almost lost his balance. Zhao's father and mother supported each other and almost slipped. Neighbors, sigma, surprised face, equals smiley face, underscore, no, what did they hear? The young man who got out of the multi-million-dollar luxury car addressed the Qin family couple as mom and dad. In other words, he is a descendant of the Qin family, and the Qin family has only one son, that is, Qin Jiang. Gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva was heard. Is he really Qin Jiang? Why would he drive back? And in such an expensive car? And with a driver? Don't you say he's attending vocational college in Songjiang? What happened? Did he get rich? Did he rob a bank? How come? Zhao He couldn't believe it. Shouldn't Qin Jiang be a second-rate gangster? Shouldn't he come back in a sloppy manner with only a suitcase? Shouldn't he be embarrassing his parents? Why are they bringing back a fleet of cars? They rented them. They definitely rented them. Just to save face, that must be it. He kept hypnotizing himself. Point one side. Lin Shui asked, Xiao He, is he really from your hometown? Xiao He, rented. Lin Shui, is the house rented? Xiao He, I'm talking about cars. Qin Jiang ignored the shock of his neighbors and the Chao family. Instead, he was very satisfied with the scene. That's right, he is about to show himself before the people. Anyway, his money in this life was clean, so naturally he had to earn face for his parents and make them turn the tables and fight back after years of being looked down upon. Bang! 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 Sijou and 3 other Black Dragon personnel got off the car. Sijou, godfather, godmother, Zhang Qi and the 3 Black Dragon members, uncle, aunt. Qin's father and mother nodded hurriedly. Well, Father Qin, come inside, it's cold outside. But Qin Jiang didn't go into the house. Instead, he told his parents in public, I run a company in Songjiang and currently have a decent income. He then introduced Zhang Qi and the other 3, they are my company employees and my brothers. They will be spending the new year at our house this year. Said. He waved his hand and saw Zhang Qi and 3 Black Dragon personnel quickly open the trunks and back doors of several cars and take out various gifts. Mitai, by the box, huazi, on the case, lobster, 5 pounds, bird's nest, a pile of it, mink, several sets, gold necklace, by pound. Soon the ground was piled up like a hill. Qin Jiang put a several-pound gold necklace around his father's neck while he was being bewildered. It looked vulgar but festive. Dad, keep 2 boxes of these mitai for yourself, and give the rest to relatives and friends. The same goes for cigarettes. Don't be stingy. I'll get you more if you run out. Qin Jiang picked up another mink drape and put it on his mother, then pointed at the remaining 7 or 8 pieces and said, Mom, wear whichever one you like. Wear a different one every day. Mink, in later generations, it was outdated in northeast China and no one wore it, but it was very popular in 2011. How many country people could dream of having a mink coat of their own? It usually costs 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Wearing one of them will make you look proud. 7 or 8 pieces. What concept? I can't describe it in words. It's simply nouveau riche. Qin Jiang pointed at the other items and said, eat these if you can, and give away the rest. At this time, Qin Jiang showed what it means to be wealthy and powerful. Chapter 268, Instant Kill, Black Dragon. Is it serious? Right now, neighbors looked at the pile of precious gifts piled up like a mountain on the ground. Each one had basically only been seen on TV, and was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Yet, there were just these piles, and the number was ridiculous. A rough calculation would put it at hundreds of thousands. Rural people could not save enough money in their entire lives, but now it appeared in front of them as gifts. The most important thing was what Qin Jiang said just now. It was as if these gifts were nothing. Brush. For a moment, many people looked at Qin Jiang and secretly wondered, he brought back hundreds of thousands of dollars in gifts, how much money does he have to earn outside? Qin Jiang waved his hand again, and Zhang Qi immediately took out a few Huazi cigarettes from the box and opened them. 1 box for everyone, male, female, young or old, all the neighbors accepted the cigarettes, and even those who didn't smoke didn't refuse. It was definitely a face-saving thing to bring cigarettes worth dozens of dollars back home to other smokers at home. Then he complimented Qin's father and mother. "Oh my. I told you Xiao Jiang has a lot of potential. Look, it's come true now." "Not at all. I've always seen Xiao Jiang as an enterprising guy since he was little, and now he's making a name for himself out there." "Jiang, is your car cheap? How much did you buy it for? How much did you loan it for?" Some people kept complimenting him and saying nice things, while others subconsciously wanted to find out Qin Jiang's background. Qin Jiang didn't need to say anything. Jiang Qi said, "What loan? Brother Jiang, what status do you have to get a loan to buy a car? This is all from someone who was paying tribute to you. This car is only worth 18 million, right?" Filial piety, 18 million, hiss. Many people gasped at first. They were shocked at how expensive Qin Jiang's car was. 18 million. They couldn't even begin to imagine the figure. Second, the car was actually a gift from someone else? And for what? The word filial piety sounded a bit strange, a bit. They thought again of Qin Jiang's past and couldn't help but think it a perverse way. Soon, a Black Dragon staff member handed cigarettes to Chao's father. This time, Father Chao looked at the mountain of gifts Qin Jiang brought back, and then looked at the gift in his own hand. The Wuliangye that had just made him so proud seemed so insignificant. He subconsciously moved the wine to the back, and saw that the cigarette had been stuffed into his hand while he was hesitating whether to take it. He looked at the neighbors who had been complimenting him and others and began to compliment Qin's father and mother, and his face turned ugly. Mother Chao's mouth twitched with rage, especially when she saw 7 or 8 mink coats on the ground. These were mink coats. She had begged and pleaded every day for each one, and she treasured them like a jewel. She only wore them today to show off, and now they were piled up in front of her rival, Mother Qin. How could the already jealous mother accept this? The two of them are the most angry. Today, Qin Jiang completely outshined his own son. You can't even say it's a double kill, but massacre. Wow. Chao's mother slipped and fell to the ground. Chaoyi, Mom. Lin Shui, hey, don't pull me. Father Chao, my wine. Qin Jiang didn't care about the situation of the Chao family and led his parents back to the yard amid the compliments of the neighbors. Sijio, Zheng Qi and others also brought various gifts into the Qin family's house and parked the car in the yard. Bang. As the Qin Jiang gate closed, the neighbors finally came to their senses. If they hadn't seen the luxury cars in Qin Jiang courtyard, they would have suspected they were dreaming. TSK. How did he suddenly become rich? Is it so easy to make money out there? And how long has it been like this? The 4 young men he brought back looked strange. They didn't look like good people. They looked like bodyguards from TV. Someone gifted me such an expensive car. It seems like he's quite famous out there. 80% likely, although he didn't finish his words, everyone could understand the meaning. He was clearly saying that Qin Jiang was 80% done. He said, is he involved in gangs in Songjiang? This move not only fits Qin Jiang's personality, but also explains why Qin Jiang can get rich. Nonsense. The money is dirty. Keep your voice down, someone muttered. Don't say that, or someone might hear you or they'll cause trouble. He used to be deadly when he went crazy, and now he's even more unacceptable. Besides, he's the one who gave us the cigarettes after all. After hearing this, the neighbors stopped gossiping and went back to their homes. Several people from the Chao family hurriedly helped Chao's mother into the house. The originally happy people had different expressions, especially Lin Shui, who kept looking at the Qin family. Chaohi, what kind of business is he in? How can he make so much money? Hundreds of thousands just on gifts? He was puzzled. Cars can be rented. But gifts can't be fake, especially that mink, which doesn't look cheap. Chao's father, what else can we do? His kid only knows how to fight. That money definitely didn't come from easy means. Chao's mother, son. You can't learn from him. He will end up in jail sooner or later. Chaoyi, I know. People like him have no future. It's just a matter of a day earlier or later. Lin Shui's eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything. Qin family, a 2-bay brick house with 2 entrance doors on the left and right, is a common house type in rural areas. When it was built, the idea was to create a room for the son to marry in the future. However, no one at that time expected that with the development of society, young people would no longer stay in rural areas, but would all buy houses in the city. Main house on the left, Qin's father, Qin's mother, Qin Zhang, and Sijia were sitting on the Kong. Zhang Qi and the other two were playing poker in the main room on the right, without waiting for the parents to ask. Qin Zhang briefly recounted what had happened to him over the past 6 months, from the establishment of Black Dragon to its overall operation. Of course, he did not mention any specific special circumstances, such as guarding the chemical plant, expelling land occupiers, cooperating with the public security, leading people to attack Buckingham, etc. Saying these things would only make things more confusing. However, even though Qin Zhang spoke very concisely, Qin's father and mother still stood there in a daze for a long time without saying a word. It is hard for anyone to accept that their son has gone from a little gangster to the CEO of a big company in just half a year. Open night market, do publicity, chain milk tea is booming. It sounds just like in the movies, appearing right in front of me. Seeing that the two of them didn't believe him, Qin Zhang said, "You two can ask Sijia. He will believe you, right?" Qin's father and mother both looked at Sijia. Qin's father asked, "Xiao Biao, is what Xiao Jiang said true?" Sijia nodded, "Really." And brother Jiang is now the top young entrepreneur in the 3 northern provinces. He has been in newspapers and on TV, and the school also recommended brother Jiang for undergraduate admission. He told the story of the vocational college's promotion to undergraduate and Qin Zhang's recommendation. Qin's father and mother were stunned. Obviously, being admitted to undergraduate studies had a great impact on both of them, and in a sense, it was even more significant than Qin Zhang's wealth. In 2011, the value of the 3 words college student was self-evident, otherwise Chow's parents would not be so proud. At this point, Qin's father and mother had no choice but to believe it. After all, the gifts Qin Zhang brought back and the car he drove back could not be faked. Qin Zhang couldn't help but smile when he saw his parents believed it. Suddenly, Qin's father looked at Qin Zhang seriously and said, "Son, is your Black Dragon a legitimate company?" Qin Zhang, at the same time of the news that Qin Zhang returned home in a luxury car and with gifts, spread quickly throughout Lianhua Township and caused a sensation. Chapter 269. Everyone is shocked. No one is allowed to imitate. It will be over sooner or later. A neighbor. After dinner, the old couple lay on the Kong and chatted. "I never thought that the kid from the Qin family could do so well out there." "What do you think he does?" "What can he do?" "He must be in some informal industry, otherwise how can he make money so quickly?" "Didn't you hear that the car was given to him by others as a gift?" "He might have bullied others to death." "That makes sense. It fits the character of old Qin Zhang very well." "Do you think he and his wife will live a good life now?" "Nonsense. The 3rd kid from the East Village family was number 1 in the county back then, bought a car, and built a house for his family, but now he's still locked up in there." The old couple only enjoyed a few years of happiness, and now they can't even find the rhythm to cry. "And that little Lu from Sonshan Town? He was so arrogant back then. He didn't even pay for the house he built, and we didn't even dare to charge him for electricity. And now, what happened? He was hacked to death at the doorstep. Now he's barely in elementary school. So, don't underestimate the Qin family now. Who knows what might happen someday? We should avoid getting involved with them." "That makes sense. Let's just farm honestly. It's too dangerous outside," said. The old couple looked at their son who was lying on the Kong and playing with his mobile phone. Although he was a little timid and cowardly, at least he didn't cause trouble. "Where are the people? You should be content. It's much better than living in fear." Immediately, the old couple gave a few more instructions before going to bed peacefully. Same, not only his family, but other neighbors were also talking about the same topic and making various speculations. After all, gossip is much more exciting than TV, not to mention that the people gossiping are their neighbors. The same thing is that after the topic ended, they all warned the next generation not to follow Qin Zhang's example. The inherent impression made them unable to have a positive view of Qin Zhang's wealth. So, ordinary people naturally would not allow their offspring to study. In their eyes, Chao he was better than them. Only by passing the exams and finding a good job like Chao he could they have the right future for their offspring, which was much better than doing any small business. This view did not change much even after 10 years, even though some people became famous by doing business, speculating, and becoming internet celebrities. Until this view almost disappeared in rural areas after 2020, and the emphasis shifted from respecting college students to respecting making money. Chow family, Chow's father and mother tossed and turned. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for them. They kept recalling the scene of Qin Jiang getting out of the luxury car in their minds. A fight for a lifetime. We lost miserably today and were completely crushed. A long time. Bang. Chow's father turned off the lights and said, "Go to sleep. I want to see how long he can keep laughing. When Qin Jiang is arrested, they will cry." East room. Chow He and Lin Shui were lying on the Kong. Lin Shui felt that the Kong was too hard and she couldn't sleep at all. She suppressed her discomfort because she thought Chow He had potential and might be a potential stock in the future. Otherwise, she would have left long ago. But she had already made up her mind to stay for 2 days and then leave. Chow He, can't sleep? Lin Shui, the Kong is too hard. No, I can adapt. As long as I'm with you, it doesn't matter where I am. Chow He, Shui. You are so nice. Lin Shui, when are you going to tell your parents? The property is going to be launched next spring. Chow He was slightly stunned this time. Lin Shui went home with him on the condition that his parents pay for the down payment to buy a house in preparation for marriage. This was actually a very normal thing to do, as one must have a house to marry a wife. Where to buy a house, Magic City, the down payment would have to be at least several $100,000. Although his father had earned some money from his salary and tutoring over the years, after paying for his schooling, what was left might not even be enough. If he asked for money, his father would have to borrow money or even sell the house in his hometown. Seeing Chow He was silent, Lin Shui's face turned ugly and she called him by his name, Chow He. You tricked me back here and you want to regret it? Do you know how much pressure I faced from my parents to be with you? Do you know how much pressure I faced to come back with you for the new year? Do you know, okay? I made a mistake about you. I'm leaving now, said, just get up, put on your clothes and leave. Seeing this, Chow He hurriedly stopped him. Shui. What are you talking about? I'll tell you tomorrow, isn't that okay? Snort. Lin Shui snorted coldly and turned away, ignoring Chow He. But things are changing inside her. She was originally from a wealthy family, but her parents' company went bankrupt and she fell back into poverty. After graduation, her goal is to marry a rich man or a second-generation rich man so that she can continue to live a wealthy life and avoid being looked down upon by relatives and friends, but the reality went against her wishes. She was not good-looking to begin with, and it was useless even if she obeyed those people. There was not even the second generation who wanted to play with her. They would stay away from her when they saw her. Seeing that time was passing, she accepted her fate and could only shift her focus from the second generation to potential stocks. In the end, she chose Chow He, a potential stock who came from a rural area and had little experience. This way, she could have the right to speak and live a good life in the future, the best of both worlds. Of course, she did not intend to live a hard life first, so she planned to let Chow He's parents pay for the purchase of a property in Shanghai. As for whether it would embarrass Chow He's parents or whether Chow He's parents' future retirement issues had nothing to do with her, in his opinion, it was a blessing for a Shanghai girl like him to be able to date the other person. If the other person said he would obey him unconditionally, the other person's parents should be grateful and must provide for him. As the saying goes, a 3 gold and 100,000 for a building, don't want those 2 monkeys on the Kong, a northeastern proverb says, except for the man's parents, the woman wants everything else in the family. Subconsciously, Lin Shui glanced towards the Qin family. It was daytime. She also saw Qin Jiang appear. He was even better than any of the other rich second generations she had met. Her mind was slightly active. In the past, she knew that such a person could not possibly have anything to do with her, but now it's different. It seems that the Qin family and the Chow family are not on good terms, and she is Chow He's girlfriend. So, you will be blessed with a special identity. Thinking of this, Lin Shui's eyes lit up slightly. I don't ask for a long-term success, as long as I can make a fortune. Anyway, I will have Chow He to take over when the time comes, so it's not a loss at all. One side, Chow He was thinking about how to explain to his parents the need for money tomorrow, and he never thought that his girlfriend was planning to cheat on him. Old Zhang's family Zhang Laolu sat on the Kong, smoking a cigarette and cursing, damn it. That kid can still make it big and drive a luxury car. Fuck. He was obviously very unhappy back then. He was also a big shot in Lianhua Township. He was doing very well and had a good life. Until one day, Qin Jiang blocked him at home and he dared not go out. He lost all face and became a laughing stock. No one in Lianhua Township took him seriously anymore. One side, the son said, "Dad, don't be angry. I heard that Qin Jiang arrested Lao Jiu from the repair shop as soon as he came back. Lao Jiu is in cahoots with Shirgizi, and he will never let it go." Listen to this. Zhang Laolu nodded with anticipation. Yes. Shirgizi is not someone you can easily get along with. Chapter 270, Targeting Qin Jiang. No one dares to go. Dead dog hanging on the wall. East End. It is a relatively remote place with only a few old earthen houses on 2 rows of streets. It looks extremely quiet in the dark night, as if no one lives in them. In fact, it is almost the same. These earthen houses were originally built on the edge of the village to look after the land. There are people living here in the summer, but no one lives here in the winter. Trample. 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 Lao Gai was walking on the road in the deep and shallow snow, and when he was about to reach this deserted street, bang, a young man emerged from a van parked on the side of the road. He was wearing thick clothes and a large cotton hat. He was holding a flashlight and stamped his feet from the cold. He shouted, Who is it?" "I, old guy." Old guy responded. The young man sighed in relief and cursed, "Fuck. Why didn't you tell me in advance? I was just trying to warm myself up in the car." "Lao Gai, everyone knows you're a cold-resistant kid, so what? You'll freeze to death if you come out. There are so many people rushing to do your job, you can easily make 200 yuan a day." "Damn. If you don't do it, I will." "Young man, you do it. I'll recruit people. I can get a commission for recruiting people, but my money is just dead money." "Lao Gai, why don't you tell me how many people you've offended?" "I've almost offended all my relatives and friends. Now everyone in Lianhua Township has warned me not to associate with me. I'm almost becoming Shingongbao. You're making a lot of money and no one says anything. Just enjoy it secretly. Young man, fuck. Get out. Get out." He cursed and went back to the car to continue eating the instant noodles he had just made. Looking out onto the street from time to time, Lao Gai came to the middle of the 7 or 8 mud houses and knocked on the door rhythmically. Dong. Dong dong, who is it? A questioning voice came from inside. "I, old guy." Bang. The door opened, Lao Gai got in, and soon the door was closed and locked again. Just entered the house, there were bursts of quarreling sounds. What's there to be afraid of? It's only 2 months' salary. I told you I might be a leopard? I can't scare anyone, I just want to ask you if you want to follow me. More than 10 people were sitting around the East Con, playing. The stove in the room was burning hot. Old guy ignored the people playing and said to the burly man who opened the door, "Old 8, where's Brother Sure?" The man who opened the door pointed inside, in the inner room. Lao Gai came to the inner room and saw a skinny man sitting inside. He had sunken cheeks and a scar on his neck near his shoulder. He was sitting there eating roasted corn. His name is Shi Chen. Because one of his legs was broken and he couldn't walk properly, he was nicknamed Shi Lame. He was doing well out there a few years ago, but then he got into trouble and was put in jail for a few years. After he got out, he went back to his hometown, Lianhua Township, and started to gather some hooligans to set up a scam and make money. He's been doing just fine these past 2 years. He's been recruiting more and more people. 4 or 5 young men gathered around him on both sides, smoking and playing cards. When they saw Lao Gai come in, they all looked at him. "Brother Sure." Lao Gai nodded to Shirgizi. "I found 3 friends to play with today. They'll be here around 9 o'clock. Shirgizi nodded and said, "You will definitely get some benefits. Have you found out what I asked you to find out?" Old guy nodded and then shook his head. "I only heard that Qin Jiang runs a company in Songjiang, but I don't know what business he's in. Someone knows about his cars, and they say they're worth several million yuan, and there are at least 100 or 200 used ones." "What?" Shirgizi's eyes flashed with greed. "He works so hard and takes such a big risk, but only makes a few 100,000 a year, which he has to distribute to his subordinates and provide to his superiors. It's because there are no big fish in the towns and villages, and whether he can eat enough depends on his luck. Now that a super big fish has appeared, How can he not be tempted? Shirkazi, you should find a way to get Qin Zhang to play with you for a while. If he comes, we can have a prosperous new year. Lao Gai hesitated. Brother Shir, this is not good. Shirkazi, what's wrong with that? If you don't believe in my skills, think about how I used to be able to make a living in any casino with this. Lao Gai, no, I believe in your skills, Brother Shir, but Qin Zhang, he is different from others, he is not easy to mess with. Brother Shir, you don't know what this kid did back then. It's scary. Zhang Laolu is even more successful now. That's enough. Shirkazi stopped him from continuing and said impatiently, you also said that was back then. Besides, how can I compare with Zhang Laolu? Who am I? He wasn't even born when I was in the county town. If I hadn't been in there for a few years, he wouldn't have been able to make any waves in Lianhua Township. He really didn't care about Qin Zhang, especially since Qin Zhang had gone to Sanjiang after he returned to Lianhua Township and only stayed there for a few days during the Chinese New Year last year. Therefore, the two had never met each other, so he was naturally not afraid, plus the benefits are eye-catching. Shirkazi looked at the other young men playing poker and asked, who's going? Gulp, several young men lowered their heads and said nothing. It was obvious that they were a little afraid of Qin Zhang and did not dare to go forward. Bang, Shirkazi slammed the table fiercely and said, fuck. Damn it. You are always so arrogant and boastful, and you act like you are second to none when the world is yours. What's wrong? You become cowardly when you meet a little brat. A young man muttered, Brother Shir, Qin Zhang is really not easy to deal with. That thief next to him is so powerful that he can bend an iron rod as thick as a finger with a snap. I really can't beat him. Besides, Qin Zhang never plays this game. It's useless for us to go looking for him. It's better to keep out of each other's way. Shirkazi cursed, you are all useless. Putting aside the fact that there are only a few people left standing beside Qin Zhang and how many of us there are, do you think I want to offend him? It's obvious that he came back to show his power to me and put Laojiu, the owner of the repair shop, in jail right away. This is completely a slap in my face. If I don't go back and teach him a lesson, how will I survive in Lianhua Township in the future? Besides, I didn't ask you to come to my door. I just wanted to show his power to him and let him play a few tricks. It's good for you, me, and everyone else. The young men were silent. It was unclear whether they could make money by setting up a trap for Qin Zhang, but it was easy to get beaten. See this, Shirkazi shouted to the outside world, Old 8. Wow, a burly man walked out. Brother Shir. Shirkazi said directly, go get a dead chicken or dog tonight and hang it on the wall of old Qin's house. I'll go find Qin Zhang tomorrow and tell him I want to play a couple of rounds with him. Ask him if he dares. He planned to use provocation to intimidate Qin Zhang first, and then make him come to gamble if he was dissatisfied. As for whether Qin Zhang was easy to provoke or not, he didn't care. In his opinion, Qin Zhang was a thing of the past, and even if he was doing well outside, it would not matter. In the past few years in the county town, he had followed the boss to deal with those big bosses who had returned from starting a business, and those bosses had no choice but to admit defeat. It would be a shame for him not to skin Qin Zhang, who was so rich. In the process, maybe you can become rich overnight and then compete with others. At this time, Shirkazi was already fantasizing about a bright future, even imagining himself sitting in a luxury car. Qin Zhang, let me tell you what it means when a powerful dragon can't defeat a local snake. I'll teach you a good lesson. Chapter 271. Dare to play, childish provocation. Okay. Lao Bai nodded and agreed. He was originally hanging out with Shirkazi and was not from Lianhua Township at all, so naturally he was not afraid of Qin Zhang. Even if you hear it occasionally, just think it's an exaggeration. Besides, he didn't go there to fight, he just wanted to kill a dog. Soon Lao Bai turned around and left. Shirkazi looked at the others who were still in a daze and hated them for not fighting. Humph. Look at you guys. How can you get anywhere if you're afraid of this and that? Qin Zhang is scary, but he's still more scary than the public security. If we pay Qin Zhang some money, maybe we won't have to worry about this anymore. Then you can all drive cars. Besides, there are only a few of them. Even if Zhou is a capable fighter, can he really defeat dozens of people at once? After we do this, who in this area will dare to go against us in the future? Listen to this: the fear in the hearts of several people was diluted and turned into greed. People die for money, birds die for food, the temptation of money and status. In addition, Qin Jiang had not caused any trouble in Lianhua Township for a long time, so they were naturally not as afraid. Bang, a young man nodded, done. The other young people nodded, dry. Dry. Dry, good. Shirkazi nodded and said, gather everyone here tomorrow to prevent Qin Jiang from getting desperate. You don't have to worry. It's just a matter of cutting off a piece of his meat. We can't swallow Qin Jiang, this fat sheep. He was not stupid and knew that he could not swallow Qin Jiang with his size. Just a few cars were worth too much. If he really swallowed so much in one breath, not to mention whether Qin Jiang could give it to him or whether a conflict would break out, he might not be able to keep it, and he might even become a fat sheep. Therefore, he decided to wait until he had almost finished eating, and then tell his superiors to sell Qin Jiang, the fat sheep, at a good price. 10 minutes later, old guy left, looked back at the house, then at old Qin's house, his eyes flickering. No. I'm not at ease. Qin Jiang is too cruel. If Sure Cripple wants to provoke him, it's his business and it has nothing to do with me. I won't participate tomorrow anyway. I have to find a reason. Oh. That's right. My third uncle in the south seemed to have something to do. I'm going to go. The next morning, after Qin Jiang finished washing up, Qin's father and mother were preparing breakfast in the east room. Zhang Qi and Feng Ben planned to go up to help but were driven out by Qin's mother. They were all excited to be able to go home with their eldest brother to celebrate the new year and have their eldest brother's parents cook for them personally. This move, they were simply moved. They had no relatives for a long time, and Qin's father and mother calling them children made them feel as if they had found family affection again. Moreover, Qin Jiang did not treat them as outsiders. They ate, slept, and played cards with them, and there was no requirement for hierarchy. Brother, big brother, a few words kept appearing in their minds, and their eyes looking at Qin Jiang changed for a moment, that is, a look of willingness to die for oneself. Qin Jiang, who was practicing boxing in the courtyard, was unaware of this. He brought a few people back and couldn't bear to see his brothers alone. Suddenly Qin Jiang looked outside the courtyard and saw many neighbors gathered outside. They were not watching Qin Jiang boxing, but pointing at the outer wall of the courtyard. Bang! The Black Dragon staff member who had just gone out to buy tofu came back and saw the outer wall and quickly entered the courtyard and came to Qin Jiang's side. Brother Jiang, there's something going on. Someone is here to cause trouble. Qin Jiang frowned and walked out of the courtyard. He saw a dead dog hanging on the wall outside the courtyard, and below it were 3 words written in red blood, or to be exact, 4 words that don't pretend to be apparently. I originally intended to write, but I couldn't write it, so I chose to use letters instead. Fuck. Zhang Qi was furious when he saw this. Who did this? I'll kill him. The other Black Dragon members were in a similar situation. This was simply a slap in Brother Jiang's face. If they didn't give Brother Jiang face, they would be beaten by the other party. Qin's father heard the faint movement outside and went out to the courtyard and shouted, "What's going on? What happened?" Qin Jiang replied, "Nothing. A dog froze to death." As he said this, he waved to Zhang Qi, who took a few Black Dragon personnel to take down the dead dog and threw it into the snow. They grabbed some snow to wipe off the bloodstains and quickly cleaned up the area. "Let's go," Qin Jiang said to the neighbors who were watching. Seeing this, the neighbors dispersed, but they couldn't stop muttering, "Oh my! Who did the eldest son of the Qin family offend again? Hanging a dead dog at the door is really scary." That's what I'm saying. Those who get involved in this kind of thing don't have a good ending. Even if they're doing well, they might end up in trouble one day. It's a dog today, but who will it be next time? It seems I have to have less contact with the Qin family in the future. It's too dangerous. Soon, the news spread rapidly in Lianhua Township, attracting the attention of many people. Chao family. Chao He was extremely excited after hearing the news, regretting that he shouldn't have slept in and didn't see it with his own eyes. Qin Jiang. I knew people like you wouldn't have a good ending. I'm not sure you'll be beaten half to death when I wake up tomorrow morning, am I? Lin Shui, looks like I'll have to wait. Zhang Laolu laughed at home. It must be Shirgizi who did it. I said he couldn't just do nothing. It would be best if we fight right away and both sides suffer losses, and then I can reap the benefits. As he said this, he couldn't help but shout outside, "Go! Make me 2 stir fries. I want to have a couple of drinks today." Boom! Boom! There was a sudden knock on the door. Who is it? Electricity bill collector. If you don't pay the outstanding electricity bill, we will take necessary measures against you. Fuck. No money, no life. If you don't pay, I'll cut off your electricity. Try to break it. Just give it a try. John Laulu was so angry that he almost died. In the past, those who collected electricity bills never dared to come to his house to ask for money. They would take a detour when they saw him. But now they come to his house almost every day, ordering him around and showing no respect for him as before. It's all because of that kid Qin Jiang who made him look like shit. In 2011, some rural towns and villages had electricity bills that were contracted out, and many unscrupulous people would not pay their bills. The electricity bill collectors had no other options but to let them default on their payments, and they didn't dare to come to their homes to collect the payments. Later, the power supply stations were unified, and with stricter regulations, the problem of defaulting on electricity bills disappeared. Just wait. Zhang Laolu murmured, when they are both defeated, I will summon those former brothers and see who dares not to give me, Zhang Laolu, face. It will be soon, right away. Ignoring the toll collector knocking on the door, I picked up the phone and called my old friends to arrange a meal. Qin family Zhangqi suddenly handed a note to Qin Jiang, Brother Jiang, I just found this in the yard. Qin Jiang took the note and opened it, and saw a line of crooked words written on it. It took Qin Jiang a lot of effort to understand the meaning of the words. Today's incident was just a revenge for what he did to the repair shop yesterday, and asked Qin Jiang to be more restrained in the future. At the same time, it asked Qin Jiang if he dared to go to the cabin to play a few games. If not, he should stay quiet in the future. Provocation, a very obvious and even childish provocation. Chapter 272 must be suppressed. Brothers from hometown, gather, grass. Sijo, is it that Kentudo? Kentudo is the nickname Sijo gave to Shirkazi, because he is fat, short, and lame. Brother Jiang, I will go and kill him and throw him into the cesspool later. Both sides, Zhangqi and others also spoke out, I'm going too. I'm going too. Qin Jiang waved his hand. Sijo and Zhangqi thought Jiangge was going to ignore them, but Qin Jiang said, go back tonight and wipe out his lair. That's right. When Qin Jiang saw the dead dog, he knew that things would not end well. It was obvious that Shirkazi had set his sights on him. Based on his understanding of Shirkazi in his previous life, he knew very well what kind of person he was, greedy and without bottom line. There were only 2 ways to deal with such a person, stay away from him or suppress him. Let's not even talk about whether Qin Jiang would leave because of a cripple. The fact that Qin Jiang's hometown is here is simply unavoidable that he can avoid it. How can Qin's father and mother avoid it? Once he gives in and leaves, Shirkazi will most likely target his parents, then Qin Jiang would most likely be out of reach. So Qin Jiang had only one option, suppress. Only by breaking all the claws reaching out to him could he suppress everyone, allow his parents to live without worries, and Qin Jiang could feel at ease. Zhangqi, Brother Jiang and Shirkazi are the local bullies. Do you want me to get some people over here? He was obviously afraid of being at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Even if Sijo was a good fighter, sometimes 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. Qin Jiang waved his hand dismissively. In Lianhua Township, Shirkazi is just a shitty local boss. Without caring about Zhangqi and the others' surprise, he took out his phone, opened the communication and sent a message to a group, tonight at 8 o'clock, the same place. Nishimura, old Shin's family, Shin Laosan, was having a happy meal at home. Today he and his girlfriend officially came back, so Shin's father, mother, Shin Laosan's 2 sisters and brother-in-law were all present after dinner. Several women were cleaning up the kitchen while Shin's father and others were chatting in the house. The topic of conversation naturally turned to the marriage of Shin Laosan. Shin Tianxi, Father Shin, Tianxi has grown up and brought back a girlfriend. It's time to prepare for marriage. Shin Tianxi, Dad. I'm not in a hurry. I plan to wait a few years and make some money first. Father Shin, if you are not anxious, the woman is not anxious either. Even if we don't get married, we still have to settle down first. Shin Tianxi opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He did plan to settle it first, but the family custom was to have a variety of colors and a single green, which was impossible given the Shin family's situation. After a long while, Shin Tianxi said, "Dad, how about I go to Songjiang next year and work in a factory in the south? It won't be a big deal in the long run." Father Shin glared at him. "Don't think I don't know your little tricks. Are you trying to get involved with that eldest son of the Qin family again? I tell you it's impossible. How can he be a good person? Even though he seems to be prosperous now, don't forget that someone hung a dead dog on his wall this morning. It's only a matter of time before he goes to jail. Don't even think about it." Shin Tianxi, is Brother Jiang a good person? Father Shin, I am a bad guy? Shin Tianxi, the two brothers-in-law couldn't help but say, "Dad, don't be angry. Tianxi is still young, it's normal for him to have some brotherhood. But Tianxi, you really can't go out and mess around. You're the only child in the Shin family. Your parents wouldn't be able to bear the thought of anything happening to you. If you want to go back to Songjiang, I can find you a job in a local factory so you can stay home. If Tianxi gets married, my family can also contribute a little. As his brother-in-law, I can't come up with 100,000 or 80,000 yuan, but 30,000 or 20,000 yuan is still enough." The two brothers-in-law generously helped when they married the daughter of the Shin family. Shin's father did not ask for any betrothal gifts, but instead gave her a dowry. People should be grateful and repay kindness. Some relatives deserve help. Father Shin nodded. "Consider this money as a loan, I will pay you back slowly in the future, Dad. Why haven't you returned it yet? We are all family." Shin Tianxi ignored the three people's conversation because the group message on his phone that had been silent for a long time started to ring. Looking at the content of the message, Shin Tianxi narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists subconsciously. Night, in the side room, Shin Tianxi tossed and turned, unable to sleep. One side. Seeing this, the girlfriend said, "If you want to go, go." Shin Tianxi, Sigma, surprised face, "Girlfriend, you looked at that message dozens of times this evening. It's hard not to see it. I don't know what kind of person your brother Jiang is, but I know you are loyal and righteous. I like you. I only have one request of you, don't make me sad, don't make me scared." Bang! Shin Tianxi stepped forward and hugged his girlfriend tightly. "Xiaoson, Brother Jiang has done me a favor. I promised to go just once, just to reminisce about the past. I won't mess around anymore. I want to live a good life with you. I will save enough for the betrothal gift and go to marry you openly." My girlfriend nodded, "Okay." Shin Tianxi didn't dare to hesitate and got up, put on his clothes, went to the yard, got on his motorcycle and left. My eldest brother-in-law shouted, "What are you doing so late?" Shin Tianxi said without turning his head, "A friend's car broke down on the road, I'm going to help him." Brother-in-law, be careful. Similar situations are happening in many places. It can be said that after Qin Jiang left, his brothers in his hometown all found their own way out and basically stopped working in society. They were not implicated by Qin Jiang in their previous life, and Qin Jiang never looked for them afterwards. They all had a tacit understanding not to contact each other, but in this life, Qin Jiang broke the tacit understanding and chose to take the initiative to contact. Boom, boom, boom. Motorcycles drove towards the Qin family from various locations, lighting up a large area in the silent night and attracting many curses. Qin family, after dinner, Qin's father and mother were so sleepy that they fell asleep on the con outside. Qin Jiang stood in front of the door with a calm expression, while Zhang Qi and others stood quietly beside him on both sides. Trample. 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 Sijou closed the courtyard door and came to Qin Jiang. "Brother Jiang, godfather and godmother are already asleep. There is no big movement and they won't wake up before tomorrow." The reason why he was so confident was that Qin's father and mother mixed a small amount of tranquilizer into their dinner today. Qin Jiang had specially ordered this to prevent his parents from seeing him go out in the middle of the night and worrying about him. Instead of trying hard to explain, it would be better to get rid of it once and for all. It was so simple and direct. Anyway, for middle-aged people, getting a good night's sleep is not a bad thing, and there will be no side effects. Zhang Qi, Brother Jiang, when do we leave? Qin Jiang, wait a little longer. What are you waiting for? Oh, Zhang Qi and the other 3 Black Dragon members were stunned. Aren't they all here? The next step is to attack the lair of that damn Shirkazi and let him see the power of the Black Dragon. Although their number is a bit small, with Sijou and a few of them to assist, They are not afraid of 20 or 30 people. Just when they were confused, Qin Jiang looked down at his watch and saw the time almost. What's coming soon? Zheng Qi and the others were startled when suddenly the unique roar of motorcycles came from the street outside. Boom, boom, boom.